Chotan had lived a full century, and today marked the final chapter of his mortal life. Surrounded by his descendants, he lay on his deathbed, imparting his last words. Once he had spoken his final instructions, he closed his eyes, surrendering to the inevitable. However, before his spirit could fully dissipate, a mysterious force intervened. The system had awakened. A voice echoed in the void, declaring that the host had met the requirement, a sufficient number of descendants. Initiating the system's reward, it set Chotan on an unforeseen journey, one that defied mortality itself. From this moment forward, Chotan embarked on the path of immortal cultivation. Far away, atop a mountain wreathed in mist, the funeral procession commenced. White banners fluttered in the wind, paper money scattered like autumn leaves, and solemn chants filled the air. Old ancestor, rest in peace as you journey to the Golden Springs. The Tio family, generation after generation, had gathered to honor their patriarch. Kneeling before the coffin, they mourned his passing with reverence and sorrow. Chotan had never been born with talent for cultivation. As a mere mortal, he had no innate gifts, no extraordinary aptitude. Yet through a lifetime of wisdom and foresight, he had established a mighty family. He had taken many wives, fathered many children, and in doing so, built an unshakable foundation. As he lay there, gazing at his gathered kin, a thought surfaced in his mind. Leaves returned to their roots. Even if I could not change the world, at least the world could not change me. An old servant, eyes filled with devotion, approached his bedside. Master, your daughter-in-law in the third chamber is about to give birth. She could not be here, but the rest of the family has come to hear your final words. If you have any last instructions, please share them, and I shall carry them out without fail. Chotan's gaze softened. He took a slow breath and murmured, "Spring comes and goes. People arrive and depart." His weary eyes swept over the room, settling on the expectant faces of his descendants. "All is well," he finally said. Then, after a moment's pause, he turned to the housekeeper. The child yet to be born. Has he been named? The housekeeper shook his head. Chotan, with a final breath of authority, proclaimed, "Our Tio family flourishes. The boy shall be called Tio Hoaha." As soon as the name was spoken, Chotan's eyes closed for what should have been the last time. The room fell silent, only to be filled moments later with the unified chant, "Master, rest in eternal peace." But just as his spirit teetered on the edge of oblivion, a voice resonated within him, detected, descendant with spiritual roots. Tio Hoaha is born. Chotan's consciousness flared back to life as the system's interface materialized before him. System of 10,000 prosperous affairs officially activated. His eyes snapped open, and a flood of visions rushed through his mind. The system laid out its terms. For each grandchild born, he would receive cultivation techniques, divine pills, supreme weapons, and an array of unparalleled rewards. The surge of knowledge jolted him upright, startling the housekeeper. "Master!" the old servant gasped. His cry rippled through the household, sending waves of disbelief through the mourners. Gasps and shouts followed, as family members, their faces streaked with tears, rushed forward. "Old ancestor! Old ancestor!" The housekeeper, in awe, yanked down the funeral banners. "This funeral is over," he declared. Outside, whispers of speculation spread. "Is the old ancestor truly alive?" one young man murmured. "Perhaps it's just his final burst of energy before departing," another suggested skeptically. Meanwhile, Chotan sat on his bed, staring at his aged hands in disbelief. "What is this 10,000 prosperous affairs system?" he thought, frustration bubbling within him. "What kind of absurd system only activates when you're 100 years old?" He grumbled aloud. Before he could complain further, a notification appeared. "New player gift pack unlocked. Congratulations. 650 days of longevity added. Supreme Chaos Spiritual Root obtained. Supreme Immortal Cultivation Manual, The Great Dream. Purple Chess Scripture received. Cultivation levels granted. Begin consolidation immediately." A luminous book materialized before him, along with a brilliant red orb of spiritual energy that coalesced at his forehead. As the energy surged through him, his body underwent a stunning transformation. The wrinkles smoothed, his brittle frame strengthened, and his silvered hair darkened to jet black. He had become youthful once more. The sight left his housekeeper speechless. This is the supreme Tao meteor," the old man exclaimed. "I once encountered this phenomenon during my travels. It's an omen of heaven's favor. The old ancestor has truly stepped onto the path of cultivation. The heavens have blessed the Tio family." The system notifications continued to flood in. "Congratulations. Qi refining, first layer achieved. Congratulations. Qi refining, second layer achieved. Congratulations. Qi refining, third layer achieved." Within mere moments, he had ascended to the 9th layer. His body glowed with divine energy, and his very essence seemed reborn. Finally, the system delivered its final proclamation. "Congratulations! Host has broken through to Foundation establishment." Teuton opened his eyes, now gleaming like polished jade, and flexed his rejuvenated fingers in amazement. "Foundation establishment. So this is the power of true cultivation." A slow grin spread across his face as he clenched his fists. "To break through 9 levels in a single day, this system truly lives up to its name." His housekeeper, still bowing deeply, could only exclaim in reverence, "Congratulations, Master, for stepping onto the path of immortality." The gathered descendants, awestruck, followed suit, kneeling as they echoed, "Congratulations, old ancestor, for stepping onto the path of immortality." Teuton surveyed the scene, his heart swelling with satisfaction. He laughed heartily, looking at his children and grandchildren. "With every new life born into the clan, my power will only grow. Longevity, strength, endless opportunities, all tied to the prosperity of my family." His gaze turned thoughtful as he regarded his aged children. "Alas, at 70, my own sons have already passed their prime, but my grandsons, at 50, still have some potential." Then his eyes sparkled with realization. "And the great-grandsons? Ah, the great-grandsons. They are still young. They must work harder." His laughter rang through the hall as he turned to his housekeeper and clapped him on the shoulder. "Pass down my decree. The future of the Tio clan depends on diligent effort. The young must dedicate themselves to ensuring our family's prosperity." The housekeeper bowed deeply once more. "As you command, Master." And so, with a second life gifted to him and an immortal path unfolding before him, Teuton prepared to lead his family into an era of unprecedented greatness. A decade had passed in the Tio mansion, and time had transformed it into a place of unparalleled grandeur. The estate gleamed with luxury, its halls filled with opulent furnishings that radiated an air of power and prestige. Behind the mountain, seated with an air of quiet authority, was Tuo Tran, the family head, enjoying a cup of tea. Before him stood his eldest son, Tiol Lap, his posture respectful. "Father," Lap said, bowing, "following your directive, I have expanded our bloodline greatly. Weddings now take place every 3 days, with grand ceremonies held every 7. The Tio family name has spread far and wide, and within 15 units of Louis City, we are known as the most prosperous clan in terms of lineage." Beside him stood Tio Hu, a promising young descendant, listening intently. Tuo Tran's expression remained calm, his mind drifting toward something else. With a mere thought, he summoned his system, and before his eyes, a translucent screen manifested, initiating family harmony, all things prosper system. Host, Tuo Tran age, 110, 500 cultivation, golden core, 3rd layer number of descendants, 330 cultivation, method, great dream, purple chief. Scripture proficiency, first-class superior sword techniques, Lu Res sword, spiritual root, supreme chaos, spiritual root elixirs, owned, youthful appearance pill, 4 stars, longevity pill, 5 stars, supreme quality foundation establishment pill, 1 star. Reviewing his progress over the last 15 years, a sense of satisfaction settled over him. He had remained secluded all this time, leading many in Luor City to assume he had perished. That misconception suited him just fine. He had lived cautiously before receiving the system at 100 years old. Why risk that longevity now? At that moment, the old housekeeper, Uncle Fu, entered hastily, kneeling with reverence. "Old ancestor," Uncle Fu announced, his voice solemn. "The Nland family has arrived. They seek to break off the engagement." A flicker of displeasure crossed Tuo Tran's face. "Breaking off the engagement?" Tiop, another of his sons, stepped forward, his face filled with indignation. "Father, this is an outrage." Before Tuo Tran could respond, the system screen flashed again. New event triggered. Engagement broken. Choose your response. Accept the humiliation. Reward: 100,000 lower-grade spirit stones. Strike back and annul the engagement first. Reward: Yan Emperor's destiny. Tuotran's eyes narrowed. Interesting, he muttered. This system truly left nothing beyond his control. But what was the Yan Emperor's destiny? Yan Emperor's destiny, the ancient god Yan Emperor's divine essence, accumulated over eons, grants the ability to enhance spiritual root quality, can be gifted. A heavy silence filled the room. His son and the housekeeper exchanged anxious glances. Was the old ancestor so enraged that he had fallen into deep contemplation? Tuotran shifted his gaze toward Tiop, his expression unreadable. His son unfortunately lacked a spiritual root, rendering him incapable of cultivation. If the Tio family was to expand to 10,000, even 100,000 members, they would have to rely on later generations with greater potential, like Tio Hu. Finally, he spoke. Lap, my son, what do you know of the Qinglan sect atop Mount? Qinglan? Lap immediately straightened, his tone respectful. Father, the Qinglan sect's current leader is a formidable cultivator, on the verge of breaking into the Golden Core realm. A knowing glint flickered in Tuotran's eyes. I see, Lap clenched his fists. So this was the reason. The Nland family dared to act so arrogantly because they had ties to a soon-to-be Golden Core cultivator. They were relying on borrowed strength to suppress the Tio family. Did they not realize that the Tio family had a Golden Core ancestor of its own? Straightening his posture, Lap looked toward his father with conviction. If father intends to intervene, I will personally see to it that this insult is repaid. Tuotran simply stepped forward, placing a reassuring hand on Tio Hu's shoulder. Do not worry, he said. This matter will be resolved. Tio Hu's heart swelled with emotion, bowing deeply. Thank you, old ancestor. At that moment, the course of fate shifted. In the grand hall of the Tio family estate, tension hung thick in the air. Seated arrogantly in the center, the Nland family's clan leader, Hangu, drummed his fingers against the armrest of his chair, his patience wearing thin. His expression darkened as he snapped. What is the meaning of this? We've waited long enough, and yet the Tio family still dares to keep us waiting. Beside him, Nalan Yun, his family's pride and Tio Hu's betrothed, sat calmly. She barely spared a glance at the grand hall around her before remarking, "There's nothing left to discuss. I have been accepted as the final disciple of the Qinggan sect leader. As for Tilo," she paused, her tone dismissive. "He's nothing more than an ordinary mortal, hardly a match for me." The servants standing behind them muttered in agreement, their disdain evident. "It's obvious now," one whispered. "They must be stalling behind the mountain trying to salvage this engagement." Another scoffed. "Ridiculous. Even if they consult their so-called old ancestor, what difference does it make? The Tio family's ancestor has been dead for a decade." At that moment, the eldest son of the Tio family, Tiap, entered the hall, leaning on a cane. By his side, Tio Hu supported him. Tiap chuckled, his voice steady but laced with sarcasm. "Brother Hangu, I trust you haven't been waiting too long?" Hangu's gaze flicked toward Hu before responding with an insincere smile. "Not at all. I must say Hu is well-mannered and possesses a refined demeanor, a suitable match in every way. But, unfortunately," he sighed dramatically, "the question remains whether your late ancestor would have approved of dissolving the engagement." With a deliberate gesture, he placed a small bottle on the table. "This," he declared, "is a supreme quality marrow pill, personally refined by Yun's master. A generous token of compensation from the Nland family to yours." Tiap's expression darkened. Compensation? The Nan family was truly cunning, seeking to sever the engagement, yet still demanding the Tio family owe them a favor in return. Watching the Nalan entourage prepare to leave, he clenched his fists. Such meticulous calculations. Behind the mountain, Tio-chan observed everything through his divine sense. He smirked, swirling tea in his cup as he transmitted a message to his grandson. "Hu, it's time for you to act." Receiving the silent command, Hu stepped forward, his voice clear and resolute. "Clan leader Nalan, take this bottle back. Your daughter may need it more than we do. As for the engagement, our family does not consent to breaking it." The room fell silent. The Nalan clan leader's face twisted with anger. Gripping his cane tightly, he slammed it against the floor. "You insolent brat, how dare you speak out? Of turn? Know your place?" Yet Hu remained unfazed. He took another step forward, standing tall. "Miss Nalan Yun, tell me, was this decision yours, or merely your clan leader's will?" She met his gaze coldly. "Of course it was my choice. My master has no desire for me to marry a commoner. It would only hinder my cultivation." A trace of disdain flickered across her face. "Surely, even you can understand the difference between us." Behind the mountain, Tio-chan scoffed. Hu, undeterred, placed a hand on his chest. Miss Nalan Yun, as a daughter of a noble family, you should understand the weight of honor. To break an engagement so publicly, do you not see the disgrace this brings? His voice carried unwavering determination. If we allow this, what will become of the Tio family's standing in Louis City? How will we command respect on Qingyun Mountain? Nalan Yun's patience snapped. And what right do you have to lecture me? You are nothing more than an ordinary mortal. He was taller than her, and as he looked down at her, his gaze sharpened. You believe that just because I am not from an immortal sect, I am unworthy? His voice was steady, but a dangerous glint flashed in his eyes. Tell me then, aside from the Qingan sect's backing, what else do you have to rely on? Before she could respond, he took another step forward, his aura suddenly shifting. And how can you be so sure that I am merely an ordinary person? At that moment, a surge of energy burst from his body. A powerful wave of qi rippled through the hall, radiating from him with undeniable force. The onlookers gasped in shock. Refining stage 4, someone whispered in disbelief. The air grew heavy. Nalan Yun's eyes widened, her expression frozen in stunned silence. She had assumed him to be nothing more than a powerless mortal, yet he was only one level below the last disciple of the Qingan sect leader. The Nalan clan leader and Nalan Yun stared at him, utterly speechless. Hu stood tall, his presence luminous, his handsome features sharpened by newfound confidence. The tables had turned. Hall was silent as Nalan Yun, the intended fiancée, stood before Tio Hu. Her eyes flickered with disbelief before she crossed her arms defiantly. I won't end the engagement, but under one condition, she announced. Tio Hu, who had been prepared for the worst, narrowed his eyes. Speak. Postpone the engagement for 10 years. If you can come to Qinglan Sect and defeat me in combat, by then, I will honor the marriage. If not, I will sever it myself, and it will no longer affect the Tio family's honor. Do you dare accept? The room tensed. Tuotran chuckled, setting his teacup down. Who do you understand the wisdom of the elders? 30 years east, 30 years west. Never look down on a poor youth, Tio Lap smirked. Well said, father. Nalan Yun scowled. A mere qi refining stage 4 cultivator like you thinks he can teach me a lesson? Laughable. Within 15 years, I will make you kneel and beg for mercy. Tio Hu's face remained impassive. Then, without a word, he reached into his robes, withdrew a parchment, and bit his finger. With a swift press of his bloody thumb, he marked the paper and held it up. You misunderstand. I do not need 10 years or 15. This is not an engagement severance letter. This is the Tio family's divorce letter to you. From this moment forth, there is no connection between Nalan Yun and myself. Gasps filled the hall. The gathered clansmen from both sides fell silent as the gravity of the moment settled in. Nalan Yun trembled. You dare divorce me? Across the hall, Tuo Tran lifted his cup once more, his expression unreadable. A system notification chimed. Second choice. Successful. Reward acquired. Yan Emperor's destiny. A radiant spirit stone materialized in his palm, pulsing with fiery energy. He examined it, nodding approvingly. Not bad. Tuo Tran waved a hand. Escort our guests out, and be sure to return their so-called priceless marrow cleansing pills. The Nalan family head scoffed, but turned on his heel, leading his humiliated daughter away. That evening, atop Wind Mountain, the cold wind howled as Tuo Tran stood beneath the stars, holding the glowing spirit stone. Hu, come forward. His grandson obeyed, bowing. Ancestor. This is a gift, Tuo Tran said, pressing the stone against Tio Hu's abdomen. System scan. Recipient, Tio Hu. Cultivation, Qi refining stage. For spiritual root, 2nd grade special condition. Yan Emperor's destiny, not yet activated. Tuo Tran frowned. Not activated yet? His gaze softened as he patted Tio Hu's shoulder. This power is now within you, but you must cultivate diligently. Without effort, incidents like today will only continue. Do you understand? Tio Hu clenched his fists, determination burning in his eyes. I do, ancestor. Tuo Tran nodded in approval. Then go. Train hard. A year passed in the blink of an eye. Behind the mountain, Tuo Tran meditated in seclusion when a sudden tremor shook Qinglan Mountain. His eyes snapped open, and in an instant, he leapt to his feet. The system chimed once more. System alert. A rare treasure has been discovered. Please make a choice. His lips curled into a knowing smile. It seems the heavens favor the Tio family yet again. Riding his sword through the sky, He frowned at the system notification that had just appeared before him. Stroking his chin, he considered his options. Option 1. Use his Golden Core Stage 3 cultivation to seal off all of Qingyun Mountain and claim the treasure for himself. Reward: a top-grade level 5 magical treasure. Option 2. Stay out of the conflict, observe from the shadows, and avoid drawing attention. Reward: a top-grade level 3 magical treasure. Without hesitation, he chose the second option. The system's logic was clear. Keeping a low profile was always the safest move. As soon as he made his selection, the system responded, "Congratulations! You have chosen option 2. You have received the top-grade level 3 magical treasure. Flowing Cloud Armor." A golden glow wrapped around his hand before spreading across his entire body. The armor shimmered, appearing almost weightless, before fading into an invisible layer against his skin. He raised his arm, examining it with satisfaction. The flowing cloud armor would remain unseen under his robes, only activating in times of danger. Activating his sword flight, he turned toward home. The system clearly wanted to lure him into unnecessary risk, but he wasn't that foolish. Sealing off the entire mountain, that would be no different from inviting disaster. His plan was simple: cultivate in seclusion and let time work in his favor. With patience, power, and a long lineage, the future would be his. The next morning, a street in Louis City. "Did anyone see that blinding purple light last night?" a scholar asked excitedly. "Of course," another man chimed in. "I had an argument with my wife and stepped outside for some air. Then I saw it. That kind of light could only come from a treasure." A third voice added, "They say it descended on Qingyun Mountain. We should go treasure hunting. Who's with me?" "Count me in," another man exclaimed. "If we find it, our lives will change overnight." Similar discussions erupted all over the city. Families and factions were rallying their people, eager to stake their claim. "The Wang family is already on the move. We can't let them get ahead. The Hang family must have this treasure. If we seize it first, our power in Louis City will be unmatched." Within moments, the city was buzzing with preparations as groups formed, each determined to reach Qingyun Mountain first. Xiao family estate, backyard cultivation grounds. A horse-drawn carriage sped toward the estate, carrying Xiao Lian, the eldest son and current head of the Xiao family. As soon as they arrived, he urged the driver, "Faster!" Moments later, he stepped out, leaning on his cane, and made his way inside. Upon entering the cultivation grounds, he bowed deeply. "Father," he called out respectfully. His father, Xiao Chen, was seated at a wooden desk, writing calmly. Without looking up, he gestured toward a seat. "Lian, what brings you here in such a rush? Sit and speak." Xiao Lian hesitated. He was already past 80, yet his father, despite appearing far younger and stronger, still used spiritual energy to support him. Sitting down, he took a deep breath. "Father, last night, a mysterious purple light was seen over Mount Qingyun. The entire city is talking about it. Everyone believes a powerful treasure has appeared. All the major families have sent people to search for it. If we don't act, the Xiao family will be left behind." Xiao Chen calmly lifted his tea, taking a slow sip before responding. "And what did I teach you when you were young?" Xiao Lian straightened, immediately recalling his father's lessons. "You always told us to think before we act, to plan first, then move." His father nodded. "Exactly, which is why the Xiao family will not participate in this hunt." Xiao Lian's brows furrowed. "Father, with all due respect, this is a rare opportunity. If we don't act now, the other families will grow stronger while we remain in the shadows." His father placed his cup down gently. "And if we do act, what then? Do you believe we can truly hold on to such a treasure? Even if we obtain it, we will only invite disaster. Powerful families will come for it, and our position in Louis City will be at risk." Xiao Lian clenched his fists, struggling with his father's words. He had spent his entire life working to elevate the Xiao family's status. How could they let this opportunity slip away? His father's voice softened. "Let the others fight. They will weaken themselves. We will watch, and when the time is right, we will reap the benefits like the patient fisherman." Xiao Lian finally lowered his head. "I understand, father. I will do as you say." Xiao Chen smiled. "Good. Now the most important matter for the Xiao family is not treasure, but ensuring we continue to grow. Go. Focus on the future." Xiao Lian stood and bowed once more. "Yes, father." Despite his obedience, his heart remained restless. 3 days had passed since Xiao Chen had retreated to the secluded back mountain of the Xia family estate. He sat cross-legged outside his residence, deep in cultivation, his divine sense stretching outward like an invisible web. As he scanned, The surroundings, he detected movement, a presence approaching the mountain's edge. The intruder was none other than Sha Li, making his way up the path with the aid of his cane. A faint smile played on his lips as he raised a hand, releasing a stream of spiritual energy. The energy wrapped around his eldest son, drawing him forward in an instant. Sha Li blinked in surprise as he suddenly found himself standing before his father. "Father's mastery of divine sense is truly remarkable," he murmured in admiration before bowing respectfully. "The news has spread," he continued. "A treasure has been discovered on Mount Qinggan, and the Qinglam Sect has taken action. They've sent 20 immortals to seal off the entire area. The descendants of various clans who sought the treasure were captured, tortured for information, and then silenced." Xiao Chen rose to his feet, his expression darkening. "The Qinglam sect parades itself as righteous, yet their actions are steeped in cruelty. All this bloodshed, simply to claim a treasure for themselves." His thoughts drifted back to Xia, whose engagement, which had been abruptly broken off due to their dealings with this so-called righteous sect. He placed a firm hand on his son's shoulder. "For now, our family must remain in the shadows, hiding our strength. The future of the Xia family depends on careful growth. Only when our numbers are strong will we have the foundation to thrive." Sha Li lowered his head in understanding. "Father's wisdom is boundless. I will remember this well." After a respectful bow, he excused himself and departed. Half a year later, time flowed swiftly, and 6 months passed in the blink of an eye. A system notification abruptly appeared before Xiao Chen. "Congratulations, the number of your descendants has reached 400. Choice activated. Option 1. Defy the heavens. Sneak into Mount Qinggan in search of the treasure. Reward: 1 medium-grade spirit stone. Option 2. Stay the course. Continue building the Xia family's strength without unnecessary risks. Reward: 1 low-grade spirit vein." Xiao Chen rubbed his chin, considering the options. Mount Qinggan was still heavily guarded by the Qinglam sect. Though they had yet to find the treasure, challenging them now would be reckless. He had no desire to risk everything for a single spirit stone. Without hesitation, he chose the second option: steady development. Ensuring the Xia family's long-term prosperity was his true goal. The system chimed again. Choice confirmed. The low-grade spirit vein will now be placed beneath an ordinary mountain range, transforming it over time. Xiao Chen pressed his palm against the earth behind the Xia family estate. Location selected: back mountain of the Xia family. Immediately, an immense surge of spiritual energy erupted from the ground, spreading rapidly through the air. Mist began to form as the concentration of energy grew. Xiao Chen's lips curled into a satisfied smile. This level of spiritual energy, it's nearly tangible. Settling into a meditative posture, he prepared to enter deep cultivation. Meanwhile, on Mount Qinggan, a chilling scream pierced the air. Blood splattered across the ground as a man collapsed, a sword wound gaping across his chest. The one who had delivered the fatal strike stood unmoved, Elder Lun Fang of the Qinglam Sect. He held his sword aloft, its edge glistening with crimson. His gaze swept over the trembling figures before him. "Let this be a lesson," he announced coldly. "Laziness and failure will be punished without mercy." The captives cowered, pressing themselves into the dirt. Satisfied, Lun Fang sheathed his blade. But just as he turned away, his expression shifted. An intense wave of spiritual energy pulsed through the air, unmistakable even from this distance. He leaped onto a nearby tree branch, his sharp eyes scanning the horizon. One of the men below dared to ask, "Elder Lun, what is it?" His eyes narrowed. "This surge of spiritual energy, it's coming from behind the Xia family's mountain." Turning sharply, he issued his orders. "Keep watch over the prisoners. I will investigate this disturbance myself." With that, he launched into the air, streaking toward the Xia family's domain. As he flew, his mind raced. The closer I get, the stronger the energy becomes. If this is what I suspect, it could change everything. He controlled his breathing, suppressing his excitement. If I am the one to discover a spirit vein, I could rise to the rank of Grand Elder, perhaps even secure priority access to its energy, accelerating my path to the Golden Core stage. His thoughts burned with ambition as he neared his destination. Back at the Xia family's mountain, Xiao Chen's system suddenly sent out a warning. Alert, Qinglam Sect Elder Lun Fang is approaching. Annoyance flickered across Xiao Chen's face. "Who dares to disturb my cultivation?" The system activated another choice function, offering a strategic decision. He pondered for a moment before selecting Observe quietly, do not act rashly. Lunfang finally arrived, landing atop a cliff overlooking the mountain. He extended his divine sense to scan for hidden cultivators but detected none. Then his gaze fell upon the source of the disturbance. A low-grade spirit vein? His breath caught. If the sect leader learns of this, my path to power will be set in stone. Determined to secure his fortune, he prepared to return and report his findings, only to hear an unfamiliar voice echo through the mist. "Fellow Taoist, from where do you hail?" Lunfang froze, his senses sharpening. Someone had managed to approach him undetected. Wariness crept into his heart. With forced calm, he clasped his hands in greeting. "I had no idea this land had an owner. My apologies for the intrusion. I am Lunfang, an elder of the Qinglam sect. It appears we have met by chance." From within the swirling spiritual mist, a figure stepped forward. Xiaochen had deliberately altered his aura, adopting a new identity. "So it is Elder Lun. I am known as Xia Ha," he introduced himself smoothly. Inwardly, he smirked. Making up a name on the spot was nothing if it meant buying time. Lun Fang narrowed his eyes. "Xia Ha. I have never heard of such a cultivator." His thoughts churned. If he truly possessed overwhelming strength, I would be dead already. His ability to avoid my detection proves he's powerful, but likely not invincible. And if he's an independent cultivator, then a calculating gleam entered his gaze as he contemplated his next move. In the cultivation world, trespassing on someone else's cultivation grounds was a grave act, a significant taboo. If the other party was strong, they would never listen to any explanation. Instead, they would likely add another set of bones to the world. All it would take was a surprise attack. Strike swiftly, kill the intruder, and seize the spirit vein. After that, advancing to the golden core stage and becoming the sect's grand elder would be within reach. She carefully took out a bottle from his robe. "Senior, this is my top-grade marrow cleansing pill. I apologize for inadvertently intruding into your territory. Please accept this as compensation," he said, offering the pill respectfully. "In the future, I invite you to come to Qinglam's sect, and I will make sure to host you properly." Xiaoan took the bottle, considering the offer. The man's eyes always glinted with greed whenever he saw the dense spiritual energy turning to mist. But to Xiaoan's surprise, he actually offered a gift as an apology. He smiled lightly. "It's fine. Fellow Taoist, you are correct. It was indeed a misunderstanding. Another time, I will certainly visit the Qinglam sect," he replied. He probed the man's aura. Shui's cultivation level was not particularly impressive, though he had reached the foundation establishment stage. Xiaoan quickly assessed the situation. With Shi off guard, it would be easy to strike. Severely wounding him and killing him would not be a difficult task. "I won't disturb you further," Xiaoan said, clasping his hands. "There are still matters to attend to at the sect. I will come to invite you to Qinglam sect in 3 days." As Shi turned to leave, Xiaoan's face grew cold. "I must obtain this spirit vein," he thought. As the man walked away, Xiaoan sighed in relief. Finally, I can send him on his way. His expression hardened as he began to calculate how he would seize the spirit vein for himself. With it in his grasp, breaking through to the golden core stage and attaining the title of Grand Elder would be well within his reach. Just then, the system displayed a notification. "Killing intent from Lunfang has increased by 1." Xiaoan frowned at the message. "Damn, a wolf in sheep's clothing," he thought. "I thought everything was fine. This Qinglam sect has no good people at all." Without hesitation, Xiaoan used his strike first for the advantage technique, swiftly activating the entering Yang sword technique. He charged towards Shi. The moment Shi sensed the attack, an overwhelming force filled the air, and a deep, unnamed fear gripped his heart. He tried to react but suddenly spit up a large mouthful of blood. His chest wound pulsed with searing pain as the terrifying sword Qi pierced his internal organs. She was horrified. "He ambushed me?" He hadn't expected such a direct attack. Although he wasn't immediately dead, his situation was grim. From above, Xiaoan looked down at him with cold eyes. "You wanted to kill me and seize my spirit vein, right? If you wanted to kill me, I had no choice but to kill you. Your death is not unjust," he said, his voice firm. Shi stumbled backward, stammering in disbelief. "How did you know? I hid my intentions so well. How did you see through them?" He began to panic. "Please, Senior, spare my life. I was blinded by greed. I'm a disciple of Qinglam sect. You can't kill me. If you kill me, Qinglam will never let you off." The system chimed again. "Killing intent from Lunfang has increased by 1." Xiaoan didn't hesitate. He raised his sword, and the words, "Sunsets over western mountains," flashed through his mind. In a blur of motion, he swung his sword down with immense force. Lunfang's eyes widened in terror as the sword moved toward him, and before he could react, the strike was upon him. His head fell to the ground with a sickening thud. Still wide-eyed in disbelief, his body slumped to the ground, lifeless. Xiaoan sheathed his sword and looked at the severed head. "Even in death, you still look surprised," he thought. The system pinged again. "Congratulations. You have successfully chosen the first option. Reward received. Superior grade magical treasure, Zhong Changkun, level 3. Xiaoan glanced at the golden bell in his hand. He shook it gently, and a smile spread across his face. The Zhong Changkun is indeed useful. It's essential equipment for killing. He threw the bell into the air using his spiritual power, watching it float away. The bell's resonance echoed in the air. He then turned to check Lunfang's storage bag. After rummaging through it, he found only 10 spirit stones and some basic pills. Xiaoan crossed his arms in disappointment. He's really dirt poor, he thought with a sigh. 3 days later, the sky was a brilliant blue, dotted with soft white clouds, and the sun shone warmly. Shi moved slowly toward the door of the Xia family home, his steps deliberate. As he reached the threshold, a voice from inside called, "Come in." He reached for the door handle but paused, taking a moment to adjust his clothes before entering. Inside, Xiao Chen sat comfortably in a chair and greeted him. "What brings you here, my son?" Shi bowed respectfully and spoke, "Father, there have been troubling developments. The Qinglam sect, unable to find the treasure on Mount Qingyun, has grown impatient. They plan to leave this morning. The last of their immortals has already departed." Xiao Chen raised an eyebrow, clearly surprised. "They've all left. It seems this treasure can only be claimed by someone truly destined for it. If the Qinglam sect no longer has immortals at Mount Qingyun, then it's time for us to redouble our efforts for the prosperity and growth of the Xia family." Shi lowered his head in respect. "I understand, Father. I will inform the young men in the clan when I return." As Shai turned to leave, a notification from the system flashed before his eyes. Host's descendants with spirit roots have reached 50. Special reward unlocked. Congratulations, host. You have received 65 cultivation points and 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Activating Heavenly Dao Field function. Curious, Shai opened the new Heavenly Dao Field function. The display showed the dense spiritual energy of the Xia family's Heavenly Dao Field behind the mountain. The energy concentration was 10 times higher than usual, and the cultivation speed was doubled. Additionally, he could monitor developments within the field at any time. He smiled. This is truly a blessed land. He had now reached the 6th level of the Golden Core stage, and the absorption of the 65 cultivation points had boosted his strength further. He pondered for a moment before the system announced, "1,000-year ginseng detected in the Heavenly Dao Field. Activation choices available. First choice, immediately capture the ginseng, which will increase cultivation by 500 years. Reward, 350 cultivation points. Pure wind technique, 9 variations. Second choice, take the ginseng as a disciple, allowing it to gradually increase the spiritual energy within the field. Reward, 6 bottles of longevity pills. Heavenly technique, 9 transformations." Sha pondered deeply. The 1,000-year ginseng was a spirit that had absorbed 1,000 years of sunlight and moon essence on Mount Qingyun. It had gained consciousness 200 years ago and had transformed 10 years prior, now possessing earth-moving divine abilities. This seemed to be the treasure the Qinglam sect had been desperately seeking. With a thoughtful expression, Shi expanded his divine sense, scanning the area around the mountain. He smiled slightly. "It would be a shame to simply consume it. I will subdue it instead." Without hesitation, he soared into the air, swiftly making his way to the back of the Xia family's Heavenly Dao Field. Meanwhile, a child, dressed in a red bib, frolicked nearby, laughing gleefully. The boy marveled at the dense spiritual energy, exclaiming, "The spiritual energy here is so thick. This must be an immortal realm." Just then, a voice interrupted his thoughts. "Little friend, what are you searching for? Can I help you?" Startled, the boy began to cry. Shi descended slowly beside him, smiling. The boy immediately used his earth-moving technique to burrow into the ground, attempting to escape unnoticed. Shai watched, amused. So, this is how the Qinglam sect and other clans' young men were unable to find it. It's no wonder. The boy, enveloped in a stream of immortal energy, seemed to disappear into the earth effortlessly. Shi smiled, his eyes glinting. "This is the Heavenly Dao Field, my territory," he said. "The spiritual energy here is unmatched. Thanks to the enhancement from low-grade spirit stones and the field's inherent energy, this place rivals the blessed lands of major sects. It's no wonder that a treasure like the thousand-year ginseng is so drawn to it. Raising his hand, Shu summoned a stream of energy that surrounded the boy and gently lifted him out of the ground. "Little friend, I've found you again." As he lowered the boy to the ground, the boy's eyes widened in terror and he wailed, "Immortal!" The spiritual energy that had enveloped the boy dissipated, leaving him gently placed on the ground. The old man, standing tall and composed, bent down, a warm smile on his face. "Do not fear, little one," he said softly. "I mean you no harm." The boy gazed up at him with wide, admiring eyes, his curiosity apparent. As the man reached down to lift him, the boy instinctively grasped his finger. Without hesitation, the old man pulled the boy into his arms, his smile widening. He stroked the boy's small round head gently, marveling at how adorable he was. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. "Little one," he asked, his voice turning warm yet serious, "would you like to take me as your master?" The boy, still nestled in the man's embrace, blinked up at him, confused. "Master," he mumbled. "If you accept me," the old man explained, "you will live safely here on this mountain, free from harm. I'll teach you the ways of immortal cultivation, and you'll walk the path of the immortals." A sense of wonder filled the boy's eyes as he absorbed the offer. Without much thought, he bowed his head deeply, his voice trembling as he said, "Master." The moment the boy accepted, a system notification appeared before the old man's eyes. "Congratulations on successful choice. Subdued thousand-year ginseng. Rewards received: 6 bottles of longevity pills, heavenly technique, 9 transformations." A satisfied smile spread across his face. "Good disciple," he murmured, patting the boy's head affectionately. He cradled the boy gently in his arms, the moment feeling strangely perfect. "As a thousand-year ginseng who has taken human form," the old man continued, "I will name you Ling Shenz." The boy's face lit up with joy. "Ling Shenz," he repeated, delighted by his new name. "I'm so happy," the boy exclaimed, laughing with pure joy. The old man, his heart warmed by the child's happiness, said, "To welcome you properly, I'll give you a gift." He carefully passed a scroll to the boy. "This is the manual for Heavenly 9 Transformations, a top-tier 3rd-grade technique. With this, you will grow stronger." The boy's face brightened with curiosity. "Heavenly 9 transformations?" he asked, confused. The old man placed his hand on the boy's forehead, transmitting the technique through his mind. "Focus and relax," he said softly. The boy's previously empty mind suddenly felt illuminated. The moment the technique settled in, the boy's eyes widened in amazement. "Wow!" he exclaimed, astounded by the new knowledge. "Do you feel it?" the old man asked gently. The boy nodded eagerly. "Yes, it's there." "Good," the old man praised. "Now you must continue to work hard and cultivate." As the days passed, the old man patiently taught the boy, guiding him through the basics and more. One day, while they were working on a character, a familiar voice broke the silence. "Who? Why have you come?" the old man called out, turning to see Xiao, his niece, stepping into the room. Her face was tinged with sadness, and there was a resolve in her eyes. "Patriarch," Xiao said, bowing her head respectfully, "I've come to say goodbye. I want to go on a journey, to seek opportunities of my own. Only by wandering can I truly find my path." The old man paused, surprised by her words. "You wish to leave?" he murmured, pondering her decision. Just then, a system notification appeared, detected that Xiao H has chosen to travel and experience the world. Initiating choice. The old man frowned, unsure of what to do next. He turned to the system, considering the 2 options presented. First choice, refuse and personally teach Xiao. Reward, top-tier 4th-grade magical treasure. Second choice, agree to let Xiao go on her journey. Reward, top-tier 3rd-grade magical treasure. After a brief moment of thought, the old man chose the second option. Xiao looked up, sensing her uncle's decision. "Patriarch," she said, her voice filled with determination, "I will find my own way." The old man smiled gently. "A jade cannot shine without being polished. Go, but remember, the Xia family will always be your greatest support." Tears welled in Xiao's eyes, touched by his words. "Thank you, Patriarch," she whispered, bowing deeply. The system chimed once more. "Congratulations, host. You have agreed to let Xiao go on her journey. Reward received: Azure Dragon Sword, top-tier 3rd-grade magical treasure." The old man's heart was heavy as he handed Xiao a sword. This is the Azure Dragon Sword, a treasure for self-defense. Take it with you on your journey. Xiao accepted the sword, her hands trembling slightly. Thank you, Patriarch. Go, but be careful. Think before you act, the old man urged, watching as his niece left. She turned to bid him farewell once more. I will not disappoint you, she promised. After watching Xiao leave, the old man let out a sigh, his eyes following her as she disappeared into the distance. The path ahead was uncertain, but she was determined to walk it. Months passed. One quiet afternoon, the old man sat in the courtyard, meditating when a sudden notification broke his concentration. He opened his eyes in surprise. Your nephew, Xiao, has had an unexpected encounter with a master, receiving guidance. As a result, his cultivation has increased dramatically. The old man's heart raced. Increased dramatically, he thought. How could this be? He opened the system panel, his eyes scanning Xiao's updated status, cultivation level, foundation establishment, 3rd layer, talent, supreme grade spirit root, special destiny, flame emperor. Already at the 3rd layer of foundation establishment, the old man muttered, astounded. Who helped him progress so quickly? He looked up at the sky, his heart filled with awe and wonder. It's just like using a cheat code, he whispered to himself, a knowing smile tugging at his lips. Hu was deep within a secluded cave, completely immersed in his cultivation. In his hand he held a ring that emitted a soft glow filled with soul power, catching his attention and halting his practice. His curiosity piqued, he listened as a voice emanated from within the ring. Little one, as long as you continue to feed me your spiritual energy, I will guide you to greater strength. However, if you accept me as your master, I will teach you everything I know, the voice said. Confused but intrigued, Hu carefully removed the ring and held it in his palm, contemplating the offer. After a moment, he knelt, clasping his hands in respect, and spoke, Master. A hearty laugh resonated from the ring. Good, my obedient disciple, the voice responded. With the discipleship ceremony complete, Hu placed the ring back on his finger, and soon the memories of his master's cultivation techniques flooded his mind. Settling into a meditative stance, he resumed his cultivation, fully focused. The years passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 5 years had gone by. Hu finally emerged from his seclusion, ready to continue his training. Meanwhile, on the other side, Xiaoyin's cultivation was advancing steadily, the system notifying him of his increasing strength. 5 years passed, and at the Qingan sect on E. Mount Qingan, a mysterious figure fully cloaked in robes, was engaged in deep cultivation on a stone platform. This person was none other than Li Qingshan, the sect leader. His face twisted in concentration as powerful streams of spiritual energy began to swirl around the peak of the mountain. The energy converged and flowed directly into him, creating a surge that sent shockwaves throughout the sect. His disciples watched in awe as jade-green clouds began to gather, enveloping the entire mountain, signaling the arrival of a cloud tribulation. Li Qingshan was about to break through to the golden core stage. The disciples, filled with excitement and anticipation, quickly notified everyone to evacuate the area. As the tribulation continued, Li Qingshan hovered in the air, an expression of smug satisfaction on his face. He was about to ascend to a higher level of power. The sky darkened, and he floated gracefully, no longer needing the aid of flying swords as he had during his foundation establishment stage. Finally, I've reached the first level of golden core, Li Qingshan thought to himself, his breath quickening as the spiritual energy of heaven and earth poured into his body. With a triumphant grin, he descended slowly, now able to fly freely without assistance. He made his way to the training grounds, where the disciples eagerly awaited his arrival. They rushed forward to congratulate him, and Li Qingshan smiled, proud of his achievement. Congratulations, Master, his disciple Lanun said, stepping forward. Li Qingshan nodded. Yuner, I heard you recently went to the Xia family to break off the engagement, he remarked. The mention of this brought Yuner into a moment of deep reflection. She remembered Xiao, the handsome, refined young man who once seemed like a good match. But now, looking back, the gap between their worlds felt insurmountable. Master, you're right. I had an appointment with that mortal, Xiao, in 15 years, but he is far beneath us. I'll make him realize that a humble bird can never soar as high as the sky, Yuner responded, her tone firm with conviction. The sect leader nodded approvingly. Your character is admirable. Meanwhile, behind the Xia family mountain, Xia Chen was deep in meditation. The system alerted him of a new development. His descendants had reached a milestone of 1,000 people. A notification appeared, informing him that he had earned a reward, a Jinung seedling. Excited, Xia Chen called out to his disciple Ling Shenzi. "Come here quickly." Ling Shenzi appeared in an instant, eagerly entering the room. Xia Chen handed him the Jinang seedling and instructed, "Plant it in the courtyard." Ling Shenzi nodded, accepting the task. As he planted the seedling, Xiaoan observed his disciple's progress. "You've done well," Xiaoan thought, watching the young cultivator with pride. Afterward, Xiaoan sat down to meditate, lost in thought. He checked the status of the Xia family using the system interface, pleased by the prosperity of his lineage. However, a sudden realization struck him. He hadn't grown a beard in quite some time. Looking over, he saw that Ling Shenzi was finishing up with the seedling. Xiaoan smiled to himself, deciding it was time to return to his room and resume his own cultivation. As he settled into his room, the system chimed once again, informing him that the long-awaited 15-year appointment with Xiao had arrived. A selection prompt appeared, requiring him to make a decision. Xiaoan sat in silence for a moment, contemplating his options. The notification flashed before him, and Xiaoan paused, reflecting inwardly. Time had indeed flown by. 15 years had passed in the blink of an eye. Without the support of the system, he mused, he would probably be long gone. The vastness of the world and the mere gift of life, he couldn't help but appreciate it. With a deep sigh, the system presented him with two choices. The first option was to intervene decisively and assist Xia Huo in winning the battle, with the reward being the powerful 9 Transformations Fire Fist, a magical treasure of the highest caliber. The second was to trust in Xia Huo's growth, believing that his strength had surged enough to handle the situation on his own. By choosing the second option, Xiaoan would receive the sword summoning divine ability. After pondering for a moment, Xiaoan made his decision. He chose the second option. As the system confirmed his choice, he felt a sense of peace. Xia Huo had grown immensely, and now it was time to trust his progress. Meanwhile, in the vast training ground of the Qinggan Sect, a crowd gathered to witness the duel. Xia Huo stood confidently to one side, while Nan Yun stood across from him on the elevated viewing platform. The atmosphere was tense as Nan Yun watched Xia Huo with disdain. With a sneer, Nan Yun finally spoke, her voice dripping with sarcasm. "Xia Huo, a weakling like you, with such a mediocre background, shouldn't even be standing here. How dare you dream of challenging us?" Drawing her sword with a swift motion, she assumed a battle stance. "Today, you will pay for your audacity with your life!" She lunged at him, her sword flashing with deadly intent. Xia Huo met her strike with ease, his sword raised in a calm and controlled manner. The force of her attack was easily deflected, and Nan Yun, sensing his growing power, stumbled back in shock. His cultivation had advanced to the 6th layer of foundation establishment. Xia Huo's calm voice cut through the tension. "So, the Qinggan Sect harbors such weaklings, with so much mediocrity." He raised his sword, summoning a surge of spiritual energy. The blade pulsed with power, transforming into a colossal blue dragon that coiled in the air, radiating immense energy. Nan Yun's eyes widened in shock. Desperately, Nan Yun lifted her own sword, calling upon her wind-tearing sword technique. A blast of red spiritual energy shot toward the dragon, colliding with it in a violent explosion. Dust and debris filled the air. When the smoke cleared, Xia Huo stood, unscathed, while Nan Yun was on her knees, visibly defeated, with a cold look. Xia Huo held out the retirement letter in his hand. "You've lost," he said, his voice laced with superiority. Nan Yun trembled, hugging herself in fear. "Please don't kill me," she pleaded, her heart racing. This was the first time she had ever felt such terror. Nan Yun staggered to her feet, tears welling up in her eyes. Watching Xia Huo turn and walk away, she couldn't help but wonder what kind of trials he had endured. It was clear that his journey had been far more difficult than hers as a junior sect leader. Her tears fell, though she wasn't sure if they were born from regret or humiliation. The elders of the Qinggan Sect approached Xia Huo, their expressions hardening. One of them, an elder with a hidden weapon, stepped forward, speaking in anger. "Boy, you've humiliated our junior sect leader. You can't just leave like this," another elder chimed in. "If word gets out, the Qinggan Sect will lose all face. We won't be able to stand in this world any longer." Xia Huo's expression remained calm as he looked at them, a smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. "Is that so? I had no intention of killing anyone, but it seems you're forcing my hand." His sword was already in motion, and he drew it with a decisive movement. The elders surrounding him tensed, preparing for a confrontation. The highest-ranking elder, a towering figure at the 9th layer of foundation establishment, was the first to react. The others, all at the 6th layer or higher, closed in on Xia Huo. but he was already exhausted from the earlier battle, and his spiritual energy was depleted. Despite this, he stood resolutely, ready to face them. Just as the situation became dire, the ring on his hand began to glow with a sudden surge of spiritual power. Xia Huo's cultivation began to rise rapidly, pushing him closer to the golden core stage. With newfound strength, he swung his sword, sending several of the elders flying back. One of the elders, shocked by the sudden surge in his power, stammered, "What's happening? His cultivation? How did it increase so quickly?" Another elder muttered, "Don't worry, this surge in power has side effects. He can't keep this up for long." They quickly realized that Xia Huo's newfound strength was not his own. It was a result of support from his mysterious master. His sword technique, now enhanced by his master's guidance, became even more formidable. The flying dragon's claws lashed out, striking down the surrounding elders with deadly precision. Yet, despite his strength, Xia Huo felt a deep weariness in his body. The strain from using the flying dragon 9 swords had drained his energy, leaving him physically exhausted. His dantian felt empty, and he knew he had to act quickly. He glanced around, sensing an opportunity to escape. But before he could make his move, an overwhelming pressure descended upon him. It was the presence of a golden core cultivator, someone of unimaginable power. Xia Huo felt his body seize under the weight of the pressure. Blood poured from his mouth as his spiritual energy was forcibly suppressed. The battle was far from over, and the true test of his strength had only just begun. The weight of the situation came from none other than the sect leader of the Qinglan sect, who floated high above, his gaze cold and unyielding. "The Qinglan sect will not be humiliated like this," he declared. His words were sharp, echoing through the air as he looked down upon Xiaohu, who was still trying to escape. "Kneel and admit your guilt. If you do, perhaps you can still live." Blood dripped from Xiaohu's mouth as he half knelt, his body trembling. With great effort, he wiped the blood from his lips and, looking up at his captor, muttered, "So, the 15-year agreement was nothing more than a joke. Whether I win or lose, there's no way I'm leaving here alive today, right?" Wiping the blood from his chin, he steeled himself. "In that case, try to stop me from leaving this mountain." The sect leader sneered, disdain evident in his gaze. "You ignorant fool," he hissed, raising his hand. A wave of spiritual power surged from his palm, growing larger and more menacing as it moved toward Xiaohu. Xiaohu gritted his teeth, steeling himself for impact. Just as the blow was about to land, a voice rang out from the ring on his finger. "Trust your body to me," the voice said. "The Qinglan sect shall not humiliate my disciple. No one can stop you from leaving." A surge of energy filled Xiaowai away. Ho, and his body glowed with a mysterious aura. As the massive hand of the sect leader came down, an explosion of force erupted around Xiaohu, shrouding the area in a thick cloud of dust. The Qinglan sect leader stepped back, startled. "What's this? Does Xiaohu possess this kind of secret technique as well?" he muttered. His divine sense searched for Xiaohu, but he couldn't pinpoint his location. Frustrated, the sect leader barked orders to his disciples. "Prepare 2 elders. Head to the Xiao family on Qing'an Mountain. Exterminate every last one of them." The elders nodded and quickly set off toward the Xiao family, determined to carry out their sect leader's command. Meanwhile, in a small cave hidden away in the mountains, Xiaohu was tending to his wounds. He closed his eyes and silently called out to his master, hoping for guidance. Days passed, and on the back mountain of the Xiao family, dark clouds gathered. Bolts of lightning crackled in the air, signaling the beginning of the lightning tribulation. Xiao En, who had reached the 9th layer of the golden core stage, stood with a solemn expression. Today was the day he would ascend to the Nent Soul realm. With focused determination, he channeled his spiritual power, a surge of energy enveloping him as he prepared for the storm. The descendants of the Xiao family, watching from a distance, reminded each other to keep away from the back mountain. "Do not approach the area. Stay clear," they urged. Xiao En stood firm as the lightning struck again and again, each bolt seeming more powerful than the last. His body shimmered with energy, and his resolve never wavered. After what seemed like an eternity, Xiao En smiled, unshaken by the storm. Then, with a final deafening crash, the storm cleared. The sky was bright again, and the clouds dispersed. An elder, his hair white with age, observed the scene and commented, "It was just a powerful thunderstorm. Everyone can return now." The patriarch, still watching the sky, remained silent. Xiao En's body now glowed with a radiant light as he slowly descended, his feet touching the ground with grace. A small spirit floated before his chest, seated in meditation. Ling Enzi, his concerned disciple, approached cautiously. "Master, are you all right?" Xiaowen turned to him, a gentle smile playing on his lips. "It's fine. The Nent Soul Tribulation isn't as terrifying as it seems." Ling and Z stepped closer, his eyes filled with admiration. "Congratulations, Master. You've entered the Nent Soul stage. Your martial path is flourishing, and the lightning tribulation has no effect on you now." Xiaowen nodded, his heart swelling with pride at his disciple's words. His journey to the Nent Soul realm had just begun, but he was ready for whatever came next. Both master and disciple returned to their room, focusing on cultivation. Xiaowen, seated in front of the system display, glanced over the information presented to him. Host, Qiao Chan, age 125, total cultivation. Progress, soul nurturing, first. Leia, number of descendants 178. Cultivation method, Hongmen Z scripture. Divine ability, sword technique, first class, upper grade. Sword technique, falling sun, third class, upper grade. Spirit root, supreme chaos, spirit root. Elixirs, 4-star longevity pill, 5-star longevity pill. Personal title, Master of Heaven and Earth. Xiaowen took in the information thoughtfully. As a mortal, he had once struggled with the burdens of birth, aging, sickness, and death. Now, with a lifespan of 1,000 years, his perspective had changed drastically. Suddenly, the system's interface flickered, showing new information. Qinggan Sect disciples have entered the Xia family's territory. A decision is required. Xiaowen studied the images that appeared before him, considering the choices carefully. The system presented two options. Option 1, remove the earth above. Directly engage and eliminate them. Reward, 5th grade upper class magical treasure. Option 2, stand by and focus on self-development. Reward, 4th grade middle class magical treasure. Xiaowen's mind churned. He could choose peace and avoid confrontation. But if he allowed the Qinggan Sect to destroy the Xia family, what meaning would life have? The Xia family's legacy could not be erased by outsiders. Without hesitation, Xiaowen made his choice. Option 1. As soon as he did, detailed information about the Qinggan Sect's disciples appeared on the screen. Name, Danan Song. Race, human. Cultivation, foundation establishment, first layer. Role, disciple of Qinggan Sect. Name, El Shan. Race, human. Cultivation, foundation establishment, 8th layer. Role, elder of Qinggan Sect. There were a total of 10 people involved, but the Yara-Zebabish 2 elders were the most formidable, both at the 8th layer of foundation establishment. Xiaowen smiled lightly. These people were nothing more than pawns. With that, Xiaowen disappeared in an instant, leaving Ling Chen Zi standing in the room, marveling at his master's swift progress. It was evening by now, and the moon had risen. Meanwhile, the Qinggan Sect disciples stood near the Xia family grounds. One of them spoke up with pride. The sect leader has ordered the complete destruction of the Xia family, young and old. This is to prevent any future threats once Xia Huan returns. We strike immediately upon getting within 100 meters. Behind them, a disciple praised the strategy. The 2 elders are brilliant. Their plan is flawless. The elders, listening to the praise, couldn't help but smirk. But their satisfaction was short-lived. Suddenly, Xiaowen appeared behind them, like a shadow in the night. The Qinggan Sect claims righteousness, yet I see your actions for what they truly are. Treacherous and vicious, he said calmly. The disciples froze in shock. Who was this person? Before they could react, Xiaowen's voice rang out coldly. If that's the case, then I can't allow you to live. The Qinggan Sect members quickly drew their swords. One of them shouted defiantly, "Who are you to speak like this? Our master is at the Golden Core stage. Are you not afraid your words will be your undoing?" At that moment, the 2 elders signaled their disciples to attack, their swords thrusting toward Xiaowen. They sneered, confident in their victory. Xiaowen, however, merely smirked. "Where does your confidence come from?" he mused aloud. With a swift gesture, he used his technique to turn their swords back on them. The elders were stunned, unable to comprehend what was happening. "What's going on?" one of them gasped. "Where are these swords coming from? Could the Xia family have set up an ambush?" Panic began to spread. "Look above!" one of the disciples shouted. The elders looked up, and their faces drained of color. A circle of swords, glowing with spiritual energy, hung suspended in the air above them. Xiaowen remained composed. "The sword comes for you," he intoned. Realizing the danger, the 2 elders shouted in panic, "Run! We must report to the sect leader. Destroying the Xia family is impossible. This person is beyond our reach." As the disciples scattered in fear, Xiaowen raised his hand, sending a surge of power into the air. One by one, the swords descended upon the Chingan Sect members, swiftly eliminating them. A notification from the system appeared. Congratulations, host. You have received a reward. Superior grade magical treasure, 5-element Chingan sword. A golden sword materialized before Xiaoan, who marveled at it. Not bad, he murmured. With this sword, I no longer need to rely on spirit swords. He then gathered his energy and, like a breeze, soared into the sky. Days passed, and on a dark night, the sect leader of the Chingan sect, Li Chingan, sat in the grand hall, fuming. "Who dares to kill the elders of our sect?" he roared, slamming his fist onto the chair. "The Xia family is no ordinary opponent. This person who wiped out my disciples, I must see them for myself." His voice rang out with anger, and the disciples around him remained silent, their faces pale with fear. Li Qinggan's eyes narrowed as he plotted his next move. This mysterious individual must be dealt with. I will go to the Xia family myself and uncover who they truly are. In the Xia family estate, a faint stream of smoke drifted from an ornate incense burner at the center of the room. Seated in silent meditation was Xiao Chen, his mind immersed in cultivation. Thanks to the powerful effect of his current practice, his progress had accelerated dramatically. Hovering above him was a miniature projection of himself, encircled by rippling spiritual energy. With a thought, he summoned his system interface to inspect his personal stats. Host, Xiao Chen age, 125 out of 1500. Cultivation level, Nent Soul, first layer descendants, 1278 cultivation. Method, Hong Zuchi Sutra Divine Ability, rare language, superior grade. Level 1, sword techniques, Falling Sun, superior grade, 3rd level. Sword Coming, superior grade, 3rd level. Magical tools, 3-cornered Chanun pouch, superior grade. 5-element Chingan sword, superior grade. Spirit root, supreme chaos. Spirit root pills, Xian pill, 4 stars. Longevity pill, 5 stars. Supreme Judon, 1 star. Special ability, probing the personal information of all living things and heavenly bodies. Looking over the detailed report, Xiao Chen nodded, thoughtfully. With such an extensive lifespan and a flourishing bloodline, the Xia family would be able to thrive for generations. His mini projection floated out of the house, taking in scenes of daily life, weddings, newborns learning to walk, children growing up. He watched with quiet joy, content with the current prosperity of his family. But suddenly, an unfamiliar aura broke his peaceful thoughts. "A golden core cultivator has entered the area," he muttered. At once, the system scanned the surroundings and produced a detailed profile of the intruder. Name, Li Qing Shan race. Human cultivation, golden core, 1st layer spirit root. Talent, 4th grade. Special status, sect leader of the Chingan sect. Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes. So it's Li Qing Shan himself, a golden core cultivator appearing. Here uninvited is a serious threat. If he goes on a rampage, the Xia family could be devastated. His gaze sharpened. But I've already surpassed the golden core realm. I've stepped into Nent Soul. A threat like him must be eliminated. Only the dead pose no danger. Elsewhere, along a dimly lit road where the lamps had just begun to glow, Li Qingshan was surveying his surroundings. This Xia family estate feels more like a fortified city than a clan house, he mused, impressed. Definitely not simple. Smiling faintly, he added, I'll need to dig a little deeper. The moon now hung high in the sky, stars scattered across its canvas. A voice, carried by spiritual energy, suddenly called out, "Fellow cultivator, how do you find the scenery here in the Xia family estate?" Startled, Li Qingshan halted mid-step. So they've already detected me. Impressive. Trying to stay composed, he clasped his hands and replied with courtesy, "Fellow Taoist, your words flatter me. The Xia estate is rich in spiritual energy, and its surroundings are indeed ideal for cultivation. I must admit I've arrived uninvited, but I hope you will permit me to make amends in person." From within the estate, Xiao Chen observed the man's image through the system. You think I'll fall for such a ploy? If you dare show your face, I'll end you." Still, with a composed expression, Xiao Chen raised a hand and released a pulse of spiritual power. "Since you've come all this way," he said aloud, his voice reaching the intruder, "allow me to host you with top-grade tea. Meet me at the rear mountain behind the Xia estate." Hearing the invitation, Li Qingshan promptly made his way to the appointed location. He landed softly where Xiao Chen was waiting. With a respectful bow, he said, "This one, Mu Yunzi, greets you." Xiao Chen, pouring tea calmly with one hand, answered, "I am Xiao Chen, patriarch of the Xia family. Please, sit." As the tea flowed into the cup, Xiao Chen's tone changed. "You don't need to keep pretending. You won't live long enough for it to matter." Li Qingshan's expression darkened. "So, it's true. It was your family responsible for the event 15 years ago, when my disciple was crippled." His eyes glinted with hatred. "Today, I've come to take your life, old man." The system immediately detected a spike in killing intent from Li Qingshan, but Xiao Chen remained unfazed. Suddenly, Li Qingshan changed his tone and posture, smiling disarmingly. "Brother Xiao, your achievements are truly remarkable. You've built a powerful legacy, a true hero of our time." Behind the facade, though, his unease grew. "I wonder," he continued, "where is your successor now?" As he spoke, the EE system recorded a surge in hostility from Li Qingshan. Xiao Chen chuckled lightly, raising his eyes. "You snake. When I kill you, I'll make sure they give you a performance award in the afterlife." With those words, Xiao Chen crushed the teacup in his hand. Ling Shan stepped forward and spoke with a respectful tone. "Brother Xia, your residence is truly magnificent. If it's not too much, may this junior request a tour?" Xiaowen nodded, unfazed. With a calm air, he led Ling Zhan through the estate. As they approached a large building, Xiaowen gestured toward it. "From the northern region," he explained. "And that sword over there? That's the 5th grade Qingyun sword. It can cut through iron as if it were paper. A rare treasure indeed. Over there, that ox-shaped flower only grows on the left bank of the river. Consuming it can significantly enhance one's cultivation." Laying. Zan's thoughts churned. The Xia family's influence stretches across countless regions. Yet I still can't sense the presence of his disciple. This man is as enigmatic as an abyss. Then Xiaowen glanced at him and said plainly, "I'm just a simple mountain cultivator. I belong to no sect. My strength is nothing impressive, only at the 2nd stage of the Golden Core realm." Laying. Zan's mind raced. "Even if I have to dig up all his ancestors' graves, I'll find out who he really is. And when I do, I'll kill him." Despite Xiaowen's unassuming words, Ling Zan couldn't decide whether to believe him. Still, from what he observed, there was only one cultivator present, Xiaowen. The spirit-devouring worm had vanished, its aura sealed away. All that remained in front of him now resembled a simple white radish. He cast a dark look at Xiaowen. "An old man at Golden Core Stage 2? He dares pretend before me?" He forced a smile, clasped his hands, and said, "It's been an honor to meet the Xia Patriarch today. But I still have other matters to attend to. I won't trouble you further." As he turned to leave, Xiaowen raised a teacup and muttered under his breath, "The Qinglan sect really is all the same." That comment stopped Ling Shan cold. He froze mid-step. Xiaowen's voice rang out clearly. "Safe travels, sect leader." "Lei!" The words landed like a thunderclap in Ling Zan's ears. His identity exposed. Panic surged in his chest. Danger loomed. Xiaowen didn't wait. In one fluid motion, he summoned his sword, channeling spiritual power into a flying strike. Ling Zhan felt the pressure of nascent soul cultivation barreling toward him. He didn't even turn around before the attack landed. The blades, moving at Xiaowen's silent command, pierced through Liang Zan's body with precision. Liang Zan's eyes widened in shock. I came here to ambush him, and he ambushed me instead. Xiaowen remained composed, as if nothing had happened. One strike, swift and merciless, was all he needed. Using his divine sense, Xiaowen scanned what remained of Liang Zan. It was clear. The man was gone. No life essence, no soul trace. But then something flickered in the air where Liang Zan had stood. Xiaowen narrowed his eyes. What is this? The system in his mind responded. Fragment detected. Soul remnant from a local elder of the Dark Soul Palace. Identity, Wangi. Dark Soul Palace? Wangi? Never heard of them. But if he's the one pulling the strings behind Liang Zan, then he needs to die too. The soul fragment began to vibrate and speak. Who are you? How dare you kill a servant of the Dark Soul Palace? Xiaowen smirked and tilted his head slightly. You want to know who I am? He raised his sword and said coldly, I'm your father. Then, with one sharp swing, he cleaved the soul remnant in half. The system chimed, resentment from Wangi Panwan. Far away, in the deepest chamber of the Dark Soul Palace, Wangi's eyes snapped open. A wave of pain crashed over him, and he coughed up blood. Clutching his chest, he fumbled through his robes, retrieved 2 pills, and swallowed them. Dare to destroy my soul fragment? He seethed. I'll skin you alive, rip out your bones, grind you into dust. I'll torment your soul in fire, day and night, until you scream for death that won't come. I'll make your entire bloodline suffer. But after a pause, he clenched his fists and muttered, No, not yet. The sect leader's grand plan is still in motion. I'll endure this, for now. Days later, whispers filled the halls of the Qinglan sect. Have you heard? Sect leader Le Qingzhan has vanished. No trace at all. All the elders, gone too. It's like their entire leadership was wiped out overnight. The remaining disciples were gripped by fear and confusion. Only, Nalanyun sat quietly, sorrowful. She clutched a slip of paper in her hand, her heart aching. He went to the Xia family, to confront Xia Hu. Tears welled in her eyes. There's no medicine for regret, she whispered. Her gaze stretched into the distance, her hair now, stark white from grief. All her convictions were crumbling. The Qinglan sect had made many enemies in its arrogance. Now their foundation was gone. As the chaos spread, some disciples began hoarding valuables and making up excuses to flee the sect. Those who remained were inexperienced, without loyalty or ability. The collapse was inevitable. Soon after, Qinglan sect formally announced its dissolution. Meanwhile, in a lively inn, rumors flew. I heard their sect leader just advanced to the Golden Core stage. Doesn't matter, someone else chimed in. Clearly they offended the wrong person. Another man added, Qinglan sect ruled this region for over 1,000 years. Whoever crushed them must be terrifying. Back on Xia Mountain, Xia Yi struggled up the steps with his cane, wheezing from the climb. Suddenly, a burst of spiritual energy surrounded him. Father's teleportation is amazing, he mumbled, blinking in awe. Xiaowen appeared beside him and asked gently, Why have you come? Still catching his breath, Xia Yi stammered, Father, the Qinglan sect, it's gone. Xiaowen gave a faint nod. Yes, that was my doing. Xia. Yi nearly choked on his tea. You destroyed an entire sect, so casually. Seeing his son's astonishment, Xiaowen just smiled softly. Without saying another word, Xiaowen turned to his son and said firmly, Gather all Xiao family members with spiritual roots and bring them here. Linqi will instruct them in the ways of cultivation. Xiai gave a respectful nod. Yes, father. I'll see to it right away. Xiaowen waved his hand, signaling him to leave. Go now. I must return to my cultivation. Xiai bowed deeply, hands clasped in reverence. As he left, he thought, I'll need to act fast and carry out Father's will immediately. Hundreds of miles from Qing'an Mountain, Xia Huo was seated, tending to his wounds. After a month of careful healing using various medicinal pills, most of his injuries had mended. Once I'm fully recovered, I'll head to Qing'an Mountain and look into what happened to the Qing'an sect, he thought. As he descended the mountain, he asked travelers along the road for news. One of them stopped and said, Qing'an sect? It's gone. Disbanded some time ago. No one knows who was responsible. Xia Huo froze, stunned by the news. All this happened while I was recovering? His expression turned cold. At least, it's vengeance served, he murmured. He raised his ring and asked, Master, where to now? His master replied, Our next destination is Tianqing Tower. Xia Huo considered it for a moment, then nodded. He remembered the stories passed down to him. His master had founded Tianqing Tower personally, far beyond the strength and prestige of Qinglan sect. Years passed at the Xiao estate. Suddenly, a system notification echoed in Xiaowen's mind. Descendant count has reached 2,000. Reward, top-grade magical treasure, cloud-chasing boots. Xiaowen opened his eyes, surprised. He hadn't expected the family to grow so large so quickly. A pair of sleek, light gray boots shimmered into view, pulsing with spiritual energy. He reached out and took the cloud-chasing boots, slipping them on. The moment he did, they vanished, seamlessly melding with his form. Without delay, he tested their power. His movement speed doubled instantly. 5 years later, the entire Qing'an Mountain was under Xiao control. Even Louis City had become part of the family's domain. High above the ground, Xiaochen hovered, scanning the land below. Rumors had spread of a mysterious powerhouse backing the Xiao family. Thanks to Linqi's incredible teachings, many with spiritual roots in the family had taken up cultivation. Their numbers swelled, their power grew. The Xiao family was now a formidable regional force. Raising his hand, Xiaowen opened his system panel. Family unity brings prosperity, he declared, then checked his personal stats. Name, Xiaochen age, 130 of 1800. Cultivation, Nascent Soul Realm. Level 2 descendants, Tudor 8 cultivation method, Dream Crimson Chest. Scripture Divine Skill, HSE Sword Technique Top Grade Artifacts, Falling Sun Sword, Level 1, Universe Expanding Treasure, Level 3, Qing'an Building Treasure, Level 5, Cloud Chasing Boots. Level 4, Spiritual Root, Supreme Chaos. Root, Elixirs. Owned, Youth Preserving Pill, 4-star. Longevity Pill, 5-star, Nascent Soul Pill, Supreme Grade. 1-star Special Ability, Personal Info Probe, Downfield Heaven and Earth. He rubbed his chin and smiled. Living this long, truly a blessing. Curious, he decided to check on Xia Huo as well. Name, Huo Race, Human Cultivation Method, Divine Flying Dragon. 9 sword skills, World-Class Sword Control, Alchemy Magical Treasure, Azure Dragon Sword Cultivation, Golden Core Stage, 2 Talent, Supreme. Grade Spiritual Root Identity, Master of Qing'an Tower Destiny Trait, Flame Emperor's Fate. Reading it, Xiaowen let out a hearty laugh. Golden Core already, and now the Master of Tianqing Tower, truly outstanding. A worthy descendant of our family. Then he turned his gaze toward his eldest son. Xiai had recently broken through to the qi condensation stage. Xiaowen released his divine sense across the estate and quickly located Xiai, who leaned on a cane for support. With a thought, he enveloped his son in spiritual energy and brought him to his side. Xiai arrived, stepping forward respectfully. Father, did you call for me? Xiaowen looked him over. Name, Ji Li Race, Human Cultivation, Qi Condensation Stage, one talent, first-grade spirit root. He smiled. So, you've taken your first step on the path, and your health has improved as well. He placed a firm hand on his son's shoulder. Now that you're a cultivator, come back later. I'll have someone give you a proper manual. Practice diligently. Xiai's voice trembled with emotion. Yes, father. I never imagined I'd live to see this day, let alone begin the path to immortality. Xiaoan nodded and sent him back. Without another word, the 130-year-old man returned to secluded cultivation. A new system notification appeared. An individual with extraordinary luck has entered your range. Selection initiated option. 1. Acknowledge this fated person and accept them as a disciple. Reward: mid-grade magical treasure, level 5. Option 2. Ignore the person due to potential danger. Reward: low-grade magical treasure, purple quality. A person with extreme luck? Xiaoan murmured, raising an eyebrow. Haven't seen that one before, he smirked. The reward for a disciple is tempting, but let's not rush. He extended his divine sense again, this time using his primordial spirit to search the entire Qingyun mountain. Suddenly he sensed a boy with a dirt-covered face and tattered clothes. Without hesitation, he summoned the child to his side, startling the boy as he appeared before the great patriarch. The young man looked around, disoriented. Where am I? A calm voice answered from behind him. Young one, don't be afraid. This old man means you no harm. Startled, the young man turned around and asked, Who are you? The elder stepped forward and replied with a gentle smile, I am Xia'an, the ancestor of the Xian family. I've been observing you for a while. Your bone structure is exceptional, truly the physique of a cultivation prodigy. Would you like to become my disciple? The young man hesitated, still confused. Become a disciple? What's in it for me if I do? Xian let out a hearty laugh. Benefits? You'll have no shortage of them. I'll personally guide you on the path of immortal cultivation toward the dream of eternal life. The young man's eyes widened. I'm not sure I fully understand that last part, but becoming an immortal sounds amazing. Without hesitation, he dropped to his knees. Greetings, Master. Just then, a system notification appeared. Congratulations. Host has received a mid-grade 5th-level magical treasure, Mystic Dragon Armor. Xian sat cross-legged, pleased. Good. Very good. Disciple, what is your name? The young man lowered his head. I don't have one. Then from now on I'll call you Sui. How does that sound? Thank you, Master, Sui said gratefully. Another system notification flashed. Name, Shuqi. Race, human. Cultivation, none. Identity, great fortune bearer. Spirit. Root, 8th grade. Xian smiled with satisfaction. An 8th grade spirit root, truly someone blessed by fate. He then called out, Ling Qi! Ling Qi appeared immediately, bowing. Yes, Master? I leave Suier's cultivation training to you, Xian said. Understood. I will obey, Ling Qi replied, bowing once more. Meanwhile, in the gloomy halls of the Dark Soul Palace, a man robed entirely in black hovered mid-air, red spiritual energy swirling around his body. Below him, rows of kneeling disciples shouted in unison, Congratulations, Palace Master, on breaking through to the Yuanying stage. The Palace Master gazed at the sky, muttering, Heaven favors the Dark Soul Palace. He took out a spirit pill, swallowed it, and stabilized his cultivation post-tribulation. Now that I've stepped into the Yuanying realm, it's time for the Ming Kingdom to change hands. The disciples below echoed fervently, Palace Master, your wisdom is unmatched. We will follow you to the end. May heaven protect the Dark Soul Palace. For your cause, we would walk through fire and water. We shall eradicate all sects in the He. Ming Kingdom! Raising his hand, the Palace Master commanded, Summon every disciple. Alert our spies. Move out. Destroy every force in the Ming Kingdom. We obey. they shouted. Just then, a man stepped forward cautiously, reporting, "Palace Master, the Tiansheng Tower seems to be showing signs of revival." The Palace Master sneered, "They're like headless flies. It would take no effort to wipe them out." The subordinate swallowed nervously. Yes, wise Palace Master. This subordinate was overthinking. Without another word, the Palace Master floated away into the distance. 5 days later, Xian stood in the Xian family courtyard, gazing at the sky. It had been 5 days since the Dark Soul Palace began their campaign of destruction across the Ming Kingdom. In that time, Xian's cultivation had reached the 6th level of the Yuanying stage. The Xian family resided atop Mount Qing'an, a relatively peaceful place within the Ming Kingdom. There were no powerful sects nearby. The only notable one, the Qing'an sect, had been destroyed long ago. As a result, they had avoided direct confrontation with the Dark Soul Palace for now. Walking across the courtyard, Xian observed Jianzi leading the younger Xian family members in their cultivation. Many had already reached the foundation establishment stage. He stepped forward, produced a few spiritual treasures and said, "Well, done on your progress. These pills are your rewards." The descendants received the pills with joy. "Thank you, great ancestor." Xian smiled warmly. He looked over their spirit roots, pleased. These children were the future strength of the Xian family. Just then Shay approached. "Father," he said, respectfully clasping his hands, "I have something to report." Shay had now reached the 4th stage of qi refining. Xian handed him a cup of tea. "No need to rush. Drink some hot tea first." Shay nodded, drank quickly, then continued. 5 days ago, the Dark Soul Palace began attacking. Over a dozen major and minor righteous sects in the Ming Kingdom have already been wiped out. The remaining righteous sects have united to stand against them. Xian looked down at his tea. The Dark Soul Palace again. Last time they targeted Licking and tried to kill Xiao. Now another wave of destruction against the righteous sects. These demonic cults never know when to stop. He frowned and instructed, "Shay, make sure the inner disciples don't get involved in any of this. They are not to leave Xian territory under any circumstances. The safety of our descendants and the Xian clan must come first." "Yes, Father. I will inform them immediately." Shay bowed and left. Watching his son's back as he departed, Xian's expression turned grim. After hearing Shay's report, he couldn't help but worry about Huo. He feared that Huo might encounter Dark Soul Palace cultivators while traveling. He quickly raised his hand to consult the system. "Grandson, Xiao has successfully broken through to Golden Core Stage 4. Xiaochen read the latest system notification and gave a satisfied nod. "Not bad at all. Reaching Golden Core Stage 4 in just 5 years. That kind of speed was rare. The stronger Huahua became, the safer she would be outside." The system screen continued listing her profile. Name, Xiao Huahua race, human techniques, flying dragon sword technique, sword control, peerless pill refinement, soul-destroying sword, Azure, dragon sword cultivation, Golden Core Stage 4 spirit root quality, grade. 5 special identity, Master of the Qingqing Tower, Destiny, Flame Emperor's fate. Xiao Chen smiled proudly. It was because of the Flame Emperor's fate that Huahua had made such rapid progress. Her spirit root had also upgraded to grade 5, and she'd even mastered a new technique. Another system alert caught his attention. He opened it and read, "Your A. Granddaughter Xiao Huahua has killed 10 cultivators from the Dark Soul Palace. She successfully set a trap and eliminated Elder Shang Ming. Surrounded by members of the Dark Soul Palace, she managed to kill 2 elders and escape unharmed." Xiaochen raised an eyebrow in surprise, then burst into hearty laughter. "Outstanding! Even the elders of the Dark Soul Palace couldn't stop her. She truly carries the blood of the Xiao family." His gaze shifted to the grandchildren training nearby. Huo's progress has far surpassed my expectations, he muttered. A sword becomes sharp only after endless tempering. Plum blossoms bloom their brightest after the coldest winters. Hardship brings growth. Several months later, Chen sat meditating on a large stone when another system alert appeared. Detected. One of your grandchildren is an omnipotent reincarnation. Reward issued, Enlightenment Tea Tree. He stared at the message in awe. A future descendant is an omnipotent reincarnation. He inspected the tree in his hands. It shimmered with spiritual essence. The system noted that it absorbed the energy of heavenly and earthly spirit roots, as well as the essence of the sun and moon. Its effects included calming the soul and boosting one's enlightenment over time. He smiled warmly. Just the name alone suggested it was on par with the ancient Jinnang trees. The potential of this grandchild intrigued him even more. He scanned the system details. Name, Xiaomai race, human spirit root quality, grade 6 cultivation, nascent soul. Integration period special identity, omnipotent reincarnation. Xiaochen's eyes widened. Integration period? That's above nascent soul stage. Concerned, he asked the system, if Xiaomai regains memories from a previous life, will it threaten the Xiao family? The system responded, Dear host, all thoughts, emotions, and loyalties of Xiaomai are deeply tied to the Xiao family. Xiaochen exhaled in relief. That's all I needed to hear. Activating his divine sense, he summoned Chi-Chi. The loyal disciple appeared promptly, bowing. Disciple greets master. What can I help you with? Xiaochen handed him the tea tree. This is the Enlightenment Tea Tree, planted in the courtyard. In the future, everyone can cultivate beneath it. Chi-Chi nodded. I'll do it right. Away. Then vanished with the tree. Meanwhile, at the Xiao family's front courtyard, Xiao Ye was organizing family affairs when his father's voice reached him through divine sense. The Xiao family's descendants are bright and promising. They must be nurtured well. Bring them to the back mountain. Ling Zhenzi will oversee their cultivation. Respectfully, Xiao Ye acknowledged the message. Back at his meditation spot, Xiao Chen rubbed his chin thoughtfully, then sent another divine sense message to Ling Zhenzi. You must pay close attention to training, Xiao Mai. Ling Zhenzi responded, with hands clasped. Yes, master. Another 5 years passed. Now, deep in cultivation, Xiao Chen sat motionless in the courtyard, his aura calm and vast. Suddenly, the spiritual energy around him stirred violently, surging into his body. It gathered so densely that he began to levitate slightly. Looking at his hand, he murmured, After 5 years, I've advanced 3 stages. Now at Yuan Ying. Stage 9. Faster than I anticipated, but acceptable. Under the Enlightenment tea tree nearby, his descendants sat cross-legged in deep meditation. Behind them, in the inner courtyard, the ancient Jinnang tree stood tall, now bearing fruit, shaped like tiny children. Xiao Chen stepped into the outer courtyard. The moment the descendants noticed him, they stood and bowed. Greetings, ancestor. Holding a jade bottle, Xiao Chen smiled. Very good. You've all worked hard. These pills are your reward. He handed the bottle over. These are gifts from the system, and their quality is excellent. For someone like me, at the Yuan Ying stage, they no longer have much effect. But for you, they'll be valuable. The grandchildren received the pills with bright eyes and shouted together, Thank you, ancestor. Just then, Xiao Li ran over hurriedly. Father, urgent news! Xiao Chen raised an eyebrow. What's got you so worked up? Xi hesitated, looking flustered. The Dark Soul Palace. Before he could finish his sentence, Xiaoan had already teleported them both. Everything around Xi went dark for a moment, and the next thing he knew, he was sitting in his father's study. Xiaoan sat calmly nearby and motioned for him to continue. Speak. What's the situation? Xi clasped his hands in front of him respectfully. Father, the Dark Soul Palace has become terrifyingly powerful. Not even the combined might of all the righteous sects can rival them anymore. Xiaowan, who had been holding a teacup, gave him a sidelong glance but said nothing. Xiai continued. Over half of the Ming kingdom has already fallen into their control. They rule with cruelty and violence. Dead bodies line the streets. It's like hell on earth out there. Worst of all, their wave of destruction is heading toward our Qingyun mountain. He stood up, pacing anxiously. Thankfully, a new force, called the Celestial Star Tower, has emerged, opposing the Dark Soul Palace. Their resistance has at least slowed the enemy's advance. Xiaowan held his teacup in thought, worry flickering in his eyes. If Qingyun Mountain is next, we must prepare to relocate. I understand the old saying, as long as the green hills remain, there will always be firewood to burn. The enemy's forces are overwhelming, and we still don't know how strong their leader is. For all the righteous sects to have failed, it's troubling. He turned to Xiai. Do we have any estimate of the Dark Soul Palace leader's cultivation? Xiai responded cautiously. It's not confirmed, but the rumors say he's at the Yuanying stage. Xiaowan frowned. So, Yuanying stage? That's manageable. At least we know the limit of their strength. Very well, I understand the situation now. You're dismissed. Report to me immediately if you encounter any members of the Dark Soul Palace. Yes, father, Xiai said, bowing before leaving the room. Watching his son go, Xiaowan thought to himself, isn't the master of the Celestial Star Tower actually Huo? He summoned the system interface and quickly checked Huo's status. Name: Xiao race. Human cultivation technique: Divine Flying Dragon. 9 sword skills. Sword technique: world class. Pill refining. 1 sword soul destruction magical treasure. Azure Dragon sword cultivation level. Golden core stage 7 spiritual root quality. 5th grade identity. Master of the Celestial Star Tower special. Destiny Flame Emperor's destiny. Xiaowan smiled faintly. Huo has already reached the 7th level of the Golden Core stage. That puts me at ease. His eyes shifted to the system notifications. Your descendant Xia Huo has killed the 4th elder of the Dark Soul Palace, Li Fang. Your descendant Xiao has killed the 6th elder, Kugo. Your descendant Xia Huo has eliminated 36 Dark Soul Palace disciples. Reading the updates, Xiaowan nodded with deep satisfaction. Over the past few years, Huo's battles with the Dark Soul Palace have often made me fear for his safety. He's always one step away from disaster. But these hard-fought victories are worth more than any easy cultivation. They've forged him into steel. This is how a man of the Xia family should grow. He looked down at his own hands. But my cultivation has stagnated at the Yuanying stage. That's not enough anymore. It's time I make my own breakthrough to the Hen stage. With that, Xiaowan made his way to his secluded cultivation cave and called out, Lindsay. Yes, master? Lindsay replied immediately. I'm about to begin a secluded breakthrough to the Hen stage. Unless the Dark Soul Palace directly attacks Qingyun Mountain, do not disturb me. He took his place at the center of the array and began his cultivation, focusing on the Hongmang purple essence scripture. A violet light surrounded him, flowing into his body as spiritual energy surged inward. Eyes closed, he drew in deep breaths, gathering energy into a pale golden aura that swirled around him. He raised his hand and condensed the energy into a powerful sphere. Time passed quickly. Over a year went by. Then one day, dark clouds began to gather above Qingyun Mountain. Behind the peak, thunderclouds rolled in. Lindsay noticed and smiled. Brightly, Master is finally going to break through. He rushed to the disciples in cultivation. Activate the teleportation array. Move everyone at least 100 miles away. We can't risk anyone being hurt by the lightning. In the sky above, Xiaowan floated among the gathering storm clouds. Rain poured down as he looked up calmly. So this is the Hen lightning tribulation. A massive bolt of lightning shot toward him. Xiaowan didn't flinch. With a serious expression, he formed a giant hand of spiritual energy and met the strike head-on. Far off in the distance, his disciples and descendants watched the sky nervously. Lindsay murmured in awe, "Master is truly fearless, standing tall before the power of a tribulation without even blinking." As the lightning cleared, Xiuan looked to the sky once more. "That bolt didn't harm me in the slightest. I won't avoid the rest of this tribulation." He stretched out his arms wide. "From now on, I'll face the lightning directly. Let it temper my flesh and forge me stronger." Then, with a satisfied smile, he welcomed the next strike, his body ready for the storm. Far in the distance, Xia Sha and the others kept their eyes fixed on the lightning striking Xiaoan. He stood tall and unmoved, arms outstretched as if embracing the storm. A serene calm painted his face, strangely at odds with the chaos surrounding him. From above, he cast his gaze downward across the vast expanse of his territory. Lifting a hand, he channeled a stream of spiritual energy into the heavens. "Let's examine the scope of my divine sense," he thought. At the Yuanying stage, one's divine sense could sweep across all of Qingyun Mountain. Now, with the power of the Hen stage, his perception extended more than 10,000 miles, clear, sharp, all-encompassing. The air around him responded to his will. Wind and rain answered his silent commands, the very elements bending to his presence. Xiaoan glanced at the system panel. So this is Hen stage. With mastery over Yuanying, he could now manipulate ambient spiritual energy, summon weather, and tap into the elemental forces of nature. Those who stepped into this stage could wield 1/3 of the Earth's spiritual power. A mischievous smirk curled at the corner of his lips. "This is incredible. I can feel it. True mastery." Just then, a notification chimed in his mind. "Congratulations. Host on advancing to Hen stage. Reward unlocked. Supreme one-finger divine skill." Startled by the system's sudden announcement, Xiaoan blinked. A new ability? He made a mental note to examine it in detail later. In a flash, he vanished from the mountaintop and reappeared within his secluded cultivation chamber deep in the back mountain. He sat cross-legged, back upright, eyes gleaming with anticipation. "Supreme one finger," he murmured, reaching out to touch the projection. The image shimmered oddly, but its description was clear. This divine skill channels the forces of heaven and earth into a single strike. When used, both the body and soul of the target may be destroyed, regardless of distance. Furthermore, it can track and connect with the user's bloodline across space. Xiaoan's eyes widened, and he chuckled. So powerful. It can even locate descendants and function remotely. That means my descendants can also harness Hen stage techniques. Amazing. Meanwhile, back in the back mountain, 100 miles away, Lingyi called out to the others. "The clouds are clearing. Let's head back to the mountain." Back in his quiet chamber, Xiaoan opened his personal system interface. It displayed his status. System: Family Prosperity. Panel host: Xiaoan age: 135 lifespan: 5,000 years. Cultivation stage: Hen stage. Level: 1 descendants. 278 cultivation method. Hongmang purple cheese. Scripture combat. Techniques: 1st grade, sunset sword technique. 3rd grade, superior, sword come. 3rd grade superior, supreme one. Finger magical treasures. 3rd grade superior, Chanun, bell 5th grade. Superior, Qingyu sword 4th grade. Superior, cloud chasing shoes 5th grade. Superior, Xuanlong armor spirit root, chaos, ancestor. Elixirs, 99, stored special abilities. Conceal personal information, create heaven and earth, domain Xiaoan's expression. Lit up as he absorbed the data. A lifespan of 5,000 years. Hen stage really changes everything. I feel completely at ease now. He stood and turned toward the back of the cave. Time to resume closed-door cultivation. I need to solidify this realm. 3 months passed, Deep in the same cave, Xiaoan sat silently, his brow slightly furrowed, a rare trace of worry in his features. With a long sigh, he cast his divine sense across Qingyun Mountain. The images flowed into his mind, descendants training diligently, mothers holding newborns gifted with spirit roots. A faint smile appeared on his lips. Excellent. More spirit root-bearing descendants have come into the world. But suddenly, his smile faded, his brow knit tightly. Something strange had caught his attention. In Xia City, something was amiss. Dark energy stirred the atmosphere as unfamiliar figures emerged, each cloaked in a sinister, demonic aura. Sensing the disturbance, Xiaoan's eyes narrowed sharply. He immediately accessed their details through his spiritual interface. The first intruder was identified. Name, Liui race, Demon Clan cultivation level, Foundation establishment, Stage 6 talent grade, 2nd tier spirit root affiliation, disciple of the Dark Soul Palace. Next came another with a sly, conniving face, MMO, also of demon lineage, Demon Clan cultivation level, Foundation establishment, Stage 4 talent grade, 1st tier spirit route affiliation, Dark Soul Palace. And then a third, his skin deathly pale, his presence cold. Name, Shui race, Demon Clan. Cultivation level, Foundation establishment, Stage 7 talent. Grade, 2nd tier spirit root affiliation, Dark Soul Palace. In total, over 20 disciples from the Dark Soul Palace had infiltrated. Xiaoan clenched his jaw, rage boiling in his veins. The Dark Soul Palace again, he growled. The moment his fury flared, a murderous aura exploded from him, shaking the entire back mountain. Far in the cultivation grounds, Lindsay trembled. Master's anger is terrifying. We could feel the killing intent from here, he said anxiously to the others, his voice barely steady. Now that Master has reached the hen stage, even a breath from him could shatter bones. Meanwhile, deep within a cave on the Xiao family's back mountain, Xiao Chen's eyes burned with fury. To think the Dark Soul Palace dares target our family, he muttered. The thought alone fueled a storm within him. His killing intent surged uncontrollably. With a swift gesture, he summoned vast spiritual power. Using the formidable divine sense of someone at the hen stage, he pinpointed every Dark Soul Palace disciple hiding in their city. In a blink, the demonic invaders stood before him, unwillingly dragged into his presence by sheer force. Xiaochen raised his hand. An enormous spiritual hand formed in the air, descending with terrifying pressure. You wretches, he said coldly. You dare defile our city. The spectral hand slammed down, flesh was torn apart. Blood dyed the earth crimson. Die, Xiaochen spat with deadly calm. Over 20 of the intruders were annihilated, their bodies reduced to mist, their souls obliterated without mercy. Yet his divine sense kept scanning. He searched every corner of their territory, ensuring not a single Dark Soul Palace member remained. Once he was certain, he extended his awareness again, this time to summon his eldest son, Shay. Shay arrived quickly, bowing in respect. Father, you summoned me? Xiaoan's gaze was like a blade. Disciples of the Dark Soul Palace managed to enter our city. Shay's expression twisted in shock. What? I had been focused on ensuring no one left without authorization. I failed to consider those entering. His fists clenched. Damn them. I'll rally our people. We'll sweep them out ourselves. But Xiaoan closed his eyes and raised his hand gently. No need, he said with icy finality. They're already dead. Shiai was stunned when he heard the news. Turning to his father, he said, I've long known that you've broken through to the hen stage. Your cultivation and strength far surpass that of the Dark Soul Palace Master. With you as our pillar, the Xia family is truly blessed. Our foundation is now as solid as bronze. Even if the palace master of the Dark Soul Palace came here himself, you could cut him down with a single stroke of your sword. Xiaowen cast a sidelong glance at him, his tone calm but stern. The guiding principle of our family has always been humility, not arrogance. You must learn to temper your emotions. Starting now, increase vigilance over who enters the city. Our core members must heighten their security measures as well. Sha Li respectfully cupped his hands and replied, I understand, Father. Xiaowen gave one final reminder, his voice edged with concern. Make sure this is all done discreetly. Shiai nodded deeply. I accept your orders. I request permission to take my leave. Without waiting for a response, he vanished from the room. Back behind the mountain, in the cultivation chamber, Xiaowen resumed his meditation. I must return to cultivation. If anything urgent arises, come directly to me. From now on, I will scan the entire Qing Mountain region with my divine sense every 3 months. Report to me here at the back mountain once a month. Yes, Father, Shiai responded solemnly. Time passed swiftly, and a year went by. Inside the cultivation chamber, Xiaowen sat cross-legged, deep in concentration. Suddenly, a notification echoed in his mind. System alert. Your descendant Xia Hu is being hunted by the Dark Soul Palace Master. Choice event triggered. Please make your selection. Xiaowen's eyes narrowed as he reviewed the options. Choice 1. The Dark Soul Palace has committed countless atrocities across Ming country. You choose to strike down the Palace Master in the name of justice. Reward. 4th rank, high-grade magical treasure, demon-slaying blade. Choice 2. Despite the Dark Soul Palace's many crimes, you fear retaliation could endanger your family. You choose to do nothing. Reward. 3rd rank, high-grade magical treasure. Xiaowen scowled. The old demon again. Just last year, his disciples infiltrated our city. He's already crossed the line. And now Hu is being hunted down by that madman. He slowly raised his hand, a faint smile playing on his lips. A perfect opportunity to test the heaven-piercing strike. Without hesitation, he chose the first option. System alert. Congratulations. Host has received a 4th rank high-grade magical treasure, demon-slaying blade. Far away in the capital of Ming country, a golden dragon-shaped spiritual force clashed in mid-air against a dark purple energy. The sky trembled as the two energies collided, shaking the heavens. The golden energy, fierce and radiant, belonged to Xia Hu. Injured and bloodied, Xia Hu fell from the sky. Master, is there any way to remove this pursuit talisman? He asked, his voice strained, teeth clenched against the pain. He recalled the rise of his celestial star tower, once the pinnacle of righteous sects in all of Ming country. He had planned to rally them all for a decisive strike against the Dark Soul Palace. But just as he was preparing to infiltrate their headquarters, an ominous force locked onto him, a terrifying divine presence. In that dreadful moment inside the palace, a sinister voice echoed. Xia Hu, heaven has a door, yet you do not enter. Hell has no door, yet you insist on forcing your way in. A chilling wave of murderous intent surged through the air. Divine sense from the old demon palace master. His voice echoed in Xiao's mind like a curse. I've placed a pursuit talisman on you. Even if you sprout wings, you won't escape me. Xiao's expression tightened as the ominous words struck him. This is bad, really bad. Without hesitation, he leapt into the sky, riding his sword's flight path to flee the looming threat. But from the ground below, tendrils of dark violet spiritual energy twisted upward, clawing at him with relentless force. They closed in, forcing him to weave through the air in a panic. I've been keeping a safe distance so far, Xiao thought. But this old demon's mastery over long-range techniques is monstrous. He's forcing me into a corner, again. Then, As if summoned by fate, the ring on Xiao's hand glowed faintly, and a calm voice sounded from within. "Disciple, the pursuit talisman isn't permanent. It should dissipate in about an hour." Gritting his teeth, Xiao pressed forward, pushing his limits. "All right," he told himself. "Just survive. I just need to last an hour. No mistakes, no slips. The one chasing me is no ordinary foe. He's the Palace Master of the Dark Soul Palace. A single moment of carelessness, and I'll be dragged straight to the underworld." Behind him, that swirling purple energy grew heavier. It wasn't just spiritual pressure. It was a voice, calling his name, haunting and cold. Wang Qi, Xiao guessed, his mind flashing to the ruthless elder of the Dark Soul Palace. From the mist of purple energy, a figure in a crimson mask emerged. His voice cut through the air with icy malice. "I once sent several of my disciples to Xiao City. They vanished without a trace. That alone proves someone powerful is hiding there." He stepped closer, spiritual power roiling around him like a storm. "I've been watching, waiting for the right time. Today I'll seize you and settle every grudge, new and old. If there's one regret, it's that I won't get to feast on your flesh and drink your blood myself." With a feral scream, the red-masked figure lunged toward Xiao. Far away, within a dark and ornate hall, the Palace Master of the Dark Soul Palace gazed into a crystal ball. He watched the chase unfold, calm and calculating. "Wang Qi has made his move," he muttered. "Then there's no need for me to act, yet. The life-tracking talisman I placed on Xiao has already locked onto him. He won't escape. A mere golden core cultivator making me fail twice? That would be disgraceful. For someone at the Yuanying level." In the skies, Xiao realized, with sudden clarity, the old demon had pulled back. But Wang Qi remained, pursuing him relentlessly. "Xiao!" Wang Qi's voice howled behind him. "Once I catch you, I'll rip your tendons out, crush your bones, and burn your soul in spirit fire until you're dust." Behind that terrifying mask, his eyes gleamed with twisted pleasure. "Your flesh will be refined into a corpse puppet, my loyal hound for eternity." Xiao, already drained from the earlier pursuit, felt his strength falter. His spirit dimmed. Wang Qi's presence grew stronger, his voice louder. "You can't fight us. The Dark Soul Palace is beyond you. Right now, over 100 of our disciples are hidden within the Xiao family. With a single command from me, Xiao City will become a tomb." Hearing that, Xiao's heart sank. A trace of worry flickered in his eyes. Upon hearing Wang Yi's words, Xiao abruptly stopped in his tracks. He spun around, eyes blazing. "What did you just say?" he growled, his voice sharp with fury. "You dare bring your filthy hands to Xia City, even if it means destroying my golden core. I'll erase this threat from existence." Without hesitation, Xiao unsheathed his sword and launched himself at Wang Yi. Wang Yi, unfazed, gave a cold order to his men. "Everyone, move in, capture Xiao alive, and I'll reward you handsomely." Behind his mask, Wang Yi's thoughts churned. "Truthfully, I'm afraid he'll really destroy his core. If that happens, his body will be ruined, unusable for puppet refinement, a total waste. That's why he insisted on capturing Xiao alive. Besides, he had backup. The Palace Master is just behind me. At the Yuanying stage, he could crush a mere golden core cultivator like Xiao with ease." Rage surged through Xiao as he learned that the Dark Soul Palace had already made a move on his home city. Without hesitation, he began slaughtering Wang Yi's men. He cut down foe after foe, but the numbers were overwhelming. No matter how many he killed, more kept coming, and soon he was encircled. Raising his sword high, Xiao roared, "Old thief! Hand over your dog life!" A fierce spiritual energy burst from his body as his expression turned cold and resolute. Concentrating his spiritual force, Xiao summoned a blue dragon that coiled around his sword before he slashed toward the oncoming horde. Wangi smirked, gripping his own blade. "Perfect timing," he sneered. He responded with his own spiritual force, a grotesquely shaped purple dragon forming from his aura. The two dragons collided mid-air in a violent clash, tearing into one another. The energy surged through the field, sending shockwaves in every direction. As the dust settled, both sides were forced into close combat. Though Xiao's talent was undeniable, he was no match for the overwhelming force. He was thrown back, coughing up blood from the impact. Not bad, Wangi thought, wiping sweat from his brow. I had to sacrifice a mid-grade defensive treasure, a third-grade one no less, to stay on my feet. Didn't expect this much power from him, despite not being visibly injured. Wangi could feel the weight of the battle. We're both golden core cultivators, but the difference between us feels like the distance between heaven and earth, he mused, glancing at Xiao as the latter struggled to take medicinal pills. Then, without a word, Wangi turned and bolted at top speed. Even with the protection of that old demon, he thought. I'm not risking my life by staying. I won't become just another name cut down by Xiao's blade. Spotting the retreat, Xiao's fury reignited. He grabbed his sword and gave chase. "Coward, you're not escaping me!" Wangi shouted to his men. "Block him, quickly!" His subordinates moved to intercept Xiao, buying their master precious time. From a distance, the Dark Soul Palace Master watched with disgust. "Useless trash," he muttered. "Looks like I'll have to get involved myself." With a flick of his clawed hand, he summoned his spiritual energy and directed it toward Xiao's location. The air shifted violently as he activated a teleportation technique. Meanwhile, Xiao continued to fight off the remaining enemies when suddenly, a chilling spiritual pressure descended from above. The battlefield froze. Both sides instinctively looked to the sky. From a swirling red mist stepped the Dark Soul Palace Master. He hovered above the ground, sword in hand, his aura thick with murderous intent. Just a trace of his energy was enough to create an oppressive force that pressed down on everyone present. Raising his sword, he directed a torrent of pressure toward Xiao, attempting to pin him in place. At that moment, Xiao was still fending off the palace's loyal subordinates. Gritting his teeth, he struggled to stay standing, beads of sweat trailing down his brow. The crushing force of the Nent Soul realm bore down on him. One of the attackers jeered. "Ha! With the palace master involved, Xiao's nothing more than a fish waiting to be gutted!" A wave of nausea hit Xiaohu. The sensation was like drowning in a sea of blood. The landscape around him littered with corpses piled high like mountains. The pressure grew unbearable. His breathing grew ragged. This is the strength of the Nent Soul realm, he thought grimly. If I survive this, it'll be by the slimmest margin. The overwhelming force knocked the palace subordinates flat to the ground, but Xiaohu, though pushed to his limit, merely dropped to his knees. He stabbed his sword into the ground to steady himself, surrounded by the slain bodies of his enemies. Blood pooled at his feet. With a weak, bitter smile, he murmured, "Master, it seems the only way I can repay your kindness is in the next life. To restore your body and breathe life back into the celestial star tower." His voice trembled with sorrow as he slid a ring from his finger, the weight of his impending death settling over him like a shroud. Tears welled in his eyes. "Forgive me, Master. I may not be able to keep my promise." In the shadow of the enemy's might, Hu's carefully laid plans crumbled. Just as despair threatened to consume him, the remnant soul of his master manifested before him. A soft glow surrounded the spectral figure. "My disciple, the soul, spoke gently. All that I have learned, I have already passed on to you." The spirit gave a faint, wistful smile. "So today, let me settle this grudge, once and for all." He gazed down at Xiao without emotion, calm and resolute. "Dark." Soul Palace Master's eyes narrowed in surprise. "The medicine spirit master." An old demon stepped forward, eyes gleaming with malevolence. So a piece of your soul escaped that day. No matter, today I'll send both master and disciple to the afterlife. You can walk that path together. His expression twisted into one of wicked satisfaction. That explains it, he thought. That's how Xiao became so well versed in the secrets of the Dark Soul Palace. The remnant soul of the medicine spirit master hovered in the air, his form flickering with faint light. He looked toward the enemy and declared, "Old demon, today I am willing to give up what remains of my soul. If it means saving my disciples' life." His voice trembled with restrained fury. "Otherwise, even if it means our destruction, we will drag you into seclusion for 100 years. Yahello clutched his chest, breathing heavily. "Master," he said, concern in his eyes. He turned to speak but stopped himself, seeing the determined expression on his teacher's face. Just then, a subordinate rushed in to report to the Dark Soul Palace Master. "We must not, let the tiger return to the forest. They remain the greatest threat to our palace." The palace master's expression darkened. With a flick of his brow, he infused his sword with spiritual energy, causing it to blaze like fire. He sneered, "Medicine spirit. You got lucky last time. But now, even if you had wings, you wouldn't escape." With that, he launched his attack. The oppressive force of a soul at the Nent realm descended like a storm. Yahello braced himself, trying to block the incoming strike, but the sheer power overwhelmed him. Blood spurted from his mouth, painting the ground red. His master turned sharply, concern etched in his face. "Disciple, I will use what remains of my soul to protect you. Run." But Xia fell to one knee, still resisting. "Master, I won't run. If we die today, we die together." Without hesitation, he summoned a surge of golden spiritual energy, which shimmered in his palm like a miniature sun. The Dark Soul Palace Master narrowed his eyes. "You still want to resist? Then I'll grant your wish." He hurled another attack at them. Xia stood firm behind his master. As the energy beam surged toward them, he planted his sword deep into the earth. A spiritual domain erupted around him, light bursting from the ground and splitting the very soil beneath their feet. His eyes gleamed with unshakable resolve. He pointed his sword toward the sky and roared, "Then let this be our final stand, soul-destroying sword." The energy beam he unleashed clashed violently with the enemy's spiritual force. The Palace Master's attack was driven back, and even he let out a shocked gasp. A massive column of light exploded upward. As it struck, the swirling mists surrounding them began to thin. Xia staggered and coughed out a mouthful of blood. His master rushed to his side, catching him just before he collapsed. "Disciple!" he cried. Xia had fallen face first into the ground. The master lifted him into his arms, grief clouding his eyes. "Foolish boy," he whispered, forcing back tears. "If only your ancestor Huo could see you now. If only I could tell you what I've endured all these years." The Dark Soul Palace Master observed from a distance, sneering. A brat is still just a brat. Lying weakly in his master's arms, Xia murmured, "Master, ancestor, I'm so tired." "Disciple, no, you must not sleep." The master cried, panic rising. But Xia's eyes had already closed, peaceful and still. A long sigh escaped the master's lips. He gently stroked his disciple's head. "It's all right now. Your master will go with you." He raised his hands, and a brilliant orb of spiritual light formed between his palms. With a final shout, he roared, "Golden Core! Self-destruct!" The skies cracked open with thunder. The winds howled and the palace trembled violently. The Dark Soul Palace Master stood frozen in the heart of a dark vortex. "Who dares to intrude here?" he bellowed. Even the master was taken aback by what unfolded next. Xia's eyes slowly fluttered open. Above them, a colossal hand descended from the heavens. As it appeared, Every subordinate of the Dark Soul Palace immediately vomited blood, their bodies racked by invisible force. The master and disciple stared in shock. Even the Dark Soul Palace master couldn't avoid the blast. He too coughed up blood, his face twisted in horror and disbelief. Staring at the hand descending from the sky, crackling with lightning, Xiaowen cried out, "Venerable One, I bear no grudge against you. Why are you attacking me?" But deep inside, he knew. This pressure, it's beyond anything a soul-nurturing cultivator can endure. Whoever this was, their strength had to be at least on the level of deity transformation. No ordinary opponent, this was a being of unfathomable power. In another space, Xiaowen stood alone in a quiet chamber. His hand, stretched through the void, pointed unwaveringly toward the group from the Dark Soul Palace. His voice echoed with authority. Dark Soul Palace has committed countless atrocities, leaving misery in their wake. Eliminating you is an act of justice. Xiaohu clutched his chest as the voice resonated within him. There was something hauntingly familiar about it. Despite the disguised tone, it stirred memories of someone close, someone he had once known. It reminded him of the ancestor's voice. The Dark Soul Palace master, trembling, dropped to his knees. "Venerable One, such cruelty is beneath your stature. Spare my life, and I shall surrender the Dark Soul Palace to you. I will serve under your banner, conquering lands in your name." Xiaowen's expression remained unreadable. Still pointing, he responded coldly, "Do you think such a bargain would tempt me? Die." Though Xiaowen's hand appeared modest from his location, once it reached the Dark Soul Palace, it expanded enormously. The force of it pinned the Palace Master to the earth. A flash of violet energy burst from that spot, an attempt at escape. It was the nascent soul of the old evil cultivator, fleeing his body at the last second in hopes of survival. Xiaowen sneered, "Coward, abandoning your flesh to cling to a sliver of life. You underestimate who you're facing." Still clutching the beam of divine light in his palm, he directed a final strike at the escaping soul. "Huo!" he called. Huo rushed in instantly, sword drawn. The blade pierced through the old cultivator's soul before it could react. The blow was precise, devastating. The old villain gasped in disbelief. "You can't kill me!" he shrieked. "If I die, no one will be left to deliver the tributes. The Ming Kingdom will fall. It'll be obliterated." That caught Xiaowen's attention. Tributes, he wondered. What tributes? His voice was sharp. "Explain yourself!" The old cultivator's face twisted with fear and defeat. "There are over 100 nations on this continent besides Ming. They're all farms. When the time comes, collectors will come for their due. If I die, they'll know something is wrong. This is the final secret I carry." Standing behind him, Xiao felt a chill run through him. His master's gaze bore into the old cultivator. Xiaowen's heart stirred uneasily. "What do you mean?" "Farms," Xiaowen demanded. "And what exactly are these tributes?" The dying man's voice trembled. "Those born with rare spiritual roots, high-potential cultivators. They're not nurtured, they're harvested. From the very beginning, my Dark Soul Palace has ferried them in secret, in return for power and protection. If I perish, those forces will come to Ming themselves." He paused, coughing violently, blood flecking his lips. "When they arrive, they'll turn the land into a slaughterhouse. Death everywhere. Corpses like ants. Do you dare bear that burden?" Tributes. Xiaowen thought, all those gifted souls. Could this explain the growing concentration of talent in the Ming Kingdom recently? Suddenly, a glowing interface appeared before him. System notification, unexpected event detected. Initiating choice. Please select choice 1. Accept the old cultivator's offer. Turn him into a puppet and seize control of the Dark Soul Palace. To dig deeper into the mystery. Reward. a top grade, level 3 magical treasure. Choice 2. Rejection. She chose to reject the proposal of the sinister old cultivator. It was a dangerous choice, but one that came with its own reward, a top grade level 2 magical treasure. Congratulations, the message rang in his mind. You've obtained the map of the nation's landscape. But treasures aside, Shah's resolve hardened. The old evil cultivator must die. There was no room for doubt. Sparing his life might only invite greater disaster. If the old man reached out to the tribute collectors, it would place Shah in even graver peril. Even if the Ming kingdom had already been marked, sparing or killing the old cultivator would change little. Danger would come either way. Shah crossed his legs, eyes closed in solemn thought. If destruction is inevitable, then let me face it without fear, he whispered. Let the people of the Ming kingdom rise together in resistance. Upon hearing this, the old cultivator fell into despair. In a flash, Shao leapt toward the old man. Moments ago, he'd still hesitated. Now there was no doubt. He would end him without mercy. Standing behind the fallen cultivator, Sha Wu bowed, deeply. Venerable one, thank you for your guidance. I don't yet know how to repay such a debt. Watching him, Xian An, Sha Wu's uncle, nodded approvingly. Then become stronger, he said. If you are truly one of the tributes, you'll need the strength to protect yourself and others. Sha Wu turned to his master. Master, was what the old cultivator said true? His master's expression grew serious. Yes, I had hoped to tell you only once you were strong enough. But now that the truth is out, you must work even harder. Sha Wu's voice was steady. Who are these tribute collectors really? They are powerful beings, godlike, his master replied. Even I have never encountered them directly. The old cultivator had hoped to use them to bring you harm. Then, that venerable one who helped us just now, will he assist us again? His master looked him in the eyes. Do not rely on others. No one can protect you better than yourself. Only by growing stronger can you shield what you care about. Sha Wu clenched his fists. Then I will. I must grow even stronger. His thoughts turned to his ancestors, to his father, to his brothers, his clan, his loved ones. They were the reason he must fight, the reason he could not fall. Right, he said. And I must also write to inform the grandmothers. They need to be warned. At that moment, Shaoan stood on a high cliff, his gaze sweeping across the horizon. The lands beyond the Ming kingdom were terrifying indeed. I once sealed my identity and eliminated that old evil cultivator to avoid exposure. Now it seems my descendants are about to be dragged into this mess, one by one. He paused, eyes narrowing with thought. Should I help them rise to strength, or let them live hidden, as I did? His answer came quickly. I became strong through cultivation. How can I let them be taken? The Xia family was never meant to cower. We rise, we fight. He raised his hand and summoned Uncle Fu. Announce this to the clan, Shaoan ordered. Any daughter-in-law of the Xia family who bears a son shall receive a top-grade elixir. If the child is born with spiritual roots, gift them a high-level cultivation manual. All men and youths must begin nightly cultivation. Those who slack off will face punishment according to family law. Uncle Fu bowed. This servant will deliver the message. But in his heart, he couldn't help wondering, what's really going on? That night, joy spread through the Xia family like wildfire. Hope bloomed, loud and bright. Far away, 100 miles from Xia Pass, travelers were speechless. Something tremendous had occurred. At dawn, a young disciple stepped outside, yawning. He glanced toward the mountain behind the compound and froze. His jaw dropped. The mountain, he stammered. It's been split in two. Again. A year had passed. Xiaochen sat quietly in the courtyard, surrounded by the calm rustle of leaves. He exhaled slowly, his breath steady. eyes gently opening. Wasen stage 2, he muttered to himself. Took a whole year, still not fast. Enough. Despite the breakthrough, he wasn't satisfied. For a cultivator, this pace was sluggish, at least by his own standards. He needed the Xiao clan to grow stronger, faster, more concubines, more children, more heirs. As he meditated, beneath the falling petals, his thoughts drifted to the future. I truly hope my young descendants mature quickly. There's much work ahead. To an outsider, such musings from a man who looked no older than middle age might have seemed absurd. But those versed in cultivation knew better. In the Han realm, advancing just a single level could take 15 years, sometimes longer. Xiao Chen had broken through in just one, a feat so rare it bordered on the miraculous. A faint smile played at his lips as he called forth the system interface. Let's see how Xi is progressing. The glowing panel appeared before him. Name: Xi race, human talent, 6th grade spiritual path, proficient techniques, Dragon Yang sword. Scripture: Blood Flame Divine Sword, Swanang 1 Sword Scripture. Cultivation, Foundation Establishment Stage. Ain't a special identity, reincarnated from a powerful being. Awakened trait, innate sword. Body: Xiao Chen's eyes twitched slightly in surprise. Foundation Establishment Stage 8 already? In just a single year. This rapid cultivation wasn't random, clearly. Echoes from Xi's past life were beginning to awaken. The boy's affinity with the mountains and rivers painting was no coincidence either. With steady growth, he would undoubtedly become the future pillar of the Xiao clan. Watching Xi's figure, Xiao Chen's heart swelled with a mix of pride and hope. He's our first descendant to go out for real-world training, he murmured. I wonder how Huo is doing. The system responded instantly, displaying Huo's current status. Name: Xiaohuo race, human techniques, flying dragon, 9 swords, sword terminology, peerless pill refinement, 1 sword soul destruction, thoughtless demon transformation, Azure. Dragon mystic flame / cultivation, golden core stage 9. Identity: Sect master of Tianxing Temple, leader of the 36 sects of the Ming Kingdom. Special destiny: Flame Emperor's chosen. Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes with approval. Golden core stage 9. Impressive. And he's carved out serious influence in the Ming Kingdom, no less. Just then, Xi stepped into the courtyard and gave a slight bow. Father, there's a guest waiting. Xiao Chen didn't even turn. A guest? You can't handle it yourself? Xi hesitated, choosing his words carefully. It's someone from the Ming Kingdom's royal family. That gave Xiao Chen pause. Royalty didn't pay casual visits. He stood slowly, his expression sharpening. A royal, you say? And what does this noble person want from the Xiao clan? Xi cleared his throat. They've come to propose marriage. Xiao Chen arched a brow. Marriage? To whom? Has one of our girls been sneaking off with a prince? Xi shook his head. It's Princess Weina. She's fallen for Huo and wishes to propose to him. At that moment, the system chimed in. New event. Detected. Xiao Huo's fated encounter. Choose an action. Option 1. Let things unfold naturally. Reward: superior grade magical treasure. 4th grade auspicious wood option. 2. Take the reins. Organize the wedding yourself. Reward: divine puppet with split body technique. Xiao Chen chuckled as he made his decision. Option 2. The system flashed again. Congratulations. Divine puppet with split body technique acquired. Still amused, Xiao Chen turned back to Xi. Well, well. Looks like our Huo has caught the eye of royalty. Not bad. Not bad at all. Xi smiled nervously. So, you approve? Xiao Chen raised his hand and nodded. The young men of our family are all busy increasing our numbers. Huo's off. Training, and this is a major event. It might be worth calling him back. Let's see where this leads. Meanwhile, in the guest hall, a young woman waited with graceful composure. Her beauty was subtle yet striking, an elegance that spoke of quiet strength. This was Princess Waina, and her gaze was calm, unwavering. She had made her choice. And so the wheels of destiny began to turn once more. Xiao Chen and Xia Li finally arrived at the guest quarters. A young woman was already waiting there. As soon as she saw them, she stood and bowed with grace and respect. "Patriarch," she greeted warmly. Xiao Chen offered a smile, raising his hand to halt her formality. "There's no need for such ceremony, Princess Waina. You're still part of the royal family, and you haven't married into the Xia clan yet. Titles and courtesies between us are unnecessary." Yet deep down, Xiao Chen was impressed. She carries herself with such humility, a rare quality in someone of royal blood. "I'm beginning to truly like this girl." Weina's voice was filled with quiet determination as she stepped forward. "Patriarch, I speak from the heart. My affection for Xia Huo is true. If I cannot marry him, I will marry no one. In my heart, I've already become part of your family." Her words struck a chord in Xiao Chen. He chuckled softly, pleased. What an earnest child. She would be an excellent match for Xia Huo. A daughter-in-law any family would welcome. Meanwhile, Xia Huo stood before his assembled subordinates, a hardened edge in his expression. Ever since the fall of the old demon lord, he had taken it upon himself to deal with the lingering forces of the Dark Soul Palace. Uniting smaller sects and allies under his command, he had forged a powerful coalition. Within a year, he had risen to lead 36 sects, each one loyal and battle-hardened. Back in the guest hall, Princess Waina continued her story, her chest puffed slightly with pride. "After the royal family suffered that disaster last month, I barely escaped the palace with my life. I was being hunted down, until Xia Huo appeared and saved me. Since then, my heart has been his. I've made my choice. If it's not him, it will be no one." Xiao Chen turned to Xia Li. "It seems the heavens themselves have woven this bond. This is no coincidence. Send word to Huo. Tell him to return immediately." Xia Li bowed. "Yes, Patriarch. I'll have the letter delivered without delay." Princess Waina lit up with joy at the decision, but the moment was broken by the sound of hurried footsteps echoing down the corridor. A royal nanny, flanked by guards, rushed into the room. She dropped to one knee. "Princess, we've searched everywhere for you. If you don't come back, I will lose my head." Waina looked at the woman calmly, then spoke with quiet resolve. "Return and tell the royal family. I will only marry Xia Huo. If they will not allow it, then you may bring back my corpse instead." There was a collective intake of breath from the room. The members of the Xia clan raised their eyebrows, intrigued by the drama unfolding before them. From his high seat, Xiao Chen furrowed his brow. Could it be that the royal court disapproves of this match? The Xia family is not what it once was. Xia Huo's name is known across the land now. Why would the Ming Dynasty royal family object? Before he could voice these thoughts, Waina took a sudden step forward and fell to her knees. "Patriarch," she said solemnly, "whether in life or in death, I belong to the Xia family. No force in this world can change my heart. I, Waina, humbly ask permission to enter the ancestral hall and pay respects to the Xia ancestors as a daughter-in-law." Just as the atmosphere became reverent and still, a thunderous voice rang out behind them. "If you dare marry into the Xia family, I will burn the entire Xia clan to the ground." Gasps echoed through the hall. Waina froze, her body stiffening as she turned in shock toward the source of the voice. Xiao Chen's expression hardened, his usually composed demeanor shifting into something far more intense. A family as powerful as the Xiao clan. Who would dare speak against us so brazenly, he thought. Rising to his feet, he shouted with thunderous authority. "How dare you? Who gave you the audacity to speak like that within the halls of the Xiao family? We are like the rising sun, brilliant, ever ascending. Our strength runs deeper than you can imagine, and we will not tolerate slander from anyone. The one who had just entered stepped into the light. It was none other than the princess's royal uncle. Princess Weina turned toward him, voice steady but full of resolve. "Uncle, I see you've come to retrieve me in person, but no matter what you say, I will not change my mind. In this life, if I cannot marry Xiao Huo, then I will not marry anyone." Her gaze sharpened as she continued. "Not long ago, when assassins infiltrated the palace, I fled for my life. I was cornered until Xiao Huo appeared and saved me. That moment, our meeting, it was fate, a bond destined by the heavens." Around them, members of the Xiao family narrowed their eyes, realizing the situation had become far more complicated. So these elaborately dressed intruders, they're part of the royal family, they thought. And that man at the front, he's no ordinary official. Indeed, the figure leading the group stood with a frigid, arrogant air. This was none other than Prince Gong, the emperor's younger brother. At his side, a bold official stepped forward and declared, "The Liang kingdom has already sent its betrothal gifts. The marriage between Princess Weina and their royal envoy is a diplomatic promise. You cannot defy the will of the two kingdoms," a nearby attendant added with a hint of disdain. "Princess, it's time to stop resisting. Accept your fate and proceed with the arranged marriage." Princess Weina's face darkened. "Uncle," she said sharply, "do you think I don't know who orchestrated this? It was you who led the Liang envoy here. You who pushed my father into accepting this political union. You who conspired behind my back." She stood tall, her voice unwavering. "But my fate is mine to decide. Who I marry will not be dictated by politics or power." Xiao Chen listened carefully, his thoughts racing. "So, Prince Gong is the mastermind behind this farce. No matter. If fate has brought Weina and Huo together, then as the head of the Xiu clan, I must see it through." He stepped forward, locking eyes with Prince Gong. "There will be no political marriage, not today, not ever. Even if the whole world stands against this union, I will officiate their wedding myself. Tonight, they will pay their respects in our ancestral hall, and tomorrow, we celebrate their union." The princess nodded firmly. "Yes, let it be so." Prince Gong clenched his jaw, rage barely contained. "You fools don't understand the gravity of your defiance." He watched the two walk away, his voice low with menace. "The Xiao family dares defy imperial authority." Inside the ancestral hall, preparations were already underway. Incense burned as the family welcomed Princess Weina with full honors. Meanwhile, Xiaowen approached Prince Gong, expression cold. "Leave of your own accord, or shall we escort you out?" Prince Gong's fury erupted. "So arrogant! Have you forgotten who rules the Ming kingdom?" "You're all courting death," Xiaowen fired back, calm and cutting. "And you seem to have forgotten who the true emperor is. The door is that way." One of Prince Gong's subordinates leaned in and whispered urgently, "Sir, Xiao Huo is no ordinary warrior. He single-handedly subdued 36 sects. He commands their loyalty and is deeply respected in the Dragon Kingdom. If conflict breaks out, we'll be overwhelmed." Grinding his teeth, Prince Gong gave one final glare before pointing a finger toward them. "Fine, but this isn't over. Just you wait." Later that night, in the shadows of Prince Gong's private study, the sound of a brush against parchment was interrupted by the presence of a cloaked figure. A voice, cold and sharp, echoed through the room. "Where is Princess Weina? Why hasn't she returned?" Prince Gong stood and bowed slightly. "She refuses to cooperate. The Xiao family has taken her under their protection. But rest assured, messenger, I'll deliver her to the Liang kingdom. The crown prince will get what was promised. The cloaked man stepped closer, voice low and threatening. You'd better make sure of it. The crown prince prefers delicate blooms, still. Unplucked. If anything goes wrong, he didn't finish the sentence. He didn't have to. The warning hung in the air like a sword over Prince Gong's head. The mysterious figure finally vanished, leaving Prince Gong alone in the now silent chamber. Sweat clung to his brow as he stood frozen in place, fists clenched in fury. With a sudden burst of rage, he slammed his fist down on the table. The Xiao family. "Xiao," he snarled, "you won't escape justice." His thoughts churned with fury. First, they dared attempt an assassination on the royal family. Then, they kidnapped Princess Weina. It had taken immense effort to bring her back, and now, Xiao dared go even further. He wanted to marry her. Unforgivable. At the Xiao estate, a servant stepped forward with a polite bow. "Princess Weina, now that you've paid your respects at the ancestral hall, may I ask you to stay the night here?" At the residence, he gestured graciously, and Weina nodded, allowing herself to be guided deeper into the estate. The following morning, joy buzzed through the air. The Xiao household was a flurry of celebration. Red silk and festive decorations were being strung up with care. Xiao Huo had just returned when a retainer approached him eagerly. "Young master, come, it's time to meet your bride." When Huo entered the room, his eyes widened. The person waiting inside was none other than Princess Weina. It's you?" he said, startled. The servant laughed warmly as he exited. "I'll leave you two to talk. Seems fate's already tied your hearts together." Their eyes met, shyly. Neither spoke of it, but the spark between them from their earlier encounters was unmistakable. Meanwhile, on Mount Qingyun, Xiaoan sat cross-legged at the summit, deep in cultivation. With calm focus, he raised both hands and activated a secret technique. In a flash, a perfect double of himself appeared before him. Identical. In every way, a faint smile touched his lips. "Not bad. It even shares my consciousness," he murmured. "I can guide it with precision and with spiritual energy infused. It can think on its own." He gave the puppet a subtle wave. "With this clone watching over things, I'll be far safer now." Back at the Xiao estate, the joyous wedding ceremony was in full swing. On the courtyard grounds, guests gathered as Xiao Huo and Princess Weina each held a length of red silk between them, bound together in ritual. From his distant perch, Xiaoan observed through divine sense. Every movement of the ceremony reached him in detail. The officiant's voice rang out clearly. "Bow to heaven and earth. Bow to your ancestors. Bow to one another," as the ceremony concluded. A sudden alert flashed in Xiaoan's mind. His system had picked up an intrusion. Alert. Prince Gong and his forces approaching. Choice 1. Eliminate them personally. Gain combat experience, plus a third-tier magical treasure. Choice 2. Warn Xiaoho to let him deal with the threat. Gain a second-tier magical treasure. Xiaoan chuckled, amused. So Prince Gong dares cause trouble today of all days? The gall, to crash his own niece's wedding. He pondered for a moment. Before, I'd have let Huo and the 36 sects handle it. But now with my puppet clone, I can deal with them myself. And if something happens to Prince Gong, well, that's hardly my problem. Without hesitation, Xiaoan used his teleportation skill and vanished. Outside the estate, Prince Gong and his soldiers lurked in the cover of trees. He whispered to his men in a low growl, "Listen up. When I give the signal, storm the estate. Kill as many as possible. I want chaos, so much that the entire 36 sect hears of it. Capture Princess Weina before they reach her. Fail, and none of you will live to see the next dawn." He took a step forward, raised his hand and roared, "Attack!" But before they could move, the earth ahead of them erupted in a thunderous blast. The ground cracked open, sending shards of stone flying in all directions. Dust swirled violently as a figure appeared amidst the destruction. Xiaoan stood tall, his eyes cold and sharp as blades. "You want to slaughter members of the Xiao family," he said calmly. "Then prepare to become compost for the mountain grass."
As the sun dipped below the horizon, cloaking the world in darkness, Xiaoan stood alone with an air of quiet defiance before the assembled soldiers. His hands clasped behind his back, his expression unmoved. He cast a cold gaze toward them. "Prince." Gong's voice rang out, sharp with fury. "So it is you." Xiaoan stepped forward without hesitation. "Today marks the grand wedding of the Xia family. As long as I stand here, no one will dare stir up trouble." Prince Gong and his followers sneered in unison. "You think you alone can stop us?" he barked. Then, chuckling menacingly, he added, "Every man here is a master, handpicked from the top sects of Ming. Each one is at least at Golden Core stage 4. Some have even touched the threshold of Nent Soul, pointing toward the Xia estate." Prince Gong scoffed that Xiaohu, at best, has reached Golden Core stage 9. Even he wouldn't stand a chance. "And you what gives you the right to speak so boldly?" Though his voice was forceful, his heart was rattled. He had risked everything to seize Princess Wenna. Failure now would mean he couldn't deliver her to the Prince of Lion Kingdom, and that meant death was certain. Xiaoan's mouth curled into a mocking smile. "So, the strongest among you is merely semi-nascent soul? Is that what you're saying?" The expressions of Prince Gong's followers darkened. One of them barked. "The Xia family is a withering flame. This is the final flicker of their joy." "Who do you think you are, to act so arrogant?" "He's stalling for time," another snapped, "trying to delay until reinforcements arrive." Prince Gong nodded. "Then take care of him now." Elder Jingu stepped forward, his aura flaring with spiritual force. "You've chosen death," he said coldly. "The Xia family will soon join you in the afterlife." But Xiaoan looked utterly disinterested. He lifted one finger bare. In that instant, Jingu froze mid-step. Confusion plastered across his face. "What's wrong with him?" murmured someone from the back. Xiaoan walked up calmly, extended a single finger, and pressed it gently to Jingu's forehead. The elder collapsed, his eyes rolling back lifelessly. A wave of stunned silence swept through the ranks. Prince Gong's face twisted with disbelief. "How?" Xiaoan sighed, visibly irritated. "Enough! Stop wasting my time! Come at me all at once!" One of the soldiers murmured nervously. "He must be a high-level Golden Core, Cultivator. No, perhaps even beyond that. We'll need a nascent soul expert to face him." Prince Gong turned to the man behind him. "Master Zhang, it's your turn." Master Zhang Hu had reached the semi-nascent soul. Level stepped forward, his spiritual energy rising like a tide. "Your arrogance will be your downfall," he shouted. "The Xia family ends today." Xiaoan remained still. Then he softly whispered, "Collect." With that word, the massive energy wave Zhang had released was instantly sucked into Xiaoan's, palm-like dust into a vacuum. Zhang's face paled. Where's my power?" he gasped, spinning around in panic. "It's gone. My spiritual force is—" He locked eyes with Xiaoan, horror dawning on his face. "You're die," Xiaoan said simply. Xiaoan coughed blood and dropped to the ground without another word. The soldiers stared, frozen in place. Their courage dissolved. Prince Gong screamed, "What are you all waiting for? He can't possibly be stronger than all of us. It's some kind of Xia family trick. Kill him now!" Fearful but bound by duty, the soldiers gritted their teeth, unsheathed their blades, and charged, cut him down. Xiaoan raised his hand with dispassionate grace and a sweeping force crushed them. One after another, they crumpled to the ground, groaning in agony. Prince Gong's confidence cracked, his lips trembled. How can you be this strong?" Xiaoan, still toying with spiritual energy in his palm, answered calmly, "There is no can or cannot. You simply lack the power to stop me. And now it's your turn." Sweat poured down Prince Gong's face. "You dare! I'm of royal blood. If you kill me, my entire clan will demand vengeance. It will mean the execution of 9 clans. Xiaoan chuckled softly. "Execution of 9 clans, then yours will fall right alongside them. After all, The Xia family's daughter-in-law is Princess Wenna. Lay a hand on her, and you doom yourselves." Panicking, Prince Gong pleaded, "No. Without me, Princess Wenna would never have made it to Lion Kingdom. The crown prince there, he won't forgive you. You'll bring ruin to Ming." But Xiaowen's voice remained level. "I care nothing for your royal politics. Anyone who dares take the Xia family's daughter-in-law will answer to me." As he raised his hand to strike, Prince Gong cried out, in desperation, "Wait, you don't understand. The Crown Prince of Lion, he's not who you think he is. He hides a secret Han identity that you must not defy." Xiaowen's eyes were cold and unyielding as his blow fell, silencing the old prince's final warning. Xiaowen's curiosity deepened. What other identity could he possibly have? He asked, eyes narrowing. Prince Gong, still trembling on the ground, forced himself to answer. "The Crown Prince of the Lion Kingdom. His master is a cultivator, who's reached the deity transformation realm." Xiaowen's expression didn't change. He shut his eyes for a moment and let out a faint, almost disappointed sigh. "Is that it?" he said calmly. "I thought you were going to tell me something terrifying, something earth-shattering." But that, with a casual wave of his hand, a burst of energy pressed Prince Gong even further into the ground. "The words you speak, utterly meaningless." Prince Gong began to panic. "Wait, something's wrong with your head. That's a deity transformation. Cultivator, aren't you even the slightest bit afraid?" he stammered, as he added, "Not only that, he's also an elder of the Jinghong Palace." That caught Xiaowen's attention. He paused. "Jinghong Palace again." Prince Gong quickly continued, grasping for a lifeline. "Yes, the Ming and Lion kingdoms are both under the southern domain. And in the entire southern region, Jinghong Palace is the most powerful sect. If you provoke them, forget the Ming. Kingdom Evan Leon could be wiped off the map overnight. I beg you, be cautious. People like that. Their will is absolute." Xiaowen didn't flinch. He looked at Prince Gong with indifference. "Is that all?" Prince Gong blinked in confusion. "What do you mean?" "I'm asking," Xiaowen said flatly. "If you have anything else to say." By now, Prince Gong was drenched in sweat. There was more he could say, but Xiaowen had already lost interest. He raised his hand and brought it to the man's forehead. "Whether there is or isn't," Xiaowen said coldly, "I don't care to hear it anymore." A simple tap of his finger. Prince Gong's eyes rolled back. His body went limp, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. A system notification blinked before Xiaowen's eyes. "Loot acquired Chunin bag high-grade tier 3 treasure. Confirm usage." He nodded, planning to use the treasure to erase all evidence. No traces left behind, no trail for anyone, not even the Jinghong Palace, to follow. The task complete. Xiaowen activated his teleportation technique and vanished. He reappeared on a ledge overlooking Qing Mountain. Below him, the descendants of the Zhao family were in the middle of a grand wedding ceremony. His puppet stood at the altar, solemnly presiding over the event. It took the role of officiant, declaring the vows. Xiaowen pressed his hands together. Respectfully, "Ancestor Huo," he said aloud, "I ask your blessing. I have more to take care of and must depart." The voice of Xiao Chen, the family's old ancestor, responded warmly. "A man's path spans the four corners of the world. Go, our family will always stand behind you." Encouraged, Xiaowen smiled and turned to his wife, gently taking her hand. "So, where do you want to go from here?" Princess Wei looked at him with affection. "Wherever you go, I'll follow." They embraced. The crowd looked on as the newlyweds took their leave, disappearing into the distance. Their future unwritten dot. Meanwhile, another system message appeared in Xiaowen's vision. Jinghong Palace. Agents detected in Ming Kingdom. Estimated location. Approaching Tianrun City. Activating choice function. Option 1. Eliminate one agent. Gain combat experience. Reward Tier 3 high-grade magical treasure. Option 2. Befriend them. Form foreign alliance. Reward Tier 2 high-grade magical treasure. Xiaowen smirked. So the dogs from Jinghong Palace have arrived after all. This is getting interesting. He stood tall on a balcony, overlooking the town with an unreadable expression. With a flick of his wrist, he sent his puppet to intercept the visitor. The puppet made its way down the mountainside, approaching the intruder with eerie calm. "You've come all this way, and so late at night," it said politely. "What business?" brings you here?" Inside, Xiaowen watched and waited. He studied the man before him with sharp eyes, silently assessing his strength. So, he's already stepped into the Nent Soul realm, but he's yet to touch the upper threshold of that stage, still lacking finesse. The visitor introduced himself with quiet authority, yet was Chang Tanren. Without delay, he asked, "Who are you?" Xiaowan replied smoothly, his tone calm and unbothered. "No need for alarm. I'm just an old, insignificant member of the Z family. I see you're searching for something here. May I ask what you're looking for?" Chang Tanren's gaze didn't waver. "Has any corpse turned up in this area today?" Feigning ignorance, Xiaowen gave a light chuckle. "Today is a day of celebration for the Z family. Why bring up such dark topics?" He cupped his hands respectfully and gestured toward the table. "Why don't we sit and share a drink? We can talk through whatever it is you're concerned about. This is, after all, our family's territory. Perhaps I can be of some assistance." Even as he spoke with composed hospitality, Xiaowen's mind was turning. Last time, those two from Chang'an Mountain Li Sheng and Feng Snuken, I offered them the same civility. Could have profited more if Feng hadn't let his killing intent slip. That opportunity was wasted. But now, I've been given another chance. He sat down first and opened a flask of aged wine. Pouring generously into 2 cups, he offered one to his guest. Chang Tanren gave a curt nod and lifted the cup. "Very well, let's drink." "I'll take the first sips as guard," he thought, as the liquid touched his lips. Setting the cup down, he continued, "I'm searching for someone who disappeared in this area. He bore a tracking mark. The moment he died, our sect detected it. I came here to recover his body and uncover who was responsible." After finishing his drink, he raised the cup again, nodding in appreciation. "Fine wine, sweet, refreshing, and saturated with spiritual essence. Truly rare." Xiaowen refilled both cups, replying evenly, "A tracking mark, you say? So then, your sect can identify the killer through the corpse." Chang Tanren offered a thin smile. "Jinghong Palace has its methods. Once we recover the body, the secrets it holds won't stay hidden for long." He raised his cup again, but before the wine touched his lips, Xiaowen's expression briefly darkened. "Good thing I destroyed the corpse immediately," he thought. "Had I hesitated, things would have turned dire." Trying to maintain the casual air, he asked, "Jinghong Palace? I've heard of it. Isn't that a sect from the Lian Kingdom? What brings you this far into Ming Kingdom territory?" The man's face turned grim, as if amused by Xiaowen's limited understanding. "You may be a cultivator, but your perspective is provincial. The world isn't bound by borders. Where you see kingdoms, we see sectors of influence. For control, the labels Lian, Ming, Southern Continent are tools to corral talent." Xiaowen's interest seemed genuine now. "So all this, it's just a method of selection?" Chang Tanren narrowed his eyes at the persistent questioning, then finally responded, "When you plant a great tree, tell me, do you not hope for it to bloom, to bear fruit?" Xiaowen offered a faint smile, his tone light but laced with irony. "Your explanation is intricate and philosophical. I confess, I don't quite grasp it." Chen Anren's brow twitched in irritation. This man doesn't look like a simple villager. How can he not understand something so obvious? Still, the wine before him was exquisite, and his irritation quickly gave way to reluctant appreciation. "Well," Chen Anren muttered as he rose to his feet, "if there are no leads, here I won't waste more time." He cast one last wistful glance at the wine. "What a pity I can't linger and enjoy this properly. If one drank this caliber of wine regularly, their cultivation would surely improve. But how on earth did a backwoods nobody like him acquire it?" A new thought struck him. Maybe the Xiao family stumbled upon some hidden trove and decided to offer this bottle to me as a gesture of goodwill. He gestured toward the wine with casual entitlement. "Do you have more of this?" Xiaowen raised the bottle with a pleasant smile. This was a fortunate find. Just the one bottle. Chen Anren didn't hesitate. "Then give it to me." Still smiling, Xiaowen handed it over without protest. Of course, as the bottle passed between them, he added curiously, "May I ask something? What kind of mark lets you determine that someone was last seen here?" Chen Anren replied, a note of pride slipping into his voice. "It's a special mark, a tracking sigil used on prisoners to monitor them. Through it, we can trace movements and even events surrounding them, but if the body's missing, the mark is useless. Now holding the bottle, Chen Anren's satisfaction. It was evident. Xiaowen's voice interrupted his quiet moment of triumph. "One more question," he asked, eyes glinting. "Since you're from Jinghong Palace, do you wear such a mark?" Chen Anren scoffed, full of scorn. "Me? Nonsense! That mark is only used on outsiders, those who beg for protection, desperate to grow stronger. It's a leash for the weak." Xiaowen nodded thoughtfully and gave a lazy wave. "Ah, I see." Chen Anren popped the cork on the wine with visible excitement. This wine must have come from some great treasure hunt. Xiaowen rose to his feet, still composed. "You could say that. We're there." "Other treasures found during that hunt?" Chen Anren asked, his voice suddenly a little too eager. Xiaowen's smile faded slightly, his tone sharpening. "What exactly are you implying?" Chen Anren's hand tightened around the bottle. "I'm just saying, since I'm already here, how about you invite me in? I'm not picky, even a cup of tea would do." Xiaowen's face remained polite, but there was a finality to his tone. "It's late. I should be going. My place isn't really fit for visitors right now." He turned to leave. So obvious, he thought. You're not even trying to hide your greed. Behind him, Chen Anren's voice called out, tinged with menace. "You're not being very honest, friend. What are you hiding? The man from Jinghong Palace vanished here. It would be hard for you not to be involved." Xiaowen stopped, his brows drawing together. "I was trying to be civil," he said quietly, "but clearly, you don't understand the language of kindness." Chen Anren froze. "What did you just say?" Xiaowen turned slowly and smiled faintly. "Oh, nothing. But since you said you don't wear a mark, then if you die here, no one would ever know, right?" Chen Anren's sneer returned. "So you do want to kill me?" He called forth his spiritual energy, a shimmering aura rising around him. "Let's see if you even have the strength to try. Hand over all your treasures, now or I'll make the entire Shao clan drown in blood." Xiaowen clasped his hands behind his back, his expression unreadable. "You think you have that kind of power?" Chen Anren laughed uproariously. "You really don't get it. Who are you to talk back to me? The Zhao clan. Ha! Worthless. Don't think that Zhao, what's his name, can protect you. He's just trash. Jinghong Palace could crush 10 of him without blinking." But then mid-laughter, something changed. Chen Anren's expression shifted, his body trembled, panic flickered in his eyes. What's happening?" he stammered. The spiritual energy around him had vanished. The presence of heaven and earth itself was gone. Xiaowen stood silently, gazing down at the trembling man before him. The tension in the air was suffocating. "Why did you stop?" Xiaowen asked, voice calm but laced with something chilling. The man was drenched in sweat, his fear so intense it felt like it was radiating off him. He struggled to speak, his voice quivering. I've never been this terrified in my life." Desperation crept into his eyes as he stared at Xiaowen. Who are you?" Instead, he lifted a hand, spiritual energy coiling around his fingers like a living flame. The pressure was immediate and overwhelming. The man dropped to his knees, his palms slamming against the dirt in a futile attempt to hold himself up. His bones felt as if they were splintering from the inside. The pain was beyond comprehension, but he still managed to choke out a question. "Why-you have you? Have you reached the deity transformation realm?" Only someone at that level could manipulate the raw spiritual force of heaven and earth so effortlessly. It was terrifying, absolutely terrifying. Xiaowen tilted his head slightly. "You're not wrong," he said calmly. "If you had just taken the wine and left, I might have let you live. But you tried to harm someone from the Shao clan." His eyes darkened. "For that, you don't deserve to live." Power surged forward like a tidal wave. The man could feel death closing in around him. He collapsed fully, groveling. Please, I was blind. I didn't see the mountain. Standing right in front of me. Don't kill me. I swear I won't speak of this to anyone. I'll leave and never come near the Shao clan again. I beg you." But Xiaowen remained unmoved, his gaze as cold as stone. "If you have nothing useful to offer me," he said softly, "then you're already dead." The man's heart pounded in panic. Was there something he could say? Anything? He racked his brain, but couldn't understand what Xiaowen was waiting to hear. Still unwilling to give up, he screamed in desperation, "You can't kill me! If you do, the people from Jinghong Palace will come, they'll hunt you down. Wipe out the Shao clan." Zhaowen actually laughed at that, a rich, mocking sound. "Didn't you just claim no mark was placed on you? If you die here, no one will know, right?" Spiritual energy gathered again in his palm, more intense than before. Elsewhere, atop Mount Qinggan, the true form of Shao Chen remained seated in serene concentration, manipulating a puppet from afar. With a flicker of finality, he ended the life of Chang Tianyu. The system responded promptly, "Congratulations, you have obtained a top-grade 3rd-tier magical treasure, the Shanyin flag." Surveying the aftermath, Shao Chen felt no remorse. Everything had been handled cleanly. No evidence remained. It was only a minor disappointment he hadn't been able to seize the coveted 2-stage magical artifact. Still, what he did obtain was no small prize. As the Shanyin flag materialized in his grasp, his lips curled into a satisfied smile. "This," he whispered, "is a worthy weapon. It can suppress souls, even wound divine spirits. A fine addition to my arsenal." Then, unable to hold back, he burst into laughter-rich, full, and unrestrained. "Looks like I'll have to remind the younger generations," he chuckled to himself. "Keep reproducing. I'm going to need more talent. Like this." In the depths of the royal palace of the Lion Kingdom, behind a concealed wall and through a labyrinth of silent corridors, within it, Crown Prince Yan Zhengqing knelt in solemn reverence before a warped, arcane mirror. Its surface shimmered unnaturally live with otherworldly energy. A chilling voice echoed from within the mirror. "My followers across the lands have already paid their tributes. Where is yours?" Yan bowed deeper, cold sweat forming on his brow. "Master, I am working to fulfill your will. Within days, Princess Wenna of the Ming Kingdom will be in my hands," the voice hissed impatiently. "Make haste," said immediately, not daring to question. His eyes glinted with malicious resolve. "Wenna, just wait. I'll reduce Ming Kingdom to ashes if I must." Despite the opulent gifts he had sent, there had been no progress on the marriage. Irritation simmered within him. He commanded, "Find out what that useless Prince Gong of Ming is doing. I want answers now." A servant behind him bowed. "Yes, Your Highness." Yan clenched his fists. "Is it possible he doesn't fear me? Or perhaps he doesn't fear my master?" The servant hesitated. "Your Highness, we've lost all contact with Prince Gong. He has vanished." Yan's face hardened. "What did you say?" he roared. "Gather the entourage. We're going to the Ming Kingdom now." Soon after, at the gates of the Honglu Temple in the Ming Kingdom, Junior Minister of Foreign Affairs stepped forward and bowed. "May I ask the purpose of Crown Prince Yan's visit?" With barely restrained fury, Yan Zhengqing replied, "I've sent many gifts to your kingdom. I've come to take Princess Wenna as my wife. When is the wedding to be held?" His directness stunned the officials, who exchanged nervous glances. Their silence only deepened his irritation. "Did you not hear? Me," Yan snapped. "Bring me Princess Wenna. I will speak with her myself." One of the officials stepped forward and bowed low. "Your Highness, please forgive us. We meant no offense. The truth is Princess Wenna has already married." The word struck him like a thunderclap. Veins bulged in his forehead. "Married? What did you just say?" "Yes," the official stammered. The royal family learned of it only the following day. "We were caught by surprise as well." Yan's voice thundered across the courtyard. "I am the Crown Prince of Leon. I sent tribute, a formal proposal, and you tell me now that she's married to someone else." The ministers could only bow lower, hoping to escape his wrath. "We only learned of it after the fact. It happened very quickly." His fury mounting, Yan bellowed, "I demand an audience with your emperor. This disgrace must be addressed." Inside the imperial palace of the Ming Kingdom, Yan stood before the emperor, seething. "I sent you gifts and a proposal, and this is how I'm repaid. What is the meaning of this betrayal?" The Ming emperor, calm yet firm upon his throne, responded with quiet finality. "Princess Wenna was married yesterday. The suitor is of noble Ming blood. Your offerings and letters will be returned in full." Behind his composed demeanor, the emperor cursed the unexpected turn of events. "I was sure everything was under control. How could this happen?" Yan's voice turned cold and dangerous. "Where is Prince Gong? He promised to help me secure this marriage." The emperor raised a hand. "Prince Gong's whereabouts are unknown. No one has seen or heard from him. Now, if your highness has no further business, I suggest you take your leave." The veiled dismissal sent Yan over the edge. "You dare speak to me like that," he shouted. "I am the crown prince of Leon. Do you think your feeble kingdom can insult me without consequence? If I don't see Princess Wenna today, I will drench this palace in blood." The ministers and guards rushed to defend the throne. "He's a golden core cultivator 5th level. Protect the emperor." Unfazed, Yan unleashed a wave of spiritual energy that knocked the guards aside like leaves in the wind. He sneered. "Pathetic, out of my way." The Ming emperor rose to his feet, his gaze sharp. "Crown Prince Yanor Kingdom may not rival yours in brute force, but do you truly wish to ignite a war over your wounded pride?" He charged toward the emperor, eyes blazing. "I demand to see Princess Wenna," he shouted. "If you don't let me, everyone here dies." Just as the air turned tense and the palace guard stiffened, a figure stepped between the emperor and Danger Zhao. Without hesitation, Zhao struck. One powerful move sent Yanzhang crashing backward, skidding across the marble floor. The impact echoed through the royal court. Princess Wenna rushed to her father's side, her voice trembling. "Father, are you hurt?" The emperor waved a hand, still catching his breath. "No, I'm all right." Then, setting his gaze on Zhao, he smiled. "This young man is my daughter's husband. Today marks the 2nd day of their marriage. As tradition dictates, they've returned to visit the bride's family." Zhao bowed respectfully, hands clasped. "Father-in-law," he greeted with calm dignity. The court officials murmured among themselves in surprise and curiosity. So this is Princess Wenna's new husband. Meanwhile, Yanzhang, now on his knees and struggling to compose himself, lifted his head with disbelief. His eyes fell on Princess Wenna, then shifted to Zhao. Extraordinary, he thought. The perfect union of yin and yang. Zhao's body radiated the pure force of extreme yang, powerful, rare, and overflowing with potential. Wenna, in contrast, possessed the rarest of gifts, the extreme yin constitution, a balance so perfect their combined cultivation potential could grow tenfold if they trained together. To Yanzhang, the implications were tantalizing. If I could bring both of them to my master, this would far surpass any offering I ever imagined. Far better than bringing Princess Wenna alone. He coughed, still shaken, and muttered aloud, "I underestimated you, Zhao. Your cultivation is formidable for someone so young." Then, turning back toward the emperor, he sneered, pointing at Zhao. "Well done, Ming Kingdom. Not only did you break the engagement, you also assaulted an envoy in your own court." Zhao stood tall, voice unwavering. "You call yourself an envoy, yet you barged into our court and attacked our people. Is this how the Lion Kingdom starts wars now?" Yanjiang's expression darkened. "This won't be forgotten. The Ming Kingdom has crossed the line. Just you wait." With those parting words, he turned and stormed out of the palace. The emperor exhaled deeply and then turned to Wenna, smiling broadly. "You've chosen well, daughter. I'm very pleased with this young man." The officials nodded in agreement, echoing praise. Yes, Princess Wenna's husband is no ordinary man, a fine addition to the royal family. Flushed with joy, Wenna slipped her arm around Zhao, holding him close, and Zhao, his eyes warm, looked down at her with all the love he could hold. "Father, I saw it with my own eyes," Yanzhang Qing said, standing solemnly before a mirror. He clasped his hands together, speaking with unwavering certainty. "Using the people reading technique you taught me, I've discovered something important. Princess Wenna and Zhao share exceptional physiques. They're unlike anyone else I've observed." The figure within the mirror stirred, his reflection rippling slightly like a disturbed pond. His voice echoed back, deep and calm. "Perhaps this is the will of heaven. I'll send my senior disciple to capture both of them." With that, the figure vanished. Hearing this, Yanzhang Qing's lips curled into a pleased smile. So it's senior brother, the invincible golden core cultivator. With his aid, Zhao, who won't escape this time. Victory is within reach as long as nothing goes wrong. Meanwhile, deep within the forest behind the Shai clan estate, A secluded waterfall roared across moss-covered stones. Beneath it sat Xiao An, silently meditating in the flow of crashing water. Suddenly, his concentration broke a surge of energy. From the realm map alerted him, a descendant of the Xia clan, had just recovered fragments of memories from a past life. Opening his eyes, Xiao An's expression turned grave. Though Xiadi had always been a reincarnated powerhouse, the return of such memories could be dangerous. Painful secrets lay hidden in that forgotten past reasons for death. The truth of reincarnation, betrayals yet unrevealed. Without hesitation, Xiao An vanished into the waterfall's mist. He needed to see what Xiaoyi had remembered for himself. Inside the realm map, Xiaoyi sat motionless, staring down at his own trembling hands. His face was pale, his expression twisted with pain. Around him, waves of spiritual energy surged wildly. He slowly closed his eyes. A vision emerged. A young man his previous self lay, bedridden, strong in body but gaunt in spirit. Blood dripped from his wounds into a basin beneath the bed. The room was thick with the stench of suffering. Then came a voice. "You're tougher than I expected. 3 days and still breathing." It was a woman with striking blue hair, her tone playful, almost amused. She stepped closer, crouching beside the bed, brushing a finger along his face. "But that's good. The longer you live, the more I can extract. Your Keelan soft bone, your azure dragon marrow, your vermilion bird bloodline, they'll all be mine soon enough." She whispered with a cruel softness. "To truly absorb them, I'll need your black warrior blood to nurture it all. The stronger your vitality, the higher my success rate. So don't die yet, all right?" The young man's chapped lips parted, his voice weak. "Why? I treated you with honesty. I loved you. Why would you do this?" She gave him a look of feigned innocence, then said coldly, "Guess." Before he could speak again, another presence appeared, an indistinct figure, his voice echoing from the shadows. "Everything you have, every skill you learned, every opportunity, she arranged it all. You were molded, groomed, so she could harvest you." The man on the bed shook his head in disbelief. Arranged, this life, this path, was all planned. He turned back to her, eyes glassy with heartbreak. "I truly loved you." She gave him a dismissive glance. "Don't say such disgusting things. If I hadn't seen value in your talent and bloodline, do you think I would have wasted even a second raising you up?" Tears finally slid down the young man's cheeks. So it was all a lie. Every moment. All fake. His eyes dimmed as he whispered, "I'll never forgive you." He closed his eyes. Then suddenly, the room blazed with light. "Danger," a voice warned. "A manifestation of the great Tao will." Shock filled the space. He actually awakened. The great Tao will. This could change everything. If we could capture Ituar, cultivation would rise exponentially. But it's bound to his soul. If he dies, it vanishes with him. Back in the realm map, Xiai snapped his eyes open, drenched. In sweat, his breathing was ragged. He clutched his head as memories surged, visions of betrayal, of love, turned poison. "I loved her," he muttered, shaking. The realization crushed him. His spiritual energy flared violently. He gasped, staggered, and then collapsed into the water unconscious. Xiao An, who had been watching silently from the shadows, finally opened his eyes. His gaze was cold, thoughtful. "That woman, she treated him like a resource, not a person," he murmured. From seed to fruit, he was nothing more than a cultivation vessel for her. His mind churned with unease. To have devoured the achievements of a cultivator at the integration stage. What level did they reach afterward? And that other man, he lingered in memory, hidden in strength. At least integration stage, if not higher. Xiaoan's brows furrowed. "My power is still too weak. If I don't grow stronger quickly, then the descendants of the Xia clan will have their fates stolen, just like Xiai's once was." Xiai stood alone, his expression dark, his thoughts even darker. "In my past life, I lost everything I cherished. My love perished, and only hatred remains. You robbed me of it all. How could someone like me, once invincible, be lacking in talent that wasn't fatted, was theft?" Without hesitation, he raised his hand toward the sky. His voice rang out, fierce and resolute. "In this life, even if I must defy the heavens themselves, I will reclaim what was taken." I will bring justice with my own hands. Not far off, a figure stood quietly beneath a tree chen. He watched a surge of spiritual energy spiral into the air as Xiao Mai emerged. Bowing respectfully, Chen called out, "Great ancestor." Xiao Mai turned with a composed face. "I've made my decision. I want to leave on a journey to temper myself." Xiai's expression remained calm. He closed his eyes slowly, then gave a faint nod. "This land of rivers and mountains can no longer contain you. It's time to go." Although the treasured painting that housed him was powerful enough to preserve countless cultivators, it had its limits, and now, with Xiaomi's memories from a past life reawakening, the heaven and earth energy within him was no longer something the painting could suppress. Xiao Mai thumped his chest with pride. "Great ancestor, I swear once I leave, I'll make the Shia clan a name that strikes fear into the hearts of the strong." Shia raised an eyebrow, startled by the bravado. He placed a firm hand on the young man's shoulder, his tone suddenly more serious. "Don't be so quick to show off. Strength should be hidden, not flaunted. Above all, I'll survive." His gaze turned sharp. "The outside world is cruel, boy. It's a place where people hunt each other like beasts. If you wave your talents around, someone will come to take what you have. One Xiao Mai already draws attention. With you and Xiao Wai both, the Shia clan will be marked for death." Xiao Mei nodded solemnly. "Then I'll remember your words, ancestor." Satisfied, Xiai produced 2 glowing objects. "Take these, you'll need them." He held out a pair of finely woven boots and a fluttering black flag. "These are treasures, cloud-treading bootstop grade, 4th tier, and this flag is the dark yin banner top grade, 3rd tier. They won't make you immortal, but they'll help you flee when death is at your heels." Overwhelmed, Xiao Mi dropped to his knees. "Thank you, great ancestor. I won't forget your kindness." Xiai's expression softened with a rare smile. "Remember, staying alive is the foundation of everything." Just then, the system chimed in Xiaomi's mind. "Enemy approaching the Xia clan. Choose your response. Option 1, strike first, crush the enemy. Reward, top grade, 4th tier, treasure frost collar. Option 2, let Xiai deal with it. Reward, top grade, 3rd tier, treasure frost ring of the outer heavens." Xiao Mai turned toward Xiai, who simply gestured toward the main gate. "Go, I'll handle this." Xiao Mei obeyed without hesitation, exiting through the front. Outside, someone was already yelling for him. "Bring out Xiao Wai." Before Xiao Mai could respond, Xiao Wai appeared from behind and stepped forward. "What business do you have with my brother?" she asked coldly. A man sneered at her. "The affairs of the Jinghong Palace are no concern of outsiders." The name Jinghong Palace made Xiai pause. Su Shi. The memory surfaced. Jinghong Palisa, prestigious sect known for raising prodigies, and Sushi had been its founder. Stepped forward, passing Xiao Wai without looking at her. "I know where he is. Follow me." He led the man Chenwen down a winding path behind the mountain until they reached a place that seemed long forgotten. Chenwen eyed the area with irritation. "What is this place supposed to be?" Xiai's voice turned quiet, almost distant. "This is where I died." They stood atop a jagged rock, overlooking a deep pit scarred into the earth. Xiai looked down at it, a haunted glint in his eyes. "I was dragged here, bound, broken. They hollowed out my bones, drained my marrow, tore my tendons, bled me dry. And to cover their crimes, they razed the entire mountain." Chenwen took a step back, unnerved by the eerie calm in Xiai's voice. He shook his head and turned to leave. He's insane, Chenwen thought. Absolutely mad. Xiai broke the silence with a calm but pointed question. "Is Sushi still being held at Jinghong?" Palace Chenwan stiffened, the blood draining from his face. The question struck too deep, too specific. He spun toward Xiai, his voice rising with fury. "How dare you speak that name so casually? Do you even realize who you're talking about? That name belongs to our sect's revered ancestor." His eyes narrowed with suspicion and disbelief. "That name is only known to the most senior members of the sect. Who are you?" Xiadi met his gaze without flinching, his tone as sharp as ice. "Still clinging to the same old schemes. I see, Jinghong Palace, luring prodigies from across the world, only to torture them in silence, far from the eyes of the world. Have your methods changed at all? Chenwen's breath caught. For a moment, he didn't respond. Then, without another word, he flared with dark spiritual energy. The force twisted and coiled into the shape of writhing black dragons, launching toward Xiai with lethal intent. A cruel grin spread across Chenwen's face as the dragons roared through the air. Dust exploded, smoke billowed, and when the chaos-cleared Xiai was gone without a trace, Chenwen sneered. Turned to ash, just another piece of trash. He turned to leave, satisfied only to freeze in place. There, directly behind him, stood Xiai, unscathed, composed, and still as a statue, hands calmly folded behind his back. Chenwen's jaw dropped. No? How are you still standing? Xiai's eyes were unreadable. What is it you want from Xiaohu? He asked, his voice eerily quiet, but Chenwen didn't answer. Rage overtook him again, and he launched another furious attack. Don't act so high and mighty, you scum. You've barely broken through to the Golden Core stage. How dare you pretend to be my equal? A genius like me, you're dreaming. The resulting explosion echoed like thunder, tearing through the air. Trash. Wind roared again. Yet when the dust once more began to settle, there he was, Xiai, still standing, still calm. UNMOVING. Not a scratch on him. Chenwen's face turned ghostly pale. He staggered back a step, panic rising in his throat. How is this happening? Xiai finally smiled, faint and knowing. Perhaps you've heard this. Saying, he said smoothly, at my level, I am untouchable. And when I fight above my level, it's always 1-for-1. Chenwen lowered his gaze, his tone heavy with regret. Our sect once nurtured a prodigious talent exceptionally gifted with power that left others in awe. Unfortunately, he strayed from the righteous path and embraced demonic cultivation. We had no choice but to cast him out. At this, Xiao Mai crossed his arms, fury flashing in his eyes. Ridiculous slander, he spat. I am that so-called prodigy. Chenwen stared at him, disbelief twisting his expression. Have you lost your mind? That tale is ancient hand. That man is long dead. Xiao Mai simply raised a finger and pointed to the heavens. Drawing upon the forces of heaven and earth, he summoned a wave of spiritual energy that surged through the air like a divine current. It struck Chenwen squarely in the chest, launching him backward. He tumbled, hitting the ground hard. Clutching his chest, Chenwen convulsed. Pain racked his body, his meridians shredded, his muscles torn, and his danshin thrown into disarray. How could this be? He thought in horror, sweat pouring down his face. I'm at the 9th level of Golden Core, a genius of my sect, untouchable within my realm. How is this possible? Only at the moment of defeat did he understand there was always someone stronger, a higher mountain to climb. But Xiao Mai wasn't faring much better. The clash had drained him. One devastating move, and his spiritual energy was nearly spent. Golden Core Level 1, facing off against Level 9. It wasn't a trivial challenge. If I were still in my old body, Xiao Mai thought grimly, this would have been effortless. Chenwen now lay dead at his feet. Xiao Mai stepped forward, rummaging through the corpse. All he found was a jade token and a handful of spirit stones, nothing of real value. He summoned a small flame and incinerated the remains, erasing all traces of the battle. The men from Jinghong Palace were already hunting for him. For now, it was wiser to lay low and uncover more about the organization quietly. He returned to Ruo City to rest and plan his next move. Elsewhere, in the Liang Kingdom, the Crown Prince paced in frustration. Still no sign of that disciple. Without him, the plan can't proceed. There's only one solution left: use the jade token to locate him. Through the lingering spiritual aura, he could sense the other's location. He must be nearby. The Crown Prince wandered the streets of Ruo City and soon stepped into a modest in his mind racing. They say this senior brother is the strongest Golden Core cultivator of our generation. But I've never met him. I wonder what kind of man he is. Before he could complete the thought, a calm voice called out from within, "Come in?" The Crown Prince's heart skipped a beat. So he already sensed me. Truly impressive. He stepped forward respectfully. "Greetings, senior brother." Inside sat none other than Xiao Mei, his expression unreadable. This must be someone connected to Chen when Xiao Mei thought, "I sensed someone searching for me. Looks like it didn't take long." Xiao Mei kept his tone even. "Who are you?" The young man clasped his hands politely. "I am Yan Zhenin, Crown Prince of the Lian King. Your fellow disciple. I came here specifically to welcome you." Xiao Mei studied him in silence, his thoughts guarded. What does he really want? Asking directly would be too obvious. Feigning concern, he added, "I wasn't sure if someone might be impersonating you, so I had to be careful." The Crown Prince nodded quickly. "Understandable, but I assure you, my purpose here is genuine. I've come to capture Xia Huo and Princess Wua. They'll be presented to our master as gifts." Xiao Mei's expression darkened. So that's what Chen Wen was after, to trying to hand over others like trophies, just like they tried with him. Jinghong Palace hasn't changed. Still as cruel and manipulative as ever. Noticing his silence, Yan Zhenin asked, "Senior brother, what's on your mind?" Xiao Mei slowly drew out the jade token and held it up. "I assume this proves my identity." Seeing the token, the prince's face lit up. He was convinced. "Senior brother," he said eagerly, "I've already arranged for insiders within the Ming Kingdom, including someone from their royal bloodline. We can join forces with them. If we succeed, we'll take over the entire kingdom. Lian Kingdom will grow, and the best talents of Ming Kingdom will all be at our disposal." With visible hesitation, Yan Zhenin lowered his voice and asked, "Senior brother, what do you think of the plan?" Xiao remained seated, serene and unshaken. He spoke with calm certainty. "It's not bad. Go make the necessary arrangements. Today, we seize control of the Ming Kingdom." Yan Zhenin bowed deeply, fists clasped in respect, and swiftly departed. Elsewhere in the palace, behind the doors of a private chamber, a scene unfolded that was far too intimate for the innocent. The room was occupied by none other than Xiao himself, along with Princess Waiho. "The clan," Xiao said quietly, brushing a loose strand of hair from the princess's cheek, "wants us to continue the bloodline. It's no longer a request, it's become a command from the grand ancestor." Princess Waiho looked away shyly, her voice no more than a whisper. "I'll follow your lead, whatever path you choose." Then, unexpectedly, Xiao stared at his own hand, brow furrowing in thought. "Strange. After each time we're together, I feel stronger, my cultivation deepens. Or am I imagining things?" Before either could dwell further, the room's door creaked open slightly, and something thin and pale fluttered through the Gapan envelope. In one smooth motion, Xiao extended 2 fingers and caught it mid-air. He inspected it quickly. No seal, no markings. He opened it and scanned the message inside. A flicker of surprise crossed his face. What is this? Could it be real? Who would send something like this? Without hesitation, he dashed out of the room, scanning the corridors. But the hallway was silent, empty. No trace of a messenger, no lingering footsteps. Even the envelope bore no hint of its sender. Meanwhile, within the Ming Imperial Palace, manic laughter echoed through the halls. "Huh!" At last barked a rebel leader, his face alight with twisted satisfaction. "We finally have a real chance to tear down that decrepit old emperor." Standing before his private militia, he grinned. Wickedly, "From today onward, the entire Ming Kingdom will kneel to my will." The thought of power, of seizing not just the throne, but the emperor's daughters, filled him with a feverish energy. Yet outside the door of a meeting room, he paused, brow furrowed. "Why is no one here yet?" he muttered. "This is the exact time we agreed upon." A heavy silence answered him. Did we get the location wrong? He wondered, growing restless. Or worse, did our people back out? Turning sharply, his voice snapped with urgency. "Send someone now, find them. I don't care what it takes. I want troops here, and I want them now. Without men, this rebellion is nothing." Yan Zhenin's expression darkened as he watched. From the shadows, the weight of betrayal or failure starting to press in. A voice echoed coldly from behind. "There's no point in looking. Your men won't be coming." Yan Zhenin turned, eyes narrowing as Xiaohuo calmly stepped forward. "You," Yan said, startled. Xiaohuo offered a faint smile. "Your little scheme has already unraveled. Your army crushed. What's left is just you." Yan's fists clenched at his sides. Xiaohuo continued casually. What now? Planning to run? Think you can make it out of the palace alive? In response, Jenin stood his ground. Xiaohuo, I'll make you an offer. Let me leave, and the Leon Kingdom will reward you handsomely spirit pills, treasure, anything you want. But Xiaohuo barely reacted. You misunderstand, he said coolly. I'm the one giving you a chance. Yan's jaw tensed. I'm the crown prince of Leon Kingdom. Are you sure you want to provoke a war? Xiaohuo smirked. If it comes to that, so be it. I've never feared war. But Yan's confidence faltered. Where is he? He wondered. Why hasn't my senior brother arrived yet? Just then, a figure emerged from the shadows, Yamai. He wore a mask that obscured his face, and Xiaohuo failed to recognize him immediately. Yet, there was something hauntingly familiar about the stranger. Seeing him, Yan Jenin's confidence returned, and he sneered, Now you're scared, aren't you, Xiaohu? This is my senior brother, 9th level, Golden Core, a prodigy. The so-called invincible Golden Core. You're nothing compared to him. But Xiaohuo remained unfazed. He drew his sword slowly. 9th level? Huh, he muttered. Better to strike first than risk regret. Enraged, Yan turned to his supposed ally, senior brother. This is the man I spoke of, the one my master and I want captured. If we take him alive, our cultivation will double. The masked figure wasn't his senior brother, it was Shai. Yuyan stammered, his voice catching in his throat. Shai's reply was brief. Dai Xiaohuo's mouth fell open. Didn't recognize me? Uncle Huo blinked in surprise, then let out a hearty laugh. Xiai launched into an explanation, recounting everything from the start. When he finished, Xiaohuo's expression turned serious. So this entire mess was just the tip of the iceberg, he said grimly. That's why you must be cautious. Uncle, not just you, your wife too. They've already marked her. He tried to sound confident, adding, They won't be able to track him back to us, but it's still best to stay vigilant. Later, at the Xia family estate, a loud voice called from inside one of the rooms. Father, Xiai bowed. It's from Uncle Huo. It bears a secret seal meant for your eyes only. Curious, Xiai asked. What did Uncle write? Xiaoen waved his hand and walked away. Oh, nothing urgent. Just a reminder, our young men must train harder. And apparently, a year passed on the Xia family's secluded back mountain. Zhao Chen sat in quiet meditation. Descendant count has reached 3,000. Reward unlocked Huo's Boa top grade tier 2 magical treasure. He opened his eyes, stunned. The effort it had taken to reach this number finally paid off. Examining the reward, he smiled. This bow can lock onto any target with perfect accuracy and doubles the user's power. A true weapon of destruction. Now, he no longer needed to hesitate. With this, anyone who threatened him could be wiped out. The system chimed again, displaying Xiaohuo's updated profile, name Xiaohuo race, human cultivation, winning stage. 2 techniques, 9 flying dragon swords, soul-destroying sword, infinite devil transformation. Heaven's blessing, Buddha blade, azure dragon, origin, titles Master of Tanning Tower, leader of the 36 sects of Ming Kingdom destiny, Flame Emperor's fate talent, 6-star spiritual root Chao N. Upon reading the profile, chuckled. Not bad at all. That kid's growth has skyrocketed. In just a year, Xiaohuo had advanced from the peak of the Golden Core stage into the Yi1 Ying realm. More notifications rolled in. Your grandson, Xiaohuo, has eliminated 3 spies from Jinghong Palace. He has uncovered and executed secret agents from the Leon Kingdom. He led forces to help the Ming Kingdom defeat the Leon Kingdom's army. He killed a top genius from Jinghong Palace and acquired their secret map. Zhao Wen nodded thoughtfully. With each move, he's drawing more attention. But the more pressure they apply, the stronger he becomes. Smiling, he raised his hand to the sky and said softly, He really is just like me. Gazing at the system display, Xiao Chen let out a faint, knowing smile. Name, Shai race, human talent, 6-star cultivation path, Dragon Yang, Sword Blood, Technique, Destiny, Divine Sword, Mysterious Yang, One Sword Spirit, Mountain Forming, Primordial, Void Realm, Golden Core Stage 1, Special Identity, reincarnated cultivator from the fusion period, awakened with an innate physique, chosen by the will of heaven and earth. Not bad, Xiao Chen muttered. My great-grandson Xiai has already infiltrated Jing Mountain while concealing his identity. Training quietly at a branch of the Jinghong Palace, the system continued to update. Status update. Xiadi has slain 10 enemies without being discovered. Xiao Mai, another of your descendants, rescued the gifted yin bearer of the rare heavenly yang physique and helped him escape the encirclement. At the same time, Shai also rescued another prodigy, this one gifted with dual spiritual roots from the ambush at Feng in Jing Mountain. More and more notifications rolled in. Xiao Chen stroked his beard and smiled, composed and pleased. Good. Operating in the shadows, killing cleanly, leaving no trace. He remembered my teachings. Excellent. Just then she approached, leaning on his cane. Father, he said, we've received another letter from Elder Huo. This one includes a diagram looks like a treasure vault layout. Xiao Chen accepted the letter without hesitation and read through it carefully. Letter content. While on an expedition, I stumbled upon a very old map. Legend says it marks the final resting place of Yuan Ming, the renowned emperor of the cultivation world. The location is said to be filled with unimaginable riches and scient elixirs, lost techniques, rare magical artifacts. I am unable to go myself. Shall we send Shai to explore it instead? Xiao Chen murmured, the final resting place of Yuan Ming at the border of Ming Kingdom and Liang Kingdom, is it? He glanced at his son. Shai must go. This opportunity could elevate our entire clan. In his mind, Xiao Chen was already calculating. If we secure even a fraction of what's hidden there, the Xia family will rise beyond recognition. Then the system chimed in again. Opportunity detected, initiating decision interface. Choose one. Of the following, option 1, send Xiai to pursue the treasure. Gives reward, fertility river elixir. Option 2, decline, avoiding danger. Gives reward, 1 grade 4, low tier magical treasure. Xiao Chen raised a brow. Why would the system offer a danger avoidance option? Is this tomb more perilous than expected? Still, his decision was clear. We'll go. It's a chance to remove obstacles for the Xia family's future. She bowed. Understood. I'll prepare immediately. As he left, the system issued Xiao Chun's reward. You have acquired Fertility River, basic grade effect. Consumption increases conception probability by 10% for 24 hours. Xiao Chen chuckled. Excellent. From now on, every daughter-in-law and granddaughter-in-law in the household gets a cup daily. Our family line will thrive like never before. Outside, the skies were blue, the clouds thin and soft. Sunlight gilded the rooftops. Word was spreading across the region. The Jinghong Palace had posted an official notice, recruiting cultivators to explore a hidden treasure. Whispers filled the streets. I heard this treasure lies at the edge of Ming and Liang, kingdoms said to be the legacy of a cultivator who defied even destiny. Why would the Jinghong Palace invite outsiders to claim such wealth with them? Don't you know? The palace has a noble reputation. In Liang Kingdom, they've even trained commoners into cultivators. They say they stand against fate itself. The excitement rippled through the crowd. Let's register. If I were even 20 years younger, I'd be in line already. Just seeing that tomb would be worth it. Someone sighed. Even if I didn't survive. Just then, a bright-eyed youth burst into the square, waving a notice. Listen to this. Jinghong Palace is offering rewards. If you recommend a talented cultivator and they pass selection, you get an elixir that helps you break into cultivation. The plaza erupted in murmurs. Let's go. Maybe someone from the Xia family can enter like that young Xia Chen. Meanwhile, at the Xia estate, Xiao Chen's descendants gathered before him. Bowing low, great-grandfather, one of them spoke, the treasure being sought by the Jinghong Palace. Isn't that the same site marked on the map Elder Hu sent? Xiao Chen's gaze turned sharp. The locations do align. Perhaps this isn't an opportunity, it's a trap. Hua had most likely fallen straight into their trap, but even so, the map they acquired was the real deal. It's authentic. One of the clan members confirmed. Xiao Chen gave a cold chuckle. And why has Jinghong Palace been gathering talent for so many years? Do you really think they're doing it out of the kindness of their hearts? eager to share some hidden treasure? He shook his head and added disdainfully, "They're simply nurturing pawns to harvest when the time is ripe. A dog doesn't stop burying bones just because it wears a golden collar." He waved it off, his expression calm. "But it doesn't concern us, let them posture. The more arrogant they act, the more they'll attract attention from the other sects. Once enough parties are involved, the treasure will naturally be shared. No reason for us to shoulder the burden alone." The younger cultivators surrounding him bowed in agreement, acknowledging his strategy. Just then, the heavy wooden doors burst open. A servant rushed in, out of breath. "Patriarch, great ancestor, representatives from Jingheng Palace have arrived. They say they wish to discuss matters peacefully." Xiaowen raised an eyebrow but remained composed. "So they've come to us first." "Interesting." He stood, brushing the dust from his robes. "Very well, let's hear what they have to say. Make sure no conflict breaks out. We don't want any sparks just yet." He paused, thoughts racing. Xiao Mai is the reincarnation of a mighty expert, and those two who eliminated the Tuvi boy, they're no weaker. Jingheng Palace knows it can't afford a head-on clash with us right now. They'll grit their teeth and play nice for now. Turning to a steward, Xiaowen instructed, "Bring out the finest tea in the Xia family's storehouse. We'll host them properly." The meeting was arranged in one of the ancestral halls. As the fragrant tea was poured into porcelain cups, the atmosphere remained poised and civil. At that very moment, Shi Lin had just broken through to the nascent soul stage, and Jiang Shen had achieved the same. As they sipped, Jiang Shen remarked with a smile, "This tea is exquisite. Even at Jingheng Palace, something like this is reserved only for the most elite disciples." Musha, standing nearby, smirked. "With your cultivation realms, aren't you considered elite disciples yourselves?" Shi Lin let out a soft laugh and replied graciously, "The family head jests. If we were truly among the elite, would we be the ones sent to handle trivial errands?" Her voice was sweet, but her words struck a chord, slightly as he mulled it over. If even these two are considered low-ranking within Jingheng Palace, then just how terrifying must their top-tier disciples be? It was clear now any clash with them would need to be approached with extreme caution. Xiai stepped forward and asked calmly, "May I know the purpose of your visit?" Xielin didn't hesitate. This time, the Jingheng Palace is recruiting exceptional talents, those capable of shaping a brighter future for our world. A secret island has recently surfaced, and with mutual cooperation, we can seize this rare opportunity together. She added, "This will benefit not only Louis City, but also the Xia family and every citizen here." Xiai offered a polite smile. "Such an opportunity, I didn't expect that. But considering that the Xia family is the most influential in Louis City, perhaps it would be better if we allowed others to step forward instead." Shilin's expression immediately sharpened. "Head of the Xia family, the offer from Jingheng Palace isn't something just anyone receives. Are you sure you want to decline? Or perhaps you're looking down on the palace?" Xiahai held back a sigh. So she's dropped the polite act already. "Youth these days really don't have much patience." "You misunderstand," he said diplomatically. "The truth is, our family has always been filled with individuals of average talent. Cultivation simply isn't something we actively pursue anymore. Most of our younger generation are focused on business, leisure. They have no desire to walk the harsh road of cultivation. You'd only be disappointed." "Nonsense," Shilin snapped. "Xia herself is a direct descendant of your family, a noble lady of the Ming Empire, and a rare talent in the cultivation world. I've heard she reached the Yuanyan stage at such a young age. If that's considered average, then what? Would the rest of us be trash?" "Xia left the family years ago," Shai replied coldly. "Whatever she's achieved since has nothing to do with us. She walks her own path." At that, Shilin and Jiang Shen exchanged glances. Jiang Shen finally spoke. "You're being offered an incredible opportunity by Jingheng Palace. Whether someone has potential or not, we have our own methods of determining that." "There's no need for concern," Shilin added. "That's right. Just summon the young ones, we'll take care of the rest. As for other matters, we can discuss them later." Xiadi reached into his robes and pulled out a velvet pouch, holding it before them. "I do hope you'll reconsider," he said slowly. "On a journey like this, filled with danger and competition, If you'd agree to let this go, I assure you, the family would compensate you generously. Jiang Shen's expression darkened. What's the meaning of this? He snatched the pouch and hurled it to the ground. Silver and gold spilled across the floor. Shalin was furious. Enough with your manipulative tactics. We came here to offer a rare chance at prosperity, not to be insulted with bribes. Xiadi narrowed his eyes. This situation's clearly not going to be easy. I'd better speak with the others. He retreated to consult with Zhao and father. He said, "These two aren't simple. They're stubborn and don't listen to reason. Can people like this really be so loyal?" Zhaowen gave a small, knowing smile. If they discover a true prodigy for Jinghong Palace, they'll be rewarded, far more than anything we could offer. That kind of motivation drives people more than you think. So, should we just let them search freely within the clan? Xia asked hesitantly. No, Xiaowen said firmly. Only the people we choose. But they've all gone into seclusion to cultivate and regulate their state, Xia noted. Then, I'll go to them myself, Xiaowen replied. Let's not let this escalate. Yes, father. Without delay, Zhaowen summoned a puppet under his command and sent it out to represent him. Xiai followed closely behind, using his spiritual. Will Zhaowen made the puppet speak. If the Xia family truly possesses a genius worthy of your palace, what will the family receive in return? Standing beside the puppet, Xia added, this is our ancestor. If you want to recruit someone from our family, his approval is required. Shilin glanced at the puppet with mild disdain. This is unusual. Zhang Shen stepped in. You're asking what the Xia family will receive. Shilin answered with a calm, steady voice. If one of your descendants is chosen, joining Jinghong Palace alone is a monumental honor. For someone with true talent, the path ahead might elevate them to a force strong enough to protect the Xia lineage for centuries. Even after thousands of years, Xia Chen thought to himself, some things never change. All these people, ever, did was sell grand visions with empty promises. The woman before him continued speaking, her voice calm but edged with arrogance. In truth, your Haya family has already benefited far more than you realize. Our very presence here is a blessing to you. Zhang Shen nodded in agreement, sneering. The young men in your clan? Please, mediocre at best. Don't expect any prodigies. You might end up more disappointed than impressed. Then Shine stepped forward, her tone sharp. From the moment we arrived, you've done nothing but stall. It's obvious you've been looking for excuses to turn us away. I wonder, do you perhaps hold contempt for Jinghong Palace? Do you think we're beneath you, or is it that you look down on our entire cultivation system? Suddenly, a cold glimmer flashed in Xia Chen's eyes. A system notification blinked silently in his vision. Threat detected. The Xia family is under pressure. Initiating decision protocol. Please choose, reject the request. Reveal your true power and eliminate the intruders. Reward, advanced disguise, technique accept their proposal. Allow them to proceed with the selection. Reward, Eye of Deception. Technicia Chen considered his options carefully. Revealing his strength now and wiping out the intruders would be easy, but doing so would undoubtedly catch the attention of Jinghong Palace. They would send more and worse. They'd start digging into his family. No, that wouldn't do. The advanced disguise technique would allow him to remain hidden, to bide his time. Better to keep the mask on for now. Let them believe what they want. This was a long game. Xia Chen's expression didn't flicker. Calmly, silently, he bid his dismissal. Step by step, he would dismantle them. But not yet. System notification. Congratulations, host. You have successfully selected the eye-deceiving technique. See the trees, not the forest. This skill allows you to mask your true cultivation level. Enemies will see only what you want them to. C. Xiao En stood confidently with his hands on his hips, casting a relaxed glance at the two younger Cultivators. Zhang Shen leaned toward Xiao Lin and whispered, Worried? Did we give ourselves away just now? Zhao En chuckled. You're overthinking it, he said, brushing off the concern. If you don't believe me, observe for yourselves. See how they assess your talents? Li Yi stepped forward arrogantly, his voice sharp. Fine, I trust the Xia family wouldn't be foolish enough to send nobodies. Xiao Lin frowned inwardly. Could father really intend to send these descendants of the Xia clan to Jinghong Palace? Are they truly as ordinary as he claimed? The thought unsettled him. Without another word, Xiao Chen and Xia Li began walking ahead, with Jiang Shen and Xiao Lin following behind. This is where the Xia family's descendants, those aged 18 to 25, reside, Xiao Chen explained, gesturing toward a large courtyard. They're in their prime, full of life and vitality. He raised a hand, then turned to Xia Li. Take them inside. I'm too old to walk around all day. I'll stay here and wait. Xia Li nodded respectfully and led the two guests toward the courtyard. As they approached, Jiang Shen glanced around with a skeptical expression. What is this? There's no one around. Don't tell me you've lured us to this remote place just to kill us. Xia Li raised a brow calmly. You misunderstand. Just be quiet and listen. The two cultivators paused, furrowing their brows. From beyond the courtyard walls came a series of strange sound creaks, rhythmic thumps, and muffled moans. Zhao Lin's cheeks suddenly turned red. Wait, are you serious? Are they really doing that in broad daylight? Jiang Shen looked equally stunned. Is this some kind of breeding center? There are that many people in there working non-stop. Xia Li kept his composure. You heard it yourself. Do I really need to explain? Jiang Shen's spiritual energy flared up slightly. The Xia family is being this open about it? In the middle of the day, Xia Li snorted. This is our family's courtyard. Since when did sharing a bed become a crime? Xiao Lin was flustered. I'm not judging, this is all very unexpected. If we didn't do this, Xia Li said, crossing his arms, how could the Xia family have grown so strong over generations? That made Xiao Lin suddenly perk up. Oh, is it because of the birth of Xiao Xiao? Xia Li raised an eyebrow, completely unrelated. Xiao Xiao is out training, fighting for the peace of the Ming Kingdom, serving the people. He's never benefited the clan directly. The growth of our lineage has only ever come from one thing: having more descendants. Jiang Shen put his hands on his hips. So you're telling me that everyone here, between the ages of 18 and 25, is spending their days and nights contributing to the bloodline? Xia Li nodded proudly. Exactly. If you don't believe me, feel free to wait here until evening. The Xie family may not be the best at everything, but in this particular field, we're second to none. Just then, Xiao Lin's eyes drifted to the mountain in the distance. His expression twisted in surprise. Wait, that mountain, why is it split in half? Did an earthquake happen here? Xia Li followed his gaze and nodded casually. That happened one night while our clan members were putting in extra effort. The intensity of their dedication cracked the mountain. If you don't believe me, ask anyone in Louis City. They all know the story. Zhao Lin froze, completely speechless. After some time, the three of them returned from the tours. Zhao En was still sitting in his place, waiting patiently. Well, he asked with a smile, what do you two think of the younger generation of the Xia family? Neither Jiang Shen nor Zhao Lin could find the words to respond. They looked too stunned and, perhaps, slightly scandalized. Seeing their expressions, Xiao Chen stepped in. Don't be too quick to judge. What you've seen is only the outer courtyard. He turned toward a path ahead. Come, the true talents lie deeper inside. As they moved forward, Xia Li turned to his father. Father, all the Xia family members here, they're exceptional, aren't they? Xiao En offered a serene smile. It's enough. Zhao En led the way confidently, with the two envoys from Jinghong Palace following close behind. If we can discover 10 outstanding disciples, Zhao En said, glancing over his shoulder, they'll be eligible for pieces of high-grade spiritual medicine from Jinghong Palace. But if we find 20, then they'll qualify for the inner sect itself. That kind of opportunity is limitless. He paused and gave the two a meaningful look. Well, don't you want to see for yourselves? Jiang Shen scoffed arrogantly. Enough talk, lead the way. Zhao Chen, standing nearby, gave a quiet smile. Without hesitation, he activated the one-leaf blindfold technique, subtly distorting the observer's perceptions. With a soft nod, he said, then let's go. A radiant beam of light shot from Xiao Chun's hand and wrapped around them. With synchronized voices, the three set off. The scene shifted to the Xia family's martial training grounds, young men shouted as they trained relentlessly. One carried a massive boulder atop his head. Others struck dummies with furious speed. Yet despite the intensity, Sha couldn't shake the worry from his face. Disciples of this caliber might actually catch the attention of Jinghong Palace, he murmured. But when Zhang Shen and Shay Lin took in the scene through Zhao Chen's illusory spell, what they saw shocked them. A youth slack-jawed and drooling sat in the dirt, playing with a beetle like a child. Zhang Shen scowled. "This one? Are your standards so low that someone like this is top 10 in the Shia family?" Shay Lin gave a similar disapproving glance. Sha replied calmly, "That youth ranks among our top 10. His strength is really even if appearances deceive." Shay Lin's lips curled in distaste. "He's worse than some of the commoners we passed on the way." From behind them, Sha's voice remained steady. "Perhaps there's a misunderstanding." Xiaoan simply smiled. "It's fine. Let them see for themselves." Sha exhaled with relief. So this was all part of the plan. His father must have made arrangements in advance. That man really was sharp. Elsewhere beneath the shade of a towering tree, two figures sprinted in laps, practicing footwork techniques. But through the illusion, Zhang Shen saw a different story: a young man hanging from a branch, swinging back and forth gleefully like a monkey, while the other stood urinating and scribbling nonsense on the wall. Zhang Shen muttered in disbelief. Meanwhile, Shay Lin's perception showed a muscular youth crawling face-first through a giant cake, her face twisted with revulsion. "These are your so-called geniuses," she spat. Sha, standing calmly beside them, offered clarification. "That disciple is cultivating the immovable king technique. He's only at the early golden core stage, so among the inner court he seems average. But his talent is remarkable." Zhaowen smirked, rubbing his chin. "Oh, just wait, it gets better." The next illusion was the final blow, and fell face down, while another lay on his back, laughing hysterically. A third clutched his arm, crying out, "My arm, it's broken." Zhang Shen and Shay Lin were utterly speechless. Sha didn't flinch. "These are the best the Shia family has to offer. I stand by that." Zhang Shen raised an eyebrow, sweat trailing down his temple. "I don't know whether to laugh or cry. Zhaowen being born in the Shia family must be the miracle of the century." Shay Lin crossed her arms. "Honestly, I'm starting to believe the only reason the Shia family hasn't collapsed is because of Xiao." "Ho ho, it's certainly not because of the rest of you." Xiao Chen asked calmly. "Well, have you decided?" Without a moment's hesitation, Shay Lin answered, "Absolutely not." Xiaowen's expression turned serious. "Now you've seen it, the inner and outer courts of the Shia family. Just as they are." Frustrated and defeated, the two turned to leave. Shay Lin muttered, "This whole visit was a complete waste. We should have just visited the Chen family. Instead, their complaints didn't stop there." "Disgraceful," Zhang Shen sneered. "The inner court's a mess, the outer court's no better. The Shia family doesn't nurture talent, they just breed endlessly like rabbits." "No wonder Xiao Hoho never came back," Shay Lin added. "Who'd want to return to this embarrassment?" They stormed off, but not before one final jab. Urine on the walls. "Really, these people are deranged." From behind, Xiao Li watched them go, having overheard the tail end of their rant, his brows knit in confusion. "Are they talking about our Shia family?" Back in the inner quarters of the Shia clan, Shay walked in silence, deep in thought. The strength of the family's disciples was nothing to scoff at, not just within Chang'o City, but across the entire Ming country. While none possessed the terrifying natural gifts of someone like Xiao, they were still remarkable. Yet doubts gnawed at Shay. Turning to his father, he asked, "Are our so-called geniuses really that insignificant in the eyes of Jinghong Hall?" Zhaowen raised a brow at the question. "Jinghong Hall isn't lacking in prodigies," he said calmly. Inwardly, he recalled Shay's past life, the child born with Qilin cartilage, azure, dragon bone marrow, vermilion bird meridians, and black tortoise blood. The Shia family, proud as it was, could hardly compare to that level of innate power. "No wonder," Shay murmured, understanding now. "Just like during that last treasure hunt. Are we going again this time? DJ Hong Hong. Hall won't go easy on us. They'll be our fiercest competition." Zhaowen nodded gravely. You think it's just us? Word of the treasure's appearance has spread far and wide. Countless eyes are watching, waiting like wolves circling prey. I'll tell the Shia disciples to train harder, Shay said. Without hesitation, his father didn't respond immediately. He was thinking hard. In these turbulent times, strength was safety. He turned and strode to a chamber hidden behind the Shia mountain, a place that stored countless ancient treasures, powerful artifacts that had become obsolete or were awaiting someone worthy. Many were granted to gifted disciples, but now even the unused items would need to be brought forth to prepare for what was to come. After sitting in meditation for many days, half a month passed. Zhaowen finally ended his cultivation. His body had broken through to the 3rd level of Nent Soul, but the progress had been sluggish. Even with all the rare medicine he'd consumed, it's not enough, he thought. I have to move faster. I must stay alive. He made his way to the clan's main hall. Shay met him there, bowing with hands clasped. Father, all preparations are complete. The treasure-seeking team can depart whenever you give the order. Zhaowen smiled, clearly pleased. Excellent. Bring them in. I want to meet them. At his command, a group of robust young men stepped forward. Their eyes were sharp, their spirits fierce, and their bodies hardened through rigorous training. Shay stepped forward and pointed to one of them. This is our team leader, Xiao Fang. He's already reached peak Golden Core. The rest are all at Golden Core level, to each one an elite of the Shia family. They will surely bring the treasure home. Zhaowen regarded them with quiet pride. Rise, all of you. From within his robe, he pulled out a detailed map. This map is authentic. However, its existence has been leaked, and Jinghong Hall is spreading rumors about the treasure. There's definitely more at play here. Be alert. The treasure isn't worth your lives. Understood? Yes, Patriarch, they shouted in unison. Shay stepped up again. Father, I will remember your words. We'll be careful. Zhaowen nodded and raised his hand again. There's one more thing. A gleaming golden ring materialized in his palm, an ancient artifact, radiating a quiet but deadly power. This is the Heavenly Outcast. When used, it tears open space before the enemy, dealing devastating damage. Take it. Use it to protect yourselves and the pride of the Shia family. Xiaofang accepted the treasure with a deep bow. Thank you, Patriarch. With that, the young warriors turned and departed on their mission. Zhaowen watched them go, a weight in his chest. Despite the preparations, his heart was uneasy. Just to be safe, he activated several powerful puppets golden core avatars to follow and protect the team from the shadows. I hope they'll be enough, he muttered. But if not, there are other ways to kill from 1,000 miles away. Far away, at the border between the Ming country and the neighboring kingdom, another group was assembling. They stood in reverent silence, facing a man with an unsettling presence. Greetings, Divine Master Hongshine. Hongshine, with his sharp features and cruel smile, surveyed the crowd. You've done well. You've found some decent talent to bring into Jinghong Hall. Your rewards will come, as promised. His eyes narrowed when they landed on Temenshe, Lin and Jiangshan. But you too, he said coldly. You brought back only 10 disciples from Chloris, a land rich with spiritual talent, a clan as prestigious as the Shia family. That's all you could offer. Pathetic. The two dropped to their knees at once. We went to the Shia family and searched thoroughly, Shaylin pleaded. But we found no one of value, Zhang Shen added quickly. It's true, Master. The outer court disciples are lost in worldly pleasures, the inner court. Even worse, not worth recruiting. Hongshine let out a low chuckle, eyes closed in mock amusement. So the Shia family is washed up already, he sneered. One decent talent among them must have been a miracle. No point wasting more time on them. He turned toward the crowd and waved his hand. The treasure is what matters now. Take your assigned disciples and head for the site. And remember, this is more than a test. I want them to seize this opportunity. And when it's over, I expect them all to join Jinghong Hall. His eyes gleamed with dark ambition. They will become my disciples. With one hand tucked behind his back, Hongshin stood in silence for a moment before asking calmly, any updates on Xiao? A respectful voice came from behind him. Divine Master, Xiao is still within Ming territory. He hasn't made any moves yet. and it seems he hasn't acted on the matter of the treasure. A quiet smile curled across Hongjin's face. If he refuses to show himself, then all the spies I've planted in Ming will have died for nothing, and I won't let the efforts of Liang country's disciples be wasted either. The subordinate hesitated, then added, "It's been said that members of the Xia family are en route here." Hongjin let out a cold grunt. Without Xiao, none of them matter. Shang Shen and Shay Lin have both visited the Xia family, confirmed that the rest are useless. There's no reason to take them seriously. He turned on his heel and walked away, his robe fluttering slightly with each step. It's time we begin the search for the treasure. Keep watching Xiao. He moves. I want to know immediately. Elsewhere, Xiao Fang stood tall, hands on his hips, as he shouted confidently, "Listen up, everyone. From this moment on, we represent the Jiao family from Northern Li country. Make sure you remember that." Watching him with quiet admiration, Xiaowen thought, Zhao Feng truly deserves to lead this mission. He may act tough, but he's extremely careful, thorough, and precise. Like a younger version of myself, the disciples scratched their heads and echoed in unison. "Understood, big brother Xiao Feng." Xiao Fang laughed. "You're still calling me that? It's big brother Zhao Fang now. We're here to obtain the treasure, whatever it takes. We'll use our northern identity for that." Hearing this, Xiaowen nodded with approval. Having someone like him in charge is a blessing for the family. Just then, a great expert being reborn into your bloodline. It calms the spirit and sharpens the senses, greatly accelerating one's martial arts comprehension. So, a reincarnated great expert is born into my family, just as I'm searching for an ancient expert's treasure. Isn't this too much of a coincidence? The system chimed again. Choose one. Option 1. Act without delay. Assist the reincarnated child's awakening. Reward. Reincarnation sealed divine ability. With both hands behind his back, Xiaowen slowly paced across the courtyard. "System," he said, "how much of the great expert's memory can be retained after reincarnation? To preserve their minds even before birth. That explains the option to erase them," Xiaowen thought. He arrived at a home within the Xia family estate. Inside, a descendant cradled a child in his arms and greeted him respectfully. Patriarch. This child is named Shoa Lin, human race. Possesses a heavenly spirit root. Golden core cultivation at birth. Identity reincarnated peak level expert. Innate treasure. Heaven-changing pearl grants time acceleration abilities. As the child beamed with joy at the sight of Xiaowen, the patriarch smiled gently. Born at the golden core stage, truly worthy of someone who solved the riddle before even leaving the womb. He lifted his hand and conjured a landscape painting from thin air. The child's eyes widened, and then he burst into tears. Xian stepped forward, gently cradling a steaming cup of tea. "Fellow cultivator," he called out, with a calm yet firm voice, "there's no need to stay hidden. You've been reborn into the Yea family. I hold no ill will toward you." At those words, the young child abruptly stopped sobbing. His expression shifted from sorrow to amusement. "I didn't expect the Xia family patriarch to offer such exquisite tea," he said, raising an eyebrow with a faint smile. Then, with one hand propped confidently on his hip and the other braced against his knee, he straightened up his stance, stubborn and unyielding. Shan regarded the child thoughtfully. "You're willing to call me patriarch. Does that mean you've accepted your place within the SIA family?" He paused, voice growing solemn. "Once someone reincarnates naturally, the ties to their former name and life are severed." The boy nodded slowly. "Honestly, I intended to choose a humble rebirth. I never imagined I'd awaken into a clan with cultivation heritage." His lips curled in amusement, but behind the cheerful expression, his mind churned. "I can't sense any spiritual aura from this patriarch. He must be hiding it. At the very least, he's likely at the nascent soul stage." Xian let out a soft, self-deprecating chuckle. "We're not quite a renowned cultivation clan," he admitted, "but our ancestors believed that many children bring many blessings, and so our family grew strong through sheer numbers." His tone grew warmer. "Whatever your past was, now that you carry Xia blood, you are one of us." Just then, a system notification silently echoed through the child's consciousness. "Congratulations. User has acquired the divine ability. Heaven-opening seal. Shan clasped his hands behind his back, posture steady. Since fate brought you into the Xia clan and I stand as patriarch, I must offer you something suitable as a welcome gift. As he finished speaking, a brilliant stream of light shot from his palm, entering the child's forehead with a soft hum. This heaven-opening seal, he explained, may not be a legendary divine art, but it's potent enough to mark your beginning with us. The boy's eyes widened in surprise, and he quickly bowed. Thank you, Patriarch. Internally, however, he felt a flicker of unease. Cold sweat traced down his back. Despite his peak-level expertise in his previous life, some memories remained hazy, but this divine ability to affect the primordial forces directly, that's no ordinary power. Shan gave a slight nod. Loner, I'm truly glad it suits you, he said. If during your cultivation you encounter any difficulties with the divine ability, don't hesitate to consult the Patriarch. Loner, though still a child in appearance, harbored deeper thoughts. Just who was this Patriarch who had casually gifted him such a powerful divine technique? Could he truly be an expert who stood at the pinnacle of cultivation? Such a gesture wasn't something a common cultivator could offer. The boy smiled gently. While I am honored by the Patriarch's generosity, I dare not accept such a precious gift without offering something in return, he said. Where I was laid to rest in my past life, the mountain was teeming with heavenly treasures. With my reincarnation, it's likely that those treasures have reappeared as well. Perhaps the Patriarch could send someone to investigate it, a small token of gratitude from me. Shaowen, who had been standing nearby, fell into deep thought. The area Loner had described was the exact location that Jinghong Palace had been investigating. Rumored to be the resting place of a legendary cultivator and his vast trove of treasures, it matched the clues perfectly. He finally spoke. Loner, I must tell you something. It seems your former grave is about to be disturbed. Others are already closing in. Loner's expression changed immediately. Meanwhile, on the mountain, a large crowd had formed. Cultivators, both men and women, had gathered in anticipation. Someone murmured, "These teams are heading in a direction that doesn't match the map the Patriarch provided." Another confirmed, "Then the Patriarch must be correct. Jinghong Palace is clearly plotting something. What should we do now?" Shaowen stepped forward calmly. "I have a plan," he said, motioning for everyone to come closer. He leaned in and whispered detailed instructions. One cultivator asked hesitantly, "Brother Chao, if we do this, won't we miss out on the treasures?" Chao Fang chuckled. "How can I stand idly by while so many fellow cultivators are lured into Jinghong Palace's trap? This is bigger than treasure." Another spoke up immediately. Uncovering Jinghong Palace's scheme is a worthy feat. On its own, I'll follow Brother Chao's lead. One after another, voices joined in agreement. "Count me in, we're with you." Chao Fang smiled, his eyes gleaming with pride. "You're all true brothers." Elsewhere, overlooking the valley from atop a cliff, Hong Xin received a report from his subordinate. "Divine Lord, even more people are gathering outside the valley, hundreds more." Hong Xin stood tall, arms crossed. "Good," he replied. "Let them come. We'll cast our net once enough fish have gathered." At the very site of the ancient grave, members of Jinghong Palace had already arrived. Led by Zheng Shen and Lai, the air around them shimmered with spiritual energy so rich it nearly buzzed. "This place is incredible," someone whispered. "I feel like I could advance in my cultivation just by breathing here." Zhang Shen nodded in agreement. At that moment, a figure appeared larger than before standing at the grave's entrance, a zither cradled in his arms. He surveyed the gathered group with piercing eyes. "There's no true genius in Team 5, he observed coldly. "Tell me, whose child is this prodigy standing before us?" His gaze locked onto a boy. "Would you consider joining Jinghong Palace?" he asked. But Shaolin, now youthful in form and fierce in presence, frowned deeply. "You dare disturb this old man's resting place with such meager strength," he said. A wave of silence swept the group. "The grave belongs to a child." Someone whispered nervously, "Who is he?" "The Eternal Emperor?" Another murmured in disbelief. Shaolin glanced down at his small hands. The heavenly transformation pearl had done its job. He now looked like an 8-year-old but appearances were deceiving. For now, this form would suffice. Jiang Shen narrowed his eyes. Golden Core, 9th level. And at such a young age, he said, astonished. The Eternal Emperor has been gone for ages. And now, he stepped forward and pointed. You have one last chance, boy. Join Jinghong Palace or perish. Shaolin rose slowly, his eyes cold as ice. You think the lot of you can take me down? He asked, voice calm but full of menace. Shine could no longer restrain his fury. With a furious glare, he raised his arm to strike. A brat, still wet behind the ears, dares to mock us. You must be courting death. A massive golden palm surged forward, crashing toward Shaolin. But Shaolin's eyes sharpened, his anger ignited. You dare spout such arrogance on this old man's resting ground. With a sharp motion, Shaolin brought his hands together. A blinding beam of light erupted from his palms, cutting straight through the enormous golden hand. The force sent Shaolin flying, blood spraying as he hit the ground. Seeing this, Jiang Shen shouted in panic. He's too strong. We need to get out of here now. But Shaolin, emboldened, laughed coldly, trying to flee. You've come this far. Why not stay a little longer? Meanwhile, in the Shia family estate, Shia Chen was startled by a string of system alerts. Your character Shaolin has slain the Jinghong Palace disciple Jiang Shen. Your character Shaolin has slain the Jinghong Palace disciple Shaolin. Your character Shaolin has convinced 32 elite disciples of Jinghong Palace to defect. All related memories have been erased. Your character Shaolin has eliminated 69 elite Jinghong Palace disciples. Xia Chen furrowed his brow. He's only existed for less than a day since the awakening of the heavenly transformation pearl. Yet already he's powerful enough to slay the soul of a reincarnated powerhouse. He gripped his crossbow uneasily. The world outside was more treacherous than he had imagined. He would need to tread very carefully. Suddenly, a voice echoed down from the mountain slopes. Everyone, retreat. It's a trap by the Qiao family of the Lao kingdom. The valley is full of ambushes. Chaos erupted as the crowd panicked. Run! They want to round us all up! The Liao army is here. There is no treasure. It was all a ruse. A desperate voice from the Xia family screamed out, We risked everything to uncover this plot flee. Now. Nearby, Xiaofang bellowed. Silence. This is a personal grudge between the Qiao family of Liao and the Xia family. Hong Shen's face drained of color. The Liao army is here. We need to get out of Bone Valley now. Forget the treasure, someone cried. Our lives are more valuable. Cries echoed through the valley as panicked villagers fled in all directions. Run, hurry, the Liao army is here. High above, Hong Shen stood on an outcropping, eyes scanning the horizon. Just a bit longer, he muttered, fists clenched. Just a bit more. The sudden arrival of the Liao army had scattered over half the people in the valley. Cries echoed through the valley as panicked villagers fled in all directions. Run, hurry, the Liao army is here. High above, Hong Shen stood on an outcropping, eyes scanning the horizon. Just a bit longer, he muttered, fists clenched. Just a bit more. The sudden arrival of the Liao army had scattered over half the people in the valley. Realizing he had no time to waste, Hong Shen activated the formation. A thunderous roar erupted, echoing like a storm breaking over the mountains. The Liao army all ready. Hong Shen's expression darkened. How dare a mere insect disrupt my grand plan? With a furious roar, he shouted, Die! A massive hand surged forward, heading straight for Zhao Fang. Shock flashed across Zhao Fang's face. He hadn't expected the cultivator from Jinghong Palace, someone at the Nent Soul stage, to strike so swiftly, yet his eyes held no fear. I can save my comrades, Zhao Fang whispered, then I'll give my life willingly. But just as the attack closed in, Xiao En appeared out of nowhere, placing himself between Xiao Fang and the blow. Honored elder, he pleaded, please stay your hand. His words fell on deaf ears. The elder's strike detonated in a colossal blast, sending shockwaves through the battlefield. Arms, watching through a mirror artifact. Incredible. My puppet was obliterated in an instant. Yet a sly smile played on his lips. So it was the ancestor's puppet after all. Xiao Fang was flung away by the blast. injured but alive, furious. Hong Xin growled. An old man dares to meddle. The formation now fully activated, he sneered. Nowhere to run. With that, he shot forward toward Xiaofang. You're just a bug beneath my heel. Suddenly, a flash of light streaked through the sky. A gleaming arrow tore toward him. His eyes widened as the projectile struck home, tearing through flesh and bone. One arm was lost instantly. Recoiling, he spat blood and hastily pulled a pill from his robes, chewing it quickly. If not for the palace master's reward, I'd be dead already. Still reeling, he shouted into the smoke, "Who dares interfere? Show yourself, for the dignity of Jinghong Palace." A response came not in words, but through action. A single heaven-piercing finger shot from the haze, driving straight into his chest. Caught off guard and too injured to defend, Hong Xin screamed as his robes were shredded in the blast. "Jinghong Palace will make you pay for this," he bellowed, trying to gather what remained of his strength. But another arrow was already flying toward him. No. From afar, Zhao nodded, satisfied. Good. A system notification chimed in Zhao mind. Achievement unlocked. When the fool falls. The plan prevails. Reward obtained. First-grade magic treasure. Space ceiling. Pearl ally Xiaofang defeated a Nent Soul stage enemy to realms above his level. Reward. Recipe for heaven. Ascending spirit pill. Enemy Hong Xin. Of Jinghong Palace, eliminated reward. Second-grade superior treasure. Nent Soul Tribulation armor. You inflicted the most damage and suffered the greatest injuries. Reward. Spiritual grade non-soul armor. Zhao exhaled slowly. Still not strong enough. Tried to kill a non-soul cultivator and failed. His eyes scanned the reward list. The space ceiling pearl can lock down areas. The heaven ascending pilif, we can refine it. It'll elevate our clan's spirit roots. This could change everything. He scratched his chin thoughtfully. A shame we lack an alchemist. Guess I'll have to learn it myself. Just then, a voice called out from atop a distant mountain. Please, have mercy. A trembling figure knelt below, clearly shaken. The Zhao family of Li Kingdom, the voice boomed. Truly terrifying, that finger technique. Even a divine venerate couldn't withstand it. When Hong Xin tried to kill Xiaofang, it was that single strike which turned the tide. Above them all, a mysterious cloaked figure with an unseen face surveyed the battlefield. I had planned to handle Ming and Liang kingdoms first, but the Liu kingdom just couldn't wait. He barked an order. Hong Fang, divine venerate. Liang, divine venerate. Yes, guardian. Both voices responded in unison. Clean up the mess in Ming and Liang kingdoms. Use overwhelming force. Make them remember the might of Jinghong Palace. We obey. They shouted, their voices cutting through the clouds like blades. Inside a private chamber within the Xia family estate, Shaolin stood respectfully before the clan's ancestral tablet. Ancestor, Shaolin said solemnly, everything I gained in my past life, I now offer to the Xia family. Xiao Chen, watching from the side, nodded in approval. You are truly considerate, Lair, he remarked. Shaolin smiled. With the ancestors watching over me, I can now cultivate in peace. He then turned to Lair and asked, Are you familiar with pill refinement? Lair grinned modestly. I have some experience, though I wouldn't call myself a master. My true strengths lie more in music. Still, he paused and retrieved an ancient scroll. Try using this method for refining pills. Shaolin's eyes widened as he examined it. A pill that enhances spirit roots. That's been considered a myth, something from legends. I never imagined it actually existed. He looked up with awe. Improving spirit roots is like defying the heavens, changing one's destiny. This isn't just a rare formula, this is a treasure of the highest order. Shaolin bowed deeply. Ancestor, this technique, it's beyond my current ability to refine. Instead of being disappointed, the ancestor chuckled. Then go cultivate. I'll study this method further. Outside the city gates of Xiao City, a woman dressed in flowing white robes stood silently. Her long hair danced in the breeze. She whispered, Mother, your daughter has finally returned. It was Zhang Lingshan back in the Xia residence. In a separate hall, Xiao Ye approached his father. You called for me, father? Xiaoan nodded. Lair, from now on, quietly begin purchasing these medicinal herbs. Also start cultivating them in our Families, gardens, for the rarest ones, grow them within the landscape painting domain. It's hidden well enough. He added with a warning, many eyes are watching the Shaw family lately. Blend these purchases in with our regular herb acquisitions. Don't make them stand out. Zhao AI replied confidently, understood, father. Most of these herbs are already commonly traded in the city. As for the rarer ones, I'll source them in small batches from various places. No one will notice. Shaolin observed his son with satisfaction. He's becoming more and more composed. He now has my caution and prudence. He turned inward. With the herb issue handled, now comes the real problem, the pill refiner. He frowned. The spirit ascending elixir is a level 5 pill, but the most skilled alchemist in our family is only level 2. There's no time to train someone new, and we lack a true mentor to teach advanced pill refinement. He sighed deeply. This exposes the limits of our shallow foundation. The clan's development has been too haphazard. We must reorganize our inheritance, and cultivation paths need structure. Suddenly, a familiar mechanical voice echoed in his mind. System activation. Your essence resonates with the Shah lineage and has triggered a romantic fate scenario. Now activating choice function. 2 options appeared before him. Option 1, while she is unconscious, the deed is done. Reward, level 6 formation technique. Mortal heart refining grand array. Option 2, in a moment of emotional vulnerability, the jade body leans close, but your heart remains still. Reward, unique physique, ice clear jade, pure body. Character details, name, Shaolin race, human talent, grade 6, spirit root cultivation method, dragon yang sword, scripture, blood flame, divine sword, shuang yang, one sword scripture, Lingjin light body, primordial embryo technique cultivation level, golden core, stage 9 identity, reincarnated powerhouse from the fusion period physique, innate sword body. The immense forces of heaven and earth stirred, weaving threads of fate. Zhaoan, a soul bound by past burdens, unknowingly stumbled into a destined romance when he saved a woman from the Chang clan Changtian over time. Through trials and shared adversity, a quiet affection bloomed between them. But clan law was unyielding. Changtian, despite her feelings, dared not speak of love. Zhaoan, haunted by the shadows of his previous life, also buried his heart. Fate offered them a rare opportunity to enter the inheritance of the legendary 3,000 sword Tao. Yet, when Changtian risked her life to shield Xiao Mo and fell unconscious, her delicate face stirred something deep in Shaoan's heart. His icy resolve began to melt, and he found himself torn between restraint and the pull of emotion. He hesitated. Should he act on his heart, or remain bound by duty? Even Zhaoan was taken aback by how deeply the moment affected him. This isn't a matter for the ancestors to decide, he thought, lifting his teacup with quiet resolve. No matter how tempting the reward, I cannot decide alone. System, he commanded, display my personal information. The interface flickered to life. Name, Zhaoan, age 13, actual 97,000 cultivation. Nascent soul, stage 3 descendants. 328 cultivation method. Primordial purple chest scripture. Divine abilities, heaven opening, seal, fragrant skyfinger, puppet mastery, sword calling, magical treasures, cloud crossing armor, primordial grade, jade spacelock, first grade hebo, and rivers and mountains. Painting superior 2nd grade universe. Mere superior 3rd grade, and more. Spiritual root, chaos supreme, pill storage, 99 plus Tao domain, heaven and earth satisfied. Zhaoan set the information aside and turned to his steward. Summon Wolfheart, Zhana wished to speak with him. Meanwhile, outside the Shaya family's grand estate, chaos was erupting. A woman stood before the gates, sword in hand, defiant and proud. You've wounded members of the SEA clan, one of the guards barked. Without explanation, you will not leave SEA City alive. Zhang Lingjian stood tall, her eyes blazing with fury. Not one of you in the Shaya family is innocent, she spat. Bring me Zhaoan now, or I'll raze this place to the ground. Despite her threats, she had shown restraint. Xiao Chen noted that the guards were hurt, but not fatally wounded. There was intention behind her actions. Not blind rage, but why? Was she so desperate to see Zhaoan? Zhaoan was known for his refined appearance and graceful demeanor. A 4th-generation descendant of the clan, he had left a strong impression from birth. People often remarked that if his beauty held, as he matured, he would rival the legendary Pan. And though his talents and cultivation were modest, his prowess in another area was prodigious. In just 15 years, he had taken 68 concubines and fathered 132 children, earning him the dubious title of most gifted scoundrel in the Xia lineage now. The guards surged forward. Swords drawn, Jiang Lingshan stood firm, her energy spent. She hadn't expected such fierce resistance not just from Zhan and Zhaowen, but from multiple Golden Core stage. Tears welled in her eyes as she raised her sword. "Mother, I've failed. I couldn't get justice for you." She stood, unmoving, watching a barrage of blades descend toward her. "Perhaps when I'm gone, he won't even care." But in that moment, Zhaowen descended from the sky, his voice thunderous. "Stop!" All movement halted. Everyone turned their gaze upward. The moment they saw him, their hostility vanished, replaced by reverence. "Ancestor," the guards called out in unison. Zhang Lingshun looked up, stunned. Zhaowen's voice softened. "Child, you've suffered far too long." He summoned his son, La. "Bring her inside. I wish to speak with her." At that moment, a system notification blinked before Zhaowen's eyes. Target, Zhang Lingshan, race, human spirit root quality. 8th grade cultivation, Golden Core. 8th layer cultivation method, Medicine King's world-saving scripture. Divine abilities, hidden. Special status, inheritor of the Medicine King's scripture lost, descendant of the Xia clan constitution. None recent actions, assaulted Xia clan to seek justice, injured 18 guards. Xian stood quietly in the grand hall, gazing down from above at his kneeling grandson. The golden glow of the setting sun filtered in through the windows as he projected an image into the young woman's face. "Do you recognize her?" he asked solemnly. Xian furrowed his brows, pretending to search his memory. "Great-grandfather, I'm afraid I don't know this girl." Zhaowen's expression turned grave. "Think harder. That girl stormed into our Xia family estate, and it's because of you." Xian scratched his head awkwardly, genuinely puzzled. Could it be? Some infatuated girl who swore to marry me? Or no one else? Before he could finish his musing, a sharp slap landed across his face, sending it twisting sideways. "She's your daughter." Zhaowen, thundered Xian, tears pooling in his eyes, clutched his cheek. "You hit me without warning, and I swear I don't remember anything." Just then, a servant announced the arrival of Zhang Lingshan. Her father had brought her in person. The girl stepped forward, sword in hand, eyes blazing with fury. "You heartless bastard. Prepare to die." Zhaowen quickly raised a hand to stop her. "Hold on, Lingshan. Tell this old man your grievance. If he truly wronged you, I will deal with him myself." Still shaking with anger, Zhang Lingshan pulled out a small box and held it up. "This is my mother's keepsake. Inside is a picture of her with him and a jade pendant engraved with the characters An and Xia." Zhaowen turned to Xian, his gaze intense. "Well, sinner, do you have anything to say now?" Xian's eyes widened in recognition. "It's Zhang? You?" He immediately dropped to his knees. "Great-grandfather, I swear I was wronged." But Zhang Lingshan wasn't having it. "Wronged. You abandoned your wife and child and left my mother to become the butt of everyone's jokes. If I had the strength, I'd kill you myself." Just then, a system notification appeared. Host, curiosity detected. Reward, water mirror technique. Zhaowen raised an eyebrow. What's with this curiosity increasing stuff? Shrugging off the odd system message, Zhaowen waved his hand, activating the water mirror technique. "You say he abandoned your mother. He claims innocence. Let's see the truth for ourselves." The surface of the magical mirror shimmered, revealing a memory. A stunning woman was shown riding away on horseback, looking back at her subordinates. "Do not harm him," she instructed. "It's this man." Later, in her private quarters, she opened a locket showing Xian's photo. To her daughter, "This man is your father." Back in the mirror, a scene played out between the younger Xian and the woman. She pushed him onto the bed, straddling him. Such a rare beauty. "Come with me, and I promise you'll never want for food or clothes again," Xian pleaded, his voice trembling. "Please, I already have a wife. I can't betray her." Slacker's hand cracked across his face. Zhaowen muttered, This kid's face really takes a beating. The woman blushed and spoke softly. You're mine now, behave, and I won't punish you. Zhao En ended the water mirror projection. Zhang Lingshang stood speechless. So that's the truth. No wonder Mother never blamed him. I can tell now her fate was short-lived. She gave herself to the man she loved. Shan looked sick with guilt, all to avoid punishment. I served Zhang Yu like a slave, but it gave me a chance to escape and return home. I didn't even think of revenge after that. And yet, she still bore a daughter, Xiaowen added. Realizing her mistake, Zhang Lingshan lowered her sword and bowed deeply. I was wrong, elders. I submit myself to your judgment. Zhaowen nodded thoughtfully. You belong to the Xia bloodline. From now on, consider yourself returned to your ancestral home. Zhang Lingshan responded at once. Yes, elder. He then turned to the reunited pair. You are father and daughter. Now that the truth is clear, cherish one another. Xian clutched Xiaowen's sleeve like a frightened child. Great's grandfather. I'm still a little scared. Useless brat, Xiaowen barked. Get out of here. Another system prompt appeared. Decision made for your grandson. Reward, level 6, magical treasure, mortal heart refinement. Array, special physique, pure ice jade body. Xiaowen stroked his chin in confusion. Wait a minute. I didn't do anything. Why does it say I made a choice? I received 2 rewards, Shmo muttered, eyebrows raised, though honestly. Neither of them matched the quality of those rare beasts. He checked his status panel again, still a bit in disbelief. Name, Shmo. Race, human talent. Grade, 8. Spirit root, divine. Inherited arts. 3. Heavenly sword techniques. Dragon Yang sword, scripture. Blood flame, divine sword. Mysterious Yang, one sword scripture. Spirit mountain, divine embryo technique. Cultivation, first layer of the Uanying. Realm, special identity, reincarnated powerhouse from the fusion period. Awakened physique, sword body tuned to the will of heaven and earth. Xiao An stared in amazement. By the heavens. In under 2 hours, your spirit root improved by 2 full grades and your cultivation reached Uanying. He barely had time to process it when the system prompted another wave of notifications. You chose to do nothing for your grandson, it stated bluntly. Zhang Chenbi, touched by Xiaowan's restraint, felt long-suppressed emotions rise. The moment had come. She stepped forward, no longer willing to hold back. The first to move gains the upper hand, she told herself. Her decision had been made. During dual cultivation, her grandson Xiao attained perfect yin-yang balance, allowing him to fully comprehend all 3 heavenly sword techniques. His cultivation surged to the first layer of the Uanying realm. Meanwhile, Shmo, harnessing the surge of true essence, underwent a heavenly transformation. His spirit root ascended to grade 8. Zhao An couldn't hold back a joyful laugh. First, Xiaowen, now Shmo, how fortunate that I'm too old to land in such risky predicaments. He approached Zhang Lingshan and asked warmly, Little Lingshan, are you the successor to the world-saving medicine king? Startled, Lingshan hesitated. That was her most closely guarded secret. How could this elder from the Xiao family possibly? No. Sensing her reluctance, Xiaowen reassured her. There are no outsiders here. The Xiao ancestors don't steal chances from their descendants. You have nothing to fear. After a pause, he added gently, I only wish to know what grade of pills can you currently refine? Still a bit wary, Lingshan finally answered, 4th grade. At that, Xiaowen beamed. Excellent, very good indeed, at the golden core. Stage and already a 4th grade pill refiner, that level of talent is remarkable. No wonder you inherited the legacy of the medicine king. He turned to the others, explaining, most pill refiners can only craft pills for realms below their own. Talented ones can match their own cultivation level. But this girl, she's crafting pills for the Uanying stage already. She's no ordinary genius. She's a prodigy among prodigies. Zhang Lingshan lowered her head with a quiet sigh. Despite the praise, a tinge of sadness colored her tone. Does the elder wish to keep me here? Just to refine pills? From the side, Xiai finally interjected. This child, the ancestor, welcomes you into the Xiao family, yet you still refer to him as elder. His voice grew cold. Not just anyone is worthy of entering the Shao clan's gate. If you can't distinguish kindness from coercion, then perhaps you're unworthy of the bloodline. If you insist on being obstinate, I would sooner take your legacy by force. Shao Chen gave his son a sideways glance. That's enough, he said gently. Lingshan has suffered much. A little pride is understandable. As elders, we must show patience. Turning to the girl, Shaowen smiled once more. Pill refinement should come from the heart. If you're unwilling, no one will force your hand. Linqian looked up and asked directly, then, how many pills would I need to refine before you'd let me go? He chuckled and raised a porcelain teacup. Let's put that aside for now. Come taste a cup of this ancestor's tea. Without hesitation, Lingshan took the cup and drank. A strange glint flashed in her eyes. Ancestor, she whispered, her expression suddenly stunned. This tea. The moment it touched her throat, a wave of inexplicable energy surged through, her entire body mysterious, profound, and utterly unlike anything she had known. Lingshan sat cross-legged beneath the ancient tree, her senses attuned to the rhythms of the world. She could feel the pulse of heaven and earth, the breath of nature itself flowing through her. It had been 3 days since her awakening, 3 days since she had entered this profound state of enlightenment. When she finally opened her eyes, a soft smile played on her lips. Ancestor, she said, her voice clear and calm. Is this the effect of enlightenment tea? Shao En nodded with a faint smile. You're close. What you drank was a rare variant enlightenment red flower. It's a celestial tea. Lingshan's eyes widened in astonishment. The enlightenment red flower. Isn't that the kind of tea that flows like an eternal spring? Not even the great Saint dynasty could afford cultivation like this. She paused, a thought taking root in her mind. If I could drink this tea regularly, perhaps returning to the SIA family and reclaiming my birthright wouldn't be so far-fetched. Standing calmly with his hands behind his back, Shao Chen replied, Lingshan, you've only just joined the Xia family. I don't have much to offer, but perhaps a special constitution will do. Lingshan blinked in surprise. A special constitution? You can just give one. Without a word, Shaowen raised his hand. A golden jade disc appeared, hovering, mid-air, glowing with radiant light. As the energy touched her, Lingshan's entire body responded. She felt a profound transformation taking place within her. Her breath caught. This is the ice-clear jade solid constitution. Cultivation focus is enhanced. Inner demons can't invade. Evil spirits are powerless against it. And pill refining, it boosts pill refinement efficiency threefold. This is a dream physique for alchemists. Shaowen studied her. Now tell me, how long will it take you to become a 5th grade pill master? Lingshan's face lit up with confidence. As long as I reach the Yuanying realm and get access to 5th grade pill recipes, I can refine them. But to refine them with true skill, I'd need experience. At least 10,000 attempts at 4th grade pills and 100 successful 5th grade. One Zhao En unrolled a mystical map and pointed to a marked location. In that case, come with me. He activated a spatial treasure, and together they stepped into a hidden pocket realm. Lingshan gasped. The spiritual energy here was far richer than the outside world. If she could cultivate here, she was certain she'd reach Yuanying within 3 years, Stay Shao En told her. Focus on your cultivation. If you need anything, just say a word. I'll provide all necessary resources. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Lingshan bowed deeply. Thank you, ancestor. We're family, Zhao En said gently. No need for such formality. Just then, the system interface in Shaowen's mind flickered to life. Notification. Reincarnation of a future female emperor detected born. To the Gu family in Noning, Shao En frowned slightly. Gu family? What's that got to do with us? A small clan at best. We might have some intermarriage through the younger generations, but nothing significant. Still, someone destined. For emperorship carries immense fortune. He mused aloud. I'll have she reach out and forge ties. A marriage alliance might be possible. Another system message arrived. Alternate emperor-born child detected, this time within Xia territory. Birth will bring an imperial omen. Choose an action. Option 1, suppress the omen. Hide the imperial aura. Reward, clan-shaking stone tablet. Option 2, allow the omen to manifest. It will draw attention from across the nations. Reward: divine skill, reincarnation seal. Manifestation confined to Shia territory. Xiaowen's expression hardened. If word spreads, countless forces will descend on us. The Xia family isn't strong enough yet for that kind of attention. He selected the first option. The system confirmed. Omen concealed. Imperial aura hidden. Reward granted. Clan-shaking stone tablet. Effect: greatly boosts Shia clan fortune. Conceals member lifespans. But peace didn't last long. Another alert flashed. Hostile entities had appeared within Shia territory. Engage, the system asked. Zhao En's hands moved in a swift pattern. As he activated the water mirror technique, a scene materialized before him. Two powerful Nent Soul experts approaching in a wooden carriage. From within, the cry of an infant pierced the air. The reincarnated female emperor had arrived. Inside the rumbling carriage, a mother cradled her young daughter, tears streaking down the child's cheeks. Seeing her little one cry, the woman's heart twisted with anguish. "My poor girl," she whispered, voice trembling. "Your mother has failed you. The Zhu family has failed you." From the driver's seat outside the carriage, a bruised and battered voice called out, "Madame, we're nearing the Shao family estate. Since the Jiyu and Shao clans are bound by marriage, they'll surely give us sanctuary." But just behind them, among their pursuers, a voice spoke with chilling calm. "Master, they're approaching Shao City. Should we act now?" The one called Master responded coolly, "No need to rush. Let the worldly sects watch. Let them see." How Jinghong Palace deals with disobedience. If the Zhao family proves as defiant as the Jiyu, we'll erase them too. A figure in red interjected, laning, "Why not strike directly? Capturing the Shao clan would be easy and far less troublesome. They hold considerable sway in Ming country. Once we take them, who among the lesser sects will dare stand against us?" Lannian gave a calm glance. "You still don't understand, do you?" Hong Shen made the same mistake. These sects may bow on the surface, but their hearts remain unyielding. This time, we don't just want submission, we want transformation. Ming and Lang must become Jinghong's backyard, completely stripped of resistance. "But why start with the Jiyu family?" another voice asked. Laning answered evenly. "During the last recruitment, only the Jiyu and Zhao families sent very few disciples. The Jiyu clan refused to yield even at death's door. I intended to move on the Shao clan next, but now the last survivor of the Jiyu family is fleeing right to them." A sharp glint flickered in her eyes. "This serves us. It will force the Shao clan to reveal their stance. If they protect the fugitive, they'll be condemned with the Jiyu. If they hand them over, well, they'll lose their honor and reputation. Either way, they fall." One of her subordinates smirked. Truly the mind of a strategist. Whether the Zhao clan saves them or not, their fate is sealed. Back in the carriage, the driver's voice came again. "We're barely a mile from the Zhao estate. Still no sign of help. It looks like they've abandoned us. With a force like Jinghong Palace involved, no one wants to take the risk." The mother's grip tightened around her daughter. Her voice was faint, her spirit breaking. "We're already so wounded. We don't have long, my sweet child." On Laning's side, another report arrived. The Shao clan still shows no reaction. Without hesitation, Lanning gave the order. "Good, their silence is permission enough. Kill the old man and the woman. Leave no survivors, not even the child. Yes, Divine Lord." At that very moment, a deadly force surged forward, surrounding the desperate carriage from all sides. Tears streamed down the mother's face as she slowly pulled a hairpin from her bun, her hand trembling. "Ro, please don't blame me," she whispered, voice breaking. With a desperate resolve, she raised the pin, aiming to end the child's life. Better to die with honor than to live in disgrace. Just as the pin descended, the child let out a piercing cry, and in that moment, a figure appeared in the carriage. Zhao En stepped forward, calmly and silently, lifting the child into his arms. The baby quieted instantly, sensing safety. With a gentle smile, Zhao En said, "If Madam no longer wishes to raise this child, perhaps you'd entrust her to this old man." The child giggled softly, feeling protected. The mother, overwhelmed by emotion, collapsed to her knees. "Great One, I beg of yous, Save my daughter, she cried. There's no time. Please, leave now. Elder Wang and I will do our best to hold them off. They're from Jinghong Palace. If they find you here, we're all doomed. Despite her warning, Shaoen's expression remained tranquil. He pulled aside the carriage curtain and stepped out. The gathered soldiers turned to him, sneering in disbelief. Well, someone's eager to die you, from the Xia family. Unbothered, Shaoen studied them calmly. 10 at the Yuanying, stage 170 at Golden Core. And 2 commanding at the Nent Soul level, he noted aloud. Enough power to wipe out every sect in Ming country except the Xia family, of course. His gaze locked on the 2 Nent Soul cultivators. Had this been anywhere else, I might have hesitated, but I didn't expect you to follow them this far. Laning scoffed. He's alone. Don't waste time. Kill him. The attackers surged forward, but Shaoen's smile only deepened. He activated the Tao field of heaven and earth. Immediately, an invisible pressure blanketed the area. All spells and techniques below Shaoen's cultivation fell under his control. Energy within his domain surged, empowered to a level beyond his own cultivation. The entire Xia family's territory trembled with the force. Weapons wrenched from hands and floated mid-air. The 2 nascent soul cultivators froze in horror. This man, one gasped. We need to retreat. Without another word, both commanders turned and fled. Still cradling the child, Xiaoen pulled out a glowing jade token. He activated the space-locking seal, instantly trapping the rest of the enemy force within an invisible prison. Then he turned back to the carriage. It's over, he said gently. You're safe, but both of you are gravely injured. I cannot heal wounds of this depth. Come with me to the Haya family estate. The mother's voice cracked with sorrow and urgency. Please, Great One, I beg you, just take care of my daughter. Shaoen's tone shifted, quiet yet resolute. You have my word. I will protect her. Far away, an emperor muttered something, unaware that fate had just shifted course entirely. Originally, I had dreamed of a humble life as a carpenter, but fate has shackled me to this cursed imperial throne. In a world where pleasure sprouts like mushrooms after rain, ruling with righteousness becomes exhausting. Being a good emperor is more draining than anyone realizes. Tomorrow, I'll join you in court. I want the world to see that I'm stepping down of my own will, not because some scheming upstart is forcing me out. In the back courtyard of the Z family estate, Zi Chen cradled a baby in his arms. The child quieted only in his embrace. Whenever he tried to lay her down, she would instantly burst into tears, loud, strong cries that echoed throughout the compound. No amount of toys or wet nurses could comfort her. Thankfully, Zi Chen rarely let her leave his arms. From behind, Zi Xiao called out, Father, the first step is complete. Zi Chen gave a nod of approval. Excellent. Proceed with the second phase. All descendants of the Z clan at the Golden Core stage, or higher symbol, it's time for your trial by fire. Meanwhile, a servant approached cautiously. The Jinghong Palace delegation arrived without offering gifts. Quite rude, wouldn't you say? Zi Xiao bowed his head. Yes, father. When do we initiate the third phase? Tomorrow, Zi Chen replied without hesitation. Outside, rumors spread like wildfire. Have you heard? The Ming Empire is mustering forces. They're about to declare war on the Lion Kingdom. Though Lion showed no signs of preparing for war, smaller nations froze in fear. Opportunistic as ever, the Ming Empire had already seized 24 cities belonging to the Long Kingdom. To make matters worse, the Guardian kept deploying cultivators from Long, weakening Lian's power with each passing day. How long can the Guardian keep this up? Someone murmured. At this rate, even if we eliminate the Qiao family, there won't be anything left of our own house. Quiet, another warned. If the Guardian hears you, he won't hesitate to crush you. At the Qiao family's stronghold, Guardian Hang Tianzi of Jinghong Palace surveyed the battlefield from above, deep in thought. My divine followers scattered or slain. My dominion is slipping from my grasp. We've been zeeking the Qiao stronghold for nearly a month. Only their ancestral grounds remain. The reason, a powerful level 7 mountain protection formation guards their last holdout. A soldier approached. Guardian, Senior Chen has arrived. Hang's eyes lit up. Good, bring him in immediately. Two black-clad figures approached silently. One spoke without waiting for permission. "There's no need for formalities. I've brought Senior Chen myself. Guardian Hang, the palace master, is aware of your delays. 3 months have passed with no result. You understand what that means?" Hang's expression darkened. "Guardian Wang, what are you implying?" "Wang," the masked envoy sneered. "What else? You've turned the entire southern region into a disaster zone. And thanks to you, I'm being dragged into your mess. Just because we haven't crushed the Kiwiao doesn't mean we've come away empty-handed. Their descendants, though lacking in cultivation roots, can still serve as fodder-load sacrificial offerings." Hang gritted his teeth. "People can be replaced. But what about our lost territory, the reputation of Jinghong Palace? You're the fool if you think that's acceptable. You dare speak of ignorance." Wang scoffed. "You've brought disgrace upon us all." Hang's fury erupted. "Enough. Do you think I asked for this chaos? Who would have thought this forgotten barren land would hide a level 6 mountain protection formation?" Seeing that neither guardian was willing to back down, a calm but firm voice interrupted their argument. "Guardians, cease this pointless bickering," the elderly man interjected. "Let me handle the formation." Recognizing the authority in his voice, both guardians turned and respectfully bowed. "Thank you, Senior Chen," they said in unison. Hang's fury erupted. "Enough. Do you think I asked for this chaos? Who would have thought this forgotten barren land would hide a level 6 mountain protection formation?" Seeing that neither guardian was willing to back down, a calm but firm voice interrupted their argument. "Guardians, cease this pointless bickering," the elderly man interjected. "Let me handle the formation." Recognizing the authority in his voice, both guardians turned out. "Thank you, Senior Chen," they said in unison. Chen, known as a master of formations and a cultivator equivalent to the unity stage, quietly assessed the protective barrier. In his mind, dismantling a 6th grade formation like this would be child's play for someone of his caliber. And once the Zhao clan fell, the road ahead would become much clearer. "Our original goal was to gain control over Li country," Chen thought, "but the Zhao family... They would have eventually obstructed our plans. Eliminating them now is a strategic move." Senior Chen turned to Guardian Hang. "Leave the Zhao family to me. You should focus elsewhere. I'll investigate the Ming country's Xia family next." Guardian Hang raised a hand in warning. "I wouldn't advise that. 2 of my men vanished without a trace in that region. We still have no leads. Let's finish things here before jumping to conclusions." To outsiders, it resembled a sect with a 1,000-year legacy. But to Xian, the family head, it still wasn't enough. He paced restlessly, eyes lingering on the foundation he had built. "This is only the beginning," he murmured. I want this to be a true sacred land and unshakable bastion of cultivation." Ambition burned in his chest, but vision alone wasn't enough. Power and foundation were essential. They now possessed a 6th grade spiritual vein, enough to support 5 or 6 unity stage experts in their training. Yet ironically, the Xia family had no cultivators at that level. But fate, it seemed, was listening. Just then, the system's voice echoed in his mind. "Unity stage cultivator detected within Xia family city." Xian's eyes lit up. Things were about to change. Elsewhere, a holographic screen displayed a profile. Name: Shenhong High Race, Human Talent, Spirit Root, Grade 8 Cultivation Technique, Wounded Dragon. Scripture: Cultivation Level, Unity Stage, 9th Layer Status, Non-Affiliation, Independent, Cultivator Physique. None title: The wounded King Shenhong was nearing the end of his lifespan. With no hope of advancement, he wandered the continent, searching for someone worthy to inherit his legacy. After reading this profile, Xiaowen pondered. So he's looking for a disciple. As long as he's not here to make trouble, I won't intervene. Shenhong stood outside the Xiao family grounds, awestruck. Unbelievable, he thought. When I left the southern region, the Xiao family was unheard of. In just a century, they've risen to rival the great sects. That tower alone surpasses most cultivator clans. As he reflected, a commotion caught his attention. "Let her go," shouted a young man, standing protectively in front of a frail girl. He bore the Xiao family crest. Shenhong observed silently. Impressive foundation. If his spirit root isn't too poor, He could be the disciple I'm looking for. His gaze fell on the family badge hanging from the youth's waist. So he's a Shao descendant. Before Shen Hong could approach, a wine flask came sailing through the air. He caught it instinctively. A voice rang out cheerfully. "Man, you look familiar. Why don't you join me for a drink?" Turning toward the voice, Shen Hong raised an eyebrow and continued to observe, quietly amused. Shen Hongwan evaluated the young man quietly, his eyes thoughtful. Impressive foundation. Upright posture, open mind, generous aura. Someone like this might even surpass others in learning my techniques. But his expression shifted when he noticed the family crest near the young man's waist. Yet another member of the SIA family. He scratched his head, momentarily frustrated. Just then, a girl dressed in worn-out clothing approached him hesitantly, trying to mask her movements as she crept closer. Sensing her intention, Shen Hongyuan acted fast and seized her wrist. A sudden energy radiated from her 6th grade spirit root. "Remarkable," he muttered, eyes narrowing. "Whose daughter are you?" Root, and forced to beg. The girl froze in place, caught red-handed. Her face paled. "Esteemed senior, I was wrong. Please, forgive me this once." Meanwhile, a young master who had been observing muttered with a sigh. How did he see through everything so easily? He even figured out what we were planning. The girl looked mortified. "I've been found out." Shen Hongguan, however, showed no anger. Instead, he turned to her calmly. "After I finish my stroll here, I'll visit the Shia family personally." Elsewhere, in the Shia family's rear courtyard, Zhao En sat holding a child in his lap, massaging his temples in frustration. "Those 8 brats are hopeless," he grumbled. "I went through all that trouble staging a scenario to attract a master, and their acting was painfully stiff. This isn't working," he sighed. "Looks like I'll have to bring out our final trump card." A younger clan member cautiously approached Xiao Chen. "Ancestor, my forebear was a question pavilion cultivator, an elite in his day. And now you want me to bow to a unity stage practitioner as my master," Xiao Chen chuckled. "You don't have much choice. After all, you're the most gifted in the clan right now." That old man wouldn't even glance at someone with just a 6th grade spirit root. But with your heavenly grade spirit root, he won't be able to resist. The youth grew flustered. "No, please, ancestor, have mercy. His technique doesn't suit me. I'm preparing to break through to origin, not realm soon. Besides, what if he doesn't accept me?" Elsewhere, Shen Hongwan was walking away slowly, muttering to himself. "Time isn't on my side. I can't afford to make more enemies. Maybe it's best to leave the Shia family and search for a disciple elsewhere." Just then, he stumbled upon the same youth, deep in conversation with other clan members. A wave of spiritual energy hit him, the unmistakable mark of a heavenly grade spirit root. He stopped in his tracks. A heavenly spirit root. In the North Polar regions, his face brightened in awe. Even the greatest sects would fight over someone like this. The Shia family really is playing a bold game. Well done. He straightened. Even if it's the Shia family, I must secure this disciple. The young man standing nearby was drenched in nervous sweat. He thought miserably, "Don't look at me. Please, don't look this way." But Shen Hongwan had already spoken. "Lead me. I'd like to see what your clan is plotting." Tears welled in the young man's eyes. "Why do I feel like a daughter being forced into a political marriage? Worse, I'm the one luring the groom." In the guest hall of the family, Shen Hongwan entered. Facing him was Xiao En, still holding the baby. With the young man standing awkwardly beside him, Shen Hongwan glanced at the infant, then the young man, and was astonished. 2 heavenly spirit roots. What divine fortune has your family stumbled upon? Even the top sects would struggle to produce one such talent, let alone 2. The young man quickly stepped forward. "Ancestor, I've brought." Our guest Zhao En bowed with grace. A slight smile played across Shen Hongyuan's face. "Ah, so you've already seen through who I am. May I ask what this elaborate setup is about?" Xiao En's eyes gleamed with purpose. "Naturally, to keep you here, Sirnia. If you're willing to stay, we will be honored. But there's one condition among these 2 children. You must choose one as your disciple." Immediately, the youth stepped forward and bowed deeply. "Disciple Zhao Lin pays respects to master." Zhao Wen added gently, please don't find him too bold. His talent is so exceptional that he's grown somewhat proud. If he proves difficult, feel free to choose another member of the clan." As his disciples looked on, Shen Honghui gave a casual wave of his hand. It's all right, he said calmly. With a flick of his wrist, a spear materialized before him. "This is the fierce wind spear. In recognition of your new discipleship, accept it." Shaolin stepped forward respectfully, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. "Master," he asked, "may I inquire how long do you think it will take you to break through to the Question Pavilion realm?" Shen Honghui let out a dry laugh. "I've been at the peak of Unity Stage 9 for 875 years. Maybe in this lifetime, the gates to Question Pavilion just aren't meant for me." Still, Shaolin pressed on. "May I ask, what holds you back? Is it something about your spiritual root? Your cultivation technique? Perhaps a lack of resources pills, maybe? Or injuries? Or is it a matter of comprehension, a barrier in understanding the Tao?" Shen Honghui studied the young disciple silently. Though he said nothing, his thoughts raced. Why is this new disciple asking such pointed, almost disrespectful questions? He eventually turned his gaze to the horizon, hands folded behind his back. "My spiritual root is ungraded, but even so, its limit lies at the 9th level of the Question Pavilion. The Shenglong Jingshi spear technique I cultivate is exceptional. I possess more than enough pills, and I carry no internal injuries. No, my issue lies with the Tao itself. It is vast and elusive. I've simply never been able to fully comprehend it. Would Master be willing to elaborate further?" Shaolin asked, his tone steady. A flicker of irritation crossed Shen Honghui's face. This disciple was testing boundaries, if not for the presence of the ancestor nearby. He might have given this impudent youth a harsh lesson in Sect discipline. But before the master could respond, Shaolin bowed slightly and spoke again, a sly grin barely hidden. "If you would permit, Master, this disciple would like to share his own understanding." He spoke calmly. "To truly approach the Tao, one must seek without seeking. The great Tao has no fixed shape, no definite path. Over 1,000 years, everything shifts and evolves. How can we expect to grasp it with rigid minds? Origins differ, paths diverge. Why must we force a definition onto the boundless universe?" Shen Honghui's eyes widened, his heart trembled. That was the insight of the Question Pavilion. Without hesitation, he dropped into a seated position and began meditating on what he had just heard. Meanwhile, Shaolin slowly closed his eyes. What a nuisance, he thought. A master of the Question Pavilion realm taking in a disciple stuck in Unity Stage. How embarrassing. If only I had a master on the same level. Maybe then things would be a little more respectable. Zhaowen gazed at the unfolding scene with satisfaction. "What a pleasant surprise," he murmured to himself. "I only intended to recruit someone at the Unity Stage, yet Shen Honghui has unexpectedly broken through." But then his expression darkened. Although Shen Honghui had advanced, he still hailed from the Question Pavilion, barely touching the Emperor realm. Compared to someone at the Unity Stage, that level of power was as different as night and day. If Shen Honghui harbors ambitions against the Shao family, Zhaowen thought, things could quickly spiral into disaster. Just then, Xia Chen stepped forward, producing an object from his sleeve. Shaolin gasped in shock. "The heavenly mechanism plate, that's a fate treasure. On par with my own heaven-changing pearl. I can't believe it's been in our ancestors' possession all along." At that moment, the system issued a notification. Name, Guroshe race, human talent, heavenly spirit root, identity, reincarnated female emperor, innate spiritual treasure, heavenly mechanism plate, effect, reveals and obscures destiny. Divine artifact of fate. The notification continued to describe the 3 lifestone and the mysterious Tamshin stone artifacts even the system couldn't fully comprehend. But this heavenly mechanism plate had already been part of Xia Chen. Ever since he saved that girl, with it, he could foresee calamities looming over the clan. "We must quicken our development," Xia Chen said grimly. "At this pace, we'll be trapped in hiding for centuries." The heavenly mechanism plate floated in the air, slowly rotating. A vision formed. Something was stirring in Shao Family City. Something unnatural. "I must recalculate," the ancestor whispered. Pain and mortality stirred in his old heart. As the years turned, the vision of a sea of death emerged once more. No, different from the first time, he'd glimpsed the future with the plate, the destruction of the Shao family. Xinhong Hui. Gravely wounded, the vision was unchanged. Even with Xinhong Hui at the pavilion realm, our clan's fate remains untouched, Xia Chen muttered. Shaolin, who stood nearby, opened his mouth to speak. But Xia Chen raised a hand. Lair, he addressed him, you are one of the Shao family's finest disciples. You deserve to know our great calamity is nearly upon us. Lair's brows furrowed with resolve. Ancestor, you underestimate me. If I've been reborn into the Shao family, then I am part of its fate, and fate can change. Xia Chen's eyes glimmered, truly worthy of our bloodline. Lair, may I borrow your heaven-changing pearl? Without hesitation, Lair offered the radiant gem. He assumed it would be used for cultivation. But Xia Chen shook his head. No, I intend to conceal the entire Shao family city with it. Shaolin, listening in, looked worried. But Ancestor, won't that risk exposing the spiritual treasure's presence? Xia Chen turned his gaze to Xinhong Hui. Even a pavilion-level expert like him is enough to make enemies think twice. But if we draw the attention of those greater than him, we'll meet the same end I saw in the vision. Shaolin now understood, so the plan is for Lair to take Xinhong Hui as his master. At that moment, Xinhong Hui approached, his form radiant and his laughter hearty. Who would have thought? In my twilight years, I've stepped into the pavilion realm at last. He looked at his disciple with pride. You've done well, Shaolin brought his hands together in a respectful salute, bowing slightly as he expressed his gratitude and congratulations to his master. With deep curiosity, he asked, Master, how did you come to understand such profound truths, and how were you able to use them to help guide me toward my breakthrough? Shaolin replied with humility, It was a stroke of fortune, Master, an unexpected opportunity I was lucky to encounter. At that moment, Xia An also stepped forward and offered his congratulations. Remarkable, simply remarkable, said, addressing the World Emperor. Your insight is astonishing. Truly, the Xia family never ceases to surprise. The Emperor gave a faint smile and turned to them. If that's the case, then I accept your offer. In Shao City, I shall assume the position of offering elder, he said. He raised his voice slightly and added, I have never bound myself to any family, sect, or faction. Who was it that claimed my grandson hails from the Xia bloodline? With those words, the three of them, Xia An, Shaolin, and the World Emperor tarred the Xia family's inner courtyard. They walked toward a tea table that had already been arranged. Xia Chen gestured graciously and said, Please enjoy this tea. As the Emperor lifted the delicate cup, he examined it closely. Thoughts stirred in his mind. Unbelievable, even the Xia family ancestor owned such a rare item. Had I obtained this tea back then, I wouldn't have waited until the end of my life to finally break through. I've prepared enough if you'd like to indulge, Xia Chen offered. But within himself, he reflected, I've already consumed all the immortal tea in my possession. All I can offer now is the enlightenment, teethingfully. I still have a complete set of it. Tan Honghui, standing nearby, cupped his hands in gratitude. Ancestor Xia Chen, this tea is beyond price. It not only heightens the chances of a breakthrough and sharpens one's sense of the void law, but there's even a rare chance for true enlightenment. I'm deeply honored. Zhao An then turned to the elder and said, Elder Shangong Feng, if I may have another small request. Tan Honghui nodded casually. Please, speak freely, Xia An explained. There's a certain treasure I intend to use. However, its activation will surely cause a disturbance. I respectfully request that you use your Emperor's might to shield Shao City to avoid unnecessary trouble. Tan Honghui gave a light chuckle. Ah, so that's it. I thought it was something serious. Very well, I'll handle it. He leaped into the air, spear in hand, and activated the heaven-changing pearl using a massive 10,000 and spirit stone. A protective barrier began to spread over Shao City as the spear soared higher. The barrier expanded with it, The time acceleration effect from the Spirit Stone, however, had its limits. This array will hold for 3 days at most, Tan Honghui explained. If we tried to cover the whole city, it'd only last half a day. He paused, marveling. Honestly, I thought all this was just a show to impress me. But to think the Xia family truly possessed such a defiant treasure, a spiritual item that manipulates time only, the most sacred sects have access to such artifacts, he continued. No wonder you asked me to release my Emperor's aura first. The time flow here is unbelievable. 1 day here equals an entire year out there. Tan Honghui looked at his own weapon and sighed. And to think, even the first, an emperor, of the Question Pavilion, don't possess anything comparable. My Jing Yun spear is merely a top-grade, first-class magical weapon. Nothing like this. Just then, standing at Xiaowen's side, Shen Honghui spoke up. Ancestor, perhaps we should. Stop. I fear I can't hold this barrier much longer. Zhao En remained composed. That's precisely why I'm here. As he spoke, the system panel abruptly manifested before him. System notification. Your descendant possessing the Ice Spirit root has appeared. Reward received. Mystic Ice Breaking. Immortal Technique. Another alert followed. Detection. Among your descendants, a mutated spirit root has emerged. Reward received. Dark Abyss. Pool. Status. A powerful demonic cultivator has been reborn into the Xia bloodline. Initiating choice. Please select Purge the demonic path. Safeguard righteousness by removing the hidden calamity at its core. Eliminate. Without teaching, reward. River Dragon, demon-breaking immortal sword. Guide with compassion, offer instruction. Teach the distinction between good and evil, acknowledging that no one chooses their origins. Reward, Jade's Spring of Motion. Zhaoen stood with his hands tucked behind his back, lost in deep thought. A powerful demonic cultivator reincarnated. His eyes narrowed slightly. 5 children born at the exact same moment, he muttered. After a pause, he turned to Shen. Honghui, I have some matters to attend to. Shen Honghui respectfully bowed. Ancestor, please proceed. Soon, Xiaoen arrived at the entrance of the birthing chamber. 2 young members of the Xiao family noticed his presence and quickly greeted him in unison, Ancestor. Xiaoen nodded, then turned his attention to the newborn, being held in one of their arms. He examined the spiritual information. Name, Xiao Fong, Yuan race, human spirit root quality, grade 2 cultivation level, none special identity, reincarnated demonic cultivator accompanying spirit item. Spring Autumn Sakata, he studied the child's serene face. Hard to believe this one's supposed to be a reincarnated powerhouse, Zhaoen muttered. Spirit root is average, honestly below average. Aside from the accompanying spirit item, there's nothing remarkable at all. He appears completely ordinary. Still frowning, Xiaoen raised his hand, and a sharp arc of Tao light formed in his palm. He had seen cultivators walk the 3 Daos and sever even family ties without hesitation. Better to remove the threat now, he thought, end it before it grows. But just as he aimed his hand, the infant looked at him and smiled, not even a flicker of fear in those bright eyes. The killing intent in Xiaoen's heart faltered. With a quiet sigh, he withdrew his hand. I'll hold to my principles. The system has already declared good and evil to be distinct. But at birth, no one is either. We'll keep the child if anything unusual happens. I'll end it personally. He turned his attention to the next child. Name Xiao Lingyi, race, human spirit root, heavenly spirit root, mutated ice variant cultivation level, foundation establishment, stage 1 special identity. None his eyes widened in appreciation. Now, this, he whispered, is talent. No need for reincarnation or celestial intervention. Born already at foundation establishment stage, he reviewed the technique she was born with. Mystic ice breaking, immortal technique, a cultivation method. From the primordial era, and the resources now at the clan's disposal only reinforced her. Path. Dark abyss pool, brimming with extreme yin spiritual energy, ideal for ice teep cultivation, capable of producing 10,000-year mystic ice, 1,000-year ice crystal ore, and cold iron ore. Jade Spring of Motion, overflowing with spiritual essence. Especially suited for refining rare elixirs, known to yield 5-colored golden lotus and pure spiritual liquid. With these 2 cultivation treasures, Zhaoan mused, the Zhao clan has a real chance to become a regional holy land. If given time, years passed. Time within the Zhao clan moved differently. One day outside was equivalent to 25 days within the clan's array. Xiao Lingye had grown into a graceful young woman. One day she approached him with a warm smile, holding a cup of tea. "Have some tea, husband?" she said sweetly. Zhaoan sighed, caught off guard by the address. "Stop calling me that. I'm old enough to be your great-grandfather." But Xiao Lingye only laughed gently. "You cultivators and your obsession with age. You're just a century older than me, what's that in the pursuit of eternity?" From a distance, Shen Honghui watched Zhaoan standing in the cultivation tower. This child has grown up away from his stern presence, he thought. That's why she speaks so freely. She started calling him husband when she first learned to talk, and never stopped. Zhaoan shook his head. "She's been in my care for 3 lifetimes. No signs of deviation, like uncarved jade, pure and untouched." Just then, his eldest son stepped forward. "Father, the ingredients for the Heavenly Ascension Elixir are running low. How should we allocate the remaining 2 pills? Have all the descendants already received their share?" Zhaoan asked. "They have, sir." "Then keep the remaining 2 for Fang Yuan," Zhaoan said after a moment. "His body is frail. He'll need the support. The rest send to Huo and Qi. They're still on the front lines against the Lian Kingdom. A day's delay won't harm them." He paused, then added, "And stock up on herbs. Time is precious. We must make the most of every moment." His son respectfully clasped his hands. "Yes, father," he responded without hesitation. Then promptly went to retrieve the information on Xiaofengyuan.name. Xiaofengyuan, race, human, talent, 6th grade spirit root cultivation path, spirit root method, 9. Transformations of the ancient venerable destiny, dream butterfly cultivation level, golden core. 7th layer, special identity, reincarnated demon path expert spirit. Beast companion, spring autumn Sakataz. He reviewed the boy's profile. A sigh escaped his lips. Fang Yuan, truly deserving of his reputation as a reincarnated expert of the demon path. In just a single year, he's already reached the 7th layer of the golden core stage. Such speed is astonishing. Despite the Xia family currently having vast cultivation resources, Fang Yuan's progress far outpaced the children of his generation. Even Zhao Ling, born the same day and gifted with a rare ice spirit root, had only managed to reach the 5th layer of the golden core stage. Moreover, Fang Yuan was still walking the ancient path of cultivation, one few dared to tread these days, yet even those at the 9th layer of golden core might not stand a chance against him in group battles. Just then, a system alert chimed. Notification. The number of your descendants has surpassed 4,000. You are awarded 1.5 million spirit stones, spiritual treasure. Ancestor Xia's divine weapon. Cultivation. 100 years. Xiao Chen blinked in astonishment, overwhelmed. With joy, his entire body shimmered with radiant light. "This is exactly what I needed," he exclaimed. He gladly accepted the reward and quickly opened his updated information.name. Xiao NH, 149 cultivation stage, nascent soul. Level 7, descendants. 4001 cultivation method, primordial purple key, scripture divine. Abilities, heaven opening seal, finger of heaven's wrath, sky splitting technique. Puppet command, sword manifestation, magical treasures, tribulation crossing armor, nascent soul grade ancestor, Sha's divine spear, superior grade, 2nd rank Hoisbo superior grade, 2nd rank landscape painting of rivers and mountains, superior grade, 3rd rank mirror of the universe, superior grade, 3rd rank spirit root, supreme chaos root, alchemy skill, 999 plus special ability. Scan the records of heaven and earth. Even though he had only advanced 3 levels in the past century, the primordial purple key scripture was simply to demanded vast spiritual energy for even the smallest breakthrough. If he had switched to a less demanding method, like the profound ice immortal technique, he might have already reached the tribulation stage. But would just one tribulation stage cultivator be enough to withstand the coming calamity? And what if the threat involved more than one? A grave expression formed on his face as a plan began to take shape. "There's no need to rush," he murmured. "If the Shia family can cultivate more cultivators at the tribulation stage, 3-5, even 10 we can hold back the great disaster." He was convinced that once he reached 5,000 descendants, the system would reward him with more cultivation power. What mattered now was continuing the bloodline. He had to keep procreating. Suddenly, another system alert popped up. Alert: a tribulation stage cultivator has been detected within the Shia family's domain. Identity: mortal enemy threat level. Far exceeds the host impact. Severely compromises the family's safety. Action required: make a choice immediately through a spatial mirror. He caught a glimpse of the intruder. A man cloaked in shadowy robes, his face concealed. His presence radiated power. Name: Wang Chung, race, human spirit, root quality, 7th grade cultivation level, tribulation stage. Level 4, cultivation methods: incomplete Asura world destroying, blade incomplete imperial selection, divine technique, special status. South Pole guardian of Jinghong Palace Wang Chang approached Xinhong Hui and said, "I have a request." Xinhong Hui, eyes closed and immersed in meditation, responded calmly, "If you need anything, ancestor, I will do all I can." But Zhao froze. The request was no longer necessary. In that very moment, Wang Chang vanished. He had fled. The presence of a tribulation stage cultivator within the Shia family had startled him. Inwardly, he cursed. Unbelievable. The Shia family has a tribulation stage emperor. No wonder they act so fearlessly. I must report this to the higher ups at the Chao family. Elsewhere, within the El Kingdom, far from the Shia domain, someone stood gazing at a roaring fire. That pitiful Chao family thought they could challenge Jinghong Palace. He scoffed. Now they're dust. El Kingdom will surely become a vassal state. Wang Cheng returned to his superior, who eyed him closely. "So, Guardian Wang, you return. So soon? I assume the Shia family has been eliminated." Wang Cheng hesitated. "It seems I was too confident," he admitted. "They are not as weak as I assumed." Wang suddenly halted in his tracks, his expression clouded. "What's wrong, Guardian Wang? You don't look well. Are you injured?" the other man asked, concern slipping through his voice. "Even though we're competitors, you helped me resolve an issue with the Chao family. For that, I owe you. From their treasures, you may pick 3 items of your choice." Wang finally spoke, his voice stern. "Enough talking. I've already reported this matter to the Domain Lord. He will arrive shortly." The man froze in shock. "What, Wang Chung? You've gone too far. Reporting such a minor matter to the Domain Lord. You're inviting disaster upon yourself." Moments later, a chilling aura swept through the area as the Domain Lord appeared. Both men immediately bowed. "Greetings, Domain Lord." His cold gaze fell on Wang. "Wang Chang, is your information accurate?" Wang clasped his hands respectfully. "Yes, my lord. It concerns the Shao family. They not only hold imperial authority, but also possess the divine fortune of spiritual treasures." The other man's eyes widened in disbelief. "What? The Zhao family has an emperor? This is catastrophic. Such a major oversight will not go unpunished." The Domain Lord turned sharply, his gaze piercing. Meanwhile, Zhao En frowned as a flood of alerts from the system appeared before him. Detected within the Zhao family's range, high-speed Starship-class warship. Detected within the Zhao family's range, signs of ambition aimed at the throne. Detected within the Zhao family's range, presence of a tribulation stage powerhouse. Detected within the Shao family's range, presence of a nascent soul stage powerhouse. How can this be happening so soon? It's only been 2 days since Wang Chang escaped. Could today mark the Shao family's great calamity? The Domain Lord's voice broke the silence. "Bring me the profiles." One by one. A projection appeared. Name: Quinrace, Asura aptitude, 5th grade spirit, root divine ability, Asura destruction body, prison imperial selection. Spirit transmission, scripture cultivation, 3rd layer of tribulation, stage special identity, domain. Lord of the Southern Domain. Jinghong Palace next profile. Name: Heng Tian, Sea race, human aptitude, 6th grade. Spirit root cultivation technique, divine ability, Hangfu, blood, sky, great method, incomplete cultivation, fourth layer of tribulation. Stage special identity, guardian of the southern pole, Jinghong palace after. Reviewing both, the domain lord murmured, "So." The black-robed cultivator predicted, "By the heavenly mechanism, it must be him." High above, the domain lord's aura dominated the horizon, eyes fixed on the Zhao family's estate. Beside him stood Tancha, an ancient bronze spirit from 1,000 years past. Xinhong, the domain lord, spoke lightly. "If you yield a strand of your divine soul, I vow to protect your clan. I swear absolute loyalty until death." Today, no one from the Zhao family needs to die. Xinhong, whose voice rang out in defiance, resolute as steel. Xinhong Palace has poisoned the 5 domains for a year. That ends today. The Zhao family and I, Xinhong Hui, will stand firm. The domain lord chuckled coldly, escaping the southern domain for 100 years and reaching the tribulation stages that your confidence, show me what you've got. With a sudden burst of power, he launched himself toward Xinhong Hui. One wielded a spear, the other a sword. Their clash unleashed a cataclysmic surge of energy that shook the heavens. The domain lord sneered mid-battle. "Impressive. Your tribulation stage power isn't bad. I'll give you one last chance, hand over your divine soul and serve me." Xinhong Hui laughed in defiance. Xinhong Palace slaughters innocents and defies the heavens. This old man will never bow, then die. The domain lord's blade descended like judgment. Asura world destruction / Xinhong Hui countered without hesitation. Shocking dragon, spear hidden dragon in the abyss. The domain lord's eyes gleamed as his weapon rang against Xinhong's spear. A spirit-level treasure. "So that's your trump card? Then you must die today." He turned sharply, shouting, "Why are you still standing there? Wipe out the entire Zhao family." Wang Kai immediately launched a devastating barrage toward the Zhao family. "No," Xinhong Hui's heart sank. "It's over. The Xiao family can't withstand this assault." Deep within the Xiao residence, Xiao En clenched his fists, his voice cut through the chaos. "Where is the sword?" Zhao En now stood before the domain lord, his expression stern, as he spoke with icy resolve. "Very well, it seems you understand what awaits you. As long as your family is willing to submit to Jinghong Palace, I will show mercy. However, every year, you must hand over the most talented children from the Xia family." The Xia family leader, Xiao Chen, stepped forward, his voice filled with defiance. "What nonsense! Our Xia family has not yet fallen." The domain lord threw back his head and laughed, the sound echoing with arrogance. "Your tribulation emperor is already dead by my hands. What strength remains to oppose me, that pitiful star?" As he spoke, his blade gleamed menacingly, his eyes locked onto Xiao Chen. "You're the ancestor of the Xia family, aren't you? Good, I'll kill you first and see if your descendants still have the courage they boast of now." Xiao Chun's brow furrowed and his heart sank. "It seems I have no choice but to use the trump card dot system now." On the other side, Shaolin channeled his power, forming a blazing red spiritual orb that pulsed with terrifying energy. Time seemed to blur, like a shadow passing over glass. The other Xia family members unleashed their own strength, spiritual power surging wildly around them. Years of hardship had forged warriors who could not be shaken by mortal distractions. 3 lifestones glowed ominously, carrying ancient souls that chanted like whispers in the wind. The air was thick with killing intent. The domain lord, sensing danger, panicked. He reached out, seizing Wang Chang and yanking him forward as a living shield. "Come here," he barked. "Domain lord, save me." Wang Chang screamed in terror as the domain lord retreated at lightning speed. Zhaoen let out a cold, mocking laugh. "To think one of my descendants would be so ruthless. Do they have a system too? Or is it just me?" The devastating strike landed. Wang Chang's body was obliterated, both arms and legs severed, his flesh barely intact. Yet, unleashing that attack came at a price. Zhao Chun's 3 grandchildren, who had lent their strength, visibly aged before everyone's eyes, their vitality fading like autumn leaves in the wind. Shaoen closed his eyes briefly, a bitter thought crossing his mind. So this is the price of their final moves, their lives for one strike. He then activated a sealing space, locking down all Jinghong Palace disciples. Unfortunately, Hang Tansi barely managed to escape. Nearby, Shin Hong Hui clutched his mangled shoulder, blood soaking his robes. Even with the aid of spiritual medicine, his grievous wounds would take no less than 15 days to heal. Turned to Shaolin. What was the cost of that strike? Shaolin's voice was solemn. 500 years of lifespan. But with my talent, the remaining 500 years are enough for me to reach the Tribulation stage. Far away, in the Liang Kingdom, where Jinghong Palace's forces gathered, the Domain Lord seethed with fury as he addressed the kingdom's ruler. Gather the Lanching Guardians. That wretched Xia family nearly cost me my life. Detestable. The ruler hesitated, his voice cautious. Domain Lord, please calm your anger. The Domain Lord cut him off with a sharp glare. No obstacles. The Xia family will be annihilated completely. Send word to the Western Domain Lord, tell him there's a divine spear-class spiritual treasure. He practices spear arts he won't. Resist then notified Duan and Ming Shank. They dream of building a holy palace in the Western Domain, but they lack a time treasure. Tell them it awaits. The messenger faltered, but before he could speak, the Domain Lord waved him off. I know. What you're thinking? I have no intention of giving away these treasures. It's a ploy borrowing a knife to kill, and they'll come running because these items are too tempting to refuse. He paused, recalling the earlier battle, his expression darkening. 3. You and young stage cultivators unleashed a strike strong enough to kill me. If not for my escape, I'd be dead. Such a minor clan shouldn't have forced me to this point. Now, leave me. I must heal. Inform me the moment they arrive. The Liang Kingdom's emperor clenched his fists in silence, resentment burning in his heart. If my soul and cultivation weren't bound by Jinghong Palace, I'd have fled long ago. Meanwhile, in the Jinghong Palace branch of the Four Domains continent, a man with flowing purple hair sat high upon a throne, gazing coldly at his subordinates. You claim this Kuming fellow has a divine spear-class spiritual treasure waiting for me. The men bowed low. Domain Lord, your subordinate believes there's no need for suspicion. Kuming is your most loyal general. If there's any trick, we can counter it. A low chuckle rumbled from the purple-haired man's chest. You understand me well? Kuming has always been driven by immediate gain. Very well, we'll see. Back at the Shia family estate, Zhaowen stood in the courtyard, lost in thought. System, is there any way to grow stronger, fast? The response was blunt, have more children. Zhaowen froze. Seriously? Before he could process the absurdity, another alert flashed. Warning, detection of new entities nearby. Through his spiritual sense, Zhaowen pierced space itself, observing two figures approaching. Information streamed in .name. Jai Cultivation, Nascent Soul. Third Layer Identity. Executive Elder of the Duan Sect name, Wenwu Cultivation, Nascent Soul. Fifth Layer Identity. Executive Elder of the Ming Shen Sexian's Eyes, narrowed. Duan Sect and Ming Shen Sect. Two major forces from the Western Domain. Why have they come all the way to the Southern Domain? To my Xia family. When the two figures arrived at the Xia family's city gate, one of them spoke in a firm tone. I am Xiao Yi, Executive Elder of the Duan Sect. I have urgent matters to discuss with the Xia family, the other added, and I am Wen Wu, Executive Elder of the Ming Shen Sect. I am here to negotiate with the Xia family. Moments later, the Xia family head appeared to receive them. Esteemed elders, please come inside, he said politely. Zhao Yi's expression remained calm, but his thoughts were sharp. The Xia family actually sent an old man at the Foundation establishment, 9th layer, to greet two nascent soul stage executive elders. This feels rather disrespectful. Inside the Xia family's guest pavilion, after they were seated, the family head introduced himself. I am Xia Li, head of the Xia family. May I ask what business brings the two of you here? Both elders exchanged glances, each with their own doubts. This is supposed to be the poorest region in the Southern Domain, yet they've managed to trouble Jinghong Palace. Could our sects have underestimated them? And this man, a mere Foundation establishment 9th layer, as the family head, breaking the silence when Wu spoke first. To be frank, family head Xia, the Duan Sect, wishes to purchase your time treasure. Yi immediately followed. Mingshen's sect has come for the same reason. Xia Li's expression hardened slightly. My apologies, esteemed elders. The Xia family has no intention of selling the treasure. When Wu's face darkened with anger, how dare you refuse? Never before has anyone rejected the combined will of our two great sects. This is an insult. If it weren't for our sect's orders, I would have already wiped out your entire family. Zhao Yi tried again, his tone icy but measured. Family head Xia, perhaps you should reconsider. The price offered by the Duan sect will certainly not disappoint you. When Wu added coldly, Mingshen's sect is also not lacking in spirit stones. Xia. Li clasped his hands respectfully, his voice firm yet courteous. I truly apologize to both of you, but the time treasure is an item of utmost importance to the Xia family. We cannot sell it under any circumstances. Zhao Yi's expression turned grim. Do you understand that your family is about to face a great calamity? When Wu leaned forward, his voice dripping with menace. Brother Xiao speaks the truth. With this treasure, your Xia family is like a child, flaunting gold in a crowded marketplace. This time, we came here to save your family. Do you realize that by refusing, you are becoming the sinner who will bring about the Xia family's destruction? Jinghong Palace has already contacted our sects. We do not wish for a bloody massacre in the southern domain, he continued, his tone persuasive but threatening. If you sell the treasure to the Duan sect, they will guarantee your family's safety. If you sell it to Mingshen's sect, you will become a direct subordinate of our sect. I assure you, Jinghong Palace will not dare act against you in the southern domain. Xia Li shook his head, unwavering. Please, both of you, return for now. If you wish to discuss cooperation, we can talk. But if your intention is to buy the time treasure, that is absolutely impossible. Hearing this, both elders rose to their feet, their expressions stormy as they walked out, when Wu muttered coldly, they don't know what's good for them. Mingshen's sect will have no choice but to join forces with Jinghong Palace. Within a month, Duan sect's warships will surely descend upon the Xia family city. Fools! Meanwhile, in his room, Xiao Jun had witnessed the entire exchange, his brows furrowed deeply. Duan sect, Mingshen sect, and Jinghong Palace, all of them were mighty forces. After 15 days of investigation, he had learned that their power was spread across various nations. The so-called domain lords of the 5 domains were nothing more than mid-tier players, not even qualified to enjoy the spoils of war. At the speed of those warships, it would take roughly 10 days. Before, they would arrive in 10 days. If nothing changed, Xiao Jun would only gain a mere 100 years a delay, not a solution. The only viable path now was to rely on a powerful sect. The southern domain had no major sects, but the western domain was different. Beyond the Duan sect and the Mingan sect, there were also the Gulun sect and the Shushan sect. If they brought the entire Shao clan along, there was a reasonable chance of being accepted. Yet there was also a possibility that some sects might dismiss Xiao Zun entirely, or worse, eradicate them without hesitation. His expression hardened. Hundreds of years of experience had taught him one thing: relying on others or entrusting one's destiny to them was the height of folly. He turned to the system. If I die, can you protect the Xiao family? 6 cold characters appeared. The system cannot do that. He had expected as much. That answer only confirmed what he already knew: there were still preparations to make. He summoned his eldest child, Xiai. Send a message to Wu and Shi. In 5 days, everyone must disappear. Begin arranging for the Xiao family members to evacuate Xiao family city. Father Xiai asked cautiously, what do you plan to do? Zhao Chen met his son's gaze. Execute the final plan. When everyone has left, you leave as well. Xiadi's face stiffened. I am the head of the Xiao family. If I run, the people in Jinghong Palace will know immediately. Zhao Chen produced a puppet that mirrored Xiai's likeness. As long as the Xiao bloodline survives, the family endures. You must live. Take Shaolin and the others with you, Xiaofangan, and the rest are the finest seeds of our clan. They are the hope for our resurgence. Xiagi hesitated, worry flashing in his eyes. Father, I can leave, but Shaolin and the others might not obey me. I will handle that, Xiao Chen said firmly. Just be ready. Yes, father. Far above the clouds, an airship glided steadily forward, carrying members of the Duan Sect under the leadership of the Chiking Emperor. At the same time, another airship approached, this one bearing the Mingan Sect, led by the Yun Emperor on. Fuwu leaned toward the man beside him. Kuming, I permit you to notify the Yushan Sect and Mingshen Sect. Kuming frowned. Why? What's going on? You'll know soon enough, Fuwu replied coolly. This situation isn't normal. Soon, the two sect groups hovered above the Shao family's city. The sight below left them stunned. The entire city was abandoned, lifeless, like a ghost town. One voice broke the silence. Domain Lord Ku, what happened here? The Shao family? City looks dead. Cold sweat beaded on Kuming's forehead. He dared not speak the truth. Every disciple of Jinghong Palace stationed here had been annihilated. In Ming country, Jinghong Palace was practically sacred ground, yet it had been erased without a trace. The domain lord turned to the emperors. The Shao family must have fled. It's a natural response. As the words fell, a lone figure appeared before them. Shao Chen. Who is this? Someone muttered. Shao Chen spoke calmly, introducing himself. Shao family ancestor, Shao Chen. The group exchanged glances, their tone turning mocking. Everyone's gone. Whatever treasures your family had aren't worth anything now. Unfazed, Shao Chen replied slowly, honored emperors and domain lords, the Shao family, is willing to hand over our treasures in exchange for a chance to live. A purple-haired man smirked. And where might these treasures be? Zhao Chen met his eyes. On me? Another voice barked, hand him over, and the Mingshen sect will withdraw. At that, Shao Chen drew his weapon, blade gleaming as he leveled it toward them. A furious roar answered him. Insolent wretch! How dare you! As the battle intensified, reinforcements surged in from all sides, Kuming eyes glinting with cold malice. Sneered as he pointed toward the old man. Don't fall for his theatrics, he barked. Take him out, first deal with the rest. Later, without hesitation, he lunged at Shaoana. Search him. Let's see what he's hiding then. We'll decide what to do next. Shaoan reacted instantly, weaving out of reach with practiced ease. Kuming's brows furrowed in frustration. You dare play tricks, you low-born rat, he spat, tired of living. Are you? A man with violet hair twisted around to shout, Ching, help me out. You want to let those two treasures fall into their hands? As he spoke, others nearby began to harness their spiritual energy, drawing in closer like wolves circling prey. Shaoan smiled faintly, his fingers tightening around his spear. Behind him, another cultivator stepped forward reluctantly, his thoughts racing. If I just stand here and watch, Jia Haoan will report everything to the palace master. I'd lose my position as domain lord in an instant. He sighed, bracing himself for the inevitable. No choice, I have to get involved. Then chaos erupted. The clash of spiritual energies tore through the skies, painting the heavens crimson. In the inner courtyard of the Shao residence, Shao Zun remained still, hands clasped behind his back. Watching the horizon, all according to plan, he muttered. From the moment the envoys of the Duan Sect and Ming Shenik arrived, he had suspected the uneasy alliance between the three factions was temporary at best. The ancient feud between Jinghong Palace and the Shao family ran too deep. They hadn't come to negotiate or trade. They'd come to test the waters. They only ever spoke of the time treasure, carefully avoiding any mention of the purple Zhao divine spear. Clearly, they were baiting Jinghong Palace into revealing its hand. And now was the perfect time to strike back, even against quasi-emperor. Rare opportunities like this had to be seized. His power surged violently, the air distorting as spiritual energy poured out of his body like a tidal wave. The cultivators aboard the flying ships reeled in confusion. What is that? The spiritual pressure, it's massive. It's far beyond anything in the southern domain. A voice cried out from one of the decks. No! Look! What is that? Golden Tower rose into view, gleaming with divine brilliance. Around it, jagged shards of ice hovered ominously. All three ships were encircled, trapped by Shaoan's might. One of the enemies shouted in alarm. Emperors, stop! We've walked right into a trap. On the Shao side, Chen's expression was grim but resolute. He raised his cultivation to its peak, activating the full power of the Xuanming Hantong, the Jade Spring Tower, and two ancient formations, Demon Shocking, Stone Steely, and the Heart-Refining Grand Array. "I'll pour in the power we've hoarded for a century," he murmured to himself, turning to the system. Ready? The system materialized, confirming. Would the host like to initiate self-return? Without hesitation, Chen chose yes, an instant later. All hell broke loose. A roaring surge of light exploded from the tower, followed by waves of sound that shook the entire region. Fire and smoke billowed into the sky. The entire Xiao family stronghold vanished beneath a curtain of fire. Chen's physical form collapsed, drawn back into Xiao Chen's Nent Soul position. Only his disaster avoidance soul armor had kept him from total annihilation. As the dust settled, system notifications rang out, one by one. Host has slain the essence-extracting Emperor. Reward: Vermilion Immortal Sword Formation. Host has slain the Soul Shadow Emperor. Reward: Soul-restoring Nent Soul Pill. Host has slain the Western Domain Lord of Jinghong Palace. Reward: Divine Ability Cycle Through All Heavens. Host has slain the Southern Domain Lord of Jinghong Palace. Reward: Innate Asura Clan Ability Transform into Asura Form. What remained of the battlefield was devastation. The Zhao family compound was leveled. Ashes and ruins stretched for miles. In the months that followed, both the southern and northern domains erupted with fury. Jinghong Palace's southern division was obliterated. Their commanders in the western domain wiped out. No survivors were left to tell the tale of that catastrophic battle. And so, the Zhao family rose from the ashes, a legend reborn in Hanka City. Rumors spread quickly. The once humble merchant clan expanded their mansion overnight. The head of the family took wives and concubines with astonishing speed. In a single month, they hosted 21 weddings. Fortunately for their guests, the Zhao family never demanded wedding gifts, or else even their closest allies might have been driven to sever ties. One morning, a local whispered in awe, "I heard today's another celebration. Didn't the Zhao patriarch just welcome his 13th nephew's bride?" Someone else replied, "It's also the 1-month birthday for his 17th child." Hanka City buzzed with gossip. The Zhao family's resurgence was nothing short of mythic. In the quiet chamber of the Xia family residence, a frail woman lay on the bed, her voice trembling with emotion. "My lord, must you really take number 17 away?" The man standing at her bedside didn't meet her eyes immediately. Cradling the child in his arms, he finally spoke with a calm but firm tone. "Hunger number 17 possesses spiritual roots. You know what that means? Only in the ancestral land can a child like this be truly nurtured." Tears welled in her eyes, and her voice cracked. "But I can't bear to be separated from my child." The man sighed softly, gently rocking the infant. "This isn't a decision I make lightly. The patriarch has already issued the command. It's not permanent. In no more than 15 years, our entire family will be reunited together again." On a flying ship, far above, cloaked figures clad in black gathered on the deck of one such flying vessel. "All the infants have been gathered," one of them reported. "We're ready to depart." With that, the ship surged forward, vanishing into a shimmering space gate. At the summit of the main peak, the Xiao family's ancestral hall stood in stillness. Within it, Zhao En was seated in deep meditation, his presence calm yet commanding. Footsteps echoed as a descendant approached respectfully and bowed low. "Ancestor," the young man began, "Fang Yuan has fulfilled your command. A total of 527 children with spiritual roots have been brought back. All are descendants of the Xiao family." Xiao En opened his eyes and offered a faint smile. Fang Yuan's diligence eases this old soul's worries. The form before them was not Xiao En's original body, but a reconstructed one, powerful and refined, yet still carrying the weight of ages. The messenger continued, "During this recent mission, I also came across information regarding the 9th divinity transformation elixir." Xiao En's gaze sharpened. "Oh, speak." The young cultivator explained further. "The explosion that happened 3 years ago dealt serious damage to the Jade Sky Sect. Even Shaolin himself was gravely wounded. As a result, much of the Xia Family's plans were unraveled, and many of our kin are now scattered across the southern and western realms. Shaolin nodded slowly, processing the news. He thought to himself, both Shaolin and the remnants of the Jade Sky Sect are still under my care. Nurtured inside the spirit mushrooms I've cultivated, but without the 9th divinity transformation. Elixir, it would take at least 15 years for the Jade Sky Sect to fully recover. The Xia family had already repaid more than enough to Shaolin. In truth, Shaolin was a formidable force, even without their support reborn from the peak of the void itself. Had he chosen a different path, his potential alone could have taken him far. A young disciple hurried into the room, bowing respectfully as he delivered urgent news. Ancestor. The Kunlun sect has uncovered the divine transformation elixir within one of their secret realms. Shaolin's brows rose in surprise. The Kunlun sect's secret realm. How did that information get out? The disciple smiled knowingly. It's thanks to the Mingshen sect. They've planted spies within Kunlun. Even the 5 elders are aware of the leak. They're trapped and able to win, and desperate to distract others. Now they're deliberately letting the news spread. Across the cultivation world, hearing this, Zhaowen felt a thrill of anticipation. Even if the rumor was false, it was still an opportunity worth pursuing. True or not, we must act, he said firmly. Then, does Ancestor already have a strategy in mind? Not yet. Go rest for now. Yes, Ancestor. The disciple bowed and left. Moments later, Xiai stepped into the room. Shaowen looked at him and said, "So, you've finally reached the golden core stage." Xiai scratched his head sheepishly. "Honestly, Father, my spiritual route is pretty poor. Even with all our family's resources, it was a struggle." Zhaowen nodded thoughtfully. "Golden core is still a solid foundation. From now on, I'll leave the family affairs in your hands. I plan to leave for a while." "Let me guess you're using that as an excuse to avoid stepmother again?" Zhaowen gave him a look of exasperation. "Even you've started calling her that. The younger generation calling her grandmother is already awkward enough. Now you're making it worse." He sighed and waved his hand. "You must have come for a reason. Speak." "Yes," Xiai said, his expression serious. "The Huo faction has made a move. They've secretly taken control of 15 small countries. Meanwhile, the Shish group has taken 12. 1/3 of the southern region has already slipped from Jinghang Palace's grasp." He handed Zhaowen a letter. This came from Xiaowa. He's managed to infiltrate Jinghang Palace again. According to him, the new regional lord of the 5 regions is Ku Lianga, demon cultivator, and Ku Ming's uncle. Zhaowen read the letter in silence, thoughts churning. So Ku Liang took over after Ku Ming Xiaoyi must have tried to appeal to him, hoping he'd support reform. Now he's declared himself protector of the southern region. Ambitious, aiming for the throne, no doubt. He set the letter down and spoke calmly. "Jinghang Palace is consolidating power again. Begin distancing us from the Huo group." Shiai nodded. Understood. Zhaowen gave a faint smile. "Soon, we'll begin cultivating influence across the southern region again. A dull blade, slowly but surely, will still cut through the roots of Jinghang Palace." Xiai, remembering something, asked, "By the way, how long do you plan to be away this time?" Shaowen responded with just 2 words, "Right now." And with that, he vanished. His sudden disappearance was not without cause. At that moment, a young woman in a flowing pink dress arrived outside, looking around in confusion. Where did he go? Xiaoyu rubbed the back of his neck awkwardly. "Wanyang, father just left." Wanyang folded her arms and scowled. He pesters his descendants day and night about getting married, but the moment it's about marrying me, he runs. Far away, Zhaowen exhaled in relief. That was close. No one followed me. He turned his attention to the task ahead. Elder Wu of the Kunlan sect, a 9th stage integration expert. If I want to get my hands on the Yunnan liquid, I'll need to move personally. In the city below, Mount Kunlan, Zhaowen was approached by a spirited young man. "Hey brother, you here for the Kunlan sect selection too? I've got insider guidance for new applicants, just 10 spirit stones per session. Guaranteed to get you in." Interested, Zhaowen grinned. "Sure, I'll take a session." As the man walked ahead, Zhaowen thought, Scamming people like this, he must have pulled this trick dozens of times. But that's fine. He's the key to getting me inside. The arrived at a plain wooden door. The young man opened it and called out, "Sis, I got 3 more today." Inside, a young woman with delicate features frowned at him. "I told you to stop conning people. Focus on your cultivation. You've made no progress at all." The man rolled his eyes. "Don't start. Just guess how many spirit stones do." "You think I made today?" She sighed. "How many could it possibly be? You need to stop wasting time and start taking your own cultivation seriously." As the two continued chatting, Xian observed them from a distance. His gaze lingered on the girl beside the young man, and a question arose in his mind. Why does the woman standing next to him seem so unremarkable? Isn't she supposed to be the head disciple of the clan Sect? Almost instantly, the system interface flickered to life, displaying detailed information. Name: Muqing Talent, 4th grade spirit, root cultivation, key refining, 9th level status, crippled cultivator name, Yilang Talent, 3rd grade spirit, root cultivation, key refining, 7th level status, crippled cultivator special tag. Object of affection of the clan Sect's head disaplexion narrowed his eyes, thoughtful. Is it just simple admiration, or something deeper? Before he could dwell on it further, the system triggered another alert. Detected presence of primary system holder name, when Zeros, human talent, 9th grade spirit, root divine abilities, clanned sword technique, divine thunder method, Nent Soul, 8th level special role. Systems conquest target, head disciple of clan Sectrist. Then, a figure approached the trio. Both Yilang and Muqing immediately lowered their heads in respect. "Greetings, senior sister." "Greetings, Elder Chan." Elder Chan looked at them and addressed Wen Zhu. "This is the one you asked me to evaluate." Wen Zhu gave a small nod. "Yes, Elder, I'm sorry to trouble you." Chan examined Yilang for a long moment, then spoke, plainly. This boy's talent is mediocre. I see no redeeming traits. Are you sure, head disciple Wen, that you want me to take him in?" Yilang's expression darkened slightly, but he held his tongue. Wen Zhu, keeping her voice calm, replied, "Yes, I've made up my mind." Though outwardly composed, her thoughts told a different story. He's a complete fraud, the kind of loafer you'd find scamming villagers in a backwater town. Compared to the noble protagonist I imagined conquering, he's a complete letdown. The very idea of conquering someone like Yilang made her stomach turn. Elder Chan exhaled slowly. "If that's your decision, very well, I will accept him." Just as the decision was made, Yilang looked up with a faint smirk. "Senior sister, Wen, if you truly want me to join the inner sect, then Sister Mu must come along too." He knew exactly what he was doing. After all, Wen Zhu had already revealed to him that he was her designated conquest target. She wouldn't risk upsetting him not, without consequences to her progress. Muqing, startled, quickly dropped to her knees. "Senior sister, Wen please? It's not necessary. Just let Brother Yilang enter. I'm fine remaining as a servant." In the outer sect, when Xu watched them, a flicker of irritation in her eyes. Are they really this close? She sighed inwardly. If the system weren't involved, I wouldn't have gone so far as to seek Elder Chan's help. But if I refuse Yilang now, his affection will drop, and my mission will fall apart. After a moment of internal debate, she made her decision. "You both may enter the inner sect." The elder turned to Wen, his tone grave. Wen, already steeled in her decision, replied without hesitation, "I'll explain everything to the sect leader myself." With that, the elder and the 2 senior sisters took off into the sky, leaving only Wen behind, standing alone beneath the drifting clouds. She sighed softly, her thoughts troubled. "It's been a year since I was forcibly bound to this mysterious system. My cultivation has been stagnant ever since. I've tried everything: rituals, pills, even forbidden techniques, but nothing works. The system's grip won't loosen. I had no choice but to find the conquest target it keeps demanding." She looked down, her brows furrowing. "But I didn't expect things to become so tangled. He already has someone in his heart, and he's nothing like the cultivator I imagined." Just then, a calm voice broke her thoughts. "I can solve your problem," she asked sharply. A figure slowly stepped out of the shadows. It was Shendat, He was so close all this time. Yet, I couldn't sense even a trace of his aura. She stared at him, eyes cautious. "Senior brother, you said you can help me. Is that true?" Xian offered a faint smile. Naturally, when hesitated, then her expression hardened. "That's not possible," but Xian had expected her answer. "Don't you want to complete the systems?" "Mission," he said smoothly. That caught her off guard. Her brows knitted in confusion. How does he know about the system? She glanced away, unwilling to answer. "That man Yilong, I really don't like him." After a moment of silence, she offered an alternative. "Senior, is there anything else I can offer instead?" Xian nodded. "There is. Bring me the Yuna Shen liquid. In exchange, I'll help you." Relief softened her face. "Agreed. I'll return with it in 10 days." Shen gave her a satisfied nod. "Then I'll wait here. But let me remind you, this system is not just restricting you, it's reshaping your will." When frowned, "What do you mean?" He turned away, hands clasped behind his back. "Nothing. Just remember, if all else fails, my offer still stands." Her tone was resolute. "No, I will return in 10 days. I don't want anything to do with Yahello," she thought. "The sooner I fulfill my promise to Senior Xian, the sooner I can escape this madness." 10 days passed swiftly when emerged from the gates of the Y realm, her expression bleak. "I found rare treasures from heaven and earth," she thought bitterly, "but the Yuna Shen liquid eluded me. I must find Senior Shan quickly. If he leaves, I may lose my only chance to break the system's curse before she could go far." A familiar voice called out, "Senior sister Wen, I've missed you." It was Yi Lung. He approached with a bright smile, but Wen could sense the frustration. Beneath it, so fake, she thought. He continued speaking, his tone eager. "It's been 10 days since I waited at Kunlun Mountain. My cultivation is the weakest in the sect, and the moment I arrived, I was bullied. People insulted me, and even you. I waited outside the secret realm every day until now. When walked past him coldly, I have something to attend to." He followed quickly. "Wait, senior sister, when I really did miss you." Something in his words made Wen pause. Her heart fluttered for a moment. Maybe if he says that again, maybe. He really does like me. He took her hand gently, causing her to blush. "Senior sister, I'm not feeling well today. Can you comfort me?" Wen's mind swirled with confusion and desire. "If Yilong wants it, I'll do anything." Later, at Kunlun Mountain, Yilong led her to a small group of disciples. "These are the ones who bullied me," he said, without hesitation. When drew her sword and pointed it at one of them, he panicked immediately. "Senior sister Wen, it's me, please don't." The others dropped to their knees, begging for mercy. After dealing with them, Wen turned to Yilong and said, "These are the treasures I brought back from the clan's secret realm. They're all yours." Yilong grinned. "His senior sister, Wen is so generous." He lowered his voice. "I've had a few issues with my cultivation lately. Could I ask for your guidance?" Wen smiled nervously, scratching her head. "Of course. Ask me anything, junior brother." He led her into a quiet room, then leaned in close. "Senior sister, come here." Wen blushed again. "I knew she wouldn't refuse me," Yelling thought smugly. "Good thing I prepared that special cultivation method in advance." But suddenly, Wen felt a strange shift in unnatural pressure in her mind. Something was wrong. She jolted back and shouted, "Get out!" A wave of panic washed over her. Being controlled like this, it's terrifying. Without another word, she turned and fled. Wen now found herself in a nearby town, her heart racing. "I have to find Senior Xian before this gets worse." At the base of the mountain, Xiaowan appeared. Her expression was calm but resolute. "I've made my decision, Senior," she said. "I'll take you into the secret realm." Letten gave her a brief nod. "So it seems I'll be going in after." All? They set off together toward the entrance of the clan's secret realm, but their path was blocked by a guard clad in sect robes. "Senior Sister Wen," the guard said with a respectful but firm tone, "I'm not sure why you need access to the secret realm, but this man cannot enter. He isn't from the clan Sect." Xiaowan's gaze sharpened, her tone commanding. "Step aside. He's accompanying me on an official mission." From behind, another voice called out, "Senior Sister." It was Yilong, who had quietly followed. I want to go to the guard. Looked uncomfortable. Junior brother yelled, "Your cultivation is still in the key refining stage. The secret realm is no place for someone at your level. On top of that, you lack the necessary contribution points." Xiaowen raised her voice sharply. "Then use mine. I'll cover him." The guard hesitated. "But senior sister," when no buts. She snapped, her voice tinged with emotion. "I'll protect him myself. My junior brother just wants to explore a little." "Are you telling me that even that is forbidden now? What's the point of a secret realm if it's sealed off from our own?" Her eyes were no longer calm. They shimmered with fierce protectiveness and something else even deeper. Love, the guard, caught between duty and the senior sister's determination, had no words left to offer. A soft breeze stirred the trees beneath a clear blue sky dotted with drifting white clouds. Looking at the tranquil scene, Xian mused to himself, "They call this a secret realm. But the spiritual energy here is only about 3 times denser than the outside world. It's nothing compared to the energy inside that ancient landscape painting." But as he was thinking, a sudden gust of wind surged through the air, carrying a force so strong it felt like the strike of a foundation establishment stage cultivator. The 3 cultivators slowly made their way forward, cloaked in a faint halo of light. Just then, blinded by love, turned around and explained, "The first 10 miles from the entrance are categorized as foundation establishment territory. 100 miles in, and you enter the Golden Core Zone. At 1,000 miles, you're in the Nent Soul region, and the Divine Realm begins somewhere beyond 100,000 miles. He paused before continuing, "If we head there directly, it should take us about 2 days." With that, the 3 took off through the sky. But before long, Yang suddenly called out, "Wait, let's land for a moment." Xian groaned inwardly. "At this rate, we'll stop 6 more times before we even cross 10,000 miles. And all for some 100-year-old spirit grass. What a waste of time." Irritated, Xian asked, "What's the meaning of this now?" Yanggong shrugged. "I just spotted something rare, that's all. If you've got a problem with it, feel free to keep going." Xian's patience snapped. He grabbed Yanggong by the collar and lifted him off the ground. "You're just a key refining brat. Are you trying to get yourself killed before things could escalate further?" Senior sister when approached slowly, her voice soft. "Senior, please, spare junior brother Yang." Reluctantly, Xian threw Yanggong to the ground with a scoff. "Control your junior brother. When? If he keeps wasting time like this, I'll deal with him myself." Yanggong clenched his jaw, furious. "She still won't drop her act for me, but once I've fully taken control of her, I'll make sure she's the one who ends this guy's life." The next day, they reached the boundary of the Divine Transformation Zone. The landscape was lush and green, but as night fell, violent whirlwinds erupted so powerful they could obliterate nearly anything in their path. Even a nascent soul cultivator would struggle to escape unscathed. "We'll rest in this stone cave for the night," Xian suggested. Later, Yanggong approached Wen and whispered, "Senior sister, could you step outside with me for a bit?" As if enchanted, Wen nodded without hesitation. Following him into the night, watching them go, Xian muttered to himself, "Why the rush? Can't they just rest like normal people?" Outside the cave, Yanggong reached out and gently touched Wen's shoulder. He couldn't contain himself any longer. But before anything could happen, Xian suddenly struck from the shadows, landing a blow squarely on Yanggong's head. When blinked, clarity returning to her eyes. The spell of influence was broken. She stared at Xian, stunned. "Why? Why did you kill him?" Xian chuckled, voice calm. "If something were to happen to you, wouldn't you regret not taking care of unfinished business? I'm just solving a problem in advance. Will I die?" she asked hesitantly. "Of course not," Xian replied with a smirk. When stared at him, confused, why hasn't the system punished him? He killed someone, yet he's still standing, but this outcome actually aligns with my calculations. As she processed her thoughts, Wen crushed a small token in her hand. Suddenly, the system's notifications erupted. Nascent Soul Cultivator approaching. 3 Integration Stage Cultivators approaching. 5 Golden Core Cultivators approaching. Xian cracked his knuckles. This Pangla skill feature is really coming in handy. In an instant, a group of cultivators surrounded him. Wen turned to him, suspicious. Tell me, who are you really? Why were you hiding your divine transformation power? Xian's tone turned haughty. What makes you think you're capable of capturing me? A woman in formal robes stepped forward. This is the clan's secret realm. According to Buguan's 5-year nascent soul cultivation record, your identity doesn't match. Before she could say more, Xian released a wave of spiritual pressure, overwhelming the air around them. When, at the sound of her name, her system flashed a new notification. Target of the mission has changed. New target Xian. She turned to her master and shouted, "Wait, the mission parameters just updated. The system wants me to target Xian." Now, the master's face darkened. What? Xian stood confidently, hands clasped behind his back. This old man is named Chen. If you go back on your word, don't blame me for what happens next. Then he called out again. Wen, come here. Her cheeks flushed. No, I won't. Wen's master quickly intervened. Sir, we admit defeat. Please spare. Wenshu, help her complete the mission transfer. In exchange, we'll offer you the divine transformation elixir. Xian narrowed his eyes. I'm not doing this for your elixir, but hand it over first, and then we'll talk. Wen turned to her master, eyes glittering. Master, please, give it to me. I trust Xian. With visible hesitation, the master handed over the vial. Fine. But after he takes it, he must help change your mission. Wen accepted the elixir and walked up to Xian with a sudden burst of warmth, she threw her arms around him. Brother, here's the divine transformation elixir. Xian blinked. In surprise, damn, this system really knows how to stir things up. The master approached the two with a calm expression. You're ready now. It's time to change the mission. Shou Chen looked up, puzzled. Change the mission? To who? Standing beside the master, Zhou Qinji stepped forward without hesitation. To me, she said confidently. Shaoan immediately conjured a glowing circle of light in front of his chest. When eyes glistening with emotion looked at him. Brother, she whispered tearfully. Zhaoan glanced at her and sighed. Unbelievable, this bond. It hasn't even lasted 30 breaths, and it already feels like a farewell between life and death. Wen wiped her eyes and nodded. I understand. You don't want to leave me behind, brother. I'll help you however I can. As she spoke, the beam of light expanded, gently enclosing both of them. The master turned to the group. Elder Jiang, what's our move? Someone muttered under their breath. The system's influence on Shu is even stronger than expected. What choice do we have but to chase them? By now, Shu had already mounted her sword, taking Zhaoan with her. She turned to him with a bright smile. Brother, I won't let go. Inwardly, Zhaoan chuckled. This brother rather enjoys the feeling of things being out of control. Besides, we've already escaped. Why go back now? Their pursuers tried to track them, but Shu's aura had vanished completely. Sha, Chen, someone stammered. A young man behind asked urgently. Junior sister Zhang, do you know where Shu went? She frowned, her tone grave. We might have to abandon her. A heavy-set man stepped forward angrily. What nonsense! Shu is the most promising disciple our Kun sect has produced in a century, and let's not forget, she's carrying the mysterious system. Her future potential could easily rival my own. We can't just give up on her. Another voice agreed. That's right. No matter what, we must bring her back. Junior sister Jiang turned to them both and asked quietly, do you even know who the man with her is? A man in red robes frowned. Whoever he is there. Anyone in the cultivation world the Kunlun sect can't afford to provoke. The beautiful woman beside him added confidently, exactly. Even if it's the head of the Shuchang sect, we still need to retrieve her. Jiang's expression hardened. That man is the ancestor deity. Everyone fell silent. The name hit them like a thunderclap. Chaoan, someone gasped. The Shoan. The legendary ancestor deity, Chaoan. If that were true, reclaiming Shu would be nearly impossible. Meanwhile, senior sister was busy teasing Zhao Chen, making his face flush scarlet. Stop, don't touch me like that. But Shu simply smiled at him with gentle eyes. Doesn't brother want this? Turned to her, locking eyes, unable to hide the way his heart pounded. Then the two of them collapsed together, the romantic tension boiling over into something the younger disciples should definitely not witness. By sunrise, they both awoke. The system issued a new alert. System notification. Host emotional state. 30% moved. Zhaoen looked stunned. Only 2 days, and I'm already 30% moved. At this rate, I'll be completely enchanted soon. Another message popped up. System update. Host falling into the net of love. What does that mean? He asked aloud. Binding in progress. Host will be tied by shoes. Threads of love. Tied, as in controlled. He asked. Interpret as, you will. He exhaled slowly. This system was no joke. Dangerous and seductive. It was a good thing he hadn't returned home yet. If his grandfather saw him like this, the old man's face would turn to stone. Then came another alert. Battleship-class spacecraft detected. He peered through the lens, narrowing his eyes. That's a Ginghung palace ship. So our karmic link wasn't just coincidence. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. There, heading southwest, toward Shu, Mountain Sect. I've already crossed paths with the might as well stir the pot. Shu was still lying nearby, but he turned to leave. She stirred, then called after him. Wait for me, brother. Once they were both up and ready, they looked to the sky. The massive spacecraft loomed above them. System Zhaoen commanded. Locate the nearest Xia family disciple near Shu Mountain. Search complete target. Sha Lianshang race. Human talent, level 7. Cultivation, golden core, stage 8. Method, immovable king mantra. Vudra, indestructible divine skill. Identity, 8th generation, disciple of Xia family. Wealthy merchant in Shu Mountain City. The sword tomb of Shu Mountain would soon open and the appearance of the ship only signaled the beginning as the spacecraft descended before them. A young man stepped forward. Fellow cultivator, why are you blocking our vessel? Zhaoen crossed, his arms with a smirk. Because this road, I opened it. Shu chimed in cheerfully. And this tree, we planted it. If you want to pass, you'll need to pay a toll. Someone on the ship shouted angrily. That's ridiculous. We're in the sky. There are no roads or trees. Another voice snarled, Guardian, let me kill them. The man called Guardian raised his hand sharply, halting the conversation. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, he said coolly. Then, turning to the two, he asked, Xiao-en, what's your price? Xiao-en.com and composed with his hands. Clasped behind his back, replied plainly, 1 billion spirit stones. At that, the Guardian's face twisted, and he instinctively reached for his weapon. Long standing nearby, raised an eyebrow. That number sounds absurd. But thinking back to the Shu Mountain sword auction, even their prices didn't reach 1 billion. Could this be more serious than it seems? Zhao-en closed his eyes and spoke again, his voice now cold and final. You're not willing to path and die. The sky above them instantly turned crimson. A violent explosion erupted, shattering the landscape into fragments. Zhao-en sneered, so poor, barely over 200 million spirit stones. No wonder they reacted. Like that when I mentioned 1 billion. When Zhu, standing beside him, answered with a sigh, even 200 million is a fortune. For a cultivator in the nascent soul stage, just having 10 spirit stones is already considered wealthy. Without another word, the two ascended into the sky, leaving the chaos behind as they soared toward Shu. Mountain destination, the Great Sword Auction at the base of Shu Mountain. The auction house buzzed with excitement. Cultivators from all corners filled the room, murmuring and speculating. I heard Shu Mountain Sword Sect has 23 ancient tombs, someone whispered. They open at random once every 6 months. They say those tombs contain legendary flying swords and powerful sword techniques, another added. A third chimed in. Shu Mountain doesn't have many spirit mines or resources, so their disciples aren't allowed to fully inherit everything from the tombs. Another leaned in with gossip. That's why they auction off a portion of what they retrieve. It helps fund their operations and cultivations. They're bold not to worry about being robbed. This time, they've opened 7 tombs and are auctioning off 21 portions. Near the auction stage, a voice echoed over the crowd. Place your bids freely. Highest bid wins. But false bids will be punished. If you can't pay, you'll be banned from Shu Mountain entirely. In a corner of the auction house, Zhaoen sat quietly, with 30 million spirit stones in hand. When Zhu had even more, 35 million, Zhao-en wore a subtle smirk. Positions into the tombs were expected to go for between 100 and 200 million. Clearly, the Jinghong Palace was here with intent. They had brought more than 200 million spirit stones and were prepared to fight for a piece of the tombs. As the bidding began, the numbers quickly soared 120 million. Then 140 million, but one of the divine abilities being auctioned was revealed to be incomplete. Many who'd come to compete stepped back, now only watching out of interest. Suddenly, Ming Shen's sect placed a hefty bid of 180 million. When Zhu turned, alarmed. "Brother, what should we do?" Zhao En calmly handed her a token. "Don't let Ming Shen's sect get that position." Wen Su blushed faintly, but nodded with resolve. "Yes, brother." The sect leader of Shu Mountain himself entered the bidding with 190 million. Long watching from afar, couldn't help but be impressed. 190 million for the very first item. That's enough to buy a mansion in the capital several times over. He studied the sect leader's face and saw something different, a kind of satisfaction, maybe even pride. Whispers rippled through the upper rows. So Kunlan's sect placed the winning bid. They must be loaded with spirit stones. Word is Kunlan recently produced another emperor-level cultivator that brings them to 6 emperors. With that kind of power and wealth, they're clearly climbing close to the level of the top 3 sects. The final bid still rang in everyone's ears, 190 million. High, yes, but not unjustified. What stood out more was the Kunlan sect leader's expression, not of arrogance, but calm confidence. Something big was building. Everyone in the hall could feel it. The hall fell into a tense silence as the young master of the Night God sect stepped forward. His expression was cold and proud as he announced with steely determination, 200 million. The auctioneer's voice echoed moments later, sharp and clear. Ming Shen's sect has placed a bid of 200 million spirit stones. Do we have a higher offer? Just then, a radiant presence seemed to bloom in the hall. Wu Zhu stood tall, surrounded by an almost divine aura. Her gaze was unwavering. Whatever the Ming Shen sect bids, she declared, "I will double it." Gasps rippled through the crowd. "What a queen," someone whispered, awestruck. "Sister, I love you." The entire hall was buzzing with shock and admiration. To so casually raise the bid to 400 million spirit stones, incredible. Wu Zhu's gesture wasn't mere extravagance. It was a statement. She was staking this price not just for the item, but for the pride of her sect. She refused to be overshadowed by Ming Shen's sectot. The young master's face darkened. He hadn't expected Wu Zhu to confront him head-on in such a lavish display. Her defiance turned the bidding into a battle of pride, and he knew he couldn't. Push further, another bid would cross the 400 million threshold, and that was far too steep. Wu Zhu smirked slightly. Her taunt had landed exactly where it needed to. With a sharp tap of the gavel, the appraiser announced, "The first item is sold." Next came the second item. Bids flowed rapidly, 8 million, then 30. Xiao En glanced at Wu Zhu with admiration glinting in his eyes. He hadn't expected her to be so aggressive, so commanding. It was thrilling. But as the stakes climbed higher, even he began to feel the weight of the situation. 400 million already spent, and the night was still young in the corner. A voice rang out again, hard-edged and laced with pressure. Ming Shen's sect bids 200 million. It was clear they were desperate to reclaim some dignity. But Wu Zhu, unfazed, raised her voice once more. "Whatever Ming Shen bids," she said calmly, "I will bid twice as much." Zhao En winced. Even with his wealth, that kind of spending hurt. In the background, the master of Ming Shen's sect looked on, his heart quietly breaking. His favorite disciple had not only been upstaged, but now openly stood on the opposite side of this bidding war. He could only watch as the girl he had once protected defied his sect at an event so public it would surely reach every ear across the land. Meanwhile, the sect leader of Ming Shen's sect was no doubt fuming in silence. 800 million already gone. It but embarrassment. But he comforted himself with one thought. There are 21 items remaining. She can't possibly afford them all. Still, Wu Zhu's calm composure made everyone nervous. The second item was sold. Then the third, fourth, fifth. Each time the crowd watched closely. would Wu Zhu continue. Now came the 6th item. Had enough, someone from Tong Sect muttered. Elder Zhou stepped up and slammed down a bid. 200 million. He hoped to shut down the Ming-Shen sect before they could speak again. But once more, Wu Zhu's voice floated through the room. I bid twice as much. The elder's eyes narrowed with rage. This Kun sect girl thinks she can trample over the major sects, he growled. Do you think we'll... In the background, the master of Ming-Shen sect looked on, his heart quietly breaking. His favorite disciple had not only been upstaged, but now openly stood on the opposite side of this bidding war. He could only watch as the girl he had once protected defied his sect at an event so public it would surely reach every ear across the land. Meanwhile, the sect leader of Ming-Shen sect was no doubt fuming in silence. 800 million already gone. It but embarrassment. But he comforted himself with one thought. There are 21 items remaining. She can't possibly afford them all. Still, Wu Zhu's calm composure. The appraiser's voice echoed once again, loud and commanding. The 7th item is now open for bidding. Ming Shenik wasted no time and offered 200 million spirit stones. Shu, who had already burned through 1.02 billion spirit stones, blinked. In disbelief, how does he still have more to spend? He thought. But before that disbelief could settle, the next bid came crashing down 400 million. From the Kunlun sect, Bot Ming Shenik was stunned. Could they really be that wealthy? The bidding war continued. For every item that appeared, he offered 200 million. And every time, Shu calmly countered with 400 million. At some point, Shenik's outrage gave way to something worse boredom. He stopped even reacting. Now they were on the 17th auction item, and the Kunlun sect was still doubling his offers without hesitation. His gaze shifted to Wu's section. Did Kunlun sect unearth the tombs of 2 ancient ascensional-level cultivators or something? Even so, how can they throw out spirit stones like this? Meanwhile, Xiao En, seated beside Wu, was smiling calmly. Go ahead and use it, he whispered. Once you start, do it right. Don't hold back. He meant the mountain of spirit stones. Over the years, he'd quietly amassed more than 600 million. Why hoard them, he added. There are few chances in life where spirit stones truly matter. At this point, the sect leader of the Ming-Shen sect had had enough. Seething with fury, he shouted, 500 million. Shu didn't blink. He raised the bid to 1 billion immediately. The sect leader let out a low, angry grunt. The appraiser didn't pause. The 19th auction item begins now. An elder stepped forward to bid 475 million dot, without skipping a beat. Shu once again calmly bid 1 billion dot. The elder spun away in frustration, unwilling to look at Wu any longer. From his position, Wu's master silently tallied up the numbers. The Kunlun sect has spent nearly 10 billion spirit stones so far. This could bring disaster. We'll need to take precautions if we want the sect to survive. Zhao En glanced at Wu affectionately. You keep spending like this. I'll head out and speak to Ling Shenk and Thans to see if we can recoup some of these costs. Wu grinned. Thanks, brother. Outside, white clouds drifted lazily across a bright sky as the group approached their flying ship. But their peaceful departure was cut short. The elder, already frustrated beyond reason, suddenly drew his blade and lunged at Xiao En without warning. Xiao En, ready for this, activated heaven and earth binding. His strike wasn't aimed at the elder, it targeted the flying ship. The elder froze in midair. WHA. That technique. You're a questioning peak emperor. Zhao En crossed his arms calmly. Space sealing pearl. A system notification blinked in the air before him. Host has slain a sky-shaking emperor. Reward. Submission, divine pill. Then, Xiao En's detailed status appeared. Host name, Xiao En, age, 152 cultivation. Questioning peak first. Layer descendants, 587 cultivation method. Mystic ice heaven-breaking technique. Red dream purple cheese. Scripture divine abilities, mystic ice heaven-breaking technique. All heaven's wheel transmission. Heaven opening seal, heaven defying finger. Puppet division technique, sword summoning aura, transformation, and more. Spiritual treasures, cloud shadow, treasure Shia family, divine spear, among others. Spirit root supreme chaos, spirit root pills, 999 plus special ability, Heaven and Earth domain detection. Xiaowen smiled to himself. With my cultivation at this level, most other emperors aren't even a challenge anymore. Somewhere along the way, his path had changed. If he'd had 3 more years back then, the Xia family would never have fled. Near the auction house, the Mingshen sect leader blocked the path of 2 members from the Xia family. His tone was cold and arrogant. "Do you realize who you've crossed? Offend my sect, and you'll die without a grave. Back off now, and I might forget this ever happened." He barely finished his sentence before he was ruthlessly beaten down. Zhao En turned to his people and said, "Let's go. We're heading back to Shu Mountain." Inside the auction house, Wushu walked hand in hand with Xiaowen. "The auction is finished. Now we just wait for the quota distribution." The appraiser from earlier approached. "Chairman, when your people have arrived, let's head out." But Zhao En raised a hand. "Wait," he offered a light smile. "Elder Li, actually, our bidding today wasn't really for the Sword Realm quotas. It was meant to target Think and the Mingshen sect. We're not interested in entering. Would you be willing to cancel the deal and return half the spirit stones?" The elder frowned and crossed his arms. "They've spent 8 billion spirit stones. Even if we refund half, that's 4 billion. No auction this year has even come close to that kind of number." He looked up and said, "Don't you think your request is a little much?" Xiao En met his gaze coolly. "So you're refusing?" The elder scoffed. "You have 17 quotas. Pick 17 people and follow me into the Sword Realm." Someone behind him hesitated. "Ancestor?" The elder raised a hand to silence them. "It's fine," he pointed. "Fang Yuan, you're always the calmest. What's wrong with you today? Pick 16 people at random to accompany me. Oh, and don't forget, Shaw Lington. He's requested to join as well." Fang Yuan bowed, "As you command." The appraiser stood quietly off to the side, deep in thought. Shu may have been the bidder, but clearly that handsome young man Xiao, Enos, the real decision-maker. Ancestor, they called him. Could he be some ancient monster in disguise? He clenched his fists. Even if he is, there's no way I'm giving up spirit stones that easily battle. Maybe, but refunding stones, never. Under the clear sky atop Shu Mountain's sacred platform, the cultivators gathered. This time, 7 sword seeds had been activated. Ya's envoy, Yang Cheng, addressed the crowd. "Now, take your tokens and step into the light pillars that lead to the sword seed of your choice. You may remain inside for up to 3 years, but be warned, whether a sword seed accepts you or not depends entirely on fate." Fang Yuan turned to his elder. "Shall we try the one over there?" Xiaowan gave a calm smile. "It makes no difference. Let's go with that." They all entered the sword seeds. Within the Ya sword seed, Zhaowen took the lead. A younger disciple approached him. "Ancestor, how do we search for the flying swords?" Xiaowen smiled faintly. "No need to search. Old Le Chunfeng refused to pay his dues, so I'll just confiscate all his swords." The disciple asked again, "But Ancestor, isn't each person only allowed to take 1 sword? If we try to take more, don't we have to surrender the first?" Xiaowen's smile turned proud. "I am Zhaowen. Alone, I am worth more than 1 million. Why should I give anything up?" Inwardly, he thought, "My clones, my avatars, operate independently, free of realm restrictions. If I plan this well, I can walk away with every sword from 2 or even 3 seeds." With that, he activated his sword summoning technique. A brilliant halo of light formed around him. Dozens of spirit swords shot upward from the ground in response, focused on one sword, Chunning, a divine-grade spirit treasure. It holds the power of illusion and reality. Clearly, the core of this seed, he grabbed it instantly. From the sword emerged a spirito-childlike figure with a solemn gaze. "Master, you've taken all the swords here. What will become of this seed now?" Zhaowen responded coolly. "If you call me master, then you shouldn't question me." The sword spirit paused, then nodded, finding the reasoning oddly acceptable. Meanwhile, other disciples whispered among themselves, "Let's head to the next pillar. He's already stripped this one clean." They were in awe. Ancestor Zhaowen really lives up to his legend. In mere moments, the vibrant sword seed had been reduced to an empty wasteland. Not a single sword, spirit remained. Back outside, members of Shu Mountain Sect beamed with joy. "We've hit the jackpot," one elder exclaimed. For the next 100 years, we won't need to tighten our belts. But their celebration was short-lived. Another elder rushed forward, pale with panic. Sect leader, something terrible has happened. Look at the Jaw sword seed. The sect leader turned slowly. Elder Wang, what's so urgent? This is a time to rejoice in Shu Mountain's bright future. But as his gaze landed on the Jaw sword seed, his expression darkened. Chunying? Where's the Chunying sword? Elder Wang pointed that Manchuan, he's taken it. Now, the sect leader's face twisted in dread. He muttered, we're in trouble, deep trouble. By now, Zhaowen had already moved on to the Yang sword seed. The sect leader collapsed to the ground, nearly in shock. How can he do this? Another elder tried to reassure him. The sword seeds are bound by rules. He won't be able to take another sword without giving up the first. We just need to wait. It'll balance out. The sect leader, still shaken, nodded slowly. Yes, and besides, our sect's reputation would suffer if we tried to interfere. Let's hope the restrictions work. Inside the Yang sword seed, the world was vast and magnificent. Ancestor, one disciple asked, must we climb that high platform to find the sword? Shaowen looked around casually. There are still 22 sword pillars left. We need to move faster. He raised his hand and summoned another sword. Swords burst from the earth again, and one glowing with brilliance hovered before him. The Chungjun sword spirit appeared this time in the form of a graceful woman. Chungjun greets the master. Another top-grade divine treasure. Xiaowen was impressed. First Chungying, now Chungjun. These seeds are treasures waiting to be harvested. Chaos began to spread. Members of Shu Mountain gasped as they watched. Another sword, but he didn't let go of Chungying. What kind of monster is he? Is it his sword intent or some divine technique? Panic mounted as Zhaowen calmly entered. The way sword seed 1 that hadn't even been opened yet. Sect leader, please do something. He's moving on again. The sect leader sighed grimly. There's nothing I can do. All available slots were auctioned off. Shu Mountain is too poor, we sold everything, even the backup entries. His voice tightened. There's only one choice left. Without hesitation, he moved to the sword seed's gate and summoned a secret technique. Spiritual energy surged as he transmitted a message inside. Esteemed Senior Zhaowen, Shu Mountain acknowledges its mistake. We humbly beg you please stop. Please don't take any more. We'll return all the spirit stones. Just please spare the rest. Inside the sword seed, Zhaowen summoned yet another divine sword. Calmly, he responded through the spiritual transmission. I preferred it when you were proud, when you acted as if the world was beneath you. That arrogance suited you better. Outside the gate, the sect leader of Shu Mountain stood in shame, tears slipping down his face. I'm sorry, he said hoarsely. I spoke out of turn. I was wrong. I'm willing to return all the spirit stones. Inside, Shan responded, via spiritual transmission, you're not the one at fault. This old man misjudged the Shu Mountain sword seed. There's more potential in it than I anticipated. Spending 8 billion spirit stones wasn't a mistake after all. The sect leader outside was overwhelmed and wept openly. Please, he pleaded, just stop this. Shu Mountain agrees to your 3 conditions. Anything to end this. Xian's voice was calm. I only need one condition, he said. Ally with the Zhao family. Together, we will crush Mingshen's sect, Duan sect, and Jinghong Palace. I want the western and southern regions cleared of their influence completely. Zhao En considered the plan. The Zhao family had fewer than 5,000 cultivators, overwhelming. 3 great sects would take decades alone, but if he could recruit powerful worldly sects like Shu Mountain, their odds would rise dramatically. Though poor, Shu Mountain's sword cultivators were no weaklings. Their pride had made them difficult to sway until now. The timing was perfect. The Shu Mountain sect leader didn't hesitate. We agree. Shu Mountain will honor the request of Emperor Zhao's ancestor. Let heaven and earth bear witness we enter into alliance with the Zhao family. With that, Zhao En emerged from the sword seed and stood before him. Sect leader Li, your wisdom is admirable. Sect leader Li bowed deeply. Ancestor Zhao's divine power is unmatched. Our sect fully submits. Far away, within the forbidden grounds of Mingshen Sect, several figures approached a mysterious red box. As it opened, the aura of divine energy burst forth. It was the reincarnation of Ming with the Sect's most powerful secret technique. But it required a unique bloodline to wield. Someone nearby turned to Chenya, anxiety in their voice. What happened? Chenya was pale, holding a shattered soul tablet, ice sword, an enormous one. I've never seen such a terrifying power before. Calm down, someone urged. Tell us clearly. Chenya stared blankly, voice dull. We weren't selected to enter the sword seed. On our way back, we were ambushed. Wend Ding led them. With a spear, his strength was nearly equal to mine. I might have escaped, but someone else ambushed me, someone I never even saw. The moment I remembered that divine power, I was already dead. An elder stepped forward, his voice furious. Who dares defy Mingshen Sect? If we don't retaliate, how can we maintain our authority in the West? A young man with black hair shouted, Quiet, Wend Ding? Was he dressed like a woodcutter? A red-haired cultivator nodded, Yes, and the divine power he used resembled the Dragon Shaken World Spear. It wasn't just similar, it was the same technique. Another elder scowled. Only the Shao family used that technique, and they were wiped out years ago. Then the Shao family has returned, someone whispered. We can trace them. Send word to Duan Sect and Jinghong Palace. Another elder ordered warn. Them, the wolf, has returned. At Kunlan Sect's main hall, someone asked, Where is the sect leader? Outside the gates, tension brewed. Two elders faced off against sect leader Shishan Darren of Kunlan. With a formal bow, Darren said, This humble one is Shishan Darren. Sect leader of Kunlan, what business do you have with us? One elder stepped forward. We want only one thing, the stable divine fluid. Hand it over, and we will ensure your sect suffers no losses. In exchange, you may request artifacts or cultivation methods. Master intervened. We no longer have it. The opposing elder frowned. Did we arrive too late, or are you refusing? Shishan's master calmly replied, We already gave it to Zhao En. In her heart, she thought bitterly, if the destroyed Emperor Ancestor comes for us, how can we possibly resist? We can't even protect ourselves right now, her companion whispered. The man spent 10 billion spirit stones at the auction. Our sect is in danger just for being involved. We must save ourselves. The two visitors nodded and thanked them for the information. Moments later, a flying ship thundered through the skies. On board were Zhao En and the sect leader of Shu Mountain. The key to war, said the Shu Mountain leader, is speed. Duan Sect's leader, Jia Hongyan, failed to break through last year. Now is our best chance. If those three sects band, together we lose our edge. Shaowen's eyes gleamed. Among Shu Mountain's 11 high-speed battleships, 7 will attack Duan Sect's mineral zones. The other 4 go for the gates. Inside Duan Sect, the leader's brow furrowed. Shu Mountain holds old grudges with us. They're not here to talk. Do we have a plan? An elder answered quickly. Sect leader, the Grand Elder, has news Mingshen Sect is already mobilizing. Why not ask them for reinforcements? I already have, the sect leader replied. Any other ideas? A cultivator stepped forward. Then let's rely on the Earth Mountain Grand Formation. We seal the sect off. Once reinforcements arrive, the threat will pass. The leader hesitated. There's something you don't. No, Shu Mountain's attack isn't random, it's part of a deal with the destroyed Emperor Ancestor. His abilities are monstrous. Years ago, 4 provinces vanished without explanation. He's hiding something far worse. Suddenly, a messenger stormed in, sect leader. Shu Mountain has struck our mineral zones. 4 locations have already fallen. He dropped to his knees, breathless. Their battleships are within 1,000 miles. Thousands of cultivators on board. Their energy is masked. We can't assess their levels. Fury burned in the sect leader's eyes. Shameless, another Zhao family rises, and Shu Mountain dares wage war. When we overcome this, Shu Mountain will fall. The room erupted into chaos. What? They were 1,000 miles out. How are they already here? They're burning spirit stones to fuel their ships faster, someone groaned. The sect leader turned toward the door. No more talking. It's time to meet the enemy. Outside, the Shu Mountain leader stood across from the Duan Sect leader. Tension hung thick in the air. Duan's leader growled, "Lin Fang, do you truly want war with Duan Sect?" Lin Fang chuckled softly. "Old Shao, even now you cling to pride. Many Shu Mountain disciples fell by your hand. Today, we return the favor. Today, Duan Sect is finished." Without hesitation, Bian launched himself forward, unleashing a fierce attack. At the same time, Lian Feng focused his energy, striking the barrier formed by the mountain guarding formation with his sword aura. This was the Duan Sect's defensive. Formation suddenly, Sect leader Shao appeared, laughing arrogantly as he watched their efforts. "Let Chunfeng save your strength. This is a level 8 grand formation operating at full capacity. You'll never break it." With smug confidence, he added, "Since you're so persistent, I might as well tell Yuming Shen's sect is already on their way. If you don't retreat now, you'll be the ones who end up trapped." Lian Fang's expression turned grim. Raising his hand high, he issued a firm command. "Everyone, attack. Tear down their mountain protection formation." In an instant, his entire group surged forward, concentrating their power on the barrier. Inside the formation, panic began to spread. One elder turned to Sect leader Jiawuri, etched on his face. "Sect leader, we can't keep this up. At this rate, our spirit stones will be depleted rapidly." He paused, then added cautiously, "I don't see the so-called destroyed Emperor ancestor among the attackers. It's mostly Shu Mountain disciples. Perhaps we should strike back to reduce the drain on our resources." The Sect leader's face twisted with rage. "Silence, we hold the line. All disciples reinforce the weak points. Do not let this formation fall." He barked another command. "If spirit stones run out, use your cultivation energy. As long as we hold until Ming Shen Sect arrives, we'll survive. Everyone defend the formation." 3 elders immediately took flight, heading for the vulnerable areas. Each began channeling spiritual power into the formation, trying to stabilize its defenses. While this was happening, deep within the barrier, Shawan watched quietly, a smirk playing on his lips. "Their formation isn't particularly advanced," he thought. "If you know the key points, it can be unraveled from the inside." Nearby, an elder stood guard, unaware of the looming threat. He happened to be guarding a critical weak spot. He muttered under his breath, convinced that his post was among the most vital in the formation's structure. Suddenly, Shawan revealed himself. With a wave of his divine sense, he formed 2 massive sword intents, slashing them toward the elder. A violent explosion followed. The elder's physical form was annihilated instantly, though his divine soul managed to flee. Shawan observed the fleeing soul, nodding to himself, just as I suspected he was the linchpin. No matter how sturdy a fortress, an inside breach is always easier. Back at the heart of the sect, Sect leader Shao caught sight of Shawan standing before him and panicked. It's him, the destroyed Emperor ancestor. How did he get inside? The formation, terrified. The sect leader turned and bolted for his life. "This is a disaster," he thought. "I have to escape." Li Ning saw him fleeing and gave immediate chase. "You won't get away," he shouted, his voice echoing through the skies. Lian Fang's fellow disciples joined in the pursuit, crying out with fervor, "Kill the traitors from the Jia sect." Seeing his people panic, the sect leader's fear only deepened. The formation is broken. The sect leader is fleeing. Disciples screamed in terror. The Jia sect leader ran like the wind, but Shawan cut off his escape effortlessly. Seeing himself cornered, the sect leader tried to reason with him. "Ancestor Zhao, wait. Let's not be hasty. If you chase me further, I'll be forced to retaliate." But Shawan's expression didn't change. His voice was cold. "Men like you, power-hungry, cowardly, abandoning your people in their hour of need, don't deserve mercy. You've disgraced the title of sect leader. If anyone deserves death, it's you." Lian Feng sneered. "As long as I still draw breath, the Tan sect will rise again. But today, I'll deal with your kind first." The GI leader gritted his teeth and placed a hand over his heart. A strange glow appeared. He began to chant dark ancient words: "Wander heaven, wander earth, wander great Tao. Extract dreams, essence, creation, transform the body, abandon the self. Upon completing the forbidden ritual, he glared at Shawan with contempt. Die, destroyed, Emperor Ancestor, elsewhere. Aboard a fleet of floating spirit ships, cultivators from multiple sects observed the events below. One of them turned to the Grand Elder. Grand Elder, it's enough that the Xia family has finally revealed themselves. We never would have found them otherwise, he continued, now that Shu Mountain has joined forces with us. The combined might of the three major sects will be more than enough to take it down. Another elder nearby chimed in. Indeed. And once we wipe them out, Jinghong Palace will take half their territory. That's only fair. The Grand Elder's brow furrowed. He didn't respond, but his discomfort was obvious. The elder continued nonchalantly. Mingshen's sect has played its part too. The other half of the territory should go to them. What do you think, Grand Elder? Elder didn't answer. Meanwhile, in the Xia family's mountain valley, two elderly figures hovered in the sky, their voices thunderous. Where is the ancestor of the Xia family? Come out and face us. Back in battle, Shawan was suddenly struck by a powerful sword aura. Though he blocked it, the attack left him severely injured. A system panel lit up before his eyes. Name Xiao Hongchun race. Human aptitude, Originate, Heavenly Spirit Root, gives degraded to Earthly Spirit Root divine abilities. Iron Origin 5, Mountains, Heaven and Earth, Outer Injury, Star-Plucking Hand, Life and Death, Coexistence, Cultivation, Early Tribulation, Transcendence, Current Realm. Unknown Cultivation Method, Self-Abandonment, Transformation, Scripture Special, Identity, Sect. Leader of Duan Sect, Innate Treasure, Cold Star-Plucking Hand. Shawan read through the data and smirked despite his wounds. So this is it. A man barely at the first level of Tribulation Transcendence, and he still managed to injure me. The cultivation world really is ruthless. Better to stay in the shadows, where possible. Yet he stood firm, observing his opponent. Still, I've come down from the mountain. How could I back off now, especially against someone like the Duan Sect? Just as Sect leader Xiao lunged again, Shawan vanished in a flicker. Sect leader's eyes widened. What ability is that? Spatial? Temporal? Is this how you bypassed the Grand Formation? Shawan laughed, brushing off the question. You're about to die, why bother asking? Inside, Shawan calmly assessed the situation. He's using a forbidden technique to boost his strength temporarily. I just have to wait him out. Once it fades, he'll be powerless. Realizing this, Sect leader Zhao's face turned pale. This is bad. He's stalling for time. His teleportation ability makes him untouchable. If this keeps up, I'm finished. He cursed his situation bitterly. I can't catch him. I can't escape. How did it come to this? In desperation, he retrieved a crimson object from his sleeve and clutched it tightly. Then, shouting at the top of his lungs, he roared, Iron Origin, 5 mountains, Heaven and Earth Outer Injury. A massive wound appeared on his body as he unleashed another secret technique. Laughing like a madman, he bellowed, Let's see where you run now. Jia Hongchun's protective shield flared brightly, holding back the relentless assault of the Destruction Emperor Ancestor. That ancient figure's killing intent was aimed entirely at him, yet the battlefield was swarming with hundreds of identical clones. For a brief moment, the shield's detection faltered. It could not pinpoint which body was the true one. Then, all at once, the echoes of countless voices rang out in unison. Kill him. The faster you kill, the faster you'll die. Jia Hongchun clenched his jaw. If this dragged on, once the effects of his self-abandonment transformation ended, death would be certain. No escape, with no other option, he descended, shouting, toward the immortal Emperor Ancestor. This sect leader admits defeat. Let us talk. The immortal Emperor Ancestor's reply was cold as ice. What right do you have to speak to me? A surge of dread welled up in Jia Hongchun's chest. His control over the situation was slipping fast, turning instead to the Destruction Emperor Ancestor. He tried to bargain desperately. I will give you everything, every treasure, every technique, even the secret transmission method of the Won sect and the self-abandonment transformation scripture. Ancestor, I beg you leave me a path to live. But the Destruction Emperor Ancestor only smiled faintly. Letting you go would be like releasing a tiger back into the wild. If you were me, Would you spare yourself? Jia Hongchen forced a cordial smile, feigning sincerity. I have cultivated for 7,600 years. Never did I think I'd fall to you, Zhao Chen. But so be it, he said no more. Instead, he unleashed his full strength in one final, reckless act. Destruction, Emperor Ancestor, you'll fall with me, life and death together. Then, laughing wildly, if I die you won't, escape either. Without hesitation, he sped toward home. The Destruction Emperor Ancestor only shook his head, pity in his gaze. Fool, I prepared for this from the startle. Reddy took a life-preserving divine pill. Your so-called ultimate technique is useless, Jia. Hongchen's body and spiritual power erupted in a cataclysmic self-detonation as his form dissolved into ash. His voice still screamed in disbelief. No, this can't be happening. His treasures clattered to the ground, his storage ring, spiritual artifacts, and the frigid star hand among them. The system's chime followed. Host has killed Jia Hongchun, sect leader of the Won sect. Reward, divine ability, 9 transformations. Of Kun Peng. First kill of a Tribulation realm expert. Bonus reward, 1 Tribulation. Immortal aperture. The Destruction Emperor Ancestor examined the spoils with satisfaction, worthy of a sect leader. The rewards are quite generous. The 9 transformations of Chun Peng was a complete art body movement, defense, and attack in perfect harmony. As he cultivated it, a golden halo shimmered around him. Soon, the 5 elements fused into one, condensing a Tribulation immortal aperture within his body. Against a cultivator without such an aperture, his strength would be overwhelming. A message talisman suddenly flew to his side. Upon reading it, his expression darkened. The clan is in danger, Ancestor, return at once. In the mountain valley belonging to the Xia family, countless swords shimmered with spiritual energy, encircling Old Nan and Old Jiang. The formation was grand and imposing, especially for such a remote and desolate location. Someone behind Old Nan called out, puzzled, "What is going on here? How can such a formation exist in a place like this?" Clearly uneasy, Old Nan snapped back. "How would I know? The Xia family certainly doesn't welcome guests. Once we break through this array, we should turn everyone in Shao City into human pills." Old Jiang frowned, silencing him. "Quiet. This isn't an ordinary formation. It's growing stronger by the moment. If we're careless, we'll be buried here." The swords closed in, the formation tightening like a trap. Seeing this, Old Nan began edging back. "Old Jiang, I'm finished if this continues. Let's retreat first." Old Jiang quickly agreed. "Yes, this array is no simple trick. Fall back." The two of them shot into the air, fleeing from the valley. But they had not truly escaped. As they entered the second stage of the Zhuzhan sword formation, the sky blackened completely. Thunder rumbled and lightning streaked violently across the heavens. Both men froze, all widening their eyes. "This can't be, can it?" they muttered in unison. Old Jiang's voice trembled. "A sword formation, with Tribulation, lightning. Are you telling me such a thing exists in the 2 southwestern regions?" Old Nan's jaw slackened. Tribulation lightning merged with a sword formation. This isn't ordinary lightning. Even the Tribulation faced by cultivators in the Great Vehicle stage doesn't compare. A formation like this would be considered a supreme treasure, even in the Eastern continent. It could easily be an inheritance of a Holy Land, and compared to our own Holy Land's mountain guarding formation, this one is countless times stronger, grinding. "His teeth?" Old Jiang growled. "Is the Xia family truly just a cultivation clan? Since when did cultivation families grow so formidable? We only came for a little Unishen liquid. How did it turn into a fight for our lives?" A bolt of lightning suddenly speared toward them. Meanwhile, inside the Xia family's valley, a familiar figure emerged. Xiao Chen. "It's been 10 days since I sent the message," he thought, even though Shai delivered it safely to Zhao City. I still couldn't feel at ease. Suddenly, a faint and familiar scent touched his senses. His eyes narrowed. That's Tribulation lightning. Ahead, on a stone slab, 2 motionless men lay sprawled, cultivators of the Tribulation stage. Xiao Chun's brows knitted. So these 2 are the ones? The calamity meant for the Shia family is actually to tribulation stage experts from the southwestern regions. The forces backing them might have far larger plans. Now is not the time for them to die. We need information from them first. He began dragging them away. Let's take them back to Shao City. Roshi came running up, joy lighting her face. Husband, you're finally back. Her gaze drifted to the two unconscious men behind him, sealed in a protective barrier. Are these spoils of war? With a grin, he teased, Roshi, you should be calling me old ancestor now. She squinted at him suspiciously. Husband, you don't have someone else outside, do you? Don't be ridiculous, he said at once. Her expression didn't soften. She made a move to check with the formation, but Zhao Chen hurriedly stopped her. With a sigh, he admitted, all right, yes. Her face fell without another word. She turned and left quickly. Xiao Chen watched her retreating figure with a helpless sigh. These two kids, he muttered, blaming the strange system that could influence minds. While he stood there, a voice broke his thoughts. Father, aren't you going to comfort her? You little rascal, still here mocking your father? Come on, we're going. To visit Si Lin, we've got the Yuna Shen liquid. Inside a dim cave, a boy named Shaolin sat on a rock. Above him, a damaged pill floated faintly. Zhao Chen uncorked the vial of Yuna Shen liquid and let a drop fall onto the cracked pill. Instantly it mended, regaining its perfect shape. Shaolin's eyes lit up. Thank you, old ancestor, for finding the divine liquid for me. Your life-bound spiritual treasure was damaged because of me, Xiao Chen replied. It's only right I do this. It's recovered a bit, now the rest depends on you. This Yuna Shen liquid should help the Jade Sky transformation advance to its next level. Shaolin shook his head gently. Old ancestor, you owe me nothing. I know the Xia family's situation. In my past life, I had no parents. A life-bound treasure is nothing if it can protect the clan. If it must be lost, so be it. Xiao Chen waved a hand, slightly flustered. Enough with the sentiment. You'll make the old ancestor cry. Returning to his quarters, Xiao Chen reflected quietly. Shedding tears in front of one's juniors was hardly dignified. His eyes lifted toward the Jade Sky transformation. Time here is different one day. Outside is 2 years in the valley. Last time, this boy used a secret technique that cut his lifespan short. Now he's forcing himself to wield the spiritual treasure again. No matter what, the Shia family owes him a great debt. Zhao Chen glanced at the unconscious youth and said in a low voice, this child. Last time he used a secret technique that consumed his very life force. We have to find a way to restore it. He then lowered his gaze to the book in his hand, his expression thoughtful. This pill formula, I obtained it after defeating 2 elders of the Won Sect. It's called Records of the Pill Emperor, compilation of rare and ancient alchemical recipes. Flipping through the pages, he murmured to himself, a longevity pill that can extend the life of a golden immortal. That sounds like a myth. For cultivators of the great vehicle realm, let alone those at the tribulation stage, such a thing should be impossible. And yet, this book came directly from the system. It shouldn't be a fake. If we can truly refine this pill, it might prolong Liner's life. That would be worth the attempt. He called out, Ling Ting, come here. Moments later, a graceful woman entered the room and bowed. Old ancestor, you summoned me. Xiao Chen held out the book. Take a look. Can we refine any of the pills recorded here? Ling Ting accepted the book, her brows rising in surprise the instant she saw the title, Old Ancestor. Where did you get this? You don't need to know, Xiao Chen said firmly. Just tell me, Khan. It'd be done. She hesitated. With all due respect, you're overestimating me. I'm only a 6th grade pill refiner. These are celestial grade formulas. I can't hope to refine them. Then study it slowly, he instructed. Ling Ting pursed her lips. You must understand, old ancestor, that reading such advanced formulas without the proper foundation could disturb my cultivation state. Only an 8th grade pill refiner could truly grasp these recipes. And this knowledge must never leak outside. If word spreads that the Shia family possesses celestial grade pill formulas, we will be courting destruction. Leaving that warning behind, she departed. Xiao Chen remained still, mulling over her words. The title may be simple, but its contents are far from ordinary. Other system hosts seem skilled in countless immortal arts. But me, aside from fighting and producing heirs, I have little else to show. Until the Wone sect is wiped out, the western region secured, and the southern region stabilized, there's no time for complacency. If I can refine even a few pills from this book, the Shaya family's strength will rise. We won't have to fear Dinghome Palace ever again. 3 days later, a deafening boom shook the courtyard. In the air floated 2 pills, swirling with faint blue spiritual energy. Is it done? Xiao Chun's heart leaped. This secluded spot, surrounded by the remains of cultivators who had failed their tribulation, was the perfect testing ground. He placed the pills into the mouths of 2 blackened corpses. Slowly, their charred skin faded to gray. Only then did Xiao Chen realize they were Old Jung and Old Nan, though he didn't yet know their names. He sighed. Looks like another failure. We'll try again. Another explosion followed. Then another. Days turned to weeks. Weeks turned to 4 long months. By now, Xiao Chun's skill had grown no longer confined to 2nd grade pills. He could attempt 3rd, 4th, and even 5th grade recipes. One day, as smoke curled lazily from the furnace, he exclaimed, "This is it! The pill's ready!" He flung open the lid, only to find nothing but black powder. For a moment, disappointment washed over him. Then a grin spread across his face. Of course. I'll just mold it into a pill. Huh, old ancestor, you're a genius. Shaping the powder into 2 crude pellets, he slipped them into the corpses' mouths. Color returned to their cheeks, and Xiao Chun's eyes lit up. Could it be success? Without wasting time, he prepared the next batch. At that moment, the 2 men finally stirred. Using a telepathic technique, Old Jang whispered, "Old Nan." "What's going on?" Old Nan drew in a slow breath. "Not sure. Saved or captured?" "Captured. I don't sense restraints, but it's not safe to speak now." Old Jang agreed. "Then we play dead. A pity we've used all our pills this could have been." Our chance to escape. Xiao Chen, oblivious to their thoughts, stood over them, frowning. Strange. Same method as before, but the furnace still explodes. Inside, Old Jang groaned. "Cruel. Using us as test subjects, this is beyond cruel." Old Nan silently agreed. "A heartless man indeed. I can't take it anymore," Old Jang screamed inwardly. "This guy is too terrifying. I'd rather die." Xiao Chen continued refining. But no matter how long he worked, there was still no sign of success. Frustration began to creep in, and he muttered irritably, "It's been so long, yet not a single complete pill has formed. Maybe I should actually read the pill manual." The moment he said this, the 2 figures lying motionless nearby panicked. They trembled, whispering to each other in desperation. "I can't hold on any longer," one murmured. The other tried to calm him, though his own voice shook. "Stay strong, or we'll really die here." Finally, Old Nan could no longer remain silent. He forced himself to speak up. "Young man, pills aren't refined that way." But instead of being startled, Xiao Chen simply turned his head and smirked, as though he had been waiting for this moment. "So you've finally decided to speak, huh?" The 2 captives froze in shock. "You knew all along," they stammered. Ignoring their panic, Xiao Chen returned to his cauldron, calmly continuing his work. "Of course I knew, but I couldn't. Let such fine test subjects go to waste so easily." Hearing this, Old Jang raised his voice, desperate to explain. "At first, we only wanted to create the spirit transformation elixir. We never meant to oppose the Zhao family, for the sake of the Qinggan Holy Land. Can't you show us mercy?" Xiao Chen paused for a brief moment, raising an eyebrow. "So, even the Qinggan Holy Land is involved. Interesting." Then, without further comment, he resumed refining. Old Nan, however, grew anxious and shouted, "Wrong, wrong, poison pills aren't refined with such gentleness. Their essence lies in the violent explosion." Old Jiang's eyes widened. "Old Nan, are you insane? You're teaching him?" But Old Nan only gave him a bitter glance. "If I don't teach him, should we just lie here waiting to die? Think about it. Ordinary poison pills we can dissolve with a flick of our hands. But what he's creating, purple poison pills. Each one is unpredictable, unique. If they were ordinary, would you be so afraid?" Old Jang faltered. No, of course not. Exactly, old Nan said grimly. This monster won't let us live anyway. At least by teaching him, we'll suffer less. On the other side, Xiao Chen rubbed his temples, irritated by their constant muttering. Finally, he snapped, "Do you two actually know what you're talking about? Or are you just pretending? You dare to teach me?" As if you were masters, his words struck a nerve. Both men immediately shouted back in unison, "If we don't know, then no one in this world does. I am the 9th-ranked Pillmaster, Jiang Shang, and I," the other added firmly, "am the 9th-ranked Pillmaster, Nangong Lin." Upon hearing their true identities, Xiao Chun's expression brightened. Excitement flickered in his eyes. "So it's the two of you, 2nd and 3rd on the Pillmaster. Ranking's excellent. I hadn't expected my captives to be such esteemed figures," but his smile only deepened their fear. Nangong Lin glared at him solemnly. "Boy, what is it you're planning? Do you mean to silence us forever?" Jiang Shang added harshly. "We are Pillmasters. You shouldn't and can't treat us this way." Xiao Chen said nothing. Instead, he pulled out a pill formula, unrolling it in front of their eyes. "Do you know how to refine this?" The moment they laid eyes on the formula, both men went pale. Their bodies trembled as they exchanged stunned looks. "This a celestial pill formula," Nangong Lin gasped. "The techniques, the ingredients, the refinement process. I've never even heard of such a thing." Jiang Shang's voice cracked with awe. "To witness something like this before death, my life's pursuit of alchemy has not been in vain. And yet, what a pity to see such a thing, but be powerless to refine it." Xiao Chen frowned, patience thinning. "Enough. Can you refine it or not?" Jiang Shang hesitated, stammering nervously. "Refine? Yes, we could. But the pity is," before he could finish, Xiao Chen cut him off coldly. "What pity? You're my prisoners. Do as I command." Cornered, Jiang Shang sighed in defeat. "We are both still regenerating our bodies. Our consciousness is weak. Even if we want to refine, we cannot." Xiao Chen dismissed their excuses, flipping the formula to another page. He thrust it toward them again. "Then forget that one. What about this? Can you refine this pill instead?" In his heart, he thought to himself, "The spirit condensing pill. With this, I'll be able to condense the golden lotus of consciousness drifted free, its radiance piercing through layers of haze. With its brilliance came a subtle shift, memories blurred. Emotions weakened, and the stubborn attachment to one's sense of self began to dissolve." Xiao Chen gazed at the page he had revealed, and the reaction was immediate. Jiang Shang and Nang Lin leaned closer, their faces filled with disbelief. "Is this not the complete book?" Jiang Shang exclaimed, his voice trembling. "Old?" Nan, however, broke into sudden laughter. "Not a calamity. No, this is fortune knocking on our door. Ha ha ha." Nang Lin nodded eagerly, joining the laughter. Yes, indeed." But their mirth grated on Shan's ears. His brows furrowed, and he snapped harshly. "What are you two laughing at? If you know something, explain it to this old master. And if you cannot, then prepare to swallow poison." The two exchanged uneasy glances, whispering among themselves. This matter depends on innate pill refining talent, and the pill in question, a celestial grade medicine, how can we possibly teach him? 10 days flickered by in an instant. Yet, within the Xia family's mountain valley, 10 days of the outside world stretched into 15. La Chunfeng led the Xia family, disciples deep into the valley. After driving away the remnants of the wandering sky sect, they discovered hidden treasures among the minerals and spirit fields. Standing at the valley's heart, La Chunfeng spoke with measured tone, facing Xiao Chun and Shay Lianfeng. The rumors were true. The Xia family possesses a time treasure. Look at these numbers: 103 billion spirit stones, 9,800 cultivation techniques, 385,000 spirit pills, 6th grade and below, 420 pills above 6th grade, 33,000 magical treasures of 2nd grade and lower, 87 1st grade magical treasures, and a single supreme grade spiritual treasure, not to mention countless medicinal herbs and minerals. Shay Lianfang's expression darkened with unease. 3 years in hiding, and the Xia family still holds such reserves. Clearly, they know how deep the Xiao family's worries run. Xiao Chen's gaze lingered. On the treasures, his thoughts turned cold and calculating. Another supreme-grade spiritual treasure. We already claimed one when Xiao Hongchun fell, and now there is yet another. Among the treasures, his eyes caught upon a pair of shoes. Their aura hummed with the laws of Earth, granting the power of innate Earth traversal. These must be sent to Who, he decided. But then another matter troubled his heart. Why has Wushu come here? She is not someone easily dealt with, and being addressed as husband by Guru Oi for 15 days straight, it feels as though a concubine has forced her way into the household. Psychologically and morally, it is absurd. When his eyes finally met Wushu's, she brightened instantly and rushed forward. She cried happily, throwing herself into his arms before he could react. Xiao Chen stood stiffly, letting her embrace him, though his face was dark with annoyance. "Enough of this nonsense," he barked. Then he turned to the side. "You too, damned fools." The ancestor commands Eurifying Spirit, calming pills at once. Zhang Shang and Nang Lin appeared as if waiting for that order all along. Their eyes shone with eagerness. "Ancestor, at last you allow us to refine. You should have granted this chance long ago. 15 days wasted and you remain only a 3rd grade pill refiner. Had you let us guide you, you'd have reached the 6th grade already." "And that's right, that's right," Nang Lin echoed quickly. 10 years we've endured, watching but never touching. I nearly forgot the feel of refining pills with my own hands. Xiao Chun's frown deepened. His voice dropped into a cold, venomous tone. "So, is it that? My pills are not poisonous enough, or have you both grown far too comfortable under my shadow?" The two froze, paling in terror. At once, they bowed and stammered. "Refine? We'll refine them immediately." Just then, Shay rushed forward, his face pale with urgency. "Father," he cried, "Wuhu has sent an urgent message. The southern region's situation has grown critical." After receiving the shocking news, Zhaowen immediately pulled up Xiao Ho's system panel to verify the details for himself. As soon as the screen opened, another grim notification appeared. The Jinghong Palace has launched a military plan to raid the countries of the southern region. Xiao Ho was attacked inside the royal palace of Jinghua, though gravely wounded. She narrowly escaped and is now recovering in Qingzhou. Reading these lines, Xiaowen froze. Guilt weighed heavily on his heart. He silently cursed himself for becoming complacent. For 3 years he had remained in seclusion, enjoying the rare calm of peace. Because of that, he never anticipated that the Jinghong Palace would strike back with such ruthless speed. Gripping a letter from his nephew, Zhaowen muttered under his breath. The letter described how the assassin who had attacked Xiao Ho possessed terrifying cultivation and, more disturbingly, carried the unmistakable aura of a Tribulation transcender. If not for her master intervening at the last possible moment, she would already be dead. I had long expected they would eventually send Tribulation transcenders, Zhaowen whispered to himself, but not so quickly. And not like this, stroked his chin deep in thought. The western and southern regions shared a direct connection, but the other borders were protected by powerful barriers. Even cultivators at the Question Top realm required specialized compasses to cross them, and those teleportation compasses were strictly guarded by the 10 Great Holy Lands. It was unthinkable that such devices could have fallen into outside hands. For a Tribulation transcender not belonging to the Holy Lands to slip into the 5 regions, it should have taken 100 years at minimum. Yet here they were, which meant only one Jinghong Palace had already planted its claws deep within the 10 Great Holy Lands. His thoughts were interrupted when another notification blinked onto the system panel. Xiaowen quickly scanned it, his expression darkening. Your nephew Xiao Mai has successfully infiltrated the inner circle of Jinghong Palace in the southern region. His reputation is soaring, and he has now assumed the identity of a divine venerate. Current location, Royal Palace of Jingzhou. Zhaowen exhaled heavily, spying under the very noses of Tribulation transcenders. Both of my nephews are walking a blade's edge. As their ancestor, how can I stand idly by? Turning toward the man standing behind him, Xiaowen called out, "Old La, do you have time to travel with me?" Le Chunfang raised his brows in surprise. "Travel? Didn't you say your next goal was to deal with Ming Shen Sek? Why this sudden change of heart? Still, he gave a wry smile and asked, will there be spirit stones involved? Xiaowen's lips curved in reply. Half for you, half for me. Le Chunfang chuckled. In that case, when do we leave? Immediately, Xiaowen answered without hesitation. Their conversation had not gone unnoticed. Standing nearby, Shui suddenly rushed forward, her eyes wide with urgency. Brother, take me with you, she pleaded. Xiaowen hesitated for a moment, but the thought of leaving Shui behind, especially with Guru Aki and the Xia family bound to stir up chaos in his absence, left him no choice. Better she comes with us. He gave her a short nod. Just as the three of them prepared to depart, the system chimed again with a new message. Ding, the number of your descendants has reached 6,000. Reward, 5 million spirit stones and a celestial. Fire, spirit grade, earth core flame. Xiaowen's eyes gleamed. Perfect. I can use this flame to aid Wu's recovery. News of Xiaowen Shui and Le Chunfang setting out to support Shouho did not take long to spread. When it reached Guru Oshi, she erupted in fury. What? She shouted, her voice shaking the valley. I am the main wife, and yet he dares to take that outsider woman instead. This is betrayal. With a fierce cry, she transformed on the spot and shot into the skies, leaving Xia Valley behind. Watching from below, Shay clenched his fists, grief and worry in his heart. Father, please take care of yourself, he whispered. Meanwhile, outside the royal city of Qinggo, disaster struck again. Forces of the Jinghang Palace were relentlessly hunting down Shuho's followers. Ling Tanzi struggled forward, carrying the unconscious Huo across his back. His face was drenched in sweat as he turned to the man beside him. If Huo doesn't wake up soon, what do we do? He asked, his voice cracking with desperation. The man steadied his gaze and answered firmly. Our sect leader is blessed with heavenly fate. She will overcome this trial. His expression hardened as he glanced toward the Jinghang Palace. Pursuers, take her and run. I'll stay behind to hold them off. Before leaving, he gripped Ling Tanzi's shoulder. I entrust the sect leader to you. With those final words, he descended to confront the enemy alone, buying precious time. Above him, the remaining members of the Shia clan stood frozen in place, torn between retreat and sacrifice. Leave now. The members of the Shao family stood calmly, even as death loomed so close they could almost taste it. Not a single trace of fear appeared on their faces. Instead, they burst into bold laughter. The Shao family has never cowered. Before death, one of them declared proudly. Hearing this, the man who had spoken could only let out a helpless sigh, his frustration written across his face. Just then, the pursuers from Jinghang Palace arrived. They looked over the Shao clan, survivors with mocking sneers. What's this? You've stopped running, one of them jeered. Without Shao by your side, you're nothing but worthless trash. He turned to his disciples and gave his command with contempt. Their strongest only reached the Yuanying stage, and this. Quickly, no need to drag it out. But before they could carry out their assault, a thunderous shout echoed through the air. 3. Heavenly sword strike. In an instant, a vortex of power surged forth, and to everyone's shock, the divine technique unleashed annihilated nearly the entire group from Jinghang Palace. The ones who had executed the move were two elderly figures. The Shao family recognized them immediately and called out with relief, Uncle Ma, Uncle Zhang. Meanwhile, Ling Tanzi had already carried Shao H away from the forest. He rushed toward the front of the ship in desperation, but high above, on a cliff, two shadowy figures stood watching his movements closely. One of them, a strange white-haired man, narrowed his eyes. His voice was cold as he spoke. To think a barren land like the southern region could produce such a refined medicine spirit, Kwang, capture it alive, don't let it be harmed. The man called Kwang immediately clasped his hands and bowed. I obey, messenger. Drawing his sword, Kwang soared through the air with the heavenly 9 turns technique. His blade slashed toward Ling Tanzi in a flash, but the strike barely grazed him, leaving only a tear in his robes. The white-haired messenger's face darkened. With fury, useless. You can't even accomplish a simple capture, he roared. Startled by his rage, Kwang dropped to one knee in midair. bowing hastily. "Please, calm yourself, messenger. This medicine spirit's abilities are extraordinary. It's only one realm beneath me my control slipped." The messenger let out a long sigh of irritation. "Pathetic. Enough. I'll handle this myself." The moment the words left his mouth, his figure vanished. In the next breath, he appeared right before Ling Tanzi, his hand clamped tightly around Ling Tan's neck, cutting off his air as he began to choke. The messenger wasted no time. With a swift motion, he absorbed every trace of spiritual energy from Ling Tan's body, his eyes glowing with satisfaction. "Bad? Not bad at all," he praised coldly. A medicine spirit of this caliber, with a little more cultivation, would become a priceless treasure enough to aid in breaking through to the great vehicle stage, and it even carries the Flame Emperor's fate. Truly, this journey to the southern region was not in vain. Realizing that capture was inevitable, Ling Tanzi's face twisted with despair. He clenched his teeth, his voice trembling as he muttered, "Master will avenge me." In a final act of defiance, he prepared to self-destruct, but the white-haired messenger only sneered, his expression mocking. "In my hands, and you still dream of destroying yourself?" With a casual wave of his hand, he bound Ling Tanzi completely, stripping him of all ability to act. With the same motion, he seized Huo as well. Ling Tanzi's heart sank. "Master, your disciple is useless." Once both Ling Tanzi and Huo were secured, the messenger turned to Kwang, who was standing obediently. By his side, "Let's move." By now, the other Shao family disciples should already be captured. We only need a few souls to reveal the current location of the Shao family. "Yes, messenger," Kwang answered quickly, bowing his head. But before they could take even a single step, a powerful aura descended upon them. The messenger turned sharply toward the sound, his eyes narrowing when he saw who had appeared, his pupils constricted. Are you the Shao family's patriarch?" he asked cautiously. "I am Shao An," the old man replied without hesitation. "Release them and spare their lives." The messenger threw back his head and laughed loudly, the sound filled with scorn. "Ha ha ha, you think far too highly of yourselves. Before, the tension could break." Le Chun Feng, who had been standing silently to the side, raised his hands and hurriedly interjected. "Senior, don't count me in. I was merely passing by." He leaned closer to Shao An and whispered quickly, "Brother, if you want to kill someone, don't drag me along. That man is a Tribulation Realm expert." "Tribulation Realm?" Shao An laughed dismissively. "After I deal with him, every last spirit stone will be yours." Temptation flared in Le Chun Feng's eyes. Material gain outweighed hesitation. With spirit stones promised, his cowardice turned into arrogance. He unsheathed his sword, brimming with sudden ferocity. "We don't need 3 against 1, he declared. "I alone am enough." Without waiting for approval, Chun Feng swept his blade in a wide arc. The strike unleashed a torrent of spiritual energy, cutting through the air like a raging gale aimed straight at the white-haired man. The messenger quickly lifted his hand to cast a divine technique, but the pressure was overwhelming. Ice surged across his body, sealing him in a frozen prison. But the triumph was short-lived. With a single explosive punch, the messenger shattered the ice to pieces, his voice filled with rage. "Trifling tricks," he roared and lunged at Shao. But the patriarch had already vanished. The messenger froze, startled, his eyes darting wildly. Spatial rules, such profound spatial techniques. Shao An reappeared in another location, his expression calm and unshaken. "What are you staring at?" he asked. Without waiting for a response, he began chanting softly under his breath. "Divine technique of all heavens." Old Shao and I make quite the pair. A Tribulation Realm expert, nothing special. After all, the messenger narrowed his eyes. Are you also in the Tribulation Realm?" "No, that's impossible. This aura is far too weak." "How are you doing this?" Shao An chuckled lightly, asking your enemy to explain their methods mid-battle. "Truly brilliant of you." His sarcasm dripped like venom before the messenger. "Could answer." Shao An's hand flashed. A bright crimson sword materialized, brimming with deadly intent. Without hesitation, he hurled it straight at his foe. "If I step in, I'll die." Yet his pride burned. He shifted his gaze toward Wu. Shu, the female cultivator, standing calmly at the side. I may not dare face those two, but her. She's only in the hen realm. Surely I can defeat her. With this thought, he charged, his sword gleaming coldly. But Wu Shu's smile never faltered. She raised her staff, and in a flash her body twisted with agility. Avoiding his strike, 9 transformation staff technique. Kwang staggered back in disbelief. Impossible. A hen realm cultivator shouldn't be able to wield divine abilities like this, let alone use a spirit-level treasure. His eyes caught the glint of the artifact hanging on her body. Fury and humiliation boiled in his chest. With this divine ability and treasure, she's untouchable. If she runs, I won't catch her, though his heart wasn't in it. Meanwhile, the true battle raged on. Xiao An and the messenger clashed fiercely, yet only one side seemed to falter, each strike drained. Tribulation realm cultivators are not easily killed. Their energy is vast, nearly endless. But if I keep pressing, he'll bleed his strength dry. My spirit sea is far deeper than he can imagine. The longer this drags out, the greater our advantage. The battle raged for 3 long days and nights. By the end, the messenger's body shook, his breathing ragged. He had expected to outlast them, yet it was his own strength that withered away. While their energy remained frighteningly abundant, panic seized him. He turned, intent on fleeing. But before he could escape, 2 overwhelming forces descended from the horizon. The messenger's eyes went wide with horror. What? Where did these Tribulation realm experts come from? It was Zhang, Shang, and Nan Lin, stepping forth at last. Both wore cold smiles. After waiting all this time, you thought you could just run, Zhang Shang mocked. Nan Lin added with a smirk, that Xiao An boy is ruthless indeed. He wouldn't let us reveal ourselves, until now, forcing you to burn through every last drop of energy. Truly a despicable tactic. As soon as those words slipped from their mouths, Xiaoan's figure appeared like a shadow right behind them. His voice was icy and sharp as he asked, "Who did you just call despicable?" At that instant, both Zheng Sheng and Nangong Lin stiffened. Their expressions shifted, guilt flashing across their faces as they stammered, No, you've misunderstood. We weren't talking about you. We were insulting this stone-faced brat instead, to make their excuse seem convincing." Shang immediately waved his hand, summoning divine energy to bind the messenger. Shoving the restrained man forward, he said, "We've captured him for you. Now, hand over the pill formula you promised us." But Xiaoan didn't produce anything. Instead, he coldly replied, "Kill him first, and I'll give you not 1, but 2 formulas." Hearing that Zhang Shang shot a meaningful look at Nangong Lin, understanding the intent, Nangong Lin smirked. "It's true that experts in the Tribulation realm are hard to deal with," he said, "but since we're also in the Tribulation realm, it shouldn't be too difficult." The messenger's face drained of color. Realizing he was seconds from death, he cried out in desperation, "You can't kill me! I know who you are, Naoyer, Zhang Sheng and Nangong Lin of the Holy Land of Qing'an. If you murder me, the Jinghong Palace will never let you go. Release me at once." His words were cut short. With one decisive strike, his life was ended. Zhang Sheng's eyes narrowed. As he stared at the corpse, his voice dripped with disdain. "You dare threaten us, even knowing who we are? Since when did the Jinghong Palace think it had the right to act arrogant in the eastern region?" With the task complete, Nangong Lin turned back to Xiaoan with a grin. "Now then, about those pill formulas, thank you for the opportunity. If you stumble across more chances like this, don't forget to find us again." Zhang Sheng added with a chuckle, "That's right, who knows? If we kill enough Tribulation realm experts, that entire pill formula manual of yours might just fall into my hands." Xiaoan smiled faintly. "Tribulation realm experts aren't weeds growing in the fields. Where would I find so many for you?" As the tension eased, Xiaoan strode toward the white-haired man's corpse and slipped the ring off his finger. Tossing it toward Li Chunfang, he called out, "Old Li, here his storage ring, catch." Li Chunfang caught it without hesitation, grinning. "Old Shaw, you're generous, as always." But just as it seemed everything was settling down, the heavens suddenly trembled. Cracks split open across the sky, and from them poured down beams of blinding light. Jiang Sheng's expression changed instantly. He cried out in alarm, "Danger! It's the heavenly Tao's probing of the Great Era." Turning to Nangong Lin, he asked quickly, "Old Nen, do you have anything that can hide us?" Nangong Lin's face darkened. "In the southern region? Why would I carry such treasures here?" Shaowen's heart sank. He turned inward, calling out to the system, "What is happening?" The system's reply appeared immediately. "This is the detection technique of the Great Vehicle Era. You have slain a Tribulation Realm cultivator, so naturally you have drawn the attention of the Jinghong Palace." Zhaowen pressed anxiously, "What? About the concealment Jiang Sheng mentioned? Do you have anything like that?" "Consume 2,000 years of lifespan," the system answered. "Activation will generate a high-level barrier." Zhaowen had no choice. He gritted his teeth. "Do it." 2,000 years of his lifespan were burned away in an instant, and a shimmering barrier enveloped his group. From above, a colossal divine eye opened, gazing upon the scene below. What it saw made the eye pause in surprise. In its vision, Shaowen's entire party had been slaughtered by the messenger, who stood alive and uninjured. "Remarkable," the divine voice murmured. "So that's how it is." Jiang Sheng and Nangong Lin both exhaled in relief, bowing slightly. "Elder Sha, your divine ability is extraordinary, truly impressive. For a moment, I thought we were doomed." But just then, Guru Oihu had been traveling tirelessly for days arrived on the scene. Her eyes landed on the illusion cast by the barrier. To her, it looked as though Zhaowen lay dead upon the ground. Her voice trembled, numb with despair. "May I be like the vine upon the tree, never parted, day or night." Shaowen's heart clenched. Damn it, she's seeing the illusion to... If she lets despair take her, he shot forward, shouting desperately, "Roshi, stop!" Her tear-filled eyes widened as she turned toward him. Relief broke across her face as she whispered with a faint smile, "You're alive, thank the heavens." But then her breath weakened in his arms. With trembling lips, she murmured, "If it cannot be in this life, then will you wait for me in the next?" Zhaowen panicked, clutching her tightly. "System, is there any way to save her?" Silence. He pleaded at last. The voice returned, hesitant. "I apologize, host. I cannot." "No," Shaowen's voice cracked. "I beg you, please, help me." Moved by his desperation, the system finally relented. "Very well, because you conspired to slay the powerful Tribulation Realm cultivator Yinlongan. You are granted a reward, Destiny Transformation. This Tao-level treasure harmonizes body and soul, altering fate itself." A red thread materialized before him. Zhaowen seized it at once. "How do I use it?" "Bind it around both your wrist and hers," the system instructed. "But take heed, this treasure requires resonance of spirit to activate." Without hesitation, Zhaowen tied the string around their wrists, grasping her hand tightly. His voice trembled, but his will was firm. "You don't need to wait for another life. Let it be this life. Wake up, Roshi. Wake up quickly." As he spoke, he couldn't help but wonder if fate itself had brought them together across lifetimes. The next morning, when Zhaowen slowly opened his eyes, he was met with a circle of familiar faces watching him closely. Feeling their stares, he frowned and asked, "Why are you all looking at me like that?" But the words that came out were not his own voice. It was a soft, distinctly feminine tone. He froze, shocked. What's wrong with my voice?" Turning his head, he saw a body lying beside him. His eyes widened in disbelief. "Isn't that me?" Hastily, Zhaowen touched his chest. The moment his hand met the unfamiliar curves, his heart dropped. "This can't be real. Garashi and I, we've swapped bodies." Panic surged. Without hesitation, he shouted internally, "System, system, system." In an instant, the mechanical voice echoed, sounding rather pleased. "Your daddy is here, not dead yet." The strange new form of address only unsettled Zhaowen further. "Daddy, what's going on here?" The system replied lazily. "Who else would dare call me daddy? Besides, you're still bound to me. It's just a body swap, nothing more. I'm still here, don't worry. Oh, and since I broke the rules to give you a prop, I've been demoted 1 rank. From now on, you need to be careful. Work harder, and yes, have more children." Zhaowen groaned inwardly. "Don't change the subject. Explain properly." The system gave an unbothered sigh. Gudaroa's soul was collapsing. It couldn't be saved. Only your supreme chaotic spirit root could stabilize it. I had no choice but to forcibly bind her soul to your body. You were crying and begging me for a solution, remember? Hearing this, Zhaowen slumped with frustration. Even though I've lived for over a century, suddenly becoming a woman is too strange. He quickly asked, then can we switch back? Of course, the system answered. Once her soul stabilizes and your mental harmony is complete, you'll return to your own body. That reassurance calmed him slightly. Still, the crowd around them remained oblivious to the truth. Seeing Guru Oshi stirring awake, Lingtanzi hurried forward, bowing respectfully. Master's wife, are you well? Why hasn't Master woken? Up yet Shia who stood nearby, blinked in surprise. Master's wife, Uncle Lingtanzi, do you mean? This woman is before he could finish. Guru Oshi now, inside Shaowen's body, sat up. She stared at her own face across from her, glared furiously, and snapped, Demon, how dare you imitate me so perfectly? Yet as she spoke, she suddenly realized something shocking. Wait, I'm Xiao Chen. Flustered, she moved aside, tightening her belt, clearly intending to investigate her borrowed body. Alarmed, Xiaowen rushed forward to stop her. Roshi, what are you doing? She looked at him innocently and answered without shame. I've always been curious. Xiaowen felt a pounding headache. My disciples are here, my descendants are here, even 3. Shameless elders are standing around. And she still dares to act like this. How will I show my face if she goes too far? When he fell silent, Roshi leaned closer and whispered mischievously, Husband, you can look at my body too. His face flushed crimson as he scolded her sharply. Unfortunately, their entire exchange had already been witnessed by La Chunfeng, who stepped forward with a sly grin. Old Chaya, don't bother denying it. You two really swapped bodies, didn't you? Astonishing. To trade bodies and still live in such harmony, you've truly broadened my horizons. Shaowen's face twitched in embarrassment, but inwardly, he began adjusting to the situation. Gazing at his newly acquired slender legs, he had to admit, these are surprisingly long. Not bad at all. He quickly shook off the thought. We can't linger here. Once Shu returns, we leave immediately. Roshi, still playful, leaned close. Tell me, do you feel the female energy in this body? Her words only deepened Shaowen's unease. The soul and fate within this body. What if something goes wrong? Not long after, Shu finally returned. Unaware of the bizarre situation, she rushed straight into Shaowen's body and embraced it tightly, crying, Out, brother. This nearly gave the real Zhaowen a heart attack. Oh no. With Roshi's temper, she might actually kill Shu on the spot. But to his shock, Roshi gently patted Shu's back and said softly, You must be tired. Zhaowen gaped. Impossible. Is this the system's doing? Either way, they couldn't stay any longer. Shia, whose injuries hadn't fully healed, and Roshi's soul was still unstable. Returning to the Zhao Valley was their only option. The valley's spiritual treasures could hasten recovery. At the mountain gate, Nangangling and Zheng Shang stepped forward. Patriarch, we must bid farewell. The Holy Land has summoned us back. Zhaowen only nodded. Very well. Inwardly, he sighed. So something has happened in the Qingyan Holy Land. I had planned to keep them here to help refine pills, but it seems I'll have to do it myself. Well, alchemy is best practiced with one's own hands anyway. After they departed, Xiao Chun's group entered the Mountain Gate Square. The Xiao family's descendants lined up neatly, bowing deeply. We respectfully welcome the patriarch's return. Since Roshi couldn't reveal the truth, she forced a dignified smile and replied, Good. I know father dislikes ceremonies, but before he could finish, Roshi interrupted brightly, It's fine. Let everyone compete freely. Without waiting, she grabbed Shu and flew off, leaving the Xiao family stunned. Whispers spread quickly among the descendants. Did you see that? The patriarch actually brought another female cultivator to Roshi Palace. What in the world is happening? Shayati was visibly taken aback. No one in their right mind would openly court death like this, especially in front of a stepmother, and with an outsider. Brought into Rosy Palace of all places, the Xia family's pleasure palace buzzed with tension. That young, yet commanding stepmother would never overlook such an audacious display. It would be unnatural if she remained silent. The family braced themselves for upheaval, a sense of looming calamity settling over them. Contrary to expectations, Guru Oi's expression remained unreadable. The Xia family whispered among themselves, observing her closely. She didn't appear angry. In fact, there was a trace of worry between her brows. Could it be that she no longer desired her position as the main wife? Or perhaps the outsider, this woman of equal standing who bore the patriarch's bloodline, was meant to fulfill the Xia? This year, the clan's provisions and rewards have all been fully replenished. The rewards have even tripled compared to last year. The statement sent a ripple of panic through Shay. Eyes wide, she thought bitterly, the mistress has had to increase the rewards just to maintain her standing. She suffers too much. Meanwhile, the younger Xia descendants muttered among themselves, plotting their next moves. Once the clan competition ends, we must return immediately. Continue. The line, in the Xia family, only those who could bear children held true status. Even the favored mistress, lacking offspring, had lost influence. Everyone else was determined to try harder. Xiao. But, as it was, the patriarch's private matters were not something he could discuss openly, resolving to act cautiously. Xiao approached Xiaowen, who now stood in Guru Oi's body. Patriarch Wua visited our household a few days ago. May I go pay my respects? Xiaowen nodded without hesitation. Go ahead. Yet, this innocent request only deepened the clan's misunderstandings. Even someone as formidable as the patriarch cannot resist it. Ling Chansi. Chen agreed without suspicion. Go ahead. The Xia descendants thought this would clarify everything, but it only fueled their frenzy. He called him master, not mistress. Could the patriarch truly be blinded by love? Even his disciple is dismissed. He was the incarnation of a spirit herba, naturally born 9th grade spirit plant. Even the holiest lands would struggle to obtain such a treasure. The family's panic grew. As they whispered in disbelief, the Xia family is in danger. Zhaowen, however, paid little heed. Concern had shifted elsewhere. He muttered to himself, worried. System. What will W. Shu's power do to Guru Oi? The system appeared immediately. Dear host, you've asked this question over 10 times. Of course, she will do everything in her power to strike the target. Xiaowen's face paled. I can't imagine the look of terror on Guru Roshi's face when that happens. A mechanical voice echoed, calm yet chilling in its certainty. The host's voice cut through the tense air. Think more openly after all. It's your body. You won't lose anything. Zhaowen frowned, resentment flickering in his eyes. Why does it feel like you've changed after the Emperor's battle in the valley? The system didn't answer. His question, instead, it coldly announced, 5,000 of your descendants have leveled up. Zhaowen blinked. You can even control their leveling. The system's tone suddenly hardened. I am not a low-level system that loses connection during upgrades. Xiaowen's worried expression faltered at its intensity. He glanced around at the Xiao family descendants who looked on like heartbroken souls betrayed by fate. Palace Xiaowen flew to the Xia ancestor palace. Inside the main hall, Xiao Chen sat quietly, eyes closed, deep in thought. Finally, he resolved, fine, I'll split my attention between monitoring both of them. Time to refine spirit condensing pills. These celestial-grade pills not only strengthened soul cultivation, but were also a potent remedy for Guru Roshi's injuries. Carefully, he placed the herbs into the furnace, silently noting the ingredients in his mind. 1 branch of 5th grade soul refining grass, and to 6th grade snow soul fruits. The refining session dragged on for 10 days. When he finally peered at the still intact furnace, a smile broke across Xiaowen's face. It hasn't exploded. Looks like I have a talent for pill refining. He studied the golden light flickering within, tinged with regret. The glow isn't 3 feet long, and the aroma hasn't transformed into celestial spirit energy. Yet, he quickly shook off the discouragement. Even if it's imperfect, I completed it safely, a feat impossible. Before, when the pill emerged, it wasn't perfectly round, split half black and half white. Yet even this half success felt like an unprecedented achievement. Examining his current body, Xiao Chen thought bitterly, is it because of Guru Roshi's body? Or is this body's cultivation too low? Yanying stage can't refine celestial grade. Pills, he muttered in frustration. The method is correct. All steps are done, yet it keeps failing. Could my original body be poisonous? Turning from the furnace, he resolved, then I'll raise this body's cultivation to refine celestial grade pills. I must reach the questioning peak stage. He began cultivating immediately. But soon, Zhaowen muttered uncomfortably to himself, this body? It feels odd. I have a strong urge to bathe. This woman is strange. As he unbuttoned his clothes, a question arose in his mind for something as important as bathing. Should I inform Guru Roshi? At that moment, in front of Rosy Palace, Guru Roshi and Wu walked hand in hand. Zhaowen followed closely behind, heart racing, and froze at the scene. His father lying against Shu, letting her touch him lovingly. Shock coursed through him. Father has fallen into depravity. Guru Roshi opened her eyes and smiled at him. Oh, Lear, were you looking for me? Or your stepmother? What is it? Zhaowen stammered. Father. He turned to report. Macaire has sent a secret message. Huang wants to lead him to East City to let Jiang Shambu manage Jinghong Palace in the south. Our plan can begin now. Suddenly, confusion swept across Guru Roshi's face. The person before her wasn't her son. Plan? She asked, bewildered. Eyes widened. Something's wrong. Bowing his head, he stammered, no, there's no plan. I was just urging clan members to take more concubines and have more children. Frowning, he wondered if his father had issues. Guru Roshi paid little attention. Hasn't the clan always done this? If it's just that, you may leave. Shia didn't say anything further, simply replying, yes. Yet, once he left Roki Palace, his mind raced. I need to summon the main strategist of Yang Valley Shia to the Shia Ancestral Palace immediately. Meanwhile, Zhaowen had decided it was time for a thorough bath. Once cleansed, he settled into cultivation comfortably. As he meditated, his thoughts wandered. I remember Guru ROI's cultivation method, the 3 live sutras. The spiritual energy in the meridians is chaotic and compressed. It's not inferior to the Xuanbing Feitan technique I practice. I should move to a well-lit area and stand while cultivating. He pondered further. Rui's realm is stuck at the mysterious light barrier. This isn't an ordinary barrier. It stems from a lack of experience with the 3 live sutras. Cultivating recklessly or without understanding could easily create such barriers. Zhaowen considered whether he should use Roshi's body to step outside and cultivate for a while. With such an appearance, others seeing me would definitely be envious. He thought, just as he was entering a deeper state of cultivation, someone appeared at the door. Lian Feng stood outside, sensing the aura emanating from within. Xiaowen's voice called out calmly, "Come in," receiving permission. Lian Feng quickly entered. Upon seeing Zhaowen, he smiled warmly. Old Xia, no fairy Xia. Xiaowen's expression remained solemn. If you have something to say, just say it. Lian Feng quickly got to the point. Let's discuss business. Before he could elaborate, Zhaowen interrupted, blunt and unwavering. Not interested. Undeterred, Lin Fang produced a piece of green jade, holding it carefully in front of Zhaowen. At once, Zhaowen's eyes widened in shock. He quickly covered his mouth and muttered in astonishment, "Heavenly Tribulation essence. This is incredibly rare," he marveled inwardly. Born from the heavenly tribulation of a powerful cultivator, the chances of obtaining it are minuscule. A treasure like this could help any cultivator sense the call of the tribulation, spirit, and transcend their limits. Seeing Xiaowen's reaction, Lin Fang withdrew the jade and chuckled. "Haha, old Shia, your movements are becoming more delicate." Xiaowen's brow twitched. "Delicate? You mean controlling the heavenly tribulation essence to float? That's just this body's habit." Lin Fang continued, smiling. "It was found inside the ring of a tribulation transcender we eliminated. I thought long and hard and decided I shouldn't keep it all to myself. That's why I brought it to you." Xiaowen's lips curved into a small smile. "Great sect leader, Li. You've changed. You're willing to part with such a treasure. Or is there another motive?" Lin Fang laughed. "Indeed, only the patriarch who understands me. Your Shia family possesses a time treasure. I want to send some of my disciples to your Shia family to cultivate. Shaowen smiled warmly and handed the heavenly tribulation essence back. Keep it for yourself. I don't need it. Sending disciples to the Shia family to cultivate is fine. Exchanges between disciples aren't just about marriage alliances. Lin Fang's expression shifted slightly, a trace of awkwardness in his eyes. Marriage alliance. Clever, old Shia. My Shou Mountain sect has few female disciples. Still want to take them away? That won't do. Zhaowen shook his head gently. Who said it's only for female disciples? Males are welcome to, as long as they're willing. The Shia family is a cultivation clan, not a place for in-laws to settle. Long-term residence in the Shia family's mountain valley is impossible. Lin Fang pondered briefly. Shaowen continued, 1 marriage alliance and 10 Shou Mountain disciples can come to the Shaowen family to cultivate. He thought to himself, I've had plans for a marriage alliance with Shou Mountain for a long time. Their talents are extraordinary, and even ordinary elite disciples are far above average. After a moment of consideration, Lin Fang finally nodded. All right, I agree. But remember, this marriage alliance must depend on fate. We have to let the younger generation make their own choices, Zhaowen said calmly. He didn't oppose the idea. Instead, he added thoughtfully, in that case, you can bring 200 disciples here. We'll organize a grand matchmaking event. A matchmaking event? Lin Fang asked, clearly puzzled. Shaowen's mind buzzed with excitement. Shou Mountain has agreed to the matchmaking. If we can involve Colin in these unions, the Shao family won't just become stronger. The plan to eliminate the Ming Shen sect and Jinghong Palace in the western regions will also move forward much faster. He paused, considering another advantage, and with what Shiyu currently holds, the Quan. Sect leaders command token recruiting. The Kalon sect isn't out of reach. Shaking off his thoughts, Zhaowen turned to his companions. Let's go to Ruosi Palace and bring W. Shu. The 3 of us should make this journey together. Back at Shao's palace, Shaowen convened a meeting with the Shao family's top strategists. Once everyone had gathered, he wasted no time addressing the pressing concern. I suspect my father is no longer himself, Shaowen stated, voice steady. Murmurs rose among the assembled family members. One spoke up dismissively. Family head, the patriarch is merely showing favoritism to a concubine. It's nothing serious. Another added, I don't see anything unusual. His behavior is typical for descendants when they take a new concubine. But Zhaowen shook his head firmly. This isn't normal, he insisted. There's a major difference now. He's completely unaware of the plan to occupy the domain. Room fell silent as Zhaowen pressed on. This strategy was decided by my father. Now, at a time when the Jinghong Palace in the southern region is at its weakest, he's forgotten everything. Concern quickly spread among the family's key members. One voice asked nervously, Family head, what should we do? Shaowen's gaze hardened. Without a moment's hesitation, he replied, We capture my father, interrogate him under torture if necessary. Meanwhile, at Ruhosi Palace, Garashi remained blissfully unaware of the challenges ahead. She lounged lazily on her bed, half naked, curiosity and excitement dancing in her eyes at the thought that the strange W. Shu had finally agreed to leave. She felt a thrill. Now I can examine Shan's body. A blush crept across her cheeks. No, I can't be too shameless, she murmured to herself. Yet she couldn't ignore such an opportunity. Determined to act safely, she quickly decided to add another layer of protection. If anyone finds out, I'll never be able to face them again. With swift, practiced movements, Garashi began setting up protective formations around the palace. Ruosi gazed at the area in front of her, contemplating whether to add another formation. Just as she was considering it, a strange sensation prickled her senses. The spiritual energy here felt different. Could I have been discovered? She thought silently. There are easily 1,000 people outside Roki Palace. She glanced around. At the intricate defenses, she had laid 72 layers of protective formations. Took a deep breath to steady herself. Activate the formation, she commanded. Immediately, a protective barrier flared to life around Roki Palace. Yet, other unfamiliar forces lingered outside. Guru O'Shea's eyes widened in surprise. 8 gates, golden lock formation. Could the Jinghong Palace be attempting a covert strike on Xia Valley? Without hesitation, she shot through the roof of Roki Palace, launching herself into the air toward Shay and the main Xia family forces. Hovering before them, she questioned, "What are you all planning?" Shay's group froze. Shay himself responded cautiously, Who are you? And what happened to my father?" The words hit Ruosi like a shockwave. Her eyes widened and her mouth fell open. "Who am I?" she thought in disbelief. "Don't they already know in their hearts?" She could not openly reveal the truth, yet Shay and his companions remained utterly unaware. Observing their confusion, Ruosi's irritation grew. Fools, their minds dulled by cultivation. I have no patience for explanations. Without another word, she cast a spell across the entirety of Roki Palace. Every disciple inside froze instantly, leaving the frozen disciples behind. She cursed under her breath. All because of that damned Zhao Chun leaving the valley without taking me. Then she took to the skies, disappearing swiftly. The trapped disciples panicked. Where are the fire-lument disciples? Someone summoned Fire Uncle and the Ancestor. Only the Ancestor is strong enough. Following their calls, Xiao intervened. With his help, the ice encasing everyone shattered. The disciples rushed to Xia, voices filled with questions. Family head, could it have been a mistake? If this wasn't the Ancestor, why didn't the mountain guarding formation attack? Their AA matched the Ancestor perfectly. Why didn't they speak openly and instead flee? At that moment, Huo stepped forward, a smirk on his face. "Ha! You're in big trouble this time." He bent close to Shay and whispered the full story. As Shay listened, he fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face. "No, I've failed in my filial duty. I am unworthy of pity. I've ruined my father's peace and only upset my stepmother further." The disciples looked on, bewildered. "Family head, what's wrong?" Someone nearby murmured, "What else? His pride has been shattered." They say an adult's heart can break in an instant, and at his age, over 100 years old, perhaps it was inevitable. Meanwhile, Ruosi had already left the chaos of Roki Palace behind alone. She flew south toward the Ming coast. "Last time, I went searching for Zhao Chen. This time, let Zhaoen come find me." While wandering through the area, Rui suddenly noticed a scuffle erupting in the distance. Observing carefully, she realized both sides were employing Ming Shen techniques, an internal conflict, or perhaps a battle over some hidden treasure. Her curiosity was piqued at that very moment. A young girl appeared below, her expression a mix of fear and calculation. She darted forward, glancing behind her nervously. 29 pursuers were in hot pursuit. 5 of them had reached the fusion realm, while the rest were still at the spirit transformation realm. The girl's survival seemed impossible, as she fled. Her eyes caught sight of Guru Rosie standing atop a ridge, silently watching the unfolding scene. "Please, Senior, save me," she cried out, desperation ringing in her voice. Rosie looked down, a faint smile playing on her lips. The girl's pitiful appearance stirred some amusement, but Rosie immediately sensed trouble. This girl was more than she appeared. The girl, seeing no immediate response, hurriedly spoke again. "If you intervene, I'm willing to offer my divine soul." At those words, Rosie's smile vanished, replaced by swift decisiveness. "Hide." In the same instant, she conjured an array of ice swords, sending them streaking toward the pursuing group. The attackers froze in horror. "It's the Ice Emperor." "Run!" they screamed, widening their eyes in disbelief. But Rosie wasn't about to let them escape so easily. "You think of running now. It's far too late," she declared. In a flurry of precise strikes, the swords pierced the foremost pursuers. The girl behind Rosie gasped, wide-eyed and trembling. "So powerful," she murmured, a mixture of awe and terror in her voice. "I thought I was done for. Yet here stands someone far stronger than I could have imagined." Snapping out of her daze, she looked at Rosie with renewed respect. "Jay pays her respects to the Ice Emperor Ancestor," she said hurriedly. Rosie raised an eyebrow in surprise. "You know who I am?" she asked. "Yes, Ancestor," the girl replied earnestly. "Your techniques are unmatched in the Western regions. One strike alone felled 5 fusion realm experts. There is no doubt too are the Ancestor." Rosie nodded, accepting the explanation without further question. "Very well, hand over your divine soul, and explain why they were chasing you. The girl, Ru, seemed startled for a moment, but quickly composed herself. Ancestor, you needn't know about me, she said solemnly. Without further hesitation, she handed over her divine soul. Rosie's mind raced. This girl wouldn't survive long without treatment. She was already severely injured, and now even her divine soul had been separated from her body. Pushing a medicinal pill toward Ru, she instructed, "Take this." Leading Ru to a nearby forest, Rosie let her sit and refine the pill while seizing the opportunity to ask, "Why were they trying to kill you?" "They weren't trying to kill me," Ru replied swiftly, eyes focused on the pill. "They only wanted to capture me." She went on to explain her identity. "I am the holy maiden of the Ming Shen sect. Ling Miao Ti, what I cultivate is the Ji Ming Shen technique." Rosie's thoughts churned as she observed her. No wonder this girl was so captivating. There was an almost paradoxical quality to her beauty, at once pure and wild, innocent and daring. Cunning as well, she had tested Rosie. Delaying the handover of her divine soul while gauging the situation, Rosie considered the divine soul she now held. It was incomplete, but after dual cultivation, its power would multiply. Perhaps that was why Ru hesitated, afraid Rosie might consume it. For reasons she didn't fully understand, Rosie leaned forward, gently grasping Ru's small chin. This time, she murmured, "I'll make Shawan come find me." Suddenly sensing the man approaching, Ru froze as a hand brushed against her face. Fear surged through her, and she cried out, "Master! Master!" Junk's injuries were severe. She worried, and she feared she wouldn't be able to serve him properly. But her words did nothing to stop Rui's roaming hand. Shamelessly, he replied, "Don't worry, I'll be gentle." Yet Ru didn't find comfort in his assurance. When his hand wandered to her chest, she let out a frightened cry and immediately knelt, bowing low in desperate plea. "Please, ancestor, spare me," Roshi, however, showed no mercy. The fear in the girl kneeling before her only amused her. "What are you running from?" she teased. "You volunteered, didn't you?" Ru heard the words and blushed deeply. Lowering her head, she murmured, I don't want to." Roshi leaned closer, her tone serious. "Remember, your soul, the part you willingly separated, is in my hands. With a thought, I could end your life." Despite the threat, Ru's resolve didn't waver. "I know, but I'll do anything else you ask," she said firmly. Roshi's expression softened slightly. "To preserve your purity. Are you willing to die?" Without hesitation, Ru answered, "Yes." Roshi smiled, satisfied. "Your answer pleases me. Greatly remember your choice today. From this moment, your body belongs to Zhaoan. I will not accept a cunning, seductive maid by the master's side." Ru pondered quietly. "I heard the Xia family's ancestor is incredibly powerful. Nearly 10,000 descendants in a mere 100 years. I had prepared to lose my purity, but my cultivation, the Gi Mengan technique, depends on it. If I lose it, my spiritual root will be taken by whoever deflowers me." Looking at the man before her, she wondered with curiosity, could it be that I'm not beautiful enough? Or perhaps the Xia family's ancestor doesn't understand the Luing Miao and Jie and Shen technique? Shaking off her thoughts, she focused on survival. Bowing respectfully, she said, "Thank you, Master. For your mercy, I am willing to serve as your humble servant." Roshi waved dismissively. "No need for formalities. Find a quiet place and tell me everything about the Ming Shen sect you mentioned." She then turned and walked away. Meanwhile, on the side of Kunlun, 3 people, Zhouan W. Shu and La Chunfeng, stood, facing a group of visitors from Kunlunse. Looking at La Chunfeng, Chushan of Kunlun spoke, "Thank you, sect leader Li, for protecting me along the way. Kunlun will remember this kindness." Shu's master, anger flashing in his eyes, shouted at his disciple. "Rebellious disciple, come here at once." La Chunfeng intervened, calm but firm. "Fellow DS Shishan, you misunderstand. We didn't come to retrieve your disciple. We came to discuss certain matters. Moreover, Sister W. Shu is now the wife of the Xia family's ancestor. Perhaps she doesn't wish to return to Kunlun." Shishan fell silent, frowning. The Xia family's ancestor may be a Nent Soul powerhouse, but their reputation and lineage cannot match Kunlun's. 10,000 years of legacy far outweigh their mere 100 years. And now, our top disciple, nurtured with all our charis, married off as a concubine. This feels like an insult. He composed himself, smiling politely. Sect leader Li, let us postpone this discussion. We will talk later. Master approached, glaring at her. Rebellious disciple. When you return, you'll be confined. Don't even think about leaving for the next 100 years. After speaking, she reached out toward Shu, but he moved with surprising speed, dodging and putting distance between them. Her eyes widened in shock. This shouldn't be possible, she thought. A normal person couldn't evade her move so easily. Yet the divine ability Shu had just displayed was far beyond what she expected. 3 major realms above ordinary Nent Soul cultivation. Xiao En, who had been silent until now, finally spoke. Kunpeng 9 transformations, divine ability. If Clennect agrees to this marriage, I wish to offer these 3 volumes of divine techniques as a gift to your esteemed sect. Additionally, I propose 10 billion spirit stones as a betrothal gift. He reminded himself quietly, this was, in effect, a marriage proposal. His connection with Shu was undeniable, and if he acted otherwise, he would have to bear the consequences. If he wanted to act honorably, he needed to provide her a proper status. Hearing such generous terms, Shishan and the Kunlun elders began to deliberate. A primordial-level divine ability, even most holy lands wouldn't possess such a treasure. Clennect Sect's only copy was incomplete, and 10 billion spirit stones direct, perhaps crude, but undeniably practical. Seeing their thoughtful expressions, Shaoan pressed further. So, regarding this marriage proposal, what are your thoughts? Shishan glanced at the elders beside him and thought to himself, they had originally considered seizing the vain mind, but now all they needed was to marry off a disciple. Their earlier plans suddenly seemed excessive. After all, taking the vain mind would risk casualties, while losing a core disciple was also no small matter. How much was a person's worth anyway? Originally, he had noticed Shu not for her talent, but for the mysterious system she possessed. Snapping back to the discussion, the elder turned to Shaowen. Fellow Dust, are your claims true? Meanwhile, W. Shu's master was considering the offer silently. If obtaining a primordial-level divine ability was indeed possible, then marrying off a single personal disciple Levin for 10 billion spirit stones would be worth it. Seeing their hesitation, Zhaowen quickly confirmed, yes, it's true. But do you wish to continue such crucial discussions here? The moment he finished, Shishan and the Kunlun elders immediately rose, gesturing respectfully. Please, follow us to the main mountain. Shu's heart sank slightly. Her close ones had so readily agreed to marry her off. She whispered quietly to herself, the elders and my master changed their minds faster than the turning of pages. No wonder it brings sorrow. She remembered the choice Zhaowen had given her before. One path was freedom, to pursue her own destiny. The other was eternal loyalty, binding herself even beyond death and multiple reincarnations. In that choice, Zhaowen had ensured the system would not interfere, allowing her to willingly choose a forever partnership. At the same time, she had resolved not to let Xiao Chen take away the goal her destiny had set for her. Her thoughts were only slightly influenced by the system now. Had it not bound her, she would have long since been betrothed to Chechu Chengi of the Chechu family. Fortunately, the system's binding had allowed her to choose Xiao Chen. A short while later, everyone had gathered at the main mountain, guided inside by the disciples of Klin Sect. As Zhaowen walked among them, he couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Countless gazes seemed to probe into him. I know I'm wearing Guru Ra's body, he thought to himself. Every frown, every smile I can feel the stares of lonely souls trying to decipher me. Most don't matter, but there's one stare that makes my skin crawl. Following that thought, Shan's eyes locked onto the Culpreta man, staring at him with shameless infatuation. Disgust welled up inside him. Under his breath, he muttered, Chuch Chingi, of course. That lovesick brat Jiang Xuan dragged along such a filthy gaze. Were it not for the fact we stand on Klin Sect's sacred ground, I'd end his life with a single strike. He forced himself to dismiss the thought and turned his attention back to business. Zhaowen stepped forward, drawing out 3 ancient divine techniques and a storage ring. Presenting them to Shishan, he announced clearly, 3 primordial-level divine abilities, the Mystic Ice Sky-Breaking Technique, the Heaven-Opening Seal, and the 9 transformations of Kunpang. Along with these, 10 billion Spirit Stones. Stored within this ring, Zishan's eyes widened, his face lighting up with delight. He clutched the treasures with trembling hands, laughing aloud. Excellent, truly excellent. From today onward, you shall be the 7th concubine of the Shao family's patriarch. Furthermore, Klin Sect, Shu Mountain, and the Shao family are henceforth united in alliance. A grand matchmaking ceremony will soon be prepared. With the declaration complete, Xiao Chen remained silent. Only Lei Fang leaned close, whispering in his ear, "Old Xiao, you don't look satisfied." Xiao Chen gave a wry smile and replied, "Am I that easy to read?" Lei Chunfang did not hesitate. "During the negotiations, your eyes betrayed your disdain. They were too blinded by spirit stones and divine techniques to notice, but truthfully, you didn't need to offer so much. Even granting access to the treasure realm would have been enough to bind Klin Sect to us. You only gave so much because you fear betrayal. When we inevitably clash with Mingshen Sect and Jinghong Palace, but in my eyes, you've been far too generous." Zhaowen closed his eyes briefly, then smiled faintly. "No, what I gave was not for Klin Sect's sake, it was for Shu's." Meanwhile, at the Qinwan Holy Land, Nangang Lin and Zhang Xiang returned in haste, summoned by urgent orders. Standing before their leader, Nangang Lin bowed and asked, "Holy Lord, why did you call us back so suddenly?" The man they addressed was Shan Yin-yang, the current Holy Lord of Qingan, Holy Lang. With a heavy expression, he said, "Elder Zhang, Elder Nangang, the former Holy Lord's time is nearly spent. I have summoned you back to gather every skilled alchemist within our Holy Land to refine the Shuangyang life-extending pill." The two elders froze, their eyes widening in disbelief. "The old Holy Lord," they thought in unison. "But he is a mid-stage, great vehicle powerhouse, with centuries of life still ahead. How could he possibly be at death's door?" Seeing their shock, Shan Yin-yang explained gravely, "Some time ago, the old Holy Lord faced another great vehicle cultivator in battle. The wounds he sustained have been eroding his lifespan ever since. He has less than 2 years remaining." At that moment, Jiang Quan, a 9th-grade alchemist, entered the hall. Smiling faintly, he greeted them. "Senior brothers, now that you are here, we can begin preparations. With your aid, our chances of success refining the Shuangyang pill rise to 70%. Alone, I could not guarantee it." But Zhang Shang quickly interrupted. "Holy Lord, there may be no need for such risk." Shan Yin-yang's eyes narrowed. "What do you mean? Don't tell me you've broken through to 9th grade as well." Zhang Sheng shook his head. "No, but we have found a better path." The Holy Lord's patience thinned. "Enough riddles. Speak plainly, what is this method?" At that exact moment, Zhang Shang and Nangang Lin spoke together, their voices echoing in the hall. The celestial-grade life-extending pill. Shan Yin-yang's composure cracked. His eyes widened in disbelief. You actually possess a celestial-grade pill?" Chang Shang responded with concern, shaking his head. "No, we don't have it prepared, but it can be concocted. The method isn't complicated. This pill formula is unusually clever, simple to execute, and easy to comprehend. I can do it myself." Nangang Lin added with a nod, "Elder Zhang and I can handle the refinement together. However, the formula itself must remain a secret." Upon hearing that a solution existed, Xuan Yin-yang immediately brightened. He didn't press for details, simply replying, "Very well, please begin the concoction." After a brief pause, he added with curiosity, "I do wonder though, this celestial-grade life-extending pill for a great vehicle cultivator, how much life could it truly grant?" Nangang Lin smiled, answering without hesitation. "We've successfully refined 2 such pills in the past. One came out high-grade, the other mid-grade. The high-grade extended life by about 1,000 years, while the mid-grade added around 604 cultivators below the Tribulation crossing realm. The effects can be more than tripled." Xuan Yin-yang's eyes widened, his excitement spilling out in repeated praise. "Excellent, excellent, excellent." He had believed that even the finest Shuangyang life extension pills, crafted by 9th-grade alchemists, could only prolong a great vehicle cultivator's life by 500 years at best. Yet here was a high-grade pill, promising double that. Time passed swiftly, and after an entire month of painstaking effort, Nangong Lin and Zhang Shang finally completed the refinement. They presented the results to Xuan Yinyang. "These are 10 high-grade life-extending pills," they announced. Then, after a glance at each other, they continued, "We also have a request to make of the Holy Lord." Seeing their sincerity, the Holy Lord replied, "Speak freely." Both elders bowed deeply. "We ask permission to step down and live quietly." At the foot of the mountain, within the Shao family valley, at that very moment, Shao family valley was becoming a place of great unrest. A massive gathering had formed outside. The valley's location had been leaked, and more than 30 small sects had already moved to its outskirts. Meanwhile, leaders and grand elders from 50 additional sects were waiting anxiously at the Shao family gates. All of this turmoil stemmed from the revelation that Shu Mountain clan and the Shao family had formed an alliance. The southern and western regions were quite different in nature. The south was a patchwork of over 100 vassal states, while the west was home to countless scattered sects. After the fall of the dominant Yuan sect not long ago, the western region had plunged into chaos. Now news of the Shao family's alliance with Shu Mountain clan shook the land like thunder. In chaotic times, heroes always emerged. For many small sects, this was a golden chance. The Shao family's ability to partner with Shu Mountain clan signaled that their strength was far from ordinary. Naturally, countless sects rushed to court them. The sects closest to the southern border heard the news first. Their shock was immeasurable. They almost couldn't believe it. But the story was reinforced by another piece of astonishing news. The ancestor of destruction had joined forces with 2 peak experts, and together they had defeated 4 emperors in a single battle. Such an achievement left little room for doubt. The Zhao family truly possessed the might to stand alongside Shu Mountain clan. For weaker families and minor sects, this development was intimidating. Yet for those with strong individual fighters but little collective power, it was an opportunity. If they could establish ties early with the Shao family, they might rise to become second-tier sects once Shao family's influence expanded. However, despite the eager crowd outside their gates, Shao family valley remained firmly sealed. Not a single visitor was granted entry. The reason was simple. It was like a dragon missing its head. Inside the valley, a disciple who had been waiting restlessly muttered to himself, "Why hasn't the ancestor returned yet?" The Xia family disciples were in turmoil, voices overlapping as they tried to make sense of the situation. Their family head, Xiai, had left home half a month earlier, leaving only a letter behind. In it, he admitted his deep sense of shame toward his elderly father. The one person who might have stabilized the family, Uncle Wo, was in no condition to help. He had returned to the southern region, carrying his injuries with him. With the leader of Jinghong Palace absent from the south, Uncle Wo had seized the chance to restore order there. But this left the Xia clan without anyone to assume the mantle of leadership. Desperate, the disciples turned to Zan. "Please," they urged, "take the position of family head for now." But Zan shook his head firmly. "I can't. My focus must remain on recovering the Bonwan Pearl." They next approached Xin Honghai, who only laughed lightly. "I'm just a lone cultivator. I don't understand sect rules, and I won't pretend otherwise. I cannot take on this responsibility." One after another, the disciples received rejections. No one was willing to lead. Uneasy and discouraged, they exchanged troubled sighs. For now, one of them finally suggested, "Let's at least arrange to meet with the sect leaders and elders waiting outside Xia Valley. As for the ancestor, we drove him away together, and there's no way to reach him. The only option left is to contact the matriarch at Shu Mountain." Without delay, a letter was dispatched. When Zhaowen received the message, she fell silent. Was her eldest son truly entering his rebellious stage this late in life, over a century old, and still running away from home like a child? The system? Notification board confirmed it. Your son, after years of relentless work, is mentally fatigued. Ashamed of his strained relationship with you and stepmother Guoroshi, he has developed deep self-doubt. He is currently resting at Ichin Tower, Jiangxiang City, in the western region. Zhaowen stared at the report in disbelief. So he left home, only to rest in a brothel. She sighed heavily. Still, the Xia family has survived these years, largely due to his devotion. Perhaps he deserves this break. Her thoughts quickly shifted to the broader state of the clan. Our family has grown too quickly. We may have abundant resources, but our foundation of knowledge is shallow. Most of our people know only how to cultivate. Few understand how to handle special matters. We must find someone capable to fill this role. Turning back to the notification board, she sifted through possible candidates. Then, one name caught her eye. She, human, spirit, root 8th grade, cultivation, foundation building, stage 3, disciple of the Shuang Sect, 9th generation member of the Xia family, age 17. Known for ambition, diligence, and a vision of raising the Xia family above all races. Zhaowen's eyes lit up. Yes, we already have someone perfect. She immediately issued her command. Send word to Shijarshi. He is to temporarily serve as head of the Xia family and oversee its affairs. The message returned swiftly. When the disciples delivered the order, she accepted without hesitation. Though I do not fully grasp the matriarch's intention, I believe this is what's best for the Xia family's future. Let us also begin preparations for the grand meeting. And for dozens of days, work continued tirelessly. A small but elegant city rose from the ground, drawing cultivators from every direction. Soon, hundreds of sect representatives arrived, with nearly 100,000 people gathering around the city's perimeter. Simple villages and temporary sect compounds were quickly established. Though conflicts naturally simmered among so many groups, most suppressed their grudges. Unwilling to risk losing the Xia family's favor, shops sprang up as commerce followed the influx. The once quiet valley had transformed into a thriving hub of energy and anticipation at last. The gates of the Xia family opened. 2,000 clan members emerged in dazzling attire, men robed in brocade and jade, women adorned in silken dresses and ornate jewelry. Together, they processed into the new city, their presence radiant and commanding. Soon after, flying ships descended from Shu Mountain and Gulun. Elegant figures stepped forth, handsome men, graceful women representatives of the great sects, standing before them all. She, now acting head of the Xia family, delivered his opening words, from ancient times until now. Truly talented men and beautiful women have always been rare treasures in their youth. Today, I hope that our clan members may find worthy partners among you, not only among the sects of Shu Mountain and Gulun, but also from the many cultivators who have gathered here. The doors of our city are open to all. If there was mutual attraction with members of the Xiao family, marriage alliances could be formed. At this point, the announcer declared loudly, "The first matchmaking grand meeting of the Xiao family begins now." Cultivators from various sects had gathered for the occasion. Besides the two great sects, Guin and Shu Mountain, many smaller sects also participated, hoping to secure an alliance with the powerful Xiao clan. The auspicious hour had arrived, and all cultivators entered the city together. Across the city, several pavilions had been prepared. Outside each pavilion were posted requirements for entry, things such as cultivation level, spiritual roots, temperament, bone structure, appearance, and even interests. Those who met the criteria could enter, meet the Xiao family members, and converse for a time. If there was a spark, the Xiao clan could choose a partner. For the cultivators seeking aid rather than marriage, most sects had sent only 1 or 2 representatives. Though their cultivation was profound, their ages were advanced. This became a source of frustration. Some complained loudly, "What gives them the right to exclude us? I'm 800 years old, still in my prime. Why can't I enter a pavilion?" Another chimed in angrily, "Exactly. I'm 500 years old, vigorous and strong. These standards are far too strict." Others voiced their discontent as well. And what about this requirement of being without a Dao partner? What's wrong with having several Dao companions? Why should that disqualify us? We must speak directly with the Xiao family. This chance comes only once in 1,000 years. If we miss it, there won't be another. The crowd stirred up, shouted in agreement. A large group hurried over to where Xiaoxi was standing. "Family head, please come out. We demand to speak with you," before their calls grew too loud. Ai stepped forward and announced, "I am the acting head of the Shao family. Whatever grievances you have, speak them to me." Realizing the one they sought was already present, the representatives quickly voiced their frustrations. "This is unfair, truly unfair. The matchmaking event only lasts 10 days, and there's no way to summon more disciples from our sects in such a short time." Despite their protests, she remained composed. His reply was calm and steady. "The fate of this life is already set. Forcing it will not change the outcome." Xiao Wen, watching from the side, couldn't help but smile with approval. Well done, even in the face of older cultivators with greater cultivation. He maintains courtesy and composure. The group of petitioners grew angrier at Shi's words. One elder glared fiercely and barked, "Acting family head. Ha, you're just a junior who's barely reached foundation establishment. Don't be too arrogant." Unshaken, Ai replied, "Then what exactly is it that you want?" The old cultivator snarled, "I want you to stop forcing me to kneel before you." Both Shi and Xiaowen were taken aback by such a statement, forcing someone to kneel. "I've never heard of such a thing," she thought, "but these minor sects are fragile. Whether they kneel to beg or are forced to kneel, the outcome is the same." At that moment, Xiaowen leaned in and whispered something into Shi's ear. Following his advice, she quickly spoke out the Xiao family's protection through marriage. Alliances is not restricted to these 10 days. This opportunity is always available. If any of you have disciples who can form bonds with Xiao clan members, your sects will naturally become affiliated with us. Hearing this, Xiao Chen thought quietly to himself, if word of this spreads, Xiao disciples will surely become the targets of countless young cultivators and talented women. It is exactly what we want, encouraging unions, expanding our descendants, and strengthening our foundation. While the matchmaking continued, a sudden shout echoed from the distance. "Make way! Make way!" A man pushed through the crowd carrying a bouquet of flowers in his hands. His eyes were locked on Xiao Chen as he called out passionately, "Roshi, my heart is devoted to you. Will you become my Dao partner?" When Zhaowen heard those words, a wave of disgust welled up inside him. He truly could not comprehend what this man was thinking. Daring to appear here and openly chase after him, she quickly interjected, her voice sharp with displeasure. "Kaluan sect, what is the meaning of this? The woman you're speaking of is the matriarch of our Xia family." The Xia family's master immediately stepped forward, bowing slightly. "Family head, please do not be angered. This was not intentional." Then she spun around, glaring at Kuing Yi. "You fool. You've shamed our entire sect at once," but Kuing Ye only smirked, his expression filled with arrogance. "Don't scold me. I know very well that Ruosi is not truly the Xia family matriarch. She was only raised by them. Both of us are unmarried. So what's wrong with me pursuing her?" His inner thoughts brimmed with conceit. "Not only am I handsome, but wealthy as well. If I succeed, the Kalan sect will also gain another great talent." That was the final straw. Xiaowen's patience snapped. Without hesitation, he unsheathed his sword, its sharp edge gleaming coldly, and swung directly at Kuing Yi. Yet before the blade could land, a barrier erupted between them. Qiujian, ancestor of the Choi family, and Shu's master had both intervened, blocking the attack. "Xiao Chen, what is the meaning of this?" "Chu," Jian demanded. "Our families agreed to be allies. Why are you drawing your sword against us?" Xiaowen's eyes blazed with contempt. "That man disgusts me. If I decide to kill him, then I will kill him." The female master of the Choi family's sect narrowed her eyes. "Are you saying you intend to sever the alliance?" Xiaowen gave no answer, only a thin smile. "The real question is, do you dare to stop me?" At that, Kuing Ye's ancestor spoke again, his tone deceptively calm. "My grandson merely voiced his feelings. Nothing more. This hardly warrants such aggression." Xiaowen nearly relented, but just as he turned away, Kuing Yi shouted once again with shameless fervor, "I am truly sincere. Please accept me. Let us become Tao partners." Shu's master snapped at him, her voice cold. "Silence. Do you mean to ruin the alliance yourself?" But Qiujian cut in quickly. "There is no great harm here. Ruosi is not truly a member of the Xia family. How can it be wrong for my grandson to pursue her? A strange glint flickered in Xiaowen's eyes. Something isn't right. Are they deliberately stirring trouble? With that suspicion in mind, he silently summoned his system to inspect the profiles of the two Choi elders. At first glance, their information was normal, but then he saw it under the identity section, a new marker, targets for discord. Marked by the Ming Shen sect, Xiaowen's frown deepened. The last time I checked, there was nothing about Ming Shen sect, so they've already defected. No wonder they're acting so strangely. Ming Shen's goal is to shatter our alliance. Very well, then I'll use their scheme against them. He turned to Lunfang beside him. Old Li, help me hold them off. Lunfang sighed, his expression annoyed. You should have said so earlier. But fine, leave them to me. Despite his words, a confident smile tugged at his lips. Shu's master, watching this unfold, felt her heart tighten. Who could have expected things to escalate this quickly? Just a few words and blades are drawn. The only one stepping forward is Ruo Sibit. Though her cultivation matches Ka Huangye's, she is merely a junior from a small clan. Her strength cannot rival the core disciples of the great sects. If this fight continues, she'll be at a disadvantage. Meanwhile, Chujan was calculating as well. If I move too openly, our intentions will be exposed. Though Ruosi isn't truly of the Xia clan, if I act without restraint, Kalen will punish us severely. Better to create a diversion. With that, he suddenly launched a weak strike toward Xiaowen. The attack looked flashy, but its power was hollow. Xiaowen leaned back slightly, effortlessly evading it. Lunfang's eyes burned with disdain. Chujan, are you so eager to die? Fine, then step into my sword realm and see for yourself. His voice grew cold. I was pretending to mediate, yet you resort to cheap tricks. Chujan only chuckled, feigning ignorance. What nonsense! You struck at me first. Lunfang's fury erupted. His sword whistled through the air, unleashing a flurry of strikes. You lying old man, it was you who attacked. Junior sister Jiang Ku, Jan called calmly to the woman beside him. This one is too arrogant. Help me put him in his place. Let's rush in and put him in his place. Someone shouted. With that, both groups charged forward, colliding in a chaotic clash. Outside the battlefield, Kuing Ye was blasted back by Zhao Chun's strike. Staggering, he looked at the woman standing before him. His expression twisted with rage, and he muttered through clenched teeth, "Damn it! This woman's strength is monstrous. Even if 20 more disciples stood by my side, we still wouldn't stand a chance." Not only was Zhao Chen struggling to keep up, but the Kunlun disciples were already breaking down under the pressure. Desperate, they cried out, "Immortal, forgive us. We admit our mistake. Please take back your divine power." The technique Zhaowen wielded was none other than the Jan Lunan divine ability. As he listened to those already struck down begging for their lives, his gaze sharpened. If Kunlun disciples surrender, so be it. But Kuing Yi must die. His death will provoke the Yin Shen sect, pushing them into their next move. Just as Zhaowen made his decision, a strange sensation rippled through his body. Alarm shot through him. He had been poisoned. A faint, familiar fragrance filled the air, and he immediately recognized its source. It was coming from the sinister flower hovering above Kawing. By now, Kawing Yi had regained his footing. Across from him, Guaoshe tried to stifle her breath, covering her nose to ward off the spreading toxin. Kawing Yi sneered with a cruel laugh. Haha, futile. Even Emperor Yunning himself fell prey to this poison. Xiaowen's eyes darkened. The soul-scattering phantom flower. A creation of the Shanming divine sect, it looks much like the dragon blood rose, but its potency is far deadlier. This one, it's a 7th grade specimen. Without the sect's antidote, it cannot be purged. With malicious delight, Kuing Yi stepped closer. Now you see resistance is meaningless. This young master advises you to stop struggling. Submit obediently. That would be the wise choice. Gura Roai's hands moved shamelessly, brushing across Xiao Chun's skin as he sneered. Let's see where you can run now. But before his touch could linger, his figure suddenly blurred, vanishing and reappearing far away. Kuing Ye froze in shock, his jaw dropping. How did you do that?" he shouted. Xiaowen only smiled inwardly. The soul-scattering phantom flower may have no cure, But the heaven and earth domain is a system-given skill. It doesn't even need spiritual energy. Seeing Kuing Ye's horrified expression, Shaoen's lips curved. This is the Shao family's Chang'e. Aren't you afraid of execution for striking here? Yet Kuing Ye showed no fear at all. He sneered. What is the Xia family? Last month, their patriarch left Shangu. He's still wandering around the South Ming coast. Even if he returns, it will be too late. Without Patriarch Xia, the Xia family is nothing. He raised his hand, preparing to unleash a divine ability. But Zhaoen moved first, dodging swiftly and darting away. Running again. Kuing Yi roared, chasing after him. Suddenly, a flurry of system notifications flashed before Zhao Chun's eyes. 7 questioning realm cultivators detected approaching. Ding. 30 integration realm experts detected approaching. Almost immediately, the sky darkened as Mingshen sect disciples descended, led by none other than their sect master. The sect master looked down and praised. Well done, Shola. In that instant, an immense formation sealed the entire Shao family city, trapping nearly 100,000 people. Shaoen's heart sank. So that's it. They sealed the city to test whether an ambush lay in wait. No reinforcements. Lechan Feng is held back, and the phantom flower's poison spreads unchecked. Only now do these wolves dare to show themselves. Seeing his allies, Kuing Yi quickly rushed forward, bowing deeply. Sect Master, please grant me this woman as a reward. The red-haired sect master cast his gaze toward Guruwai, chuckling. So, this is the Xia family's matriarch. Truly a beauty. Refining such a woman as a furnace would indeed be exquisite. But, Kuing Yi, your request is excessive. Kuing Yi paled, hurriedly bowing. Disciple has overstepped. Forgive me, but she was originally betrothed to me. I beg this sect master to grant her. The red-haired young master laughed lightly, amused by Kuing Ye's persistence. Then his expression darkened. Very well, very well. Wealth, power, beauty, these are things every cultivator desires. Since you crave her, I'll give her to you. But do you not understand your position? Shushan Galoon has allied with the Z family. To them, you are worth more dead than alive. Coming Yai's face turned ghostly white. Panic overtook him. He spun toward the heavens, crying desperately, "Save me!" But the sky remained empty save for a floating jade coffin, sealing away any hope of rescue. The sect master's cold voice echoed, "With my jade coffin suppressing you, escape is impossible." Kuing Yi collapsed, trembling, and fell to his knees. "No, please, sect master, spare me." But the red-haired man only laughed cruelly, his spear gleaming. "You begged for this prize, and now you say you don't want it." Too late, the spear thrust forward, but before it could pierce flesh, a sword intercepted it with a clang. Xiao Chen stood there, blade in hand, smirking. "What gives you the right to kill someone I've decided to kill?" The sect master narrowed his eyes. "Fool, can't you see the situation? Has cultivation rotted your brain?" Zhaoen sneered back. "No, it's you who've cultivated into stupidity. To come here and posture in my Xia family's territory." The sect master chuckled darkly. "The formation is complete. Even if the Xia ancestor returns, it won't matter. We'll slaughter everyone here. 100,000 souls enough to shatter the Xia reputation. With the Shushan Elder and 2 Gulan pinnacles on our side, your 3-family alliance will crumble. Your clan will sink back into obscurity where it belongs." Yuo, silent until now, finally spoke. "Why waste time with words? Caesar, refine her as a furnace." The deep-voiced disciple nodded and lunged forward. Zhao En didn't flinch. His sword flashed once, slicing Suing Yi cleanly apart. Ding! The host has slain a nascent soul cultivator, Chen Hongchen, reward 5,000 spirit stones. 1 5th-grade spirit fruit, 1 fruit of lust, 1 fruit of desire. The strike didn't stop, lashed out toward the deep-voiced disciple. Forcing him to dodge in shock, he stared at the gleaming weapon in Shaoen's hand. A flying sword, a spirit treasure. But that attack must have been your last bit of energy, wasn't it? Shaoen's eyes were cold. So what if it was? The sect master's expression soured. He raised 2 fingers, beginning a complex technique. A nascent soul insect that cannot be captured. Then I shall do it myself. Activate the Great Soul-Refining Formation. Streams of spiritual energy surged, converging on Xiaochun's position. But Xiaoyun's sword danced wildly, his glare locked onto Yufo's Sect Master. "Your chance is already gone," Yufu sneered. "What chance?" Before he could react, Xiaoyun unleashed a brilliant sword formation. The immortal sword's power ripped through the Mingshen Sect's formation, piercing straight into the Sect Master's body. Gasps erupted as disciples saw their leader struck down by the one they had always scorned. Xiaochun laughed coldly. "I told you. On my Xia family's soil, how dare you act so arrogant?" The deep-voiced disciple staggered back, stunned. How is this possible? Our soul-refining great formation couldn't hold him. But Yuo forced composure back, gritting his teeth. HMPH, just the Chu immortal sword formation. I was careless, nothing more. With one sword formation, do you truly think you've turned the tide? Yet, when he saw Xiaoyun's hands weaving a dark purple technique, dread seized him. His voice cracked. That's Tribulation, seeing the situation turning unfavorable. The man with a deep voice quickly leaned toward his leader and whispered urgently, "Sect Master, this strategy won't work. We should retreat at once." But Yupo's pride would never allow him to back down so easily. With disdain written all over his face, he sneered, "Retreat? From a mere sword formation? Don't make me laugh. The attack I blocked earlier held no true sword intent, just empty illusions. She's bluffing. Watch carefully, and you'll see how I, the Sect Master, shatter her little trick." Xiaoyun chuckled, her eyes cold and sharp. "Whether it turns the tide or not, I can't say. But one thing's certain, it will kill you." Yupo's expression twisted with fury. Thoughts of how she had disrupted the matchmaking gathering, ruined his plans for expanding the Xia family, and even tarnished his carefully crafted reputation. He quickly cast those thoughts aside and roared a command. A flurry of radiant swords suddenly shot through the air, all converging on Yupo, but he was not so easily defeated. After all, he was still the Sect Master of Mingshen Sect. Dark God Soul-Refining Bell. He bellowed. A colossal bell materialized, enveloping him in its protective aura. The ringing hum deflected the blades, yet the barrier could not shield his soul. One of Xiaochun's ethereal sword strikes pierced directly through the bell, tearing his robe and stabbing at the very essence of his spirit. Yupo's eyes widened in shock. This madwoman, she's truly insane. Run quickly. But Zhao En knew better. The Mingshen Sect's strength lay in cultivating their divine souls, relying on yin energy to nourish their bodies. Their soul was both weapon and weakness. Spotting Yupo's fragmented soul exposed within the bell, Zhao En smiled coldly. "Your opponent is me." With those words, he manifested a massive phantom arm that swung a devastating punch toward Xiaochun's head. But Zhao En intercepted it in time, locking the fragment into a clash of wills. His eyes narrowed as calculations raced through his mind. If that's the case, then I'll strike first. He raised his hand, commanding with icy resolve, "Immortal sword, strike, obliterate the soul." The sword intent flared, lancing straight toward Yupo's fragile spirit. Yupo frantically summoned his bell once more, his thoughts racing in panic. Not good. The barrier won't hold. If I'm cornered, I'll have no choice but to unleash everything. Just then, the jade coffin that lay nearby rattled violently before its lid burst open. From within, a twisted soul drenched in hatred emerged. Screaming with eerie fury, Xiaoen's eyes widened in recognition. A resentful corpse, one that once endured a tribulation. Could this be Yupo's trump card? Even he was briefly shaken. Yupo had gambled everything on this hidden weapon. The corpse lunged straight toward Zhao En, but before it could connect, Zhao En vanished. In the blink of an eye, he had teleported outside the Mingshen Sect's soul-refining formation. Yupo froze, his heart trembling. Impossible. She escaped my formation. My resentful corpse can't even leave the boundary. And breaking this array should take much longer. How did she, while the sect members inside scrambled in confusion? Zhao En raised her hand and declared coldly, "Great formation, mortal thunder, tribulation." Bolts of heavenly lightning descended in torrents, crashing down upon the sect's barrier and sealing every exit. The Mingshen sect disciples screamed in terror. Now Yu Po truly knew fear. His arrogance crumbled as he fell to his knees, shouting, "Stop! Please stop! Immortal lady, I yield. I admit defeat," but mercy was nowhere to be found. The thunder raged on until the formation lay in ruins. When the dust settled, Xiaowen frowned slightly. Why hasn't the system announced my reward? Her gaze shifted toward the jade coffin. The resentful corpse, though battered by lightning, remained intact. The coffin itself seemed to suppress the sword realm and absorb the heavenly strikes. Clearly, it was no ordinary spiritual treasure. "So be it," she murmured. "This battle won't end in vain after all." After the conflict, Xuan was escorted back to Mount Colonnone. He wasn't expelled from the sect, but instead bound by alliance to the Haya family. There was no need to tear apart the agreement for the sake of one Yu Po. The fake ghostly flower spirit's poison dispersed on its own within. 24 hours, 10 days later, the results of the grand gathering were astonishing. Over 600 couples had formed Tao partnerships. The SEA family's reputation soared across the continent. Its newfound power and mystery compelled countless smaller sects to submit willingly. Many disciples were eager to join, whether as official wives, concubines, or simply as followers. Status mattered little compared to the chance of being tied to the Xia family's rising star. In a matter of weeks, thousands flocked back to Bone Valley under their banner. Time flowed swiftly. A month passed in the outside world, while within the Xia family's secluded valley. 23 years of cultivation had gone by. The system's mechanical voice finally resounded. "Congratulations, the number of your grandchildren has reached 10,000. Reward, 1,000 years of cultivation and 100 million spirit stones. System authority upgraded. Clan function unlocked." Xiaowen exhaled deeply. She continued refining Juru's body, raising her cultivation steadily from integration stage to the 9th level. But at that point, she stopped. With frustration, she muttered, "This is the limit. Her technique's higher stages are unknown. Forcing a breakthrough could destroy everything." She shook her head, pushing the thought aside. The path of cultivation is like climbing to heaven itself. If the foundation is flawed, the whole journey collapses. Better to halt than risk it all. Turning her focus back, she commanded the system, "Open the opportunity function." A mystical bell appeared on the panel. Each victory allowed her to strike it once. The sound would determine her reward. She shrugged. The bell rang only once. Xiaowen frowned. "System, is there a problem with your function? Why only a single chime?" The mechanical voice replied flatly, "Perhaps, host, you did not ring it correctly." The SS flashed another notification. The opportunity bell could be rung using luck. Xiaowen frowned. He was speechless. He just tried to ring it using only physical force, without channeling any luck at all. A mechanical voice replied, calm and unbothered, "You can use cultivation power to ring the bell today. Your luck is excellent. Otherwise, there would have been no sound." Irritated, Xiaowen closed his eyes and muttered, "Are you amused by this old man's confusion? You didn't even warn me. There's no human touch at all. You have a sadistic streak." The system made no denial. Instead, it pushed another notice, the master's opportunity. 1 month from now, a white python would undergo tribulation in the southern white region. A picture of the white python appeared on the system screen. Xiaowen's expression soured. "A white python is my opportunity. That's it? The python will be injured by the thunder tribulation. Do you want me to collect its corpse?" He shook his head. "We'll see in a month." Putting the bell and the snake aside, Xiaowen began to explore the system's remaining menus. Various architectural structures appeared on the screen. Names and images floated by Xuan Mingan, Hand and Jade Spring, the clan-shaking stone tablet, the ruined heart-refining formations. All of them were grayed out. The system chimed again. For every 100 million spirit stones, one of those structures could be rebuilt. Xiaowen, who had felt a stab of regret seeing those sites disabled, immediately brightened. He grinned. "Each of these places is worth far more than 100 million spirit stones. I was worried after the explosion we'd never recover them. But if I can rebuild them with spirit stones, then it becomes possible," he sighed. "Spirit stones are expensive though. Ever since I got this system, I've felt so poor." He checked the conversion rates. Spirit stones were the core of spirit vein ores. The merchant guilds, exchange rate 1 to 100, 1 spirit crystal for every 100 spirit stones. Shaoan counted quietly. He had just acquired 100 million spirit crystals. That was enough to rebuild one structure. Decision made, he chose the clan-shaking stone tablet. This will conceal the clan's fate. Improving the clan's luck is what we need now. The system confirmed the selection and began construction. Constructing clan-shaking stone tablet in progress. Countdown, 7 days. Zhaoan called, "Bring she here. I want to make a large purchase." She was summoned promptly. As she arrived, Zhaoan cut straight to the point. The entire clan will focus on purchasing spirit crystals. Yes, Clanmaster. Then, hesitantly, she added, Clanmaster. The ancestor has been away for over a month. Should we go welcome her back? Zhaoan considered it. For the sake of future cultivation methods, he agreed they should call Zhu Rui back. She froze for a moment, then spoke again, more uneasy. There's something else. Our birth rate is dropping severely. At once, Shaoan's expression tightened. Do you know why? She explained what she had observed. Everyone in the clan is a cultivator now. There are no ordinary people left. Even with the help of twin mothers, conceiving is difficult. Shaoan's brow deepened as the problem settled in. He had been consumed with strengthening the clan, but had overlooked a vital issue. Cultivators struggled to conceive. The higher the cultivation level, the harder it was to get pregnant. The higher the spirit root, the lower the chance. Thanks to plentiful resources and the heavenly spirit Dan, the Xia family's birth rate had fallen. Although the clan now numbered over 10,000, the number of newborns and grandchildren was not even comparable to when they had 6,000 members. This is a major risk, Zhaoan thought. We should have kept some ordinary children, not let everyone cultivate, who would choose a short life that ends in decades rather than the long life cultivators have. As he mulled over this, a strange sensation prickled his senses. He suspected sabotage to the mountain defense formation. Promptly, he sent out his divine sense to sweep the area. The culprit's identity shocked him. It was Muing Qing. Zhaoan retracted his divine sense, left the room, and moved outside. He appeared behind her and demanded, Muing Qing, why are you doing this? Muing Qing turned tears on her face and answered with bitter restraint. To avenge my brother Ying, it's a pity the old ancestor isn't here. It would have been better to wait for Ming Shantong to kill him. Her grief and resolve struck Zhaoan. He had observed her decades earlier and found her ordinary, like the other daughters-in-law. He had felt at ease. He hadn't expected such a deep bond between her and Yiling, enduring all these years for the sake of vengeance. Muing Qing immediately raised her hand and cast a circular formation. In an instant, a wave of cultivators from Ming Shantong, Jinghong Palace, and Yuan Zhao materialized. Even Yupo, who had died, now stood alive. They looked down on Zhaoan and taunted. Gerhe doesn't have the formation this time. Let's see how your Xia family handles this. Zhaoan scanned the enemy ranks coldly. 13. Nent Soul cultivators from Ming Shantong, remnants of Yuan, and Jinghong Palace. Inside the Xia family, only one Nent Soul cultivator remained. Shan Hongyi, the immortal sword formation, had been sabotaged by Muing Qing. Critical parts were damaged from within. Anger flared hot in Zhaoan. He looked at the woman who had done this and cursed inwardly. Then, more people arrived on the mountain valley below. They called softly, Clanmaster Xia Chen. Zhaoan worked the numbers in his head. He had sent messages to Shu Mountain and Guran. The Xia family could field 3 fusion stage cultivators, 132 core formation stage, and 456 Nent Soul stage cultivators. If they fought, they would lose. If they fled, the Xia family's years of investment would be destroyed in an instant. The fate of the low-level clan members would be pitiful beyond imagining. After a hard moment of calculation, Zhaoan shouted, Form the formation! Episode 289 from above. The leader of Mingan Tong laughed mockingly. Ha ha ha, so you refuse to surrender. The Dark Realm Lord stepped forward and repeated the offer. Our last plan failed. I thought you were wise. Now surrender. Hand over all the Xia family members and you'll receive a position no less than mine. It's best to surrender before war breaks out. Or your people will become resentful corpses, their souls refined into vengeful spirits. That's a more pitiful end than serving us. Zhaoan studied the boasting foes. He expected decisive, immediate attack, not this leisurely posturing. Had they prepared other tricks? Were 13 Nent Soul cultivators not enough? Then he caught a familiar scent, and recognition hit him like a blade. The fragrance, the same tactic again. He snapped out of his thoughts and barked a new order. Everyone, cover your noses. They're dispersing soul-trapping flower powder. Zhaowen signaled for absolute silence as the powder from the soul-trapping flowers hung in the air. He instructed everyone not to breathe, eyes fixed on the drifting motes. Before his warning was even finished, the enemy group on the far side, having been discovered, erupted into action, ruthless and immediate. A volley of powerful weapons was hurled at them. As the missiles flew, the attacker screamed, "Go die!" Zhaowen's chest tightened. He hadn't expected them to use divine abilities so brazenly from the outset. The memory of killing Yupo once before clearly left its mark on them. Thinking fast, Zhaowen activated his Heaven on Earth altar technique and slipped out of the attack's trajectory. The strike smashed into the ground and sent debris flying. But the woman sheltered below remained unhurt. Yupo, furious and unwilling to relent, gathered his strength and focused on the Xia family's formation, attacked the barrier. He roared, and instantaneously a barrage of light-like tribulation lightning rained down, lancing toward the Xia disciples sealed within the protective formation. The Xia members did not falter, hands rose, the formation thickened, and every available elder poured reinforcement into the barrier to stop the techniques from breaching it. The defense trembled under strain, every person there straining to hold the wall intact. Zhaowen, crouched below and watching the battle tilt toward their attackers, felt worryworm into his mind. His earth technique interfered with his heaven and earth altar. Each tremor delayed his spatial moves. If the disturbances continued, he could be trapped, perhaps even killed, and the Xia family ruined. They'd been ambushed too quickly. They weren't prepared. He had only one sensible choice: escape. If things went on this way, even the remaining clan members could only pray for fate's mercy. Decision made. Zhaowen shouted and deployed the Xia family's secret realm treasure. "Get inside, now," he urged. The clan did not hesitate. They poured into the treasure's mouth like water down a drain. Upo's eyebrow arched with surprise when he saw the object activate. "A secret realm treasure," he said aloud. "The Xia family really does keep many treasures," even as he noted it. Zhaowen kept pressing the last of the clan to hurry into the refuge. Then the ambushers realized what was happening. "She's escaping, split up, and intercept them," someone barked. The entire group split, flying to cut off the fleeing Xia members. "Make her lose focus," Yupo ordered. The other attackers rallied their disciples with similar commands. "Go. Kill the Xia clan members, avenge the heaven thieves." Zhaowen ground his teeth and felt the pressure of multiple fronts. He didn't have time to split his attention, even if he used a divine technique to create clones. His cultivation at the fusion stage made facing the quasi-emperor level foes impossible. He couldn't hope to hold them all at that instant. Tan Honggu called out, "Ancestor, leave these 4 to us." Zhaowen accepted without hesitation and shot away. The Ming Shentong contingent surged to give chase, but Zhaowen's speed was too great. They couldn't close. Panic flickered through the pursuing ranks. Someone called to the Shen Valley Lord, "If you don't act now, the Xia family will get away." The Shen Valley Lord answered immediately. His soul coalesced into a vast dragon, and with a roar that shook the world, he triggered Earth Roar, a devastating innate divine ability that reshaped heaven and earth itself. Space warped. Stomach dropped. The technique sent ripples through the surrounding dimensions, making the sky seem and distort. If the Earth Roar continued, Zhaowen's spatial control would be compromised. Yupo seized his chance and charged, spear aimed like lightning. Zhaowen didn't wait to be struck. He produced the jade crown he had refined over 15 years, a crown broken into 2 heart-forged halves capable of blocking soul attacks. He prayed it would hold. If he'd been in his own body, perhaps the crown would have been enough, but he was not. He occupied Gujiroshi's form now, and the cultivation gap was brutal. Yupo's spear hammered through the jade crown as if it were mist. For a terrified heartbeat, Zhaowen stared down the flying spear tips and wondered, "Am I going to die? Can I stop this?" A figure suddenly surged between them and took the full brunt of the blow. A poem cracked the air as the figure spoke. Then, like a comet, he paid the price. It was Fang Yuan. He stepped forward and accepted the strike without flinching. As the light of the impact spilled outward, people had to cover their eyes. When it faded, Fanjuan's form shattered like glass, fragments scattering on the wind. Xiaowen stumbled forward and, touching the glittering shards, felt his heart break. Fangyuan had smiled through the deed and murmured, "Ancestor Fangyuan, I'll go ahead first." The sacrifice slammed into Xiaowen like a wound and somehow filled him with new resolve. The grief became fuel. He howled at the battlefield, "Ming Shentong, thieving heavens, Jing Hong Palace, I will destroy you all in this lifetime." The Shen Valley Lord stared, eyes wide. That heavenly insect is terrifying," he muttered, incredulous. The creature had obliterated 7 quasi-emperors without warning. He allowed himself a sliver of relief, and since the strange youth who'd intervened had vanished, the Valley Lord felt fate swing back into their hands. The Xia family is finished. We must strike while the advantage is ours. He watched the opposite side carefully. Xinhongyi, the last Xia defender, bucked and strained, barely holding on. A female cultivator in the fusion period was coughing blood, so violently she'd spat it 9 times. Upo glanced to Xiaowen and noted the last standing male cultivator seemed odd, though only at the transformation stage. His movements slipped through the elder's strikes as if he bent time itself. Even as that thought sharpened in Upo's mind, he rallied the quasi-emperors around him. "There are still 6 of us," he called. "The advantage is ours." And with that fierce certainty, the attackers surged again, intent on crushing the Xia family before any more miracles could turn the tide. Xiaowen's lungs burned as he scrambled to steady himself. Upo lunged before he could fully rise. Sword flashing, "Die," he roared. Xiaowen poured the last of his body's strength into a desperate barrier. The shield flared and held, if only for a heartbeat. Upo froze, furious. "Shen Valley Lord, finish him," he barked. Shen didn't hesitate. He unleashed a technique with a shout. Torrents of energy streamed from his hands and slammed toward Xiaowen. The blast didn't kill him. Instead, the energy folded into a shimmering cage, sealing Xiaowen inside. He stared at the enclosure, a cold thought cutting through his panic. "Great Earth imprisonment," Upo bristled. "What use is this, fool? Why didn't you kill him?" he spat. Shen answered quickly, "Urgent. Xiaowen has countless mysterious items. If we can sort them out, that could change everything." "That's meaningless," Upo snapped, contempt snapping through his voice. "I see only danger. If we don't crush the Zhao family's foundation today, when Zhao Chen returns, it will be our death knell. And that guru, she's not simple. She's more dangerous than him. She must die." With that, he seized his sword and surged toward the cage, intent on ending the prisoner. Xiaowen had hoped to counter with his divine ability, but nothing manifested. Frustration and alarm filled him. Even a heaven and earth formation was useless. Something about the earth prison was blocking him. He could only grit his teeth and prepare to withstand the attack. Blades suddenly cleaved the sky. The sword streaked down and shattered the cage in a single, brilliant strike, and at the same time, it intercepted Upo's divine assault. The technique belonged to Guru Ushi. She and Ju had returned. "Master," someone murmured at her side, "the situation at your home." "We were optimistic, weren't we?" Guru Ushi's gaze swept over the remaining sect members. Her voice was cool, indifferent. "You need not say more." Then she fixed them with a glare that left no room for bravado. "I spared you once, and yet you bully him." The troublemakers who had been bold minutes before paled. Whispers rippled. "The Destruction Emperor ancestor is here. What should we do? Fight or run?" Shen's answer was blunt. "Their sword formation is broken. This is our best chance. Risk everything." On cue, he and his 2 allies unleashed their divine abilities. A triple assault focused on Guru Ushi. Guru Ushi watched them come with calm, almost casual patience. She produced a piece of jade and began to refine it, chanting under her breath, "Only by following heaven's will." 1 generation's path, endless tales, 3 lives decided. Midway through, a spark of realization crossed her face. She'd made a mistake. She had been cultivating the wrong method. It wasn't the 3 lives lightness she should be practicing. The error split her concentration, and both Guru Ushi and Ju were struck. unable to dodge. Juwu cried out, "Chen, think of something! We must return or we're finished." Guru Ushi's voice grew strained as the tide turned. Even the Ming Shentong attackers paused, blinking in disbelief. "Is this Destruction Emperor ancestor really that weak?" they murmured to one another. "Is it a trick? The Shao family ancestor is Void Peak Realm? Would they bait us like this and then annihilate us?" Their doubts cost them a beat. When they turned their heads back, they saw something that stole their breath. Guru Ushi and Shaowen were locked in a sudden, fierce kiss. The onlookers' mouths dropped open. "What the? How did it come to this?" Someone blurted, "It wasn't the time for scandal," but shock couldn't be helped. The ancestor of the thieving heaven cult exploded in fury and unleashed his divine power. An enormous, scouring hand of fire that surged straight for Guru Ushi killed him. "How dare you use such dirty tricks?" he roared. "I'll burn you out of existence." Guru Ushi had already separated from Shaowen. She spun, furious. "Get lost," she snapped, sending a flurry of swords to parry the fiery palm. She slammed a few blades into the incoming divine force to blunt its impact. Then, turning back to Shaowen, she scolded him, exasperated but breathless. "Can't you focus? If we can't switch back, it'll be over. You were thinking of other women, weren't you? We need to try again. A proper kiss. Our minds have to connect." Before Shaowen could answer, the two pressed their foreheads together and kissed again. Up above, Yupo seethed. "They must be plotting something," he hissed. To Shen, "Separate them at once." Shen reacted instantly, wrapping his power around both and locking them into separate, shimmering cages, even caged. Guru Ushi showed little fear. Her only concern was the switch itself. She looked at Shaowen with a complex expression: guilt, apology, irritation. "I'm sorry," she said quietly. "It feels like I'm kissing my own body. Maybe the fault is on my side," Yupo sneered in disgust. This publicly performing such vulgarity, even now, enough, he leaned toward Shen, "Kill them. There's nothing valuable in this farce." Shaowen's heart thudded. If they couldn't switch back, death would be certain. Panic flared, but then, in the same instant, an idea crystallized. If both of them had used each other's bodies, there might be one way. He turned toward Guru Ushi and blurted, "Ruosi, I've used your body." She looked up, surprise flickering across her face. "My body. I've used it too," she admitted, voice thin on the edge of acceptance. It was a crude, desperate realization. But exactly because the thought burst out of both of them. The red string tied around their hands earlier by the system began to glow. Light threaded along the cord, and in that flare lay the slender, dangerous hope that might undo everything if they could pull it off. The string of fate worked swiftly, completing its purpose without hesitation. Souls were exchanged, destinies reassigned, and in the blink of an eye, both Shaowen and Roshi were restored to their rightful bodies. Zhao An let out a joyful breath, patting his chest. "To feel my own body again, it's truly wonderful." He was still basking in that comfort when a desperate voice echoed from nearby. "Damn it! Someone help me!" Guru Roai's cry shook him from his moment of relief. Snapping back to reality, Shaowen quickly shattered the cages, imprisoning them. Without wasting a second, he lifted Roshi into his arms. But the girl, newly returned to her original body, was far too weak to endure the strain. She fainted against his chest, pale and trembling. Shaowen's expression grew grim. "We only switched bodies to rescue her. Now that my cultivation has reached the peak of integration, I can hold her divine soul together, but only temporarily. Without a soul-condensing pill, she won't survive for long. 30 breaths. After 30 breaths, I won't be able to keep her soul intact." He clenched his fists. Within the Xie family's domain lay the Heaven and Earth Tao. Fueled a mysterious force that could elevate one's cultivation by an entire major realm. At first, Shaowen thought it a flaw in the world, but he later discovered it was an ability that could only be used once the Xia family dominated the region. It was one of the reasons he sought to conquer the entire southern realm. Open heaven and Earth Tao field. The surge of power roared through him. His cultivation soared in rapid succession. Integration peak, questioning peak second level, third level, and finally, transcendence. The sudden leap terrified the experts of Jinghong Palace. "What kind of monstrous technique is this?" they cried. "He reached transcendence in an instant." "Run." Even Yu Fupo felt fear gnawing at him, though pride held him in place. "If we flee now, everything we've built will collapse. The Mingshen sect will be finished." He shouted to calm the others, "Don't panic. Such techniques can't last forever." But before he finished, Shaoan struck. His sword pierced through Yu Fupo, and the man howled as his body was ruined. His last resort, his divine soul, fled in desperation. The battlefield descended into chaos. Members of the Thief Heaven sect scrambled to escape. A transcendence expert who can wield spatial techniques. He's scarier than the Xia family's grand formation. Panic swept through them. Some fell to their knees, begging for mercy. Emperor of Annihilation. "Spare us. Take our divine souls, we surrender." Shaoan's gaze was cold. "If not for Zhao Fangguan's death, I might have spared you, but now none of you will leave alive." He struck them down mercilessly, cutting through both body and soul. His mind calculated the dwindling time. 20 breaths left. Still, 5 enemies remain. Yu Fupo tried to flee in soul form, while Shen Yin burrowed into the ground in his earth dragon form. Neither tactic saved them. Shaoan dragged Yu Fupo out of hiding, his blade flashing. "Spare me, ancestor of annihilation." "The Mingshen sect admits its Sinsui will join the Xia family," Shaoan replied with ice in his voice. "From the moment you slaughtered Shao Cheng in the southern realm, your fate was sealed." He unleashed the corpse earth demon plate, ripping Yu Fupo's soul to shreds. 7 breaths left, he counted. Meanwhile, Shen Yin attempted to slip away. "If I can escape, the Xia family can have the southwest. I'll never return." But Shaoan had already found him. A blazing hand pierced his chest with ease. Snarling through the pain, Shen Yin spat, "Don't go too far. Behind me stands Jinghong Palace Transcendence. Even great era experts will crush you." Shaoan laughed dismissively. "Your Jinghong Palace and I have been mortal enemies since the start. Either you die or I do." He raised his hand for the final strike, but Shen Yin suddenly produced a strange spirit stone. With a burst of light, his body vanished completely. "What was that?" Shaoan demanded. The system's answer appeared before him. Unique transcendent starstone supreme material for cultivating spatial laws. "So that's how his divine soul could counter my spatial shuttle," Shaoan muttered. His chest ached, blood dripping down. The forced cultivation had taken its toll. "The Tao field gave me strength, but the backlash, if it had lasted any longer, my body would have collapsed." His time was almost up. 2 breaths remain. He thought just then Roshi stirred awake, her voice weak but concerned. "Shaoan, are you going to change back now?" He smiled softly. "Yes, Roshi." Her cheeks flushed red as she recalled his earlier words. You said you've used this before." "Used what?" Instead of answering, Shaoan leaned down suddenly, pressing his lips against hers. Roshi's eyes widened, her face burning. What did you do?" She gasped afterward, her voice trembling. "My whole body hurts." After returning to Jiara's body, Zhaowen received a stream of notifications from the system. Star Record Host has slain Chang Mior. Star Record Host has slain Chang Rui Emperor. Reward, Spirit Grade Weapon, Toya Longqi. Star Record Host has slain Buyer. Reward, Spirit Level Pill Furnace. Chiyunjung Star Record Host has slain Sun Shun, Emperor. Reward, 6 Desires Heart Sutra. Zhaowen scanned the list quickly, but one name was missing. His eyes darkened, and he cursed under his breath. Damn it! Yuo slipped away again. From the beginning, Zhaowen had considered Yuo his greatest enemy. The man was a cunning sect leader, always full of hidden tricks and opponent worthy of his reputation. His gaze shifted toward the jade coffin resting nearby. Zhaowen's expression turned thoughtful. Yu Fupo's ability, Netherworld Coffin Rebirth, had always been troublesome. But the fact that he had managed to resurrect himself twice was unexpected. Perhaps he could even come back again. If Zhaowen didn't have pressing matters at hand, he would have marched straight to Mingshenik. By now that place, Wainingsha, was known for its ancient stone bridge. Only the descendants of Xia Chen who successfully crossed the bridge could prove their loyalty to the clan. Thinking of this, Zhaowen frowned slightly. The matter of the Xia family's daughters-in-law gave him a headache. For generations, the Shia family valued quantity in wives and concubines over quality. Though he wished to improve the overall standing of the clan's women, the family still demanded endless children. Love, loyalty, and politics became hopelessly entangled. The Shia family's sons-in-law alone numbered more than 50,000, most of them lured in by wealth, cultivation techniques, and clan resources. Yet in truth, only those who crossed the Weinan Bridge truly mattered. Mingqing's scandal had sounded an alarm bell in Xiaowen's mind. The clan could not afford to be careless. Fortunately, for the past 15 days, Shirshi had managed the Xia family quite well. With a wave of his hand, Xiaowen decided to leave this troublesome matter to him. He quickly summoned Ai to the study. As soon as his grandson entered, he bowed deeply in respect. Xiaowen studied him quietly. The young man had already stepped into the Golden Core realm, and his calm, dignified bearing showed steady cultivation. Ai reported the clan's situation in detail. This time, 270 of our Xia family members perished, and 52 were severely injured. Xiaowen remained silent for a long moment. His thoughts weighed heavily. The sudden battle that erupted in the Xia family's valley had caught him completely off guard. Most of the casualties were ordinary descendants with weak cultivation. The aftermath of the peak battle had been beyond their ability to endure. The seriously injured, though, at the Golden Core realm, still faced the grim truth without the aid of heavenly treasures. Lost limbs were nearly impossible to regenerate. Finally, Xiaowen gave his command. Follow the clan's regulations. Double the compensation. Once that was settled, he moved to the greater issue, the Wanqing Ku Jo, after listening. I quickly responded, Ancestor. I've heard that in the past. When our family was based in Xia Family City, the clan was divided into inner and outer courts. Why not restore that tradition? Only members who can cross the Wanxin Kaka may enter the inner court. The choice to attempt it, however, should remain theirs. Xiaowen's eyes lit up with approval. Excellent idea. He handed Ai a book. This upper volume of the Six Desires Heart Sutra, I entrust it to you. Ai flipped through a few pages and his eyes widened with delight. Ancestor, this is a true treasure. It's exactly what our clan has been missing. Xiaowen nodded. The sutra, a hereditary scripture of the ancient Hua Holy Land, was divided into two parts. The upper volume focused on dual cultivation, directly addressing one's essence, while the lower volume contained supplementary techniques. He had chosen to pass on only the upper volume. The Xia clan had long been obsessed with gathering dual cultivation methods, but most were crude and unreliable. Not a single one could be openly upheld. This sutra, however, was of the highest quality, even carrying methods to increase the chances of conception. With his instructions complete, Xiaowen urged, rebuild the valley at once. We cannot linger here. Ai bowed deeply. Yes, Ancestor. Outside the Xia family's valley, two old figures appeared, Nangang Lin and Zheng Sheng. After leaving the Holy Land, the pair had traveled together to seek refuge. Seeing the soul projection of Xia Chen before them, they laughed loudly. Old Xia, we've come to throw ourselves at your mercy. Won't you accept two homeless outcasts? Xiaowen did not turn them away. Come in. Yet inwardly he sighed. If only these two had arrived sooner, the Xia family might not have suffered so greatly. As they stepped past the ruined gates, Nangang Lin couldn't resist teasing. Ha ha ha, old Xia, did your clan get wiped out? This place looks miserable. Humiliation burned in Xiaowen's chest. His face darkened, and he snapped, if you can't speak properly, then shut your mouths. For the two old men quickly changed their tone. Nangang Lin bowed deeply. We came sincerely to join your Xia family as guests. Zheng Sheng added, Old Xia, aren't you surprised? Xiaowen crossed his arms and smirked like a host, testing his guests. Fine, I'll accept you both. The two men immediately clasped their hands in salute. Ancestor, we pay our respects. But shouldn't a proper ancestor prepare a welcoming gift? Xiaowen's smile vanished instantly. His voice turned sharp. Do you not see the state of my mountain gate? And you still dare ask for a gift? Where is your conscience? Seeing his fury, the two laughed awkwardly and quickly backtracked. No need for anger, no need for gifts. Our bond isn't so fragile, right? Though he seemed unconvinced, Zhao deliberately teased them. Coincidentally, I've just refined some new pills. Why don't you try them? Both old men froze, terror flashing across their faces. The memory of being tested with dangerous pills before still haunted them. They waved their hands frantically. Old Xia, you can't. We're Tribulation crossing cultivators. Powerhouses at this stage can't be toyed with like that. Seeing them panic, Zhao chuckled inwardly, finally satisfied. But he wasn't joking entirely. He reached into his sleeve and pulled out a pill furnace gleaming with spiritual light. The two alchemists' eyes went wide. They stared, unable to contain their awe. The furnace shimmered with drifting white clouds, its flames fueled by celestial fire. This craftsmanship, they whispered in unison. Such a furnace could even ascend someday. They exchanged a quick glance, their thoughts aligning. Then, with forced cheer, they turned back to Zhao. Ancestor, surely you mean to gift this pill furnace to us? They had been hopeful, but Xiaohong's next words left them a little disappointed. This pill furnace, he explained, isn't for you to keep. You too may rent it, use it for refining pills, and in return, I'll take just one pill as payment. Though Nangonglin and Shang exchanged a glance at the condition, they weren't too disheartened. With a smile, they nodded eagerly. All right, all right. Xiaohan's eyes glinted as he continued. And while you're at it, teach me and Lingxi the art of pill refinement. The thought alone made his heart race, with two ninth-grade alchemists by his side. The dangerous task of refining soul-condensing pills no longer needed to rest on his shoulders alone. A month slipped by quickly, leaving the great hall of the Xia family's mountain valley. The two alchemists, Zhang Shang and Nangonglin, stood proudly before Xiao Chen. Since receiving the furnace from him, they had worked diligently. Today, they laid their results on the table. For soul-condensing pills, they announced. Xiao Chen's eyes widened. Pills he had once risked his very life attempting to refine now lay before him for perfect specimens. His face lit up with joy. This is incredible. Finally, I can return without hesitation, without wasting a moment. He rushed to find Ji Roshi and requested the switch of their bodies. The moment they completed the exchange, Roshi felt the surge within her. She turned with calm determination. I feel I'm on the verge of a breakthrough. I must go into seclusion to prepare. With that, she left swiftly. Meanwhile, outside the Xia family's valley, several figures arrived: Lekinfeng, Shenhong, and others. They gazed at the peaceful scene in astonishment. Li Qianfang laughed dryly as he entered. Old Xia, you really are ruthless. You called us here for support, yet it seems you've already handled everything yourself. Zhao Chen smiled faintly. Old Li, you've come at the perfect time. There are still many opportunities ahead. His eyes shifted toward the group, and he suggested, now that our three families are united, and the Mingshen sect has suffered a crushing defeat, why not strike while the iron is hot? Should we launch an attack? But Li Chunfeng's expression dimmed. What's the point? From what I know of Mingshen's leader, he must have fled already. As if to confirm his words, a disciple rushed in to report. Ancestor, the Mingshen sect has sent people to surrender. The western branch of Jinghong Palace has done the same. Many other sects are sending letters, requesting audience. Xiao Chen let out a weary sigh. So, power and ambition can be discarded at will. Mingshen sect such a mighty name, and they simply abandon it like this. Li Chunfang folded his arms, speaking with quiet certainty. Their entire strength depended on one man at the peak. If he doesn't lead them away, he's waiting for us to crush them. Still, wiping them out completely won't be easy. Zhao disagreed, frowning. That's easy for you to say, but annihilation is no simple matter. Li Chunfang replied calmly. Only a few lesser sects remain in the western region. Perhaps they'll stir, but they pose no real threat. As for Yupo, if he escapes, his options are limited. He can't survive in the forbidden immortal realms, so the northern region is his only path. There, he'll either fight for territory or join another elite faction. Either way, he won't return anytime soon. By the time he does, the Xia family will have risen too far for him to reclaim anything. Xiaowen fell silent, then asked carefully, I wish to rebuild. What do you think, old Li? Li Chunfeng raised an eyebrow, surprised. I suspected the Xia family might one day attempt to found a holy land, but I thought that would be 1,000 years from now. Not today. He shook his head and gave his honest judgment. First, your disciples are too few and your prestige too low. Second, your heritage hasn't spread widely enough among humanity. A holy land is not something you declare into existence. It is a force recognized across the world, acknowledged by the great holy lands themselves. Such recognition is earned only through strength and achievements won on the battlefield. The Shia family has never taken part in an external war. Without that, talk of founding a holy land is empty. The potential is there, but now is not the time. Shaoen's face tightened with unease at the practical truth. The southern region is barren, its people poor. No one wants to invest energy there. The western region was nominally under the jurisdiction of the Western Holy Land. But due to its weakness, no one truly governed it. Because of this, Jinghong Palace was able to take root there, spreading its influence unchecked. Shaoen broke the silence and said, "As long as we establish a properly recognized Holy Land, Jinghong Palace will no longer be able to treat us with contempt as they did before. And with the southern region soon falling under our control, building our foundation here is the first step toward qualifying as a legitimate Holy Land." Lun Fang finally grasped the broader picture. Opening a Holy Land in the southern region won't clash with the interests of the older, long-established Holy Lands. Once you meet the requirements of a standard Holy Land, Jinghong Palace will no longer be able to freely plunder the talents and wealth of this region. For years, your Shia family's holdings have suffered at their hands. Old Li, who had been listening quietly, spoke up. "I understand your point, but it's not as simple as declaring a holy land into existence. The standards required are extremely high, and right now, your Shia family doesn't have the strength to meet them." Xiao Chen, acknowledging this truth, leaned forward and said earnestly, "That's exactly why I'm telling you all this. Old Li, will you help us?" Lun Fang neither agreed nor refused, replying only with, "My feelings are complicated." "Give me time," Shaoen thought for a moment, before continuing. "Holy lands dominate this world because they control most of its resources, yet nothing is anew. Holy lands emerge through contribution and merit in the outer realm battlefields. To even qualify as a standard Holy Land, a force must have at least 3 experts at the Tribulation stage, since only they can participate in the battles outside. Once recognized, a Holy Land gains protection under the universal rules, the same rules created and enforced by the Holy Lands themselves." His tone grew more confident as he added, "With the sudden addition of 2 Tribulation experts to our side, our chances have soared. Lun Fang has already reached the peak of the Void Fixation realm. Once he breaks through to the Tribulation stage, will hold the minimum qualification to apply for recognition." While Xiao Chen considered this, Lun Fang spoke up in a measured voice. "Old Shia, it's not that I'm unwilling to help, but don't forget I am still the master of a sect. Breaking through to the Tribulation stage isn't something that can be taken lightly." Shaoen's eyes sharpened. "Old Li, don't think I don't know. You've been suppressing your cultivation all this time. You even tried to hand the burden of heavenly tribulation to me because you feared that once you advanced, the local Holy Land would immediately summon you away to the battlefield. But if I establish a Holy Land here, you can safely break through without being forced to depart. You won't have to rush to your doom." Lun Fang's heart wavered at these words. Though he still didn't give his answer, he finally admitted, "I'll think it over carefully. For now, I'll remain in the Shia family's valley." During this period, Mingshen Sect and Jinghong Palace both withdrew in secret, creating the perfect opportunity for development. The resources they left behind were divided between Xiao Chen and Lun Fang, while the newly claimed territory was entrusted entirely to Lun Fang's care. The Shia family, despite contributing little, suddenly found themselves in possession of vast new lands. Yet the southern region alone was already difficult to manage, and the western territories would only stretch their power thinner. 10 years later, in the Shia family's valley, a scarlet figure soared into the sky as thunderclouds gathered. The heavenly tribulation descended, only to be overcome. The breakthrough was a success. 2 years after that, Shaolin and Shaolin Shui both attempted their tribulations, further strengthening the family. By then, the Shia family's thunder tribulation method had matured, propelling them to the forefront of cultivation. In the same year, The Shao family's hidden influence spread silently across the southern region. 279 countries fell under their shadowy control. Zhao Huo, along with the 7 knights and other trusted allies, returned to the Xia family's valley. From that day onward, Zhao Chen resumed cultivating the Hongmang purple key scripture with renewed vigor. One morning, at the White Marshlands of the southern region, Shaowen, Juwen, Shaoing left the valley together, riding their swords across the skies. Thursday, puzzled by their sudden journey, looked at the ancestor and asked, "Ancestor Shen, what exactly are we looking for here in the White Marshlands?" Xian smiled faintly and replied, "Opportunity." With that single word, the 3 descended. Near a cliff, their eyes fixed ahead as they observed what lay before them. Ru Shaowen reflected silently. By all logic, he should never have brought Ru along. Yet, within the system's opportunity functions, he had seen her appear again, this time marked as a shocking 6-star opportunity. That rating was higher than anything he had ever encountered since unlocking the system. Even Outer Realm intelligence had never exceeded 5 stars. He remembered the information panel from that day. Name: Chiras, Human Aptitude, Heavenly Spirit Cultivation. Method 9, Transformations of Kunpeng Yin, Spirit Refinement. Mingshen Jai, Technique. 6, Desires of the Heart Cultivation Level, Fusion Realm. 8th, Layer Special Identity. Ancestor of the Xia Family Constitution, Ling Miao. Body recalling this made Shaowen curious. On the surface, she appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary, naturally born female cultivator. Yet the system had marked her with such importance. Just how powerful is this opportunity system? He wondered. Not today. He intended to find out. After all, the white snake had been the first opportunity ever revealed to him. Snapping out of his thoughts, Shaowen signaled to his companions, "It's just ahead. Yield your auras and follow me." The 3 moved quickly, suppressing their presence as they approached. Before long, they spotted a massive white snake coiled beneath the heavens, preparing to endure its thunder tribulation. Shaowen frowned. Something was wrong. With its bloodline and demonic power, this tribulation should have been trivial. Yet, the beast appeared grievously injured, just as the system's vision had shown. As he pondered this, a figure suddenly emerged, an elder named Funan from the Funti Holy Land. He smiled coldly at the snake. "About to transcend, are you? How about becoming my spirit beast instead?" The white snake flicked its tongue disdainfully and slithered away, clearly unwilling. Angered, Funan's face darkened. "You ungrateful creature. You don't know what's good for you." Watching the scene, Shaowen understood. So that's it. The white snake must endure tribulation while also fending off this elder. No wonder it appeared so weak in the vision. Better to die beneath heaven's thunder than submit as someone's slave. Knowing this was a rare chance, Shaowen acted. He manifested a gleaming armor techniquing. Dunankayand cast it over the snake's body. The beast froze in surprise, realizing it had been given protection. With renewed confidence, it turned skyward and split a silver thunder ring in 2. Funan's eyes narrowed as he noticed Shaowen's group. Who dares spoil this master's good fortune? Seeing their cultivation, his contempt only grew. 2 in the Void Realm and 1 in the Fusion Realm dare to meddle with me. Without further warning, he unleashed a devastating divine technique. Shaowen recognized it immediately. The Heavenly Divine Light, a signature ability of the Funti Holy Land. So it's true, this confrontation was inevitable. Better to face it now than later. Raising his fingers to his lips, Shaowen invoked the Heaven-Opening Seal. A radiant force clashed against Funan's technique, sending shockwaves across the battlefield. Funan staggered slightly, shocked. A mere Void Realm cultivator can withstand my divine ability. This one is no ordinary figure. He withdrew his hand and sneered. Who are you? Do you know who I am? I am the Tribulation Elder of the Funti Holy Land. Step aside now, and I will forgive your offense. Shaowen, however, knew his limits. He did not press further. Even with all 3 of us, defeating a Tribulation Elder is uncertain. That realm is a vast chasm above ours. Above them, thunderclouds roared. The white snake endured strike after strike, its scales splitting, golden blood spraying through the sky. Lingo gasped. It can't last much longer. Shaowen shook his head. No, you're wrong. It has already succeeded. Startled, Lingo turned to him. Succeeded? It's being torn apart, Shaoan explained calmly. For snakes, tribulation means shedding their old skin. Once it breaks free, it begins anew. That is its success. As they spoke, Fennen's figure darted closer to the snake. Alarmed, Lingo shouted, Master, if it has already succeeded, we can't let that man interfere. Shaoan laughed lightly. Oh, little Lingo, aren't you afraid of opposing the mighty Funty Holy Land? She shot him an indignant look. At a time like this, you still mock me? I don't care who he is, I just don't like him. Satisfied with her answer, Shaoan soared upward into the storm. Good, that is how one of the Shia family should act, decisive and fearless. High within the clouds, the white snake struggled to continue its tribulation when Funen blocked its path. This is your final chance. Submit or perish. But before he could strike, Shaoan appeared. He sneered coldly, taking advantage. Of another's tribulation, how disgraceful for someone who calls himself noble. Funan's face twisted with fury. Fool, earlier I spared you because your cultivation was rare, yet you still dare to meddle. Do you intend to court death? Xiaoling didn't wait for her master to respond. She spoke out sharply on his behalf. Whether we're easy to bully or not doesn't matter. What we cannot stand is your shameless behavior. Her words, though calmly delivered, clearly irritated Funen. He masked it with a self-righteous air, straightening his posture before replying. A beast undergoing tribulation should be in the northern region, yet it has come south to conceal itself. That alone proves its deceitful nature. Today I happen to encounter it, and subduing it is both justified and righteous. Do you still intend to stand in my way? Shaoan's eyes narrowed. He would not let Funan's words pass unchallenged. The south region is wild, and free it has never belonged to your holy land. Elder Funan, your reasoning is absurd. Funan's expression darkened, though his tone remained lofty. This master is a dignified tribulation elder of the Fenty Holy Land. Must I really concern myself with the opinions of juniors? The three, standing against him, exchanged subtle glances of disdain. Seeing their reactions, Funen sneered and pressed further. Fine, fine. Who are you? No matter. Once the war, Pearl, of our Fenty Holy Land arrives, your sect will be utterly destroyed. Shaoan gave a scornful laugh. He wanted to retort, but his gaze fell on the white snake nearby. His thoughts shifted. If it's a fight they want, then let's fight. Funen, too, grew contemplative. Watching the white python slowly recover, he felt urgency gnaw at him. If this drags on, the best chance will slip away. Normally, I'd avoid clashing with such a prodigy as Zhao Chen, but with the Fenty Holy Land in dire straits, the spirit beast undergoing tribulation could become an invaluable asset. Is it worth offending him for this creature? Shaoan knew nothing of Funen's hesitation. His aura surged, power radiating outward as he readied for combat. The sight made Funen's eyes widen in surprise. The power of a tribulation spirit prodigy? You've already reached that stage. You must be a holy son or, perhaps, a core disciple of a great holy land. Shaoan spoke coldly. What will it take for you to leave this white python alone? Instead of answering, Funan's form blurred into countless shadows. Shaoan immediately recognized his intent. This elder had no intention of backing down. Splitting his own figure into illusions, Shaoan prepared himself. He's not attacking me directly. He wants to bypass me and strike at the snake. Funen indeed tried to slip past with cunning trickery, employing a hidden divine art. But the moment he lunged toward the white snake, Shaoan was already there. Blocking the path, Funan clicked his tongue and shouted in feigned accusation, as if he were the one wronged. In truth, he dared not strike Shaoan head-on. Killing a prodigy like this would invite endless calamity. His true goal remained the beast. The white python, watching all of this, fell into despair. Once a tribulation elder has set eyes on me, I cannot escape slavery. But he hesitates against this young cultivator. Perhaps with sudden resolve, the snake darted behind Xiao Chen and pressed its forehead against his hand, imprinting its mark upon him. You vile beast! You've chosen him for your spirit contract. The white snake flicked its tongue mockingly. Either way, I would be enslaved. But he is 100,000 times better than you. Besides, he did not force me. In that moment, Shawan's system chimed. Notification. Azure Cloud Whitesnake seeks a contract with host. Accept reward. Multi-level primordial transformation, refuse reward. Azure Cloud Snake Soup, Recipixioan, frowned. System, I suspect you're trying to impose morality on me. A mechanical voice immediately denied it. I am not. Truly, I am not. He ignored the protest and asked the practical question. What use is a snake soup recipe? The system remained vague. You can try and see, Shawan snorted with amusement. This snake is far too large to fit in a single pot. Without further hesitation, he extended his hand. I accept. A brilliant light flared as the contract was sealed. The white python became his spirit beast. Fanon stared in shock, recognition dawning. You are ancestor Shia of the Shia family. Shawan nodded calmly. It is I. Fanon's astonishment quickly curdled into disdain. So it's only you. I thought you were a Holy Land prodigy. Very well, wait until the Phoenix Holy Land comes. They will settle this score. With that, he transformed into a streak of light and fled. Shawan watched him vanish and sighed with regret. A pity I couldn't keep him here. The Phoenix Holy Land will come sooner or later. There's no turning back now. His gaze fell to the white snake lying at his feet. Since you are my contracted beast, I must protect you. A month passed by then. The white snake had completed its tribulation. Shawan handed it a pill. This is a primordial transformation pill. Swallow it. The snake obeyed, and light enveloped its form. To everyone's astonishment, it transformed into a stunning young woman. Lingay rushed forward, circling her in disbelief, before pouting dramatically. Ancestor, this isn't fair. Do you have more of those pills? Sister Muyun's chest is so much bigger than mine. Ju came over to help dress Muyun in proper clothes, then hooked an arm around her shoulder. With a teasing smile, she asked, Shawan, Master, should we tell Mistress about this? Instead of answering, Shawan tossed her a golden bracelet. J.I., you caught it? Eyes curving into crescents as she grinned. Understood, Master. Looking at the scene before him, Shawan thought the fateful encounter just now had been with a tribulation stage spirit beast. It was a pity the speed of establishing fate followed the world's timeline otherwise. After a few years cultivating in the Shia family's mountain valley, the fate system would have been clamoring. Shaking off the thought, Shia-chan asked the newly transformed white snake, You're not used to human form yet. Then stay on my neck or in my sleeve. Muan didn't refuse. She quickly shrank into a small snake and coiled around her master's neck. When everything was settled, Shawan spoke. Let's go. We're returning to the Shia family. At the city outskirts, Shawan found it strange. There wasn't a single person in sight. The streets were unnaturally desolate. Something had happened. Why are there no people on the streets? Shawan said, frowning. This isn't right. It's extremely unusual. Let's return to the mountain valley. At that moment, a rather strange ship entered Shia clan territory and docked inside the mountain valley. A group disembarked and stood facing the Shia family disciples. One of them, seeing the three figures, recognized Shawan's return and hurried forward. If the Shia family's ancestor has arrived, then let's begin the negotiations, he announced. Shawan scoffed. Negotiate what? The man from the Phoenix Holy Land did not hide his confidence. The Phoenix Holy Land's strength is formidable. We ignored the western regions for 1,000 years, yet upon arrival, you shake up my Shia clan. The Holy Land is impressive. The man was a Phoenix Holy Son. He wasted no time. Shia family, you destroyed our arrangements in the western regions. I have come to demand compensation. Second, you seized a spirit beast belonging to the Phoenix Holy Land. That requires an explanation. Third, over 100 years you've developed the Shia clan to this extent. The ancestor himself shows exceptional talent. The Phoenix Holy Land sincerely invites the Shia ancestor to join us. Before Shawan could reply, Zhang Sheng stepped forward to speak for him. In the eyes of the Holy Land, the Shia family is nothing more than a debtor. Why be so roundabout? The Phoenix Holy Son laughed. Ha ha, a dignified 9th rank alchemist lowering herself to this small family. This Holy Son truly can't understand. Jiang Shang, Nangong Lin. You're willing to protect the Shia family. Our Phoenix Holy Land acknowledges that sentiment, but the Xia ancestor ruined our arrangements and seized our spirit beast. That's simply unfair. We want two things. 1. The Xia family patriarch must join Phoenix West. 2. His maid, this maid's furnace vessel body, must be offered to the Holy Lord of Phoenix West. As the Phoenix Holy Sun spoke, Xiaowen fell silent. He glanced toward Ru and inwardly considered the situation. So this is what the rumor meant. Phoenix West had come with a grand display to resolve their troubles. Word had it the Holy Lord of Phoenix West faced imminent disaster and was blindly seeking a breakthrough. Using a furnace vessel body for dual cultivation was a desperate but effective method. Phoenix West had thought this through. They didn't need to lie. If they had wanted to take everything, they could have acted directly instead. They aimed high and settled low by demanding the Xia ancestor join the Holy Land as clan patriarch. Xiaowen thought, of course, other families might rush to join, but he absolutely would not. After a pause, Ru suddenly knelt and pleaded, "Master, return my soul to me. I'm willing to face this calamity for the Xia family." The Phoenix Holy Sun immediately objected. "Calamity? No, this is a blessing for the Xia family. If the Holy Lord and fellow cultivators accompany you, no one in these two southwestern regions would dare provoke the Xia family." Xiaowen heard the claim but said nothing. He reached for Ru, thinking to himself, 6 hours of opportunity. Who knows if the Phoenix West people can receive it by sunset? Glancing as the ship left Xia family territory, Xiaowen turned and walked away. As he left, he shouted over his shoulder, still too weak, "You must give birth for me, no matter what." Xiaowen's mind raced. If it weren't for the two 9th-rank alchemists and their background in Qingyan Holy Land, today might have been a clan-destroying disaster. The Phoenix West Holy Land had been contemptuous. There would be a day when the Xia clan's flying swords would fill Phoenix West. At that very moment, the system chimed with a sudden alert. Genetic inspection complete. A non-human bloodline has been detected among your descendants. Reward: Spirit Connecting Immortal. Xiaowen's eyes lit up as he finished reading the notification. A hearty laugh escaped him. Which bold child managed that, I wonder? He asked with a curious grin. In response, the system instantly brought up a new information panel. At the bottom, fresh text appeared. Xiao, your grandchild, during cultivation of a secret technique, encountered an extraordinary opportunity aligned with the 7-colored heaven-devouring python. Result: the 7-colored python has become pregnant. Xiaowen chuckled deeply after reading this. So, it was you, Huo, my grandson, he said, half amused, half proud. Then, with a faint sigh, he continued. Ever since the Xiao clan's birth rate began declining, I've suspected that pure human bloodlines alone wouldn't be enough. I've often thought of combining our lineage with that of the demon races, but those thoughts never left the realm of theory. And yet, fate seems to have made the choice for us. He leaned back, musing aloud. We don't need to force our descendants into such unions, but sometimes the wheels of fate push harder than any plan. A small smile formed as his mind turned to Huo, the first in the Xiao family, blessed with spirit roots, and the only one so far to surpass the inhuman realm. Looking again at the reward the system had bestowed, Xiaowen murmured thoughtfully, "This will grant me 2 spirit apertures when I enter the tribulation stage. When that time comes, I'll have 2 paths to overcome the heavenly trials. Even the later tribulation stages will hold no fear for me." Through the illusionary screen, Xiaowen observed Huo's movements and pondered, he's somewhere between the southern and eastern regions, right where the 2 great territories meet. That place blocks all ordinary communication between them. I wonder how long he's been traveling. His thoughts drifted to another grandchild. And what of Xiaomi? He quickly opened Xiaomi's information panel. Instantly, new text appeared at the bottom. Your descendant, Xiaomi, has infiltrated Jinghong headquarters. Under the alias Fu, currently holds the identity of a guardian and is involved in the plan to accelerate the ripening of Jinghong Palace's fruit. Xiaowen's expression darkened slightly. Promoting the ripening of that fruit, that's no small task. If communication between the 2 regions is this difficult, it can only mean one thing: someone's plotting against the southern region. A few days later, in the Xiao clan's ancestral hall, Xiaowen sat calmly at the center of the room. "System," he said, voice steady but expectant. "It's time to activate the opportunity function again. After all this time, you should know what I want." "Give me something worthwhile," a soft tone replied, echoing in his mind. "Keep your intent focused, and the voice will guide you. The opportunity will follow." As soon as the words faded, a brilliant light descended from above. The system's interface flashed, and the sound of a distant bell echoed through the hall. Xiaowen straightened immediately. So, it's the first time the clan's construction is being reforged, the clan shaking stone tablet. He could feel the energy within the hall shift. With that tablet, our clan's fortune can finally condense. Whenever it resonates, the opportunity bell won't ring fewer than 3 times. But every time it rings, it consumes our fortune. A single month's accumulation can sustain, at most, 6 rings. He smiled faintly. "I've experimented enough to understand it now. The number of times the opportunity bell rings corresponds to both my cultivation level and the magnitude of the chance ahead. 3 rings mean ordinary luck. 4 or 5 mean a true blessing." He gazed at the bell symbol flashing on the system screen and murmured, "The system won't deceive me. If it ever revealed an opportunity beyond what our clan could handle, it wouldn't be fortune, it would be calamity." After a moment of calculation, he nodded. 5 rings this time. Not bad at all. That's true good fortune. 10 days later, word reached Xiaowen. Something significant had occurred in the Holy Demon training grounds, one of the forbidden lands of the immortal remnants in the western region. Upon hearing it, Xiaowen smiled knowingly. "As expected," he said softly. "The system does understand me, after all." The holy ground of Tao, known as a 10th grade spirit vein, was no ordinary treasure. It was the foundation upon which Mahayana cultivators could truly thrive. Without such a vein, no sect could ever hope to establish a genuine holy land. The Zhao family understood this better than anyone. If they wished to build a sacred sanctuary of their own, obtaining this spirit vein was absolutely essential. Zhouen's eyes gleamed with determination as he spoke, breaking the silence among the gathered cultivators. A 9th grade spirit vein won't be enough. That's merely the minimum requirement to form a holy land. Even the Phoenix West Holy Land, one of the greatest in the southern region, only has 9th grade veins. The south is impoverished. Search every mountain, turn over every valley, and you won't find a spirit vein higher than 6th grade. But this is an opportunity, a 10th grade vein. Even if it lies deep within the immortal remnant's forbidden zone, I must go. His words stirred the group. Lechon Fang, Zhangsheng, and Nangang Lin exchanged glances before Zhangsheng and Nangang Lin stepped forward, almost simultaneously. "Ancestor, we wish to go as well." Zhao En turned to them, his tone calm but firm. "The Shao family valley still needs someone in the Tribulation realm to protect it. You to guess who's staying." Zhangsheng smirked and nudged his friend. "Huh, looks like you're on house duty this time." Nangang Lin's face twisted with frustration, but he could only sigh and stay behind as the others set out. Before long, the expedition arrived at the outskirts of the demon training ground. The landscape was bleak and lifeless Sasian rocks, gnarled trees, and a suffocating stillness hung in the air. Le Chunfang frowned, casting a wary glance around. "Old brother Xiao, are you certain a spirit vein exists here?" Xiaowen didn't answer directly. Instead, he pressed forward in silence. Seeing him go, Le Chunfang quickly reached out. "Wait, this is the immortal remnant's forbidden area we're talking about. It's dangerous beyond measure. Without absolute proof, we'd be better off turning back." But Chao En only smiled faintly. "Aside from the spirit stones, from the half-born spirit star, everything else we find will be yours." The effect was immediate. Le Chunfang's hesitation evaporated. He straightened up and barked, "Ode Xiao, what are you dawdling for? Let's go early and early out." Zhangsheng chuckled. "I've never seen a cultivator switch faces faster. Greedy as ever, old La." With that, the group advanced deeper into the forbidden area. The further they went, the heavier the air became, and the jagged ravines below seemed to pulse with demonic energy. Zhao En could feel an unsettling agitation growing within him. Sensing this, "Clear mind elixirs," he said. "They'll suppress the demonic influence temporarily." They each drank. Still, Xiaowen could feel the corruption gnawing at the edges of his thoughts. "The deeper we go," he murmured, "the more greed and bloodlust awaken within the mind. The pill's effect barely lasts half an hour. Truly, this place lives up to its reputation." Thankfully, Zhengsheng had brought plenty more. Xiaowen swallowed another and pressed forward. Suddenly, the familiar voice of his system echoed within his mind. "Warning, Tribulation realm power detected. Host is advised to prepare for combat." His instincts screamed a moment before the ground shook. A blast of divine energy shot toward them. "Be careful," Xiaowen shouted as everyone scattered. The attack narrowly missed them. Carving a deep scar into the earth, out from the shadows stepped a lone figure, his aura turbulent, his eyes blazing. Without a word, he raised his blade and unleashed another volley of divine strikes. This isn't ordinary killing intent. No, it's the fallen intent law. That's Du Yun's fallen wind elder, Du Feng Genron. So he survived, Xiaowen muttered, summoning his spiritual energy. He leaped forward, intercepting one of the incoming strikes with his own technique. "Old La," he called out amid the clash. "Should we show mercy?" Li Chunfeng's expression darkened. "No need. I barely know him. He was a figure from 1,000 years ago." Rumor had it that Du Feng fled the Outer Realm battlefields to seek a breakthrough here in the Forbidden Land, and it seems he succeeded, though at a cost. Before he could say more, Lingdi approached, curiosity glinting in her eyes. "Old La, don't tell me you plan to break through here too." Li Chunfeng glared at her. "Break through here? Are you insane? Look at him, neither man nor ghost. That's what this cursed place does to you." With a sharp gesture, he summoned a formation. Sword Realm. Dozens of spectral swords materialized, surrounding Du Feng in a deadly circle. Old Xiao Li Chunfeng shouted, "I'll restrain him. You finish it quickly. And remember, the spirit stones are mine." Xiaowen smirked, his aura flaring like a storm. "Fine by me." With that, he surged forward, determined to end the battle in one decisive strike. After a violent gust of wind and a swirl of dust settled, the mechanical voice echoed once again. "Trial Master has slain Du Feng. Reward, Array Formation, Level 6. Xiaowen glanced at the newly issued reward, his brows knitting slightly. Another obscure manual, incomprehensible as ever. After so many years of cultivation, he still couldn't quite understand what path the system wanted him to follow. With a faint sigh, he pushed the thought aside. "Let's move on," he ordered calmly. The group continued forward through the barren land. As they flew, Sun Fang grumbled, "This dust. Every breath feels like being struck head-on by a fusion realm powerhouse." Zhengsheng nodded grimly. "No wonder this place is called the Demon Refining Realm. In conditions like these, even creatures below the Questioning Peak realm couldn't survive." Just then, Xiaowen's expression changed. A faint hum brushed past his ear, something invisible sliced through the air. A single strand of his hair drifted down, cleanly cut. "Stop," he said sharply. The others halted, confusion flickering in their eyes. Lingyu tilted her head, curiosity lighting her face. "Patriarch? What's wrong?" Xiaowen held up the severed strand of hair for them to see. Something strange lies ahead. To test his suspicion, he tossed out his shuttle weapon. The moment it entered the area ahead, a burst of divine power tore through the air, clean, precise, and merciless. The shuttle split in half, instantly. Both Zhengsheng and Li Chunfeng exclaimed at once. Zhao En nodded slowly. "The laws here have already merged with heaven and earth. If we want to pass through safely, we'll need to prepare properly." Li Chunfeng exhaled, eyes shining. So the origin of the Demon Refining Realm wasn't just a legend after all. Zhengsheng frowned. "Origin? What origin?" Sun Fang began to explain. "A long time ago, in the western region, a demon lord appeared, Demon Lord Yan. He mastered 2 paths and reached the late Great Vehicle Realm, but his partner betrayed him. After rebuilding his cultivation, he created the Severance Law to cut away his emotions and forget his love. Yet, he never broke through again, trapped forever at the peak of sudden enlightenment." "But what's that got to do with the Demon Refining Realm?" Zhengsheng asked. "Listen first," Sun Fang continued. "Because he couldn't let go, he couldn't merge with the Tao. In desperation, he sought out his former lover, set a trap, and killed her using the Demon Heart Grand Formation. But the moment he did, regret consumed him. He took his own life within that same formation. Sun Fang's voice grew quieter. Before dying, the demon lord left behind a legacy only, those who can truly sever ties, let go, and detach from all things can obtain his inheritance. Ling Yu snorted lightly. Old Li, you missed your calling as a storyteller. It's a nice tale, but this place feels more like a death trap than an inheritance ground. Li Chunfang chuckled softly. You might be right. The inheritance was likely claimed long ago, but the remnants of his domain, the demon refining realm, remain. Many cultivators have ventured here seeking fortune. Few ever returned. Over time, it became known as a forbidden area. Where did you even hear that story? Ling Yu asked. From the show Mountain Wilderness Records, Li Chunfang replied confidently. Ling Yu laughed. Those records, aren't they just myths and wild tales? Li Chunfang stood firm. Maybe, but the severance intent here proves there's truth in them. She folded her arms, unimpressed. If that's true, why not other laws too? Perhaps separation or detachment are here as well. Before the argument could continue, Xiaoyin interjected. That wilderness record of yours, how long ago was it written? Sun Fang shrugged. Not sure. At least an entire era has passed. Ling Yu arched a brow. So, what, around 30,000 years? Even Tribulation Transcendence can't live that long. Sounds far-fetched to me. Xiaoyin cut her off. Maybe. But if the demon refining realm still functions, there's a reason. There could still be remnants of the inheritance hidden here. Jiang Sheng frowned. After so long, wouldn't anything of value be taken already? Most of it, yes, Xiaoyin admitted. But perhaps one or two fragments remain. Otherwise, why would this realm still operate? Li Chunfeng nodded in agreement. Exactly. If it's still active, treasures must still exist within. Xiaoyin gave a faint smile. Of course there are. That's why we're here. But as for me, I have no interest in the demon lord's inheritance. If you encounter the gates of severance, separation, or detachment ahead, you may pass through them as you wish. Sun Fang laughed softly, shaking his head. Entering a mountain of treasures and leaving empty-handed Zhao En, you're far too generous. Zhao En didn't turn around. His voice was calm, almost distant. It's not generosity. It's simply a waste of time. After speaking, Xiao Chen and the others Zhengsheng Lingya and La Changfang continued forward through the dim corridor. La Chunfang, walking beside them, kept talking in a teasing tone, his words dripping with temptation. Late great vehicle realm, merging with the Tao itself. Aren't you tempted? He asked slyly. Before anyone could answer, Xiao Chen waved a hand. You three go on ahead. I'll check the barrier up front. As he walked away, Xiao Chun's mind drifted. If choosing an ancient inheritance gate were truly this simple, then fate must be mocking me. Memories from his mortal days suddenly surfaced his tacit promise with the village beauty. Wang Yinghua, a strong, spirited woman, admired within 10 miles. Perhaps cutting off this still-developing memory would be for the best, he thought, deciding to sever the lingering attachment. The system immediately chimed in. System check. Host is attempting to cut off a deeply ingrained memory. Comprehending the severance law, Zhao Chen froze. A deeply ingrained memory, he murmured, expression blank. Then he sighed with a wry smile. Fair enough. Back when I was mortal, just thinking about Wang Yinghua could shake my heart. Even after 100 years of cultivation, I still remember her chasing me down that dirt road. But, as he thought, the image of her face began to fade. He frowned. Wait. What did Wang Yinghua even look like? Just then, Ling Jia's voice broke his thoughts. Patriarch, what's wrong? Xiao Chen blinked and turned. It's nothing, I just forgot something I once thought I'd never forget. Ling Huaye stepped forward, concerned. Do you wish to rest, Patriarch? He shook his head firmly. No need. Let's move. With that, he took off, and the three followed. Soon, they arrived before a massive stone tablet, ancient words carved deep into its surface. Ling Ya read aloud. Severance is easy. Detachment is hard. Use Saint's intent to break the barrier and enter. Xiao Chen studied the words, then drew his blade. Without hesitation, he slashed toward the barrier gate. Le Chunfang, curious, asked, Old Xiao, how long have you been comprehending this law? Just now, Xiao Chen replied calmly. That tablet held the key. Le Chunfeng blinked, impressed. This demon refining realm really is a land of inheritance. Then, after a pause, he added, "So you've truly grasped the severance law." Xiao Chen nodded once. "That's good," Le Chunfeng said, straightening. "Then I'll take this gate." But as he turned away, he suddenly stopped, eyes watering. Old Xiao, I can't bear to part with it. He clutched a storage ring to his chest, trembling. Xiao Chen frowned. "What are you doing?" Le Chunfeng's lips quivered as he extended the ring toward him. "Take it, old friend." Xiao Chen glanced inside, his eyes widened. 10 billion spirit stones. Before he could take them, Le Chunfeng yanked the ring back, clutching it desperately. "No, it's all mine. All mine." "Old La Xiao," Chen said seriously, "to comprehend severance, you must let go. Give me the ring." Le Chunfeng hesitated, torn between greed and enlightenment. He held it out again, muttering, take it all." Then, just as suddenly, he snatched it back, screaming, "No, it's mine. Even you, old Zhao Yu, can't have it." Before Xiao Chen could respond, the air darkened. Dozens of shadowy figures emerged from the mist, their killing intent flooding the area. The system voice echoed rapidly, warning, late-stage questioning. Heaven powerhouse detected. Warning, Tribulation crossing powerhouse detected. Warning, multiple high-level entities converging. Host in extreme danger. Zhao Chen's face darkened. Not good. We've stirred up a hornet's nest. He looked at Le Chunfeng, who was still crying and clutching the ring, then at the encircling shadows. Old La, snap out of it. We're about to die. He tried to teleport, but the barrier of heaven and earth's severance intent made it impossible. The space is sealed, he realized grimly. If we can't teleport, we're finished. He exhaled sharply. Old La, you really would die for spirit stones. With no time left, Xiao Chen drew his blade and unleashed a flurry of sword light, each strike colliding with divine abilities launched by the dark figures. Zhang Sheng and Ling Ya joined in, channeling their powers to assist, but the enemy's cultivation was far too ahead their numbers. Overwhelming the battle had only just begun, and already survival seemed uncertain. Great Shao's mind raced with unease. Too many attacks, too dense, and this is only the first wave. Hundreds of cultivators surged closer and closer, their continuous strikes filling the air like a storm of blades. Zhaowen, and the other 3 Zhangsheng among them, took cover beneath a massive stone tablet, using it as a makeshift shield to block the barrage of divine abilities raining down upon them. But Zhaowen knew this wouldn't hold for long. If we keep defending like this, one mistake will cost us our lives, or we'll simply collapse from exhaustion. He gritted his teeth. Then we'll have to gamble? In an instant, Zhaowen summoned multiple clones of himself, sending them forward to intercept the attacks. Taking advantage of the brief gap that followed, he activated his teleportation technique. Before their attackers could react, Zhaowen grabbed everyone and blinked them more than 1,000 zheng away. As they reappeared in a quiet, desolate stretch of land, Zhaowen finally exhaled in relief. The close call had shaken him. Choices are never easy, he reflected. Even the simplest things demand struggle, no matter how much one purifies the heart or lets go of desires. Attachments still bind us possessions, emotions, the things we love. It was no wonder this realm was filled with so many cultivators chasing impossible ideals. But his moment of thought was cut short. A shadow fell over them. A cultivator appeared high above, seizing the moment when Zhaowen was distracted. The man swung his sword, sending a divine ability slicing through the sky toward Zhaowen. He had no time to dodge or counter. He clenched his fists. If it's not lifespan, he muttered bitterly, then I don't need it anymore. Just as those words left his lips, the system's chime echoed in his mind. A child has been born in the Tujia mountain valley. Lifespan increased by 30 days. Lakor Fatad granted him 30 more days to live. Still, the attack was already upon him. It's too fast. I can't block it. Even teleportation won't work at this distance, Zhaowen thought anxiously. Is this how it ends? At that moment, Muan the Beast companion suddenly leaped forward. With a low growl, it spat out a dense black mist, clouding the enemy's vision. Zhaowen instantly understood. Let's go, he shouted, seizing the moment to teleport everyone once again. They landed in a somewhat safer area. But before Zhaowen could catch his breath, Zhao Chen spun around and kicked Le Chunfeng hard. "Damn it, old Li! You almost got us killed," he roared. Le Chunfeng grimaced but stubbornly clenched his fists. "It's my fault, old Xiao, but I won't give up the spirit stones." Zhaowen ignored him. He opened his personal panel and stared grimly. His remaining lifespan now read, 30 days left. And though I've grasped the laws of price, the cost was far too high. He turned his gaze to the others, Zhang Sheng and Linga both, of whom hadn't yet faced their own trials. Do they have the courage to sacrifice something too? He wondered. But the truth was clear to him now. The law of sacrifice was never part of the Heaven's It, was a law of consciousness. No matter what one gives up, it's always a losing trade. The area around them was still crawling with demonic cultivators. If they didn't wipe them out completely, there would be no reward. Yet now wasn't the time to fight escape, was still the wiser choice. "Let's move to the next area," Zhaowen said finally. When they arrived, another towering stone tablet stood before them, inscribed with strange words. Zhaowen read aloud, "Li Tong is missing. Alas, not a lone fate is cast away." His face darkened. 10,000 years of lifespan, all to be sacrificed again. What kind of twisted game is this? Moments later, Zhang Sheng and Linge emerged from the outer area. Their faces were as pale and pained as Le Chunfeng's had been earlier. "Ancestor Zhao," they cried out together. "We can't bear this anymore." Zhaowen frowned deeply. "What did you give up?" Zhang Sheng was the first to speak. "My 10,000 years of alchemy cultivation." Ancestor Zhaowen turned to Linge. "And you?" She lowered her eyes. "Won't tell you, Ancestor." He watched them both silently. Then, feeling a faint pulse within himself, he realized his own lifespan was slowly increasing. Giving up, it seemed, wasn't always hopeless. "Enough," he said finally. "Follow me. I refuse to repeat the same mistake." With that, Zhaowen gathered the group and teleported them once again. But midway through their journey, he stopped abruptly. "Wait. These are old Li's people," he murmured. "Why can't I sense anything with my divine sense?" He turned back, but no one was there. Linge and Zhang Sheng had vanished without a trace. Alarmed, Zhaowen narrowed his eyes. They were just here. What happened? After a tense pause, he spoke sharply. "System, locate Ling's aura." Now, the system responded at once. Projecting Ling's information panel before him, Zhaowen felt a soft weight on his shoulder and, for the first time in a while, relaxed. The person he'd been worried about was still here. He glanced at Moon. At his call, the little beast crawled up onto Zhaowen's hand and peered at him with bright, curious eyes. "You go," Zhaowen ordered, and Moon obediently settled on his shoulder. Zhaowen remembered the oddity of the wood clone he'd been swallowed by it before, so the clone shouldn't simply vanish. Sure enough, the wooden simulacrum swelled, growing until it swallowed Zhaowen whole. Inside the creature's belly, Zhaowen closed his eyes and muttered an incantation. Once Shen, twice Chen. Moon didn't hesitate. He spat Zhaowen free and shrank down again, nestling in Zhaowen's palm. Zhaowen joked as he stood, didn't even get a chance to bathe the ready spat out. He felt the familiar hum of spirit energy and murmured to himself that only he could sense Moen's presence. Shouldering Moon, he muttered something bitter about the stagnation of those trapped within, then set off. First, secure the Sacred Grounds Foundation, then return to rescue those stuck inside. He stopped where the air turned cold, and the land itself felt watchful. Perched on a stone, like two contrasting chess pieces, were a pair of figures, one black, one white. Zhaowen moved closer and saw, to his surprise, that both were pure white skeletons. As he approached, they opened their jaws and spoke slowly, each word weighted. "You are very special." Zhaowen frowned and, half uncertain, called out, "Demon Lord?" At the name, the nearer skeleton straightened. "It's been a long time since someone called me that," it said. Zhaowen pressed, asking if any legacy remained. The Demon Lord replied, "Pass through 3 gates and you'll claim part of the legacy," yet Zhaowen had only cleared 1. Zhaowen waved the warning away. He'd come by accident, he said. His real hope was to be teleported outside. The Demon Lord, impressed, praised his cleverness. "This is where I am buried," it said. "There is more than the legacy here." Xiaowen gave a single-minded answer. He'd come for the legacy and would ignore everything else. When the demon lord, puzzled, asked why, Xiaowen answered plainly, for the spirit vein. The demon lord's disbelief turned to indignation. "You want to rob my grave?" It spat. Xiaowen didn't deny it. Instead, he bargained, "If you give up that idea, I can use the spirit vein to restore you." At his words, something impossible happened. The white skeleton's bones knit into flesh. It stepped down from its perch, voice low and dangerous. "You haven't even reached the tribulation stage," it growled. "You're trapped here, aren't you? Afraid I'll tear you apart?" Xiaowen didn't argue. He raised a hand, invoking a heavenly seal, and shouted, "Heavenly seal!" The demon lord deftly severed the golden sigil with divine power, then peered at him with two apertures opening in its crown. "No wonder you dared come," it mused. "Then take my resentment, my spirit vein." Xiaowen, startled, asked if the demon lord meant it. The demon lord promised he would keep his word. Seizing the opening, Xiaowen pushed further. He pointed to the other skeleton and demanded it too. "Give me a reason," the demon lord said. Xiaowen answered simply. The corpse practiced severance and forgiveness powers to sever and then to forgive. He argued the demon lord had been trapped here too long. What harm in letting the corpse go? The demon lord scowled at the audacity, but Xiaowen pressed on. "I'll help her reincarnate." The name of the lost he didn't say it aloud hung between them, and that promise infuriated the demon lord. Still, curiosity won out. "Will you truly help her reincarnate?" it asked. Xiaowen's voice was calm and sure. "Yes, I understand you. You love her. You wish to care for her as she grows." The demon lord hesitated, then admitted, haltingly, that was true. With the bargain struck, the demon lord honored it. He allowed Xiaowen to take the white skeleton. Using a divine technique, Xiaowen condensed the bones into a small reliquary he could carry. He accepted it without ceremony, his mind already turning to what would come next. Before leaving, he looked back at the demon lord and asked the question that had nagged him. "You are a lingering thought without something to possess. You will fade when you leave the formation. What will you do?" The demon lord's answer was almost tender in its dependence. "Isn't there still you?" Xiaowen paused, considering. This black-robed presence he faced was sustained by a single lingering will. Once outside the grand formation, it would evaporate. Where could he find a suitable host? As he pondered, he noticed the demon lord's gaze flick to Moon on his shoulder. "Don't even think about Moon," Xiaowen warned and barked. "I'll destroy you along with your lover." The demon lord recoiled, pleading, "Don't use herd, don't use her." Unmoved, produced a bald-headed corpse from nowhere and set it before the demon. "Lord, no more options," he said. "Its host needed your lingu, is in the immortal forbidden land, cultivating demonic commands while in the leaving intent area, comprehending the law of reason." The demon lord stared at the corpse before him, his expression twisting in disgust. "So this is what I'll look like one day. How unsightly," he muttered with clear irritation. Xiaowen chuckled softly, trying to soothe his mood. "Don't be so disheartened. I have a celestial-grade corpse nurturing technique. Once she reincarnates, just hand her this body to cultivate. When that time comes, she'll nurture you in return, and you'll protect her. Doesn't that sound like the perfect arrangement?" The demon lord paused, then broke into a grin. "Actually doesn't sound bad at all." Soon after, Xiaowen finished the ritual, transferring the demon lord's spirit into a newly prepared vessel. Yet, the moment the process was complete, the demon lord grimaced again. "This body feels revolting. Where did you even find it?" Xiaowen didn't take offense. He simply replied, "Don't complain. This vessel will preserve your lingering thoughts. Any random body you find would dissolve them within moments. This is far better." After hearing that, and under Xiaowen's subtle influence, the demon lord's irritation faded. "You're right," he admitted with a reluctant smile, without warning. Xiaowen pressed his hand to the ground, releasing a burst of power. The earth split in two, revealing a glowing formation beneath. He called out, "System, it's your turn." A mechanical voice replied lazily, "It's just a single grade drop. Even a 9th grade spirit vein can support a holy land like this." Xiaowen sighed in frustration. Spirit veins of 7th grade and above always lose 1 grade when relocated. That's why great sects keep moving their foundations. What a waste. He paused, then smiled slyly. System, surely you have a workaround, don't you? The voice immediately snapped back. Absolutely not. The last time I tampered with the red thread, I got penalized. I'm not doing anything like that again. Feigning disinterest, Xiaoan waved dismissively. Fine, let it degrade then. But I'll have to move back south. The Phoenix Holy Land runs the western region. If I build a Holy Land here, I'll be under their thumb. That's not acceptable. The system hesitated for a moment before blurting out, wait, it's not entirely impossible. Xiaoan turned sharply. Explain if the host completes a specific mission. The system said, this unit can extract the spirit vein without any grade loss. Intrigued, Xiaoan frowned. A mission? At this point, isn't it too late to issue one now? The system responded coolly. This is a special case. You'll receive the reward first, then complete the mission later. But it's a one-time exception. Very well, Xiaoan agreed without hesitation. A surge of power erupted from the mountain, light bursting through the cracks. Even the Demon Lord was left in awe. Such a technique, even a peak Great Vehicle Realm cultivator couldn't manage this. Could this man really still be in the Void Realm? As the glow faded, the system's voice echoed again. Reward issued for the previous mission. Perfect. Dao Foundation. Holy Land acquired. Initiating forced mission. The host must bear a biological child within 3 years. Warning. Failure will result in the complete loss of cultivation for all members of the Xia family bloodline. The announcement made Xiaoan's face darken. A trap. This system is trying to bury me alive, he thought bitterly. Still, he knew he couldn't refuse. If I fail, everyone in the family loses their cultivation. I have no choice. He started thinking aloud, who should I choose? He quickly shook his head. No, even if her body's no longer a secret, it still feels wrong. Like some ancient old man preying on the young. Absolutely not. His thoughts shifted. When Shu, perhaps. We already share a bond, it would be natural. But then again, the 3rd and 4th generations of the Yeja family are all over 100 years old. How would they react to a newborn 2nd generation heir? He groaned, rubbing his temples. This damned system will be the end of me. Shaking off his frustration, Xiaoan refocused on the present. Enough of that. Let's finish what's in front of us first. He raised his voice and shouted, the spirit vein here has been extracted. The grand formation is broken. Everyone, follow me. The Demon Lord was momentarily startled when the figure before him addressed him by name. So he knows who I am, the Demon Lord thought. He must be an ancient powerhouse with insight far beyond the ordinary. Suppressing his surprise, he immediately bowed. Yes, Senior. Once they reached a safe area, Shan gave a command. Go and find my companions. The Demon Lord hesitated before replying, Senior, I fear I cannot. My true body expended all its laws, leaving only a fragment of consciousness across 3 regions. I have no way of identifying your friends. Unless we wait for the grand formation to fully dissipate, I can't locate them. Hearing this, Xiaoan nodded slightly, though concern still lingered in his heart. So this place is still under the influence of the laws. To find Zhen Shang and the others, I must comprehend the law of reason. He sighed inwardly. Using the Chaos Supreme Spirit path, comprehension shouldn't be impossible, but the process is far more painful than I imagined. Still, compared to the fallen cultivators who perished here, this torment is nothing. For now, I should focus on strengthening the Xiao family. Closing his eyes, Xiao Chen began to search for his friends through sheer willpower. He murmured softly, the mortal world is scarred by countless battles. Beneath the spring, bones turned to dust. I walked this path of cultivation once. I had dear friends, Lazia, Zhaojiang, Minggu. Time turned them all to white bones in the river of years. Separation cuts deeper than any blade. Even love fades with age. And my first wife, her face still lingers, defying time itself. Tears welled in his eyes. The law of reason. I finally grasped its foundation. At that moment, Zhang Sheng, Lin Fang, and Ling Yu returned. Seeing them, Xiaoan said solemnly, the law of reason is truly profound. Once we depart from this world, we may never meet again. He paused, almost doubting his own words, then turned to the Demon Lord. Tell me, Can your true self alter this fate? Does the law of reason allow exceptions? The Demon Lord smiled faintly. Even if exceptions exist, Senior I still remain. The line between life and death is thinner than you think. Relieved by his words, Xiaowen gathered with his brothers and prepared to leave. As they walked, he reflected on his recent comprehension, the sorrow that came from witnessing the countless fallen cultivators. Perhaps I should honor their struggle, a few spirit stones at least, as consolation. Outside the stone gate, Shangshang and his companions emerged in tears. Seeing their grief, Shan raised his hand. Say no more. I understand. Just as before, when one group failed to cross the barrier, others rushed to attack. Gazing at the sea of cultivators surrounding them, Xiaowen's expression hardened. Now that I've grasped the three realms of separation, this place feels utterly different. With this power, I can help Shangshang and the others break free from the law's constraints. But as the Grand Formation collapsed, hundreds of Tribulation Realm cultivators perished, trapped in the ruins. The entire Western and even southern regions would soon become their graves, even without a reward from the system. We must stop them. Turning to the Demon Lord beside him, Xiaowen ordered, when they attack, lure them one by one using demonic energy. Draw them out, but don't engage directly. Yes, Senior, the Demon Lord replied, without hesitation. At once, he extended his hand, sending out waves of demonic energy to bait the enemy. Moments later, the system screen lit up. Trial Master has eliminated. Zoan Jiran reward. 1 Spirit Stone Trial Master has slain. Didi Jun reward. 100 million Spirit Essence Trial Master has eliminated Cold Sword. Howl reward, plus 55 cultivation. In the Phoenixed Holy Land, peace and quiet reigned. An elderly man, the Holy Lord of Phoenixed, sat in deep meditation within the main hall. The Holy Sun, who had recently returned from the Xia family, stepped forward and spoke respectfully. Holy Lord, all preparations are complete. The heavenly talents and divine treasures used for the furnaces have reached the peak of the questioning stage. The old Holy Lord opened his eyes, a pleased smile crossing his face. Excellent, you've done well. Although they are only at the questioning peak, this old man cannot wait any longer. It is time we shall use them to break through. He rose to his feet, his robes billowing with power. The Grand Formation has fallen. Follow me, let us begin, the Holy Sun added coldly. Those dual cultivation furnaces possess bodies of supreme quality. Once the old ancestor uses them, he will certainly break through. The Phoenix ancestor will surely be reborn. Hearing this, the Holy Lord burst into delighted laughter. Excellent. Bring the girl up. Ru was soon escorted to the Great Hall. Her heart was heavy with dread. Even if one reaches the peak of the questioning Emperor realm, fate is still beyond control, she thought bitterly. So this is what it means to be a furnace. Just another plaything for someone else's ambition. The Holy Lord studied her intently, his eyes gleaming. No wonder they called it the wondrous body cauldron, he murmured, a trace of greed in his tone. Regrettable, truly regrettable. He waved his hand. All of you, leave. When the hall emptied, only Ru and the Holy Lord remained. His voice turned cold and commanding. Take it off. Ru's hands trembled. She hesitated, but knew she had no choice. Slowly, she removed her outer robe, tears spilling freely down her cheeks. Her jade-like skin glimmered faintly under the flickering lantern light. The Holy Lord's breath quickened. He swallowed hard, unable to contain himself any longer as he stepped forward, but before he could touch her, a sudden cry pierced the air. A blazing fire phoenix appeared from nowhere, majestic and radiant, its wings igniting the heavens. Outside the hall, disciples cheered in ecstasy. The ancestor has broken through. The phoenix cry, Holy Land is saved. Their joy was premature. Ju kept her eyes tightly shut, bracing for the inevitable. But after a long silence, no movement came. Confused, she slowly opened her eyes only to find the Holy Lord lying lifeless on the floor. His face pale and motionless, she gasped, terrified. The Holy Lord, he's dead. Her scream brought the disciples rushing in. Something's happened to the Holy Lord, shouted one. Hurry! Half Moon Cliffetch Duan Kong, Drew, could only shake her head helplessly under their murderous glares. I don't know what happened. One disciple pointed at her furiously. "Lies. You killed him. He cursed you, didn't he? You must have struck him down." The Holy Son, however, remained calm. Kneeling beside the corpse, he examined it carefully before speaking. "It's not her. This is backlash from Tao power, his own blood essence turned against him. It's far beyond what a mere wending stage cultivator could cause." A stunned silence followed. Another disciple stammered, "That means our Phoenix Cry Holy Land has lost its only great vehicle cultivator. Our legacy hour, very name, will vanish." The Holy Son rose slowly, his gaze sharp. Someone nearby asked, "What will you do with her then? Does the Holy Son intend to use her for breakthrough?" He gave a faint smile. "No one among us has yet mastered Tao fusion. But to protect the name of our Holy Land, she is indeed a valuable offering. The two Holy Lords of Xianwan Holy Land are preparing for their breakthroughs as well. We'll offer her to them in exchange for protection. Our 1,000-year ally will not refuse." Hearing this, Ru broke down in tears. Before long, word of the Holy Lord's sudden death spread across the western and southern regions. The fall of a great vehicle cultivator could not be concealed. Rumors followed swiftly that the Xianwan Holy Land intended to wed one of Phoenix, Cry's female disciples, to their two Holy Lords. Xiaowan was still at the demon refining range, drenched in blood and surrounded by the corpses of slain demon cultivators. He muttered grimly, "Almost done. Only to late tribulation stage demons left." But the rewards had dwindled to almost nothing. Their spiritual energy, once overflowing, now flickered weakly. Without sufficient reward from the heavens, even the most powerful demons grew dull and aimless. The once feared demon refining range was now nothing but a barren wasteland, only silence. As Xiaowan surveyed the exhausted group of cultivators around him, his mind raced. 3 late tribulation cultivators. No, for he counted, if any of them still possessed the seeds of great vehicle with clarity of mind, this place could rival a holy land. He glanced at Lian and Li Chunfeng, both gravely injured and unable to fight further. Only 2 remained standing in decent condition. "Protect," Di Zhangsheng Xiaowan commanded. "Use your elixir's wheel. Grind those 2 down slowly." And with that, the bloody battle resumed. Zhang Shang shouted with fierce determination, "All right, let's do it." Both sides instantly clashed, and the battle raged without pause. For 20 days, the world shook with their struggle. After countless days and nights, the system's cold mechanical voice finally echoed in Zhang Zhang's mind. Star Rider host has slain Zhao Hichu, core disciple of the Yingle Holy Land. Reward, cultivation method, and divine ability. 9 Heaven's Lightning Response, Jade Scroll. Reward, 1 Tribulation, Immortal Aperture. Reward, Special Physique, Unicorn Body. Moments later, another notification followed. Star Rider host has slain Danzing, core disciple of the Xianwan Holy Land. Reward, cultivation method and divine ability. North Star heart-moving sword technique. Reward, 1 Tribulation, Immortal Aperture. Reward, Special Physique, True Spirit, Unicorn Body. After completing the killings, Shan wasted no time. "We're heading back to the Xiao family," he announced. At Bone Valley, the Xiao clan's mountain stronghold, Zhaoan had only recently returned and quickly went out to greet the Gongmin patriarch upon hearing of his arrival. "It's down," Zhaoan reported proudly. The 20 days of rest within the clan were not in vain. Shayer, standing nearby, immediately bowed with a smile. It's the duty of descendants to serve. Xian nodded and asked, "How are the preparations for the southern region and the new family arrangements?" Shayer raised his hand, forming a screen of spiritual light before him. Reporting to the patriarch, he began, "The Xiao clan Spirit Academy has been established. Across the southern nations, we're recruiting disciples with great potential. The main academy is based in the Purple Devil Spirit Palace. However, there's a problem. How should we handle the high-quality non-clan disciples who've joined under the Xiao clan's name? Some fear they might threaten our family's bloodline." Xiaoan listened quietly, frowning in thought. This descendant was capable and loyal, but overly fixated on preserving the clan's bloodline. He worried that future generations might face power struggles between pure blood and outsider disciples. Finally, Xiaoan said calmly, "You're overthinking it. Don't fear future competitions, separate them now." The Spirit Academy will become the Wood Cloud Spirit Academy. Change its banner to the Azure Cloud Serpent. The entire southern region will be governed under the Wood Branch Sect. From today on, the Zhao family is the Zhao family, and the Wood Branch Sect will stand as its own power. Shire looked confused at first, then realization dawned on his face. Ah, I understand now. The Zhao clan remains one, but other sects can multiply endlessly. Eventually, they can rise into new holy lands of their own. Exactly, Zhaowen replied. And the new palace make it the Wood Branch Sect's mountain gate. Shire bowed deeply. Yes, Patriarch, I'll arrange it immediately. As he turned to leave, Zhaowen called out, Wait! Shire stopped, looking back. Does the Patriarch have further instructions? Shayan tossed him several storage rings that shimmered with golden light. These are the materials we gathered this time resources for the clan and the new sect. Use them well. Build something that can rival a holy land. Shire examined the contents and gasped. Inside were mountains of spirit, stones, hundreds of billions of them, along with piles of heavenly and earthly treasures of the highest quality. His mind reeled. The Patriarch's dream of creating a holy land isn't a fantasy, he's already prepared for it. Meanwhile, Shawan stood in quiet thought. The Zhao family's growth had been astonishingly rapid. Even in times of hardship, their rise was like a rocket's ascent. Sometimes it almost felt unreal. Go, he said finally. You may withdraw. Shire bowed and departed swiftly. From a distance, Li Chunfeng watched Shaoen's retreating figure, a mix of admiration and regret flickering in his eyes. He glanced at the dozens of storage rings and sighed inwardly. I wonder how many spirit stones are in those. What a pity I didn't contribute more this time. He straightened up suddenly and called out, Old Xiao, I'm going to break through and face my tribulation. Xian paused mid-step and turned slightly, his expression unreadable. Chunfeng? He asked evenly. You've decided? Lowering his head, Li Chunfeng answered with a wry smile. Seeing so many spirit stones that don't belong to myths, unbearable. If I stay stuck at the peak of the Nent Soul stage, you'll stop taking me along on future expeditions. The inheritance of Changshuk Mountain shouldn't be guarded it, should be expanded by my own hands. As soon as Lei Chenfang finished speaking, Shawan swiftly performed a sword technique, summoning several flying blades that shimmered in the air. With a solemn tone, he said, It's an honor to join the Wood Branch Sect as an elder. I hope we can stand shoulder to shoulder on the battlefield beyond our borders. Then, with a faint smile, he added, I'm quite adept with the Changjunjing and changing forms. Consider this Qing Qingju's sword as a ceremonial gift. Chunfeng didn't refuse. He accepted the sword with composure, then drew something else from his robes and handed it back to Shaowen with a cheerful grin. Old Zhao, you're as generous as ever, he said. Zhao Huan took the item in disbelief. The Shu Mountain Sword Immortal Secret Manual. Isn't this the foundational technique of Shu Mountain? It's only supposed to be passed down to the sect leader's lineage. Why give it to me? Lei Feng replied calmly, to fully awaken the divine potential of Shen Jun Chen Ying. This manual is essential. Besides, he smiled faintly. I'm already the sect leader. Who can stop me now? Without waiting for further protest, he turned to leave. I'm entering seclusion, he announced. I won't emerge until it's time for my tribulation. Once Lei Fang departed, Ling and Zhang Sheng stepped forward. Ancestor, shall we go as well? They asked. Shaowan nodded. Let's go. As they were about to leave, Beiyu approached, hesitation written on his face. Senior, he asked softly, about her reincarnation. Is there any progress? Shaowan stopped and looked at him. You know, her soul has already scattered. What remains is only a remnant spirit. To let her reincarnate fully, we must find a special vessel, a process that takes time. Don't rush it. Rest within the jade coffin for now. When we find the right body, I'll awaken you. After making the arrangements, Shaowan fell deep into thought. This journey beyond their territory had been fruitful. His cultivation had improved by an astonishing margin, nearly reaching the peak of Nent Soul, brushing the boundary of tribulation. It was time to stabilize his foundation. A few days later, in the main hall of the Shea family, Shayar arrived with a bright expression. Ancestor, the Wood Cloud Sect's mountain gate is ready, he reported eagerly. Take me to see it, Shawan replied. They traveled to the southern region, about 100 miles from the Xia mountain valley. Vast mountain ranges had been cleared to make room. The area stretched far wider than the original valley. Shayer proudly introduced the site. This land is many times larger than our old territory. After a brief look, Shawan was pleased. He extended his hand and unleashed divine power, commanding, "Go." Spiritual energy surged outward. He channeled his essence to reshape the land, merging a 7th grade spirit vein from the Sheabone Valley into a new one. Spirit veins intertwined and spread across the area, transforming it into a lush, vibrant paradise teeming with energy. The disciples of the Shaya family immediately felt the difference. They marveled as cultivation speed, nearly doubled what once took a full day, could now be achieved in half. Ningguo, Nangonglin, and Jiangsheng were discussing sect matters nearby. With spiritual energy this dense, said Nangonglin, we no longer need spirit stones for daily cultivation. Jiangsheng nodded in awe. The quality of this aura, it's extraordinary. As Shawan approached, Nangonglin turned to him. Ancestor, this spirit, vein how valuable is it? Deep in thought, Shawan mused, a 10th grade spirit vein in the southwest region. It could rival a quasi-holy land. Even Phoenix Temple only possesses veins of this caliber. But he quickly warned them, this information must remain secret. If word spreads that we've moved a 10th grade vein without diminishing its grade, the entire cultivation world would descend upon us. Seeing their worried expressions, Shawan added reassuringly, don't worry. Outside the inner courtyard, I've diluted the energy to prevent suspicion. Both elders sighed in relief. If that's the case, Nangonglin said, we should begin our preparations. Shawan nodded. Thank you both for your hard work. Then, before leaving, he instructed in 20 days, begin accelerating the construction of the Wood Branch Sect. Sheor bowed deeply. Yes, ancestor. Not long after, under the hands of countless spirit artisans, a magnificent sect rose from the earth. Standing before it, Shawan gave the order to apply for quasi-holy land status. To qualify, he said, we'll need at least 3 cultivators in the Tribulation realm, 100,000 in the Golden Core stage, tens of thousands in Nascent Soul, and hundreds in Void Ascension. We must expand our discipleship at once. Shayer stepped forward and bowed again. Apart from the disciples already recruited, we'll begin the next wave immediately. The subordinate branches under the Xia family had also sent numerous disciples, though truly talented ones remained scarce. Hearing this report, Shia Chen gave his next order calmly. Spread the word, announced that the Wood Branch Sect possesses a 9th grade spirit vein outside the mountain valley. Soon, in a tea house located in the southern region, conversations buzzed among cultivators and travelers. I heard that the newly established Wood Branch Sect already has a 9th grade spirit vein, one man whispered. A 9th grade spirit vein. Another exclaimed, even a blockhead could become an immortal with that. If I had such cultivation conditions, I'd reach foundation building in less than 100 years. Someone else joined in, half joking, half serious. If that's true, I'll have my grandson end his seclusion early. Even if he can't become a core disciple, serving there would be a blessing. Across the tea house, a mother and daughter sat quietly. The mother's voice trembled with concern. Daughter, this is clearly a trap by the Xia family. You mustn't go. Their men are known for their greed, and lest you will regret it. But the daughter's expression was resolute. A 9th grade spirit vein. Only in such a place do I have a chance to break through to Nascent Soul. No matter what, I must go. Scenes like this played out across the southwestern regions. Sect members deserted their homes. And entire clans migrated toward the Wood Branch Sect. The Xia family's reputation in the 2 southwestern regions soared, even surpassing that of Shu Mountain and Gulun. A month later, the Wood Cloud Sect had flourished. Disciples gathered neatly within the White Jade Plaza, their voices buzzing in unison. Suddenly, a massive flying ship appeared in the skies above, descending slowly toward the Xia family grounds. On board stood a man with black and white hair, his expression noble and dignified. It was Shuhan Enyang, Holy Lord of the Qingyan Holy Land. Beside him stood Xianyuan, a martial expert from the Shangyuan Holy Land, clad in a yellow robe and carrying a sword across his back. Holding a fly whisk and radiating immortal grace was Su Yiking of the Doan Holy Land. Next to her stood Ning Wufai from Taiwei Holy Land, wearing a flowing green dress that shimmered in the sunlight. And finally, towering at the edge of the deck was the Demon King Lejun of the Baiyu Holy Land, his upper body bare, a white tiger perched upon his shoulder, watching from below. Zhang Sheng spoke softly to Xiao Chen. Those five, they're all great vehicle realm powerhouses. Ancestor, don't worry, they're only passing by. Everything has already been arranged. On board the flying ship, the five experts conversed casually. Ning Wufei was the first to speak. I don't see 100 Void Ascension experts. Is this Wood Branch sect truly worthy of the title? Xuanyang simply waved his hand. 100. You underestimate us. At his signal, one by one, Void Ascension experts stepped off the ship, descending toward the square of the Wood Branch sect like falling stars. There, he said with a faint smile, 100 Void Ascension experts delivered as promised. Shan Yu chuckled. At this rate, you might as well move your entire Qingyan Holy Land here. Shu and Enyang laughed heartily. A minor flaw, it changes nothing. Su Yiking crossed his arms, his tone lazy but amused. It's merely the qualification of our Holy Land, nothing impressive. Ning Wufai smiled faintly. All fine and well. The battlefield beyond the realms still needs more warriors. Then, Shu and Enyang stepped forward to the bow of the ship and raised his voice. Where are the Tribulation realm cultivators of the Wood Branch sect? At his call, Nangang Lin and Zhang Sheng emerged from the crowd below. Shang Yuanxue eyed them curiously. Weren't